Belinda presents this unabridged recording of Fortune Cookie, written by Bryce Courtenay and read by Humphrey Bower. The dedication reads, "For Robbie Minicola." Part 1. Singapore Sling. Chapter 1. My name is Simon Koo. I'm fourth-generation Australian. My great-great-grandfather, Koo Bing Fook, came out from China in the late 1850s to the gold rush. Got lucky, ha-ha, working the tailings the white miners had abandoned, and by persistence and hard work made a few bob. Enough to get a bit of a start, anyway. Back then, even a bit was considered a lot. Life wasn't easy. All the maxims of the time recommended caution, and nobody is more frugal than a Chinese peasant. Never waste a grain of winter rice is the Chinese equivalent of a penny saved is a penny earned. Ah Koo, as he would commonly be known, needed no such advice. After removing the ore that could be won with a moderate amount of labour, many white prospectors quickly became discouraged. At least, that was true for much of the human detritus that had washed in from the four corners with their asses hanging out of their trousers. Most had dreamed of a quick and lazy fortune, but finding gold usually meant back-breaking work from dawn to dusk, and a bit of luck besides. They deeply resented the idea of those dirty yellow bastards, the Celestials, Mongolians, Chinks, as they were variously known, showing them up by working hard and striking pay dirt in claims the white miners had abandoned out of idleness. It soon became apparent to all the layabouts, drunks and no-hopers that the Celestials were fair game, not officially welcome at the diggings, or anywhere else for that matter. So when they were pissed, they'd play, "Let's go get us a chink." Beating up a Mongolian was considered an almost honourable pastime, and certainly not an incident that need trouble an indifferent officer of the law. The many incidents of Chinese beaten to death were simply recorded as mining accidents. A favourite trick was for a group of whites to corner a Chinaman and throw him to the ground face down. One would sit on his legs, while another would plant a boot on his shoulder and another on his wrist. Taking a bowie knife, the ringleader would run it around the circumference of the pigtail, then rip it off the back of his head. This was gleefully known among the white miners as hog-tailing, a term borrowed from the Californian gold rush. Soon the cry went up in New South Wales and Victoria, "The Chinamen are stealing our gold. No more Celestials." Both colonies quickly locked and chained the welcoming gate. However, Ah Koo had arrived in the second wave of Chinese, crammed into the holds of the three-masted barques from Shanghai that diverted to the tiny port of Robe in the free settlers' colony of South Australia, where no restrictions or landing fees applied. Robe was a great distance from the nearest goldfields, so Ah Koo, along with others, walked more than 700 miles overland to the Yass area of New South Wales, ignoring the shorter journey to the Victorian diggings. When I was at uni, I went to the archives and searched through some of the old newspapers. There were numerous reports of farmers and townspeople seeing long files of Chinese in conical hats, their pigtails flopping behind them, snaking across the black soil plains of New South Wales. They wore blue cotton smocks and calf-length blue trousers, and bore heavy loads balanced on long bamboo poles. Not long after Ah Koo arrived at the Lambing Flat diggings, on a night with a full moon that was so bright you could almost thread a needle by it, he woke suddenly to see a group of white prospectors, armed with pick handles, approaching the area where he and several other Chinese had begun to work abandoned tailings. He'd been warned of such attacks, and, hesitating only long enough to call a warning to his neighbour, Wong Kar Leung, a man from North Shanghai, he ran and hid in the bush nearby. His neighbour, exhausted from a long day's labour on the miners' sluice, failed to wake or hear his warning cry. Ah Koo watched helplessly as drunken white miners surrounded Ah Wong's tent, dragged him out, threw him to the ground, and proceeded to hogtail him, then beat him to a pulp. The leader of the pack triumphantly looped the bloody pigtail through his belt. Then, yelling and whooping like a pack of wild dogs, they moved on to find further celestial prey. Ah Koo dragged his bleeding, unconscious countryman into his tent, and over a period of several weeks nursed him back to health, undoubtedly saving his life. Moreover, on the morning after Ah Wong's brutal hogtailing, Ah Koo prayed to the gods for forgiveness, then cut off his own pigtail. He was a Chinese peasant, and therefore accustomed to a world of hardship and injustice. Sitting on your ass or complaining wasn't an option, and physical harm would not be a discouragement. He was beaten more than once, but each time he'd pick himself up, rub woodlock oil or dit da jiao, the universal cure-all most Chinese miners carried, on his cuts and bruises, and return to his sluice. "It's better here than in China," he would tell himself, although he was not always convinced. Ah Koo had lost his entire family in the Taiping Rebellion, led by the psychopath general Hong Xiuquan, a converted Christian who improbably termed himself younger brother of Christ, and who, in the name of his crucified older brother, butchered an estimated 20 million of his countrymen, including 3 generations of Ah Koo's family. In China, the family is everything, both your identity and your reason for existence. Without family, you are simply a wandering ghost. Ah Koo decided he must ask for his ancestors' permission and, as the lone survivor of his ancient family, begin again elsewhere. Like others from southern China, he had heard rumours of the Australian gold rush, or, as it was termed, New Yellow Gold Mountain. New because California, the original Yellow Gold Mountain, had been depleted. How he got to Australia was never explained. Perhaps he worked his passage, or had sufficient money to pay for the fare in steerage, because he wasn't recruited as indentured labour by one of the many unscrupulous Chinese or European profiteers. Indentured labourers were virtual slaves, made to sleep on the ground in leaky tents or in crude huts infested with fleas and lice, given barely enough to eat, and usually cheated out of the pittance they earned by being charged for their accommodation and 2 bowls of rice each day. It was not why they had come to the New Yellow Gold Mountain. They too could dream of fortunes to be made. Even stupid men know that if they are going to endure hardship, then it should be for gain. At the first opportunity they would abscond and head straight for the goldfields. There they'd discover they were prevented from staking a claim by the bloody-minded white miners, and so would be forced to work the tailings of the Guelo prospectors, who took the easy gold and discarded the rest. Ah Koo knew he was on his own, that his life mattered to no one, and that no family would grieve his passing or burn paper money to pay for a more comfortable existence for him in the hereafter. His seed was all that was left. It was up to him to start again. "Just a little more," he told himself. "Then I can buy a bit of land and send money home to China to buy a wife." There was no point returning to China, where only his ancestral spirits resided. This new land would become his home. He decided he'd order a strong peasant girl with childbearing hips, who would cost him next to nothing in dowry money. Women were unwanted, considered a waste of rice, most of them not even worthy of a name, but simply numbered according to the order of their birth. An ugly one would come even cheaper. One day, he promised himself, he'd revisit China to pray and pay homage to his ancestors. But for now, he would put down roots here in New Yellow Gold Mountain. And that's just what he did. After the Lambing Flat riots, Ah Koo headed northeast to Bathurst to try his luck. Back-breaking work won him a little more gold, and he moved on, walking across much of New South Wales, before he found a place where he believed he could make a living as a market gardener without being beaten or despised. He bought 10 acres of land that had recently been plundered for its cedar. It lay beside a permanently running creek in the Valley, one of several beautiful forested valleys, nestling between the hills that roll up 40 or so miles into the hinterland from the New South Wales central coast. All the other valleys had names, but this one was simply the Valley. The lack of a name gave it a unique personality, as if it epitomised everything a valley should be. Even today, with the great forests gone and the hills bald except for the pastures the dairy farmers planted, People reckon it to be the most beautiful of them all. Ah Koo's land was 25 miles inland, a long day's walk from the coast, and dirt cheap. Using a long-handled axe, he felled the native eucalypts remaining after the timber getters had taken the red cedar from the virgin forest. Then he hand-cleared the undergrowth and burned or dynamited the stumps. Finally, he hauled the rich alluvial soil from the creek flats and mixed it with ash from the burnt stumps to nourish the soil. The market garden he established would supply vegetables to the timber getters, still logging the ancient forest for cedar. The huge ancient cedar logs they took out were loaded onto timber jinkers and hauled by bullock team the 40 or so miles to Tuggerah Lakes, to be sent by boat to Sydney, where this beautiful timber, prized elsewhere in the world for cabinet making, was squandered as building timber for framing, basic carpentry and joinery. 3 years later, at the age of 28, with 3 of his 10 acres under cultivation, Ah Koo walked to the coast and purchased a ticket to Sydney on a schooner plying the route along the Hawkesbury River and past coastal farms and settlements. In Chinatown, then situated just beyond the city area, near Surrey Hills, he engaged the services of a scribe and sent a letter to the headman in his village with dowry money for a bride. He asked him to have her bring a supply of persimmon and pomegranate seeds, as well as the seeds of numerous Chinese vegetables. He also requested a full set of carpenter's chisels, the best the village blacksmith could make, the cost of which he added to the money for her dowry, together with her food and passage in steerage on a 3-masted bark from Shanghai. He stressed that looks were of no consequence, but that she should be strong and willing to work, and must come from a lucky family, with a reputation for predominantly male offspring. Ah Koo knew that the wait for his bride to arrive would be a prolonged one, although now, with the gold rush waning, the panic over the arrival of the Chinese hordes had faded a little, and shipping from Shanghai to Sydney was once again permitted. Along with the letter to the village headman in China, he'd included another for his bride to present to the Chinese scribe and general fixer in Chinatown upon her arrival in Sydney, which simply asked him to arrange to have her sent up the coast to Tuggerah Lakes. There was also a letter in English for her to give to the harbour master, requesting that she be sent to the valley on a returning bullock wagon. Procuring a bride would take almost 18 months. Pushing his barrow towards his tool shed at the end of a bleak wintry Sunday, Ah Koo heard the sharp crack of a bullockie's whip from the wagon track above his property, its echo followed almost immediately by a piercing whistle. Leaving the barrow, he ran up to the track and waved to the bullocky. "I brought your missus," the bullock driver yelled, jerking his thumb over his shoulder towards the back of the wagon. Then, as Ah Koo drew closer, he added in a sympathetic voice, "Geez, mate, she ain't the best-looking heifer in the flamin' paddock." Ah Koo glanced fleetingly at the solid shape huddled near the end of the long wagon and observed her broad, flat face, which was marked by smallpox scars. "It is nothing," he told himself. "Progeny are not born with such scars." Then he turned to the bullocky and withdrew a small leather pouch from his trouser pocket. Taking out half a crown, he held it between the forefingers and thumbs of both hands and proffered it with a stiff bow. It was a generous payment, but the bullocky waved it away. "Nah, keep your money, mate. Got any spuds? Bag of spuds will do me fine." He turned in his seat to watch the bride-to-be clamber down from the wagon and shook his head. "God help the miserable little buggers yous are going to make between the two of yous." The village headman in China had conscientiously complied with Ah Koo's brief and sent 19-year-old daughter number 2 from a family with 5 sons. As an indication of her good fortune in obtaining a husband from a well-remembered family, she had been officially honoured with a name, Shu Ma Jiao, Little Sparrow. Whether this was meant as a joke, Ah Koo didn't know or care. In fact, he was delighted with the choice. It had been money well spent. Looks had never been the prime consideration, but strength was, and Little Sparrow was everything he'd hoped for in terms of her body. He was reminded of the proverb, "Women are all beautiful in the dark, but in the dawn not all can guide a plough." She was also deeply respectful, a quality Aku had long forgotten. Quietly spoken, accustomed to hard work, and, he would discover, a good cook and thrifty housekeeper. All his needs were met when she allowed him to use her body whenever he wished, moving silently in compliant rhythm with his grunting thrusts. With both of them working from dawn to sunset, the market garden prospered. Fresh produce, though of a specific kind, was locally in demand. Timber-getters and their gap-toothed wives liked plain food and were not all that keen on a plate piled high with green veggies. Their meals consisted of meat and spuds, carrots, cabbage and onions, all boiled to mush, with roast pumpkin on Sunday. Aku and Little Sparrow were able to cultivate a further 2 acres, and with permanent water from the creek for irrigation, regular rainfall and abundant sunshine, there was soon more than Aku could sell. He purchased a pair of pigs to eat the excess, along with any spoiled vegetables and garden refuse. But as a peasant, he abhorred the idea of feeding perfectly good produce to swine. He'd noted that in the timber camps, where the single men lived, there was almost no call for vegetables other than potatoes and onions and the occasional bag of carrots. Discussing this with Little Sparrow, he asked for her opinion. Surprised, she suggested timidly, "Honorable husband, I will cook them food, and they will pay you." Something had changed between them since she had delivered a fine, strong son for him, the first of the large family he meant to create to replace all he had lost. He had named the baby Kuli Chin, to bless it with strength and wealth, and secretly hoped that the second child, now swelling Little Sparrow's belly, would also be a boy. So Little Sparrow started, well, I suppose you could call it a Chinese chop house, but it was really just 4 bush poles and a tin roof, with an open fire and a mud brick oven in the middle. Even so, they were soon using up the extra produce and making an even better living, feeding the hungry men who, ravenous from a day in the forest or on the farm, sat on logs surrounding the open-air kitchen, scoffing Chinese chow off chipped enamel plates. Little Sparrow was unknowingly one of the precursors of the Chinese restaurants, responsible for the love affair Australians have with Chinese food to this day. Aku bought a Yorkshire-Berkshire crossbreed sow and boar from a Hawkesbury farmer and expanded the piggery. Soon Little Sparrow added pork dumplings, wontons, fluffy pork buns baked in the clay oven, and other dishes from pigs grown fat on spoiled produce and kitchen peelings. One of these recipes my mum still cooks when I'm home. It's called ants crawling along a log. As a kid, I'd giggle about it. Still do, but it's delicious. If you like, I'll give you the recipe. The dish is made with marinated minced pork, dried shiitake mushrooms, vermicelli, vegetables, soy sauce, sugar, vegetable oil, black bean sauce, ginger, garlic, shallots, and rice wine. You stir-fry the pork mince in a couple of tablespoons of oil. Stir in the chopped shallots, garlic, 4 large cloves, and ginger, 1/4 of a small cup. Then the mushrooms and other vegetables, meanwhile adding the sauces to taste. When cooked, remove the pork and vegetables, leaving the sauces in the wok, to which you add the vermicelli and stir-fry until it is cooked. Return everything to the pan and stir-fry to heat, and the dish is ready to serve. I'm buggered if I know why it's called ants crawling along a log. Aku was clear-eyed about things. Life, in the sense of having a good or enjoyable existence, was something he didn't pause to contemplate. Life was about survival, taking it one day at a time. If you got through it, you were grateful. It didn't pay to dream. At least their lives weren't threatened by that rampaging madman who had claimed to be the brother of the Christian God. After each day's work, the first 2 hours after sunset were taken up with mostly silent bowing and nodding, as he helped serve food to an increasing number of illiterate and raucous larrikins, who seemed to delight in finding new racial insults. Aku cared little that he was required to be subservient to even the lowest slobbering Guelo. It was a small price to pay for freedom and a measure of independence. even if only because he and Little Sparrow were essential to the white man's needs. Like every Chinese, Ah Koo secretly longed for an extended family, to give him an identity, but accepted that the first tender roots of his new family tree had barely penetrated the topsoil. The first generation is always hard won in the face of sickness, accident and disaster. But Little Sparrow, sweating over a steaming wok, would prove to be fecund, a mewling baby constantly at her breast, and a squall of snotty-nosed infants of various sizes crawling in the dust around her feet. He took a secret pride in the fact that he was to be the forefather of many in a new land, even though a Chinese heart always belongs to the motherland, where it hopes to rest in death. He was often taken by surprise when he realized there were already 4 additional mouths to feed. His heart swelled with gratitude at his good fortune, that all were male progeny, a clear indication that the gods were smiling. The years passed. As the timber-getters penetrated deeper into the cedar forest, he bought a donkey cart to transport his produce. Nothing much changed. He and Little Sparrow worked 7 days a week, at least 12 hours a day. He in the garden, apart from the 2 hours after sunset, which were taken up with helping his wife serve food to an increasing number of oafish timber-getters, agricultural workers, bullock wagon drivers and government timber inspectors. Every February they'd celebrate Chinese New Year with 1 day of respite from their labours. In China, New Year is a spring festival, but in Australia summer is at its height. The darling buds of promise and new life are long gone. Green has burned to bleached brown, the creek is down to a sluggish trickle, and everything is struggling to survive the long, dry, never-ending days of shimmering heat. However, traditions must be honoured, and so the chop house closed for the day, and, to the delight of the children, Ah Koo and Little Sparrow lit Chinese crackers to drive out evil spirits, burned incense and offered their thanks to the gods, who had now blessed them with 6 sons in a row. The house was thoroughly swept, and every corner dusted and cleaned to oust any lingering evil, and clear the way for good luck to enter in the year to follow. Doors and windows were decorated with red paper and charms. Red to symbolize fire, to ward off bad luck, and the charms for wealth, happiness and longevity. The boys were given lucky money in red envelopes and wore red shirts. Chinese New Year celebrations traditionally end with the Lantern Festival, when the community gathers under the full moon to watch the dragon dance. As theirs was the only Chinese family in the valley, they were forced to forego this joyous gathering. It was Little Sparrow's greatest unspoken wish, that someday she and her family might celebrate New Year properly with their own people. Then, 13 years after their firstborn son, came the double misfortune of twin girls. One girl is bad rice, twin girls are bitter rice. Ah Koo stoically accepted Little Sparrow's lamentations and abject apologies, and decided that he must have incurred the wrath of the gods. He couldn't think what he might have done, but then they were a notoriously fickle and cantankerous lot. It was clear they were telling him he had quite enough healthy sons to ensure comfort in his old age, as well as to start a new dynasty. His good Joss, at least in the matter of further male progeny, had been used up. He burned incense at the family shrine, made a sacrifice of food, and added a small bottle of brandy for good measure. Building the shrine was the only request Little Sparrow had ever made of him. It wasn't much larger than a bird cage, and was set on a carved pedestal, but he'd made it from cedar. The shrine was Little Sparrow's most precious, in fact her only possession, and she prayed before it every day. Ah Koo promised the gods that he would never again enter his wife's exhausted body, a vow he kept, and one for which she may or may not have been grateful, as she was still a comparatively young woman. Not a great deal more is known about my great-great-grandmother, other than a recurring dream that was instrumental in changing her husband's life. Only one studio daguerreotype exists of the entire family, taken when the twins were around 16. The oval-framed image shows Little Sparrow as a moon-faced woman with pockmarked skin, her eyes 2 dark lines that reflect no light under the narrow curves of her eyebrows, her mouth set hard. Silver grey plaits hang almost to her waist, and she is wearing a pau, a black silk top, and a pair of black pants, a coup. On her feet are what appear to be white slippers. She stands next to Ah Koo, her head not quite reaching the point of his thin shoulder. Her hands are held loosely at her sides, her body language impatient. It is as if she believes her hands have been idle too long in this pointless pose, which patently she feels her hands, and perhaps those of the twins, don't have the right to be. Nevertheless, she completely dominates the photograph. The rest of the serious family appear to be a pretty scrawny bunch, but what little Sparrow lacks in height she more than makes up for in width. She is built like the proverbial brick shithouse. Which pretty much describes my own body. 5 feet 8 inches in height, and 210 pounds, all chunk, no fat. I'm a definite throwback to my great-great-grandma. Think rugby union prop forward. I'm a dead ringer for little Sparrow, the full tree-trunk torso and flat face. I was playing for the under-14 rugby team at Cranbrook when I first got the dumb nickname that has stuck to me ever since. We were playing Scots College, just up the road from Cranbrook. The two private schools were deadly rivals. Cranbrook was smaller and prided itself on the individualism of its students, while Scots was the traditional model that produced future leaders, meaning the standard private school product of wealth and privilege. Or so the theory went, anyway. The Scots' favourite taunt was a rhyme that went, "Tiddlywinks, young man, get a woman if you can. If you can't get a woman, get a Cranbrook man." Scots, the larger school, usually gave Cranbrook a walloping at every sport, and in particular on the football field. On this particular day, the Cranbrook under-14s were, by our usual standards, a pretty good side, and two fathers, both leading businessmen and mates, both wealthy and highly competitive, started a friendly argument about who would win. It seems this got somewhat out of hand, so that the bets on either side kept rising, to the amusement of the assembled dads and the disgust of the few mums, who dutifully watched their sons playing in the first game on a wintry Saturday morning. In a close game, Scots got a penalty with 2 minutes to go to full time, which put them 3 points ahead, and it seemed to be all but over for the Cranbrook dad, who stood by this time to lose 30 quid. But at the restart after the penalty, I caught the ball and started to run with it. Lumber is probably a better description, for even at 14, my bulk was formidable. I managed to barge through and run half the length of the field to score under the posts. We converted the try and won by 2 points. A converted try in those days was only worth 5 points. The final whistle went, and the Cranbrook dad was jubilant. When we came off the field, he shouted at me, "What's your name, son?" "Koo, sir," I replied, in the accepted private school manner, identifying myself by my surname alone. "And your first name?" he called again. I was still panting heavily, and was perhaps overexcited at having scored the winning try. Had he asked for my Christian name, I would have said Simon, but my first name in Chinese was Key, so that's what I stupidly said. He handed me 2-pound notes, shouting, "Buy both teams a cream bun and a lemonade," the accepted schoolboy treat at the time. "And thanks. You won me a fortune, Kookie." He must have known that Chinese surnames come first. The team and the parents heard it, to much laughter, as, "Thanks, you won me a fortune cookie." From that day, I was forever after nicknamed Fortune Cookie. The under-14 blokes stayed together throughout our schooling, and in our final year, most of us played for the first 15 that would be unbeaten, something Cranbrook School had never previously managed. After that, I was selected as one of the props for Australian schoolboys, where my nickname unfortunately spread far and wide. When I played rugby for Sydney University, there were some who speculated about me getting a state or even eventually a Wallaby jersey, but it was not to be. This particular tree trunk was due to crash. I badly injured my knee, and that was the end of my football career. But the nickname persisted. I had always wanted to be an artist of some sort, but my family believes in education of the kind that produces lawyers, doctors, and businessmen. We're big in several businesses: coffin manufacture, gold chisel caskets, funeral parlours, Blue Lotus funerals, and restaurants, the Little Sparrow restaurant chain. Eating and dying are both inescapable and therefore good business. But art, in the family's opinion, is an occupation for dreamers who have little or no chance of earning an honest quid. Had it not been for our coup 4 generations back, I'd have had Buckley's of becoming an artist. Even so, I was required to go to Sydney Uni, where I did an honours degree in commerce, majoring in economics. Only then was I allowed to study graphic design at Sydney Technical College, and finally move on to my present life in advertising, a compromise my folk find barely acceptable. If I know my mum, she'll probably attempt to buy the agency one day. Fortunately, it is a very large multinational, with its head office in America, and therefore unlikely to come up for sale. Still, you never know with her. I guess my parents are pretty disappointed that as the oldest and only son, I haven't gone into one of the family's 3 areas of business. Pointing out that I've got 3 sisters who are not exactly intellectual slouches, and 15 female cousins, most of them highly qualified, smart as whips, and climbing the family corporate ladder in a competitive scramble, doesn't seem to help. We're pretty integrated as an extended Australian family. My grandfather was the last male coup to grow up speaking Cantonese, and we've fought in every war, including the Boer War, but excluding Vietnam, where my name didn't come up in the lottery. But some Chinese customs persist, the privileges accorded the firstborn male being one of them. When my 3 sisters and I were kids, we would play a game called Hawks and Doves. I would stand on a chair and be the hawk, while my sisters, squatting on the carpet, would be doves. Coo, 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 the doves would call, while I glared down at them ferociously, choosing my prey. If my mother caught me before I leapt, she would remind us sternly, "Your name may sound like the call of a dove, but you will all be hawks. Remember that." The eldest son of each generation of the Koo family has taken over as group chairman of the various family enterprises. Even though some of my dad's younger brothers, my uncles, were obviously smarter than he was, Dad still got the top job. If it hadn't been for my mum, not so quietly taking the reins, the various businesses might not be where they are today. Not all Koos have proved to be happy little Vegemites. My dad has a problem with alcohol, is an alcoholic, which seems pretty rare among Sydney Chinese. But then perhaps it is simply kept well hidden, as things are in our family. Or it's a gene picked up from one of his convict antecedents. But that's the advantage of a large and varied family business. There's a place for everyone, be it chairman of the board or forklift driver in a warehouse. As an example, there are aspects of the death business that are better served by the exceedingly dull though trustworthy members of the family. Collecting the dead and dealing with the results of their bowels loosening and evacuating their contents at the moment of death is not for the squeamish. Preparing corpses, plugging orifices, or babysitting the dead is not for the overly imaginative. My dad's a pretty benign drunk and seldom creates a fuss, but my mum hates weakness of any sort. Her catch cry is, "Well, what can you expect? After 5 generations of intermarriage with convicts, your family is bound to have picked up a few bad habits." Perhaps it's the intermarriage that has made him less obviously concerned with all things Chinese, whereas my mother, who came from Singapore at the age of 3 with her parents, is very proud of her Straits Chinese heritage. Her dad was the youngest of 4 brothers in a family that was well placed in the palm oil business. As number 4 son, he was the last in the pecking order, but was evidently pretty bright. So when he'd completed his matriculation at Raffles Institution in Singapore in 1910, he was sent to Cambridge and took a degree in organic chemistry. Returning home just before the Great War, he was recruited by Levers to work in their new Malaya palm oil plant, experimenting with industrial uses for palm oil, in particular glycerin for explosives. He was considered a key man, his job essential to the war effort, and he was not permitted to join up. He married, and my mum, Phyllis, was born in 1915. 4 years later, with the war over, Levers offered him a position in Australia to establish a laboratory to produce refined glycerin. Levers had just signed a contract with the Nobel people, who had set up factories in Sydney and Melbourne to manufacture explosives in which nitroglycerin was a key component. While this wasn't a government initiative, Canberra nevertheless saw the local manufacture of explosives as important. Importing explosives during the war had proved both dangerous and costly. Australia was isolated from its allies, especially in the event of future hostilities. The fact that Albert Kwan, my grandfather's Europeanized name, was Chinese, and therefore subject to the White Australia policy, was quietly overlooked, due to the importance of his work to Australia's future defence. In fact, he was given a token interview and made to translate a piece of writing into English, avoiding the usual dictation test in Russian, Hungarian or Scottish Gaelic, if necessary, which was used to deny entry to undesirables such as blacks and Asians. Born in Singapore, my mother grew up in Australia and was educated at Presbyterian Ladies' College in Pymble, and is, to all intents and purposes, Australian. But that's not how she sees it. Her grandparents managed to flee Singapore just before the Japanese invasion of the island during the Second World War, and hid out for its duration in one of their more remote palm oil plantations in Malaya. But they lost 2 sons who joined up to fight the Japanese. After the war, her grandparents returned to their large villa on Tanjong Katong, Turtle Bay, and resumed their place as an important Straits Chinese family. My mother's parents, Albert and Gloria Kwan, subsequently returned to Singapore Island, where Albert joined his brother, Robert, in the family's palm oil business. Both my mum's parents were tragically killed in an automobile accident in 1948. So my mother regards herself as a well-born Chinese who, in 1935, at the age of 20, had the good fortune to marry into a very rich family, and the corresponding misfortune to blend her pure blood with that of a ratbag mixed-up Chinese-Australian family, with almost no sense of being Chinese. It didn't help either when my dad, leaving her with a 2-year-old, joined up and was sent to New Guinea. Because of his experience in the coffin and funeral business, he was attached to the Army Graves Service as an officer and rose to the rank of captain. But in 1945, he returned to her a drunk. Furthermore, my sisters, born after the war, don't look particularly Chinese. Well, perhaps if you take a hard look. Their hair, but not much else, shows their Asian heritage. So my pretty mother could take delight only in her first child, a throwback to my great-great-grandmother with a build like a tree stump and a flat Chinese peasant face that looked as if I was slammed very hard against a brick wall at birth. With my great-great-grandfather producing 6 sons, all of whom survived childhood by some miracle, you'd think there'd be coups aplenty, and indeed, after 4 generations, my extended family runs to over 200 members. But my father's generation must have offended the gods in a big way, because not one of my 6 coup uncles has produced a male heir. I am the last of the male coups. My recalcitrance in choosing not to join the family business empire. We also own a vast amount of real estate, known as First Nest Investments, has resulted in a fair amount of criticism from and disappointment amongst my extended family, and my failure to marry and produce a male heir hasn't helped my status much either. Despite our childhood game and my superior role in it, it seemed that I was the dove and my sisters were the hawks. Anyway, enough of that Chinese dynastic nonsense. Ever since high school, I've been called Fortune Cookie. I've grown so accustomed to the nickname that if any one of my friends were to call me Simon, I'd most likely do a double-take before responding. However, I digress. Great-great-grandfather Ah Koo was a philosophical sort of bloke, prepared to bide his time and cop what life brought him, good and bad. Like almost all Chinese peasants, he knew how to grow things, and the soil was his security, his guarantee of life, but it wasn't where his heart lay. He'd been trained as a carpenter and secretly longed to return to his vocation. He loved wood for itself, and he was also, it seems, something of an artist. In the Yass Mining Museum, there's a sluice made from ironbark, rescued from a lambing flat creek bed that had once been a busy prospecting site. My grandfather claimed it once belonged to Aku, and that it carries his chop carved into one of the sluice planks. A gold prospector's sluice is a pretty basic piece of field equipment. A few wooden posts and planks, and, if you were lucky, a tin lining beaten out of kerosene cans. While I haven't seen it, this one is said to be practically a work of art, the ironbark sides decorated with dragons and birds, and the posts entwined with carved lotus blossoms. The sluice boxes, or cradles as they were sometimes called, contained thin timber bars known as riffles, placed at right angles to the flow of the creek. A shovel load of gold-bearing alluvial gravel was dumped into the top of the sluice. The current then carried the muck down the length of the sluice box. The lighter tailings would be held in suspension and flow over the top of the riffles, to be discharged back into the river or creek. At the same time, the tiny specks of gold, along with the heavy black sands, would drop to the bottom of the box and become trapped behind the riffles. Aku's riffles were carved in the shape of wriggling freshwater eels. But for me, anyway, as a fourth-generation member of his Australian family, and also an art director in a Sydney advertising agency, it is an insight into how he viewed life. He worked like a dog from dawn to dusk in one of the world's toughest environments, surrounded by hard-eyed racists who often beat him up. Yet he remained true to his artist's soul. Working in advertising, flogging things people probably don't need or even want, I wonder if I possess the same integrity and patience in this new and permissive world that Aku possessed in his rigid, limited, racist and classist world. He probably never expected the world to change. What he saw and experienced was all there ever was or could be for him. After all, continuity, not change, was what he craved. In the 1960s, more than 100 years later, rapid change was something my generation took for granted. During my childhood and youth in the 40s and 50s, the world seemed to settle into peace and order with a sigh of relief after the tumult of war. But in the next decade, the winds of change that brought Vietnam and resulted in Kent State became a hurricane that roared through the 60s and ushered in a very different world. Rock and roll, Elvis, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones and Bob Dylan musically represented the strident new voices of my generation. I've always liked to think I've been involved in some of that change, which may even perhaps have been why I chose advertising as my career. But Aku would have spent his life trying to occupy as small a space and make as little noise as possible, unseen, unheard, unobtrusive, unimportant, voicing no opinions, never rocking the boat. The heathen chink, bowing, smiling and nodding at everyone. What's going on behind them slanty eyes? What's the yellow bastard really thinking? They had 8 kids to feed, and little Sparrow was worn and prematurely aged by hard work and repeated childbearing. They had no protest drums to beat, nor did they rattle the chains that society had placed around their ankles. I sometimes imagine Aku in his market garden, hearing the crack of a bullocky's whip and the creak of a wagon as he wipes his sweating brow on his sleeve, then leaning on a spade or mattock as he watches the bullock team pass, hauling the finest cedar in the world to be used for scaffolding and framing timber. A beautifully grained cabinet timber so wantonly squandered would be something he couldn't have understood. I'd like to think it would have deeply offended his craftsman's sensibilities. Over the years, he had expanded the original hut to accommodate his large family, and he'd also constructed a plain, all-weather timber structure closer to the road as a kitchen and dining area for Little Sparrow's eatery. Known to the locals simply as the Chinks, it was virtually a compulsory stop for the bullock drivers as well as for the timber getters. Occasionally it was even used for weddings or Masonic celebrations. He'd made the tables and chairs and other fittings from practically indestructible ironbark rather than the splendid cedar. The chisels he used for joinery were made in Sheffield and Birmingham and purchased from the new general merchant at the entrance. The cheap homemade chisels he'd carried with him from China had been worn down by the hardness of the native timber on the goldfields, and were beyond use before he reached the valley. Ah Koo was, above all things, a patient man. He waited until his two oldest sons could be put to work on the land. Then, with 100 almost mature persimmon and pomegranate trees, bursting with early spring blossom to define the borders of his market garden, he opened the set of chisels little Sparrow had brought with her from China all those years ago. My great-great-grandfather, it seems, used a chisel as if it were a natural extension of his hands. He removed each in turn from its grease-filled leather pouch, then appropriated a rare and precious hour cleaning them. Finally, he laid them, with their shiny blades and handles made from the heartwood of the persimmon tree, out along the length of the ironbark table. He sat and made a momentous decision. It was time to consult the gods. In order to propitiate them, he decided to offer them a roasted piglet, pomegranates and persimmons. As always, he was practical. If he was going to return to carpentry, and, in particular, the self-indulgence of decorating using a chisel, there had to be a sound reason beyond the simple tugging at his heart, or the gods, seemingly pacified by his connubial abstinence, might revoke his prosperity. It never occurred to him that working with the chisels might be a hobby. The concept of time spent in pleasure was one he simply didn't comprehend, although he had been unable to keep his hands off little Sparrow's shrine. Over the years, using a bowie knife, he had transformed it with elaborate carving. He'd chosen the American knife purchased on the goldfields because he had been too superstitious to open the set of chisels little Sparrow had brought from China. "It is not yet time," he always told himself. Now he duly attended the shrine, burning incense and making an offering before asking for guidance. 3 days later, little Sparrow, a vexed expression on her usually impassive face, approached him after he had taken his evening meal and asked permission to speak. Ah Koo nodded. "Honorable husband, I have had a dream." She paused. "It has come 3 times. Ah Koo nodded again. He knew little Sparrow would not have the temerity to mention her dreams if she didn't think they directly concerned him. "You may tell me of these dreams," he replied. "One dream, always the same one. It concerns the chisels, a rocking cradle, a large box, and a coffin. All have been carved by you. On the side of the cradle are carved birds of every kind, though none are birds of prey, no goshawk, no eagle, and no kite. Also, on the board above where the infant would rest his head is a nest of 4 fledglings, with a serpent hovering above it as if to strike. A fat dragon is carved on the lid of the large box. It is the only decoration, and the wood is highly polished. The coffin stands on a tall marble plinth with 3 steps leading up to it. The lid leans against the side of the open coffin. It is too high for me to see inside, but on the center of the lid are carved 3 lotus blossom buds. There are no open blooms." "And the chisels?" "They are the ones I brought with me from China, the handles made from the heart of a persimmon tree. They lie in a neat row at the base of the white marble plinth, in the same order as you laid them out on the table when you took them from their greased leather bags and cleaned them." Little Sparrow hesitated, then said, "Only they are different." "Different?" "The braids are made of gold." Ah Koo smiled. "This is a good omen." But then, pausing to think, he added, "But then again, not so good. Gold is too soft for a chisel blade." As if she hadn't heard him, little Sparrow frowned and said, "One of them is missing." "So," Ah Koo suggested calmly, rather pleased with himself for puncturing this female dream with the male observation about the impractical nature of a gold chisel blade. But his remark was lost on Little Sparrow.
"It is the second largest," she continued. "The number 8. It does not lie with the others. There is a gap where it ought to be."
Aku shrugged.
"It is missing. It is a dream. There is no need for an explanation."
Little Sparrow drew back, a look of terror on her flat face.
"No, it is not missing."
Aku, somewhat surprised, felt a twinge of anxiety for the first time. Her obvious fear disconcerted him. Dreams, even women's dreams, must sometimes be taken seriously. He had asked for guidance from the gods, and while he doubted that they would reply through such a humble medium as Little Sparrow, her life had been blameless. Though roughly glazed and fired, she was a pure vessel. In an attempt to hide his concern, he demanded,
"Well, where is it?"
"In my dream, I climbed the 3 marble steps, so that I am now able to see directly into the coffin," she explained. "Lying within it is an ancient and emaciated crone. She is naked and almost bald. Blood runs in a thin trickle from her left breast across her stomach."
Little Sparrow, her voice now barely above a whisper, began to sob.
"The handle of number 8 chisel protrudes from her heart."
Aku observed his tearful wife, making no attempt to console her. In fact, he had no idea how to do so. While there had been a hint of anxious tears when she had clambered down from the bullock wagon all those years ago to meet his eyes for the first time, he had never seen Little Sparrow cry. In fact, the Guelo timber-getter's wife, who acted as the local midwife, remarked on her stoicism. Called to attend the birth of their first child, she had come from the bedchamber, a section of the hut curtained off with bleached rice sacks sewn together, shaking her head in apparent disbelief. Aku, waiting anxiously at the front of the parted curtains, held both hands behind his back to conceal them. In his right was a £1 note he had overgenerously decided to pay the midwife if she had delivered him a son. In his left, a 10-shilling note, should it turn out to be a girl. The midwife had drawled, "A boy, no problems," neglecting to add her congratulations. Delighted, Aku had proffered the £1 note. She snatched it without saying thank you and pushed it quickly into her penny pocket, glaring defiantly at him in case he expected change. Seeing the note was safe, with no protest coming from Aku, she had proceeded to examine him. Starting from his bare, mud-caked feet, her eyes had travelled slowly up his smooth brown legs, dirty shorts and shirt, coming to rest on his grinning, obsequious face. Her expression throughout had been one of silent contempt. Finally, she'd addressed him a second time.
"What are you people, anyway? Animals? Yellow monkeys?"
She tossed her head in the direction of the bedroom door.
"'Tain't natural. She, Mrs. Monkey, just give birth to a 10-pound bub and she never bawled, even the once."
Now, seated at the table with her face buried in her arms, Little Sparrow wept.
"It is the gods," she wailed.
Then, looking pleadingly up at Aku and choking back her sobs, she cried,
"They are speaking to you, honourable husband."
Aku's first instinct was to shout at her. Who was she, a woman, to suggest such a preposterous idea? But he was forced to admit to himself that her dream on 3 consecutive nights was filled with signs and perhaps even dangerous portents. Like all Chinese peasants, he was deeply superstitious. To turn a deaf ear to the gods, and worse, his ancestors, and so provoke their anger was an extremely dangerous course of action. Not wishing her to sense his anxiety, he asked gruffly,
"Is that all?"
Little Sparrow looked up and fisted the tears from her dark, swollen eyes.
"No, there is more," she gulped.
Aku remained silent, waiting, his hands held below the surface of the table where he could feel them trembling on his knees.
"There is also a newborn child in the cradle. It has not yet been cleaned, and there is nothing between his legs, male or female. The umbilical cord has not been cut and leads like a long twisted rope into the blood-stained birthgate of the old crone. In the dream, I know I must cut it, but have no means of doing so."
A loud sob escaped from Little Sparrow.
"Oh, then I recall the chisel, and withdraw it from the old crone's heart, and cut the cord, then tie it off. But, like some live thing, it immediately attaches itself just beyond the knot. I cut and tie it again, but the same thing happens until the fourth knot is tied. Then the newborn infant suddenly begins to kick and cry. The birds carved into the side of the cradle come alive, and the 4 fledglings in the nest open their mouths, which are larger than their heads, and shaped like open fire barrels. The lining of each mouth is a different color, from the deepest yellow, for the largest among them, through to russet and then to white. The 4th fledgling, the large yellow-mouthed one, suddenly drops out of the nest above the infant's head and into the baby's open, boring mouth and disappears. The birds from the cradle hover above the crying child's head and then start to sing. The newborn infant stops crying and kicking, and they alight, one by one, onto his tiny body, almost covering it. Finally, they begin to clean it with their beaks. The snake above the nestlings also comes to life and drops onto the belly of the child, where the birds, they're of every imaginable color, hop aside unconcerned, allowing it a clear pathway across the chest and belly to the nothingness between its legs. The snake, a viper, and iridescent blue, is not large.
Little Sparrow holds up her forefinger.
Only 3 times the size of my finger, no more. It curls itself neatly between the infant's legs, where its missing part should be, its head raised and swaying, its tongue flicking.
"But you had the chisel. Did you not attempt to kill the snake?"
Aku asked, knowing almost immediately that so reasonable an action was unlikely in a dream.
"No. Somehow I've lost the golden chisel, or rather I discover I no longer hold it in my hand. Perhaps when I tied the umbilical cord I put it down. But now my attention is suddenly drawn to the coffin lid, and I watch as the carved lotus buds open fully and become real, and I can see that they exactly match the color of the serpent. I turn just in time to see the baby's mouth stretch to the size of a large apple, and the yellow and brown, fully feathered bird emerge from it, flap its wings, and fly away out of the dream picture."
"And the dragon? The fat dragon on the box? Does it come alive?"
Aku asked anxiously. Little Sparrow shook her head.
"No, it remains as it was, a beautiful wooden carving."
She looked up at him sorrowfully.
"Forgive me, honorable husband. In the dreams, when I turn back from the lotus blossoms to the dragon box, I see the number 8 chisel again. But now it possesses its original steel blade. It has been firmly, perhaps even violently, driven into the place where the heart of the fat dragon would have been, had it been alive and not merely a carving."
Aku's mind was besieged with symbols, omens, and portents that he didn't begin to understand, except for one, the fat dragon. It was the sign of prosperity, and it had remained inert, the chisel driven into the wooden heart. There was much too much in the dream to ignore. The embedded steel chisel and the fat dragon patently denoted disaster.
"We will go to Sydney to visit the Shunmeng Xingshang, the fortune teller, for an interpretation,"
he replied gruffly. hoping that through her tears, little Sparrow wouldn't see that his hands were shaking. Taking the donkey cart, Aku and little Sparrow set off for Tuggerah Lakes to take the coastal schooner to Sydney. The driver's seat on the cart was only large enough for Aku, so little Sparrow had to sit cross-legged on the tray facing backwards, her squat frame absorbing every bump on the rutted wagon track. The children, even the youngest, capable and trustworthy, remained at home. It was the first time since her arrival that little Sparrow had been further than the entrance, but her presence in Sydney was essential. Dreams must be told down to the smallest detail if the seer is to interpret them accurately. There was also the matter of mood, atmosphere, essence, a possible miasma around the old crone's coffin, the arrangements of the objects, all of which only little Sparrow could describe. The process was expensive, and they would only have one chance. They must give the dream to the soothsayer with every detail intact. It was even possible that he would send her back into the dream to find the answer to some question. Little Sparrow was silently terrified. If the dream interpretation turned out badly, she might be accused of being a dream stealer, an impure and worthless vessel containing bitter rice that had polluted her husband's dream and, in the process, destroyed his future. If this proved to be the case, he would have every reason to be rid of her. However, it didn't occur to her that by remaining silent, she could avoid any possible danger. Little Sparrow was convinced that the gods had answered her husband's need for guidance, and while a recalcitrant spirit might have misdirected their answer and sent it through her as a celestial joke, she could not possibly, even at the risk of her life, disobey their instructions. The trip from the entrance to Sydney by schooner wasn't pleasant. It was a brutally hot late November day, and the deck was crowded. Aku and little Sparrow, the chinks, were, despite paying the full fare, ordered by the first mate below decks to a small space between a stack of empty wooden beer casks. They were forced to share with a fat, profusely sweating Aboriginal woman nursing a sick baby. The smell of stale hops, mixed with the fetid air, made it difficult to breathe, and Aku's clean white starched shirt was soon soaked with sweat and clung to his skinny frame. The sea was choppy even before they sailed into a bad squall off Lion Island. All were seasick, the Aboriginal woman so violently that at one stage she helplessly dropped the baby onto the dirty planking, where it landed in a mess of vomit at little Sparrow's feet. Despite her discomfort, she impulsively picked up the child, then immediately perceived that the act of comforting this blackfella devil child might be yet another bad omen. Arriving in Chinatown that evening, they paid to share a room with another couple, only to discover that there were also 6 children and an infant who was teething and cried most of the night. The following morning they visited the home of the scribe, who, years earlier, had written Aku's letter requesting a bride, and arranged little Sparrow's trip to the valley. They discovered that he had recently died, and they now had no one they could trust to help them. There were dream interpreters, seers, and soothsayers aplenty, it seemed. Almost everyone they asked knew one. Sydney was a raw new Chinese community, the seeds of traditional order and rank too recently sown. Anyone could be almost anything they wanted, and Aku and little Sparrow were easy to spot as a pair of country bumpkins ripe for the picking. They were not fools, yet they had no safe starting point. It seemed they could return home with the dream and Aku's purse intact, or take a punt on someone who claimed to be a Shunmeng Xingshang and looked and sounded trustworthy. After 3 days, Aku was becoming increasingly morose, and little Sparrow blamed herself. If her dream were a message from the gods, then surely its interpreter should be awaiting their arrival. She was about to offer herself to her honourable husband for a severe beating when their luck changed. Coming down Wentworth Avenue towards them was a prosperous-looking Chinese man who seemed about to pass when he stopped suddenly and gave Aku a quizzical look. "Aku?" he asked in a tentative voice. Aku nodded, but didn't recognize the stranger. The man slapped his chest and smiled fit to burst. "Wong Ka Leung, you saved my life at the diggings. he exclaimed. There was much bowing and nodding and expressions of joy at the reunion, and Wong Kar-leung insisted they stay as his guests in a place he owned where they would have a room to themselves. "We must celebrate," he exclaimed. "A banquet tonight, and you will be the honored guest." He cast a glance at Little Sparrow. "My wife will attend to your wife." He clapped his hands together. "I will invite the Dragon Master, Tang Wing-hung." Aku was bewildered at the unexpected meeting and suddenly afraid. He had long since grown unaccustomed to his own kind, or to being treated with honor, and felt out of his depth. "Ah Wong," he protested, using the familiar form of Wong Kar-leung's name. "I am unworthy, a grower of vegetables, no less a barefoot peasant than I was in China. Such a great honor is not for the likes of me. I do not possess the manners required or have the conversation for such a grand occasion, much less the temerity to address the head of the triad." Ah Wong drew back. "A brave man may sit in the company of the emperor," he quoted. "You will be the most worthy man at the banquet, Aku." Aku shook his head and indicated his shabby white cotton shirt and heavy boots. The collar of his shirt, washed and starched by Little Sparrow 3 days previously, was ringed with dirt from walking the dusty streets, and his suit was no better. "I have one clean shirt, that is all. It is for visiting the Shunmeng Xingshang," he explained, then added lamely, "We only expected to be here 2 days." He shrugged, spread his hands, and looked down at his thin torso. "I have only this guero suit and no blacking for my boots." Ah Wong lightly touched the lapel of Aku's jacket. "We are the same size," he said, then patted his stomach lightly and laughed. "Perhaps I have a little more around the middle. I have lots of clothes, and we will make a good fit." His expression was suddenly serious. "Aku, you must allow me to repay my debt." Aku shook his head slowly. "I cannot accept your kindness, Ah Wong. What happened was many moons ago, and is long forgotten. As there is no debt, there is no repayment necessary. I compliment you on your prosperity." Ah Wong sighed. "With the help of the gods and the Dragon Master, yes, I have prospered. Now my greatest wish is to offer my gratitude in a tangible way." He paused, thinking. "But what is this about a soothsayer? Do you have a problem? Perhaps I can help." He looked up and down the street, then turned back to them. "It is hot standing here, and there is a tea-house." He pointed across Wentworth Avenue. "Let us take tea and talk." He glanced at Little Sparrow. "Do you wish your wife to accompany us? I can direct someone to take her to my house, where my wife will serve her tea." Aku shook his head. "No, she will stay," he said, in a sudden panic at being left alone. They crossed the street and entered a tiny room where there were 2 tables, both unoccupied. Ah Wong addressed an elderly woman who had been seated on a chair, a tray on her lap, shelling broad beans. Seeing them enter, she had risen and placed the tray on one of the tables. Clasping her hands, she bowed, silently greeting them. Ah Wong indicated the tables. "Both are now taken," he instructed her. "You will be paid twice the cost of what we order. Bring tea and dim sum, then make yourself scarce. I will call if you are needed, old mother." The woman bowed and disappeared through a bead curtain to the back of the tea-house. The 2 men seated themselves, and Ah Wong, smiling, turned to Aku. "Now, first you must tell me about yourself. I have thought of you often, and longed and prayed to the gods that you had prospered, and that we should meet again. My prayers have been answered in this miraculous chance meeting." Little Sparrow, afraid that if she sat with Aku he would lose face with his friend from the past, made to seat herself at the spare table. To her surprise, Aku indicated for her to do otherwise, and waited until she was seated before addressing the urbane Ah Wong. "If you wish, I will tell you my unworthy story." It was obvious he was uncomfortable at the prospect. "Then, with your permission, Little Sparrow will tell you of the dream, the reason for our being here." He paused, nervously clearing his throat. But before I do so, while I am grateful for your hospitality, and we will accept your offer of a clean room, for which we will pay you, I must explain that I am no longer accustomed to the company of my own people, nor have I ever attended a banquet." Ah Wong interrupted, explaining, "It is only a banquet in the manner of speaking, a few guests." "No, it is impossible." Aku threw up his hands in protest. Then, fearing that he had spoken too forcefully, lowered his voice. "I was seasick coming down the coast, and my stomach has not yet adjusted." As if to consolidate this untruth, he went on, "I can eat only a little plain rice, and so you will lose face with your guests. I cannot accept." Aku, thoroughly out of his depth, felt himself trembling and was afraid to meet the other man's eyes. Little Sparrow, who had not felt his touch since the disastrous birth of the twins, now longed to comfort her distraught husband. While love was not a prerequisite for marriage, and indeed she had no notion of what such an emotion might be, she deeply honoured this man who seldom castigated her, and had never once taken the donkey whip to her unworthy hide. Aku finally summoned the courage to look up. "If you can recommend a soothsayer of good reputation, it would be more than sufficient repayment where no payment was necessary. We would be most grateful," he concluded. It was clear to Ah Wong that his long-lost friend and saviour had made a final decision. "Oh, forget about the banquet," he replied with a brush of his hand. "I will see what I can do about Sia." He grinned to indicate the subject of the banquet was closed, and there were no hard feelings. He leaned forward, his elbows on the table. "Now, tell me about yourself, Aku," he said again. "It hardly seems possible. It is 30 years, even a little more, perhaps, eh?" The old woman, carrying a tray, entered the tiny room to the rattle of the bead curtain, and placed on the table a large pot of green tea, 3 small ceramic bowls, a large tin plate of dim sims, chopsticks, and 3 smaller tin plates, then bowed and departed. Aku nodded to Little Sparrow to pour the tea. He had missed breakfast and dinner the previous day and was ravenous, and the old lady's dim sum looked excellent. But then he realized that only minutes before he'd claimed to have an upset stomach. He took a sip of tea, then, clearing his throat, he attempted to explain his life in the valley. It was so long since he had talked about himself, even thought about his circumstances or compared them to those of other Chinese, that relating his life among the Guelo timber-getters came haltingly. The blessing of 6 sons, followed by the disaster of twin daughters, was the main thrust. He mentioned the market garden and the humble eatery, the donkey cart, the pigs, and the terrible waste of beautiful cedar, but skipped over the part where, after the birth of the twins, he promised the gods he would practice abstinence to appease their anger, aware that, like almost all Chinese men, Ah Wong would cherish virility and potency above all things. He moved on to recent times, with his 2 eldest sons now sufficiently mature to manage the market garden, and the remaining children able to help in the chop house. He had decided to make an offering of a roasted piglet, pomegranates and persimmons to the gods, and ask for their permission to use the chisels Little Sparrow had brought all those years ago from China. He looked over at her and then back at Ah Wong. "She has since had a dream, 3 times, always exactly the same." He shrugged. "It is why we have come here, to find the good Shunmeng Xingshang for a translation." Ah Wong nodded slowly and absent-mindedly indicated that Little Sparrow should fill his cup, even though he had barely sipped from it.
The gods have been generous, Aku. You have 6 sons to bring comfort to your old age.
Then, silently recognizing the impossibility of twins finding someone who would be willing to marry one half of the same imperfect vessel, added in an encouraging voice,
And 2 daughters who will be faithful and caring handmaidens to rub your feet and back and attend to your every need.
He paused and frowned, then nodded towards Little Sparrow.
You say it is your wife who had this dream. Dreams?
Clearly, as with Aku's own initial response, his friend's first instinct was to discredit the dreams of a peasant woman. Aku, conscious of his skepticism, replied,
She will tell it and you will decide for yourself.
Little Sparrow was by nature a silent, self-effacing woman, who saw Ah Wong as far above her station in life. She accepted that he must harbour doubts that a mere ignorant peasant woman would be chosen by the gods as a vessel for transporting an important dream, and she was anxious not to let her husband down in front of this important stranger. Aku, still nervous and conscious of the fact that he had done a heavy-handed job of relating his past since the time the 2 men parted after leaving the diggings, didn't make things any easier by addressing her in a proprietary tone, tinged with premature censure.
You are my mouthpiece. Speak clearly, and do not under any circumstances leave anything out, he instructed.
Little Sparrow was terrified, but she fervently believed the dream belonged to her honourable husband and was not her own. On pain of death, she must tell it well to this stranger who had promised to find a soothsayer they could trust, and so she began to speak. She related the dream, each sequence treated like a play and given its own weight and colour. Finally, she completed the penultimate scene and glanced at Aku for his approval. He nodded, whereupon she concluded with the image of the number 8 chisel, its original steel blade embedded in the wooden heart of the fat dragon. Leaning forward for emphasis and holding 3 fingers above his head, buoyed by his wife's beautiful account of the dream, Aku pronounced in an emphatic voice,
The dream, has been repeated 3 times without a single change in detail.
He drew back and, with a jerk of the head, nodded his approval to Little Sparrow. Despite himself, Ah Wong was impressed with the depth of content in this dream. It was so far beyond the imagination of a mere woman that he no longer doubted she had been used by the gods. Inexplicably, they had chosen to speak to his friend through his ugly, pockmarked wife. He was momentarily silent and seemed to be thinking.
I have a plan, he declared at last. The Dragon Master owns a chop house. The best. There is a private room.
Aku interrupted.
You promised no banquet. No banquet. Definitely no banquet. A quiet dinner. Just you and me.
He grinned, conscious of the look of relief on his friend's face.
There is a private room where we will eat alone.
He paused fractionally, then added almost as an afterthought,
He will simply drop in for a few minutes to hear the dream. Whereupon, I will ask him to help you.
Aku once again looked uncertain. The gesture from Ah Wong, bringing in the triad boss, was well beyond his personal merit and could be perilous.
There is too much pork on my plate for the price of this dish, he quoted.
Ah Wong attempted to reassure him. This message from the gods would require a great dream master, and there was only one such in New Yellow Gold Mountain. He paused, then explained.
Aku, I am Honggun, Red Stick, second only to one other who serves Dragon Master Tang Wing Hung, who has at his exclusive disposal the most venerable soothsayer of all. If you come with me tonight, I will ask that he permit the Great One, who even in our native land was revered as a master of celestial ways, to translate your dream.
Little Sparrow gasped, then clapped both hands over her mouth. It was an offer Aku must not, could not, refuse. It was indeed a monumental and generous offer, and Aku suspected that even for the number 3 in the triad, it was not going to be an easy request to make. But unlike Little Sparrow, he was not sure it was such a good idea. He was aware that the gods had a pecking order, and that an ignorant peasant such as he would never have a request answered by a member of the top celestial echelon, those gods who reserve their time for emperors, the well-born rich, and dragon masters of special merit. Furthermore, an introduction to a Shunmeng Xingshang as influential as the one Ah Wong proposed could be seen by them as a deliberate attempt at deception, one likely to result in further anger from the gods. By going over their heads, it might even cause a loss of face for those gods of a lesser order who created the dream in response to his request for guidance in the matter of putting the chisels to work.
Ah Wong, 1,000 thanks, but this honor is too great. Do you not know of a reliable seer you trust, who deals with messages from the lesser gods? Aku asked. Of course, but he is not sufficient for this dream, Ah Wong answered firmly. We must involve the Dragon Master. He hesitated. But I cannot absolutely guarantee his cooperation. He will need to hear your dream before he decides.
A look of undisguised relief crossed Aku's face.
Ah, but I cannot tell this dream sufficiently well. In my hands it is limp, dead weed, that has no color. It can only offend and waste the time of the venerable Tang Wing Hung.
Aku glanced at Little Sparrow, knowing that she would not be permitted to dine with them or be allowed in the presence of the Dragon Master, and that at this moment she would be utterly distraught that her husband had missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ah Wong had already demonstrated that he was a quick thinker, and seemingly only paused for a moment.
Aha, I see. Then I will arrange for a ping-pong, a screen. She will tell the dream from behind it.
He turned to Little Sparrow.
You shall wear servant's clothing. I will arrange for this, and also for you to come through the rear entrance. How can a woman so ugly be chosen by the gods to carry a dream so filled with omens and portents? He wondered.
Little Sparrow was not offended by this plan. In fact, she was hard put to contain her delight.
I will tell his dream even better from behind a screen, she said to herself.
Half an hour before the two men arrived at the chop house, Little Sparrow was ensconced behind a double screen, the single one proving too narrow to hide her bulk. As with her great-great-grandson, this was not about fat. It was a peculiar build that was not often seen among Caucasians, but was sometimes a characteristic of the Chinese peasant, where the requirement for strength was written in the genes. Anyway, there she was, seated uncomfortably on a small wooden stool, safely prevented from offending the eyes of the Dragon Master, should he deign to present himself. Tang Wing Hung's chop house was the best in Chinatown, which was simply another way of saying it was the best in Sydney. Not that the exterior was intended to impress. While there were a few Chinese who had prospered, none had prospered more than the Dragon Master, whose influence extended to every Chinese in the colony, and some said in the entire country. Most Chinese were poor working men, and for a chop house to prosper, it had to provide cheap food of good quality served in abundance. The area serving the working population was pretty basic. Sawdust-covered floors were crammed with as many long benches and tables as could be fitted into the space. For the Chinese worker who didn't cook at home, eating out was a necessity, not a luxury, and the quality of a chop house was judged by the noise coming from it. No Chinese of that time would eat at a place he couldn't hear from 100 yards away. But the private room built at the back of the chop house was clearly meant for the rich and important in the community. It was where the Dragon Master himself entertained, and where business deals were struck, often with the Guelo population, respectable and otherwise, and it was intended to impress. While not large, the walls, 3 feet thick, were constructed of sandstone to keep out noise, while the door was covered in felt 2 inches thick. The decor was in the Shanghai Chinese tradition, but with a touch of the Victorian salon. The heavy silk drapes were peacock blue, and red and gold wallpaper covered the walls. The black lacquer table and chairs seated 6, and both were elaborately inlaid with mother-of-pearl featuring birds, dragons, carp and cherry blossoms. Aku noted that the floor was of polished cedar, covered in 3 silk carpets of elaborate design. 2 screens of painted oyster-coloured silk featured a painting of vertiginous mountains, wind-blown trees and misty jagged rocks that appeared through clouds and rose out of dark lakes. It was framed in the traditional colours of black, red and gold. Adjacent to the screens was an elaborate Chinese armchair featuring a large curled dragon carved into the headrest and 2 smaller dragons along the arms. The seat and part of the backrest were upholstered in plain yellow silk. It was a masterpiece of the woodcarver's art. For Aku, already overwhelmed by the opulence surrounding him, it was the most beautiful object he had ever seen. Ah Wong noticed his open admiration.
"It is the 3-dragon chair. Only the Dragon Master may sit in it," he explained.
Aku longed to feel the carving, but knew he dare not touch it. He felt intimidated just being in the same room as such a piece of furniture, and the thought of why the single chair faced the screen, where Little Sparrow sat hidden from view, made him want to run for his worthless life. But such a cowardly and unmannerly act would cause his host mortal offence. Aku silently prayed that the Dragon Master would think better of visiting someone so patently unworthy. He told himself for the umpteenth time that he would be more than satisfied with Ah Wong's second choice of Shunmeng Xingshang, reasoning that a mere peasant's dream could not possibly need the personal attention of the greatest soothsayer in all the land. Before the meal began, Ah Wong inquired solicitously about Aku's stomach ailment, and, now that the dinner was inevitable, was assured that a miraculous cure had taken place. Aku's self-imposed fast meant he was starving. The meal consisted of a great many dishes, all sumptuous, some extravagant, with a predominance of pork, to indicate Ah Wong's generosity as a host. Aku had never tasted better. His host plied him with increasingly refined delicacies, until he could not fit another grain of rice into his straining stomach. It was the most splendid repast he had ever eaten, and if it had not been a banquet for many, it had certainly been one for 2 old friends. In Aku's opinion, he had been repaid 1,000-fold for rescuing Ah Wong all those years ago. He had, during the course of the dinner, graciously accepted 2 glasses of rice wine, and while the pork fat in his stomach prevented him being anything more than slightly tipsy, he was relaxed enough to overcome his jaw-chattering anxiety when a servant pushed open the heavy door, and Tang Wing Hung, the Dragon Master himself, made a sudden appearance. Both men kicked back their chairs and stood to rigid attention with their heads bowed in respect. Aku was afraid to look up. No introductions were offered, but the Triad boss was quick to put them at ease.
"Sit,"
he said quietly, and motioned them to resume their seats. Bowing deeply, they did as they were told. Tang Wing Hung moved over to the 3-dragon chair and seated himself comfortably, with his hands resting on the dragon heads that terminated each of its arms. Aku stole a quick glance at the seated Dragon Master. To his surprise, he saw that his face was as broad as any low-born peasant's, and as deeply pocked as Little Sparrow's, and that his legs were relaxed and crossed at the ankles. Behind the screen, Little Sparrow had her hand tightly covering her mouth, in case the Dragon Master should hear her rapid breathing. Tang Wing Hung refused Ah Wong's offer of French brandy or food. Then, slightly adjusting his position in the chair, he nodded and said quietly, "You may proceed." Despite the effects of the rice wine, Aku now found himself trembling uncontrollably, his knees knocking together under the table. He dared not raise his eyes as Little Sparrow began to talk. In fact, he kept them glued to the table for the entire dream recital. Where she found the strength in her voice, little Sparrow would never know. She related the dream calmly, pausing, colouring in the background and placing the emphasis where it was needed. When her narration finally ended, she had given a masterful performance. Tang Wing Hung rose from the three-dragon chair, and the two men jumped from their seats and stood to attention, heads bowed. Ah Koo was momentarily terrified as he waited for a reaction to the dream. The Dragon Master gave them the briefest of nods, then glanced at the screen for a moment before looking down at Ah Koo. You may use the Shunmeng Xingxiang. There will be no charge for his services. He nodded a second time, and then, to the astonishment of the two men, turned and addressed the screen. Dream Mistress, it was a most worthy telling. He turned and walked the few steps to the door, and before Ah Wong could rush to open it, it was swung open by a servant positioned on the other side, who had had his eye glued to a tiny magnified glass peephole. Without turning to acknowledge them, the Dragon Master swept out. Little Sparrow, seemingly riveted to the tiny three-legged stool, moved for the first time. Despite its undoubted chunkiness, she simply could not believe the extent of the pain in her unworthy ass. Chapter 2. I recall the moment when my life changed forever. The phone rang at my desk in the agency at exactly 6 minutes past 1 on a Monday at the start of the lunch hour. I know the exact time because Ross Quinlivan, our creative director, had popped his rusty, untidy, ginger-mustachioed Irish-Australian head around the door of my glass cubicle and said, "Pub? Sango? Couple of beers?" Ross always ordered a cheese and tomato sandwich with 2 middies to arrive on the bar together. The Sango went untouched, save for a single bite. It was his make-believe lunch. The 2 beers, one fast, one slow, he regarded as an essential component of his diet. I once asked if he ever ate vegetables. "That's a fucking tomato, isn't it?" he said, pointing to a red bit protruding from the bitten sandwich. I knew the phone rang at 6 minutes past 1 o'clock because Ross's head always appeared at precisely 5 minutes past the beginning of lunch hour, just to demonstrate his self-discipline. He would have been thinking about the first 2 beers of the day since at least noon, but he always waited the additional 5 minutes to demonstrate to himself that he was a man with a will of steel. "Not today, mate. Got a 2 o'clock Wills meeting. New fag. Got to get this layout finished," I'd replied. I heard his rubber-soled brogue squeak down the passage towards the distant ding of the lift, arriving in the foyer of the creative department. So I reckon 6 minutes past the hour was spot on. I have no idea why, when significant events occur, the precise time is important to me. Maybe it's some sort of genetic throwback. The Chinese are obsessed with numbers. Or it may be like remembering where you were when you heard of President Kennedy's assassination. By the way, that was at exactly 12:30 p.m. on Friday, November the 22nd, 1963. The exact time the first of Lee Harvey Oswald's rifle shots entered his upper back, penetrated his neck, slightly damaged a vertebra and the top of his right lung, then came out of his throat just below his Adam's apple and nicked the left side of his tie knot. See? I can't bloody help myself. Anyway, yeah, the phone rang. "Hello, Cookie," I said into the receiver. "Go," a voice barked at the other end. Yes? "My office. Now, please." The please was clearly insincere, and the use of my surname alone wasn't a promising sign. The reference to my immediate presence in his office indicated it was someone in the agency, but I hadn't the foggiest idea who. I called the switchboard. "Odette, do you know who just called me?" Odette had a reputation for being able to identify any voice in the world after hearing it only once. She was Maltese, but clearly had Spanish blood, and she'd been with the agency since just after the war, when she joined as a trainee on the switch at the age of 17. Having quickly been promoted, she was now senior switchboard operator, and at 38, still a great-looking sort with the figure of a flamenco dancer. Her dark, flashing eyes could give you a hard-on at a glance, or send you whimpering away like a kicked puppy. She was said to have been the chairman's mistress at one time. And while this may merely have been agency scuttlebutt, plenty of that around, anyone silly enough to think she didn't pack a punch in the agency would be wrong. She had the dirt on everyone, particularly the chairman, apparently. Fortunately, we got on very well.
"No call came through switch, Cookie," she replied.
Whoever it was dialed direct. That can't be bad. No secretary or call through the switch. Then it hit me. The gravelly voice, almost a growl, the result of 10,000 fags too many. Jesus. The chairman of the board, Charles Brickman. He personally looked after the WD and H.O. Wills cigarette business, our biggest and oldest account. I flew into a panic. The 2 o'clock Wills meeting? Christ, surely not. My layout for the new brand is no big deal, but he's dialed through himself, using his very own tobacco-stained forefinger. In 5 years, he'd never attended a single client meeting. With him, it was strictly chairman to chairman. If it weren't for his portrait in the agency foyer, I'd have had trouble remembering what he looked like. I'd never been in Brickman's office and had seen him only once, 3 years previously, the only time I'd heard his voice. He was a small, slight guy, shorter than me, in a trilby and with a pronounced limp. He was said to avoid the passenger lift, taking the goods lift from the car park in the basement to the 10th floor, where his office supposedly occupied the entire northern corner overlooking the harbour. It was also said that he never acknowledged staff. On the one occasion I heard him speak, senior staff had been summoned to the boardroom just before knock-off time at 5 o'clock. I must have only just made the cut, having been appointed a creative group head 2 weeks previously. Situated on the 9th floor, and mostly used for client meetings, the boardroom wasn't all that big, so it was curious to see a microphone set up on a small temporary wooden platform near the door. The table had been removed, and the 20 or so senior staff were crammed together. Our managing director, Paul Simons, suddenly called for silence from the doorway, then announced, in a voice just short of senatorial, "Lady and gentlemen, the chairman." Charles Brickman limped in and, mounting the platform, cleared his throat not once but twice. Enhanced by the microphone, it sounded like gravel moving down Arku's gold sluice. Then he spoke. "You will not be aware that I have just returned from America, where I sold Brickman and Crane to the Americans. We are henceforth to be known as Samuel Oswald Brickman." Crane had gone missing in the new name, though this was hardly a surprise. Nobody, not even Joy Young, the sole lady in Brickman's introduction and our radio manager, could remember when there had been a Crane, and she had joined the company a year after it started. Rumour had it that before the war, John Crane got 6 years in Long Bay for embezzling agency funds. Dobbed in, it was said, by Charlie Baby himself. He then went to live on Norfolk Island, originally the most notorious convict settlement of them all. Anyway, he'd been rubbed out of the agency letterhead and history with this latest announcement. So had the corniest telephone joke in the industry. In response to Odette's standard phone greeting, "Brickman and Crane?" some smart-ass from a rival agency, fresh from a liquid lunch, would say, "Ah, is that the construction company? I'd like to speak to the foreman." Odette would famously respond in her delightful Maltese accent, "Vamos, wanker," before she cut him off. Management had tried to stop her after a senior account man, attending an advertising convention, learned from a counterpart in another agency that they only did it to hear her famous rebuttal. But she had nevertheless continued, and now John Crane was destined to become a forgotten part of agency history. "There'll be a half-page advertisement announcing the sale in the financial section of tomorrow's Sydney Morning Herald," Charles Brickman concluded hoarsely. He paused, glancing at his wristwatch, and rasped, "You can all go home now." That was it, short and sweet, not a word more than necessary. A curt nod of the head, and he limped from the boardroom. "I guess he's not going to buy us a beer, then," Ross muttered out of the corner of his mouth. I remember thinking the ad in the Herald the following morning, announcing the sale, must have been set at the newspaper. No art director in the creative department briefed on the announcement, or, for that matter, anyone in the production department doing the finished art would have been foolish enough to keep it quiet. They'd know they'd blow the trust the rest of us had in them forever. Later, over a beer in the pub where we'd all gathered to spread the news to the rest of the staff, Ross voiced my thoughts.
Just goes to show what the bastards in management really think of creative, doesn't it? We'll be the first American agency to arrive in Australia since J. Walter Thompson in the late 20s, and it's left to an account executive to write the copy, and some no-hoper Herald compositor, no doubt wearing boxing gloves, to finesse the job and do the actual layout for the announcement.
Mate, have you considered the acronym? I asked.
What?
SOB? I pronounced each letter. This got a big laugh.
Come to think of it, that's not too bad. Son of a bitch advertising.
I waited. Nah, SOB. We've gone from Brickman and Crane, the construction company, to SOB Advertising. I'm not so sure we're much better off, and just you wait. They'll send out a Yank creative director to kick ass. All-round murmurs and quaffing of beers followed while this thought was absorbed. We were all aware of the Reformation in American advertising, the 60s creative revolution coming out of New York. The winds of change had been blowing down Madison Avenue like everywhere else. Which is good, we would reassure ourselves. About bloody time, yeah, improve things. Mumble, mumble, burp. But the cultural cringe was still a very real part of the Australian psyche, and we secretly wondered if we were up to it. The print stuff coming out in the American Art Directors Annual was pretty piss-elegant, and we were conscious that we were not in the same league as the creative guys at Doyle Dane Bernbach, whose Volkswagen ads were among the very best of 1,000 other mind-blowing print ads and TV commercial reels coming out of New York agencies. Doyle Dane Bernbach, McCann Erickson, Ogilvy and Mather, Grey Advertising, Jack Tinker and Partners, BBDO and Ted Bates, and out of Chicago, Leo Burnett. New York's Madison Avenue was to the advertising business what Broadway was to theatre. It was where all the big American agencies were to be found, and where these agencies' names were, so to speak, up in lights. In New York, the account executive prepared the brief, and the creative department translated it into meaningful and exciting advertising. Here, the account executive called all the shots and decided with the client what they wanted, and the creative people simply did as they were told. Not surprisingly, the advertising was pretty dull. In creative terms, Australia was still in the dark ages. My prophecy in the pub came true. New York sent out a creative director named Jonas Bold. Jonas, was this yet another portent? But he proved to be a great darts player, all-round good guy and notorious muff diver, as he called it. The secretaries and the girls in the media department must have been on the new contraceptive pill, because they all seemed to want a piece of the good-looking Yank. That was, until a lightly tanned, leggy blonde junior copywriter named Sue Chipchase decided to exercise the second syllable in her surname and set out to get him. 6 months later, he took Sue back to the Bronx to get his Jewish parents to agree to him marrying his blonde, blue-eyed, mini-skirted Australian shiksa. Returning to Sydney, she marched Jonas down to Hardy Brothers, the jewellers who made the Melbourne Cup, and came back with a rock the size of a small agate. Shortly after this, Jonas was promoted to creative director of the New York office and left Australia with his new bride, who, in the meantime, had given up copywriting. A clash of interests. She now had her own byline, working for Vogue magazine Australia, with a social business smart girl about town magazine column, appropriately named Chip and Chase. Funnily, our New York agency held the American Vogue account. But nobody really minded. Nepotism was, after all, the backbone of global advertising, and we all liked Sue. She wasn't only long legs and big baby blues. There was a good brain in that pretty head. Besides, we owed Jonas heaps. He stood up to clients and account management and fought for our ideas. He'd taught us a heap, bolstered our confidence and fattened our egos, and then left us to get on with it. Ross Quinlivan, a popular choice, was appointed creative director to replace him. We were doing okay, in fact, pretty well. The previous year I got 2 print ads in the New York Art Directors Annual, and Ross got the first logie for a TV ad for Coca-Cola. We were pretty chuffed with ourselves. So here I was on the 10th floor, outside the chairman's office, being inspected by a dragon woman I judged to be in her late 50s, who had bobbed hennaed hair, the grey not entirely covered, who, from her expression, appeared very recently to have sucked a lemon.
Mr. Koo?
Yes?
You're late. The chairman doesn't like to be kept waiting.
I'm sorry, Mrs.
Miss.
A sharp reproof, no name proffered. Then, a moment later, a forefinger stabbed at a button on the desk intercom.
Mr. Brinkman, Mr. Koo has finally arrived.
Yeah, righto. The intercom's crackle added to his gravelled tones. He sounded 3 years closer to emphysema. Miss Hennerhead gave a dismissive toss of the head towards the inner office.
You may go in.
Charles Brickman was sitting at his desk, a huge antique early Georgian one. Very nice. He was writing with a gold Parker pen and didn't look up when I entered. A thin blue spiral of cigarette smoke climbed into the air above his head from a large Lalique glass ashtray to his left, the beautiful object already filled with butts. The office was large and imposing, expensively furnished with carefully chosen antiques. It was in surprisingly good taste, which sadly hadn't extended to the rest of the agency, which consisted of wood and semi-opaque glass cubicles divided by long passages, each office equipped with a plain pine desk and plastic upholstered visitor's chair. I'd designed the foyers and interview rooms for my family's 18 Sydney funeral parlours, and in the process learned a bit about antiques. I've always liked old furniture. It's another way of understanding history. While at art school, I did a course in antique furniture design, especially English and French. It was this that foolishly prompted my Uncle John, who runs the family C&B, Coffins and Burials, to commission me to do the parlour interiors. Not that the average punter, known in the business as the dearly bereaved, would recognise a genuine antique from a fake as they negotiated the final send-off of a loved one, but what the hell? I was never going to get a second chance, and so I figured I might as well do the job properly. My Uncle John damn near suffered a major heart attack when he got the final bill, and lost no time bringing it up at the next board meeting. For once, my mum stood up for me. My dad, probably pissed, was reported to have said, "John, your class is up your ass. Leave the boy alone." Needless to say, I wasn't given the job of doing the 22 parlours in the other states, even though sales had since jumped 15% in Sydney, and a more affluent clientele had been attracted to the family death and dying business. Funnily, none of the other directors in charge of the 88 Little Sparrow Chinese restaurants asked me to design their restaurant interiors. Now, with my great flat feet planted on a handmade antique Orbison silk rug spread in front of the desk, I stood opposite my chairman and was forced to revise the idea that Charles Brickman was a little guy. A surprising amount of his torso showed above the beautiful old desk, indicating a taller man than I remembered. He wasn't wearing a jacket, and his red striped American barbershop braces stood out against a plain white shirt. I wondered briefly if the chairman had received a sartorial tip from his well-known New York agency counterpart, the very British chairman of O&M, David Ogilvy, who famously wore red braces. But where did I get the notion that, like me, Charles Brickman was a short ass? Strange, I'm usually pretty observant, and like all vertically challenged men, I never failed to notice those who were shorter than me. "Sit," he growled, not looking up from his writing. I glanced at the two chairs standing directly in front of the desk. They were Louis XV French medallion-back occasional chairs in gilded wood, upholstered in black velvet. The gold was suitably tarnished by age, and while this was a style of chair that was commonly reproduced, I hadn't the slightest doubt these two were genuine, the real McCoy. If I sound a bit precious, it's just that I'm into antiques and chose this exact style for the funeral parlour interview rooms. They're known as SOS, Sales Opportunity Seats, where you settle the distraught dearly bereaved, ideally holding hands, their chairs always placed near a large vase of pungent white Easter lilies, and attempt to persuade them to upgrade to a more expensive casket. The death salesman is a peculiar breed, usually puny in stature, slightly hunched, convincing, sincere, sympathetic in manner, apparently guileless but utterly ruthless. Everyone is familiar with the representation of death, a skeleton in a monk's cowled robe carrying a sickle. But according to my dad, if you look carefully into the dark shadow it casts, you'll find a coffin salesman gleefully rubbing his hands. However, in the case of the funeral parlour's interview rooms, I was reluctantly forced to accept reproduction Louis XV chairs for the SOS, because I couldn't find enough genuine antiques in Australia. Okay, I admit, that was not quite true. I didn't try very hard because the tarnished gilding, the don't touch part of any genuine antique, would appear to your average mourner as a worn paint job, signifying a funeral parlour that was run down and poorly managed. So I opted for reproduction chairs, precise copies handmade with immaculate gilded woodwork, and still expensive enough to cause Uncle John to have another major conniption. But the problem was that the chairman's 2 chairs had arms and were not wide enough in the seat to accommodate my brick shithouse build without damaging them. "What?" Brickman asked, sensing me looming over him. "The chair, sir. I could damage it." Looking up for the first time, he reached for the blue spiralling cigarette and took a puff. "Bloody gaspers." He managed several coughs before resting it on the lip of the French ashtray, then rasped, "Miss Grace, bring the chair." The shout came out as a strangled cough. Realising that his damaged voice wouldn't carry to her office, he jabbed at the intercom, repeating his demand. "Shall I?" I nodded in the direction of her office. "No, stay. She sits on her fat ass all day," he growled. So, her surname was Grace, if ever there were a misnomer, and I would learn from Odette that her Christian name was Gertrude, and that she was known among the female staff as Graceless Gertie. She was also said to share her boss's sunny disposition and ready smile. Miss Grace, her sucked lemon expression even more sour, was plainly not happy. She entered carrying a solid oak, straight-backed dining chair. I moved towards her to take it, but she rudely pushed past me. I jumped aside just in time to prevent a collision, and caught a glimpse of the back of Brickman's desk out of the corner of my eye. The bugger had his chair set on a platform. Jesus, the conceit! Miss Grace plonked the chair down hard on the Aubusson rug, as if hoping she might damage it. Then, without saying a word, she turned and marched out. There was a ladder running down the calf of one of her nylon stockings. Her legs weren't bad. Funny, while some women cop varicose veins and puffy ankles as they age, with others the legs are the last to go. Miss Grace was one of the lucky ones. Brickman watched her depart, and then, shaking his head slowly, wheezed, "You fuck 'em when they're young and sweet, and you spend the rest of your life paying for it." I was taken by surprise, not sure I'd heard correctly. This was not the sort of comment I'd expected. I couldn't believe the elevated seat either. Clearly there was something I didn't understand, about him, about her. I reminded myself to check if he wore built-up heels, and to buy Odette a drink. "Sit," he said, nodding at the oak chair. "And thanks, Goo. That frog chair cost a few bob." Something resembling a grin momentarily revealed a sticky glimpse of tobacco-stained teeth. I guess all this taken together meant that, in the chairman's eyes, we were off to a reasonable start. I sat down on the hard wooden chair. I still didn't know why I was here. Should I have brought the layout I was rendering for the 2 o'clock Wills meeting, I wondered? I couldn't think why. It was the usual research-inspired crap. A hand holding up the new pack, 3 cigs, city skylining, poking from the top of a red packet at various heights. The subliminal message they were meant to convey was one for me, one for my mate, and one to offer to someone as a friendly gesture. The holy trinity of the tobacco industry. Personal satisfaction, mateship, and new friends. One research report allowed that the 3rd cigarette was for your lady friend. The problem was that the client believed all this unadulterated research crap. Then there was the headline, the result of some independent research outfit, flogging what they maintained the public really thinks. This deep probe into the public mind was invariably presented in a specially convened client meeting by some good-looking economics graduate in a miniskirt and wearing stilettos. Rather than seriously analysing the numbers her research company had crunched in a so-called 5-state definitive survey, Miss Tits and Ass would be doing more work in the presentation with her eyes and body, crossing her legs, leaning forward to show her cleavage, turning to the slide screen to wiggle her cute little bum at the client product manager. It was show and tell in the adult world, and the client lapped it up, as it allowed him to stay safe and not rock the boat with something that might resemble an original advertising idea. I was finalising the brilliant result for the meeting. New Templeton, the satisfaction of full-flavoured, mildly toasted Virginia tobacco. Every word in the headline was justified by the research gurus as deep and meaningful. For fuck's sake. That ought to have the punters queuing up at the corner shop before dawn on the day of the launch. W.D. and H.O. Wills hadn't yet caught up with the creative revolution in advertising. In fact, it hadn't even begun to penetrate the cloud of tobacco smoke, fogging up the meeting room in their advertising department. In the 5 years I'd been with the agency, Charles Brickman had never once asked to see a layout. As I mentioned before, he'd never even attended a client meeting. His part of the job was to smoke the product and massage the ego of Sir John Smith, the tobacco company chairman. My job was to turn out endless shitty research-guided layouts, and then spend hours discussing their subtle differences and how these would turn existing smokers onto the new brand. That was another tobacco industry shibboleth. We don't cause people to take up smoking. We only try to influence them to switch brands. The senior advertising manager responsible for that little gem, James Pudsworth, was promoted to the local company's board. Brickman killed the fag, stabbing it into the ashtray, crushing it as if it were a deadly worm, unconscious malice in the gesture. Then promptly lit another one. Earlier that year, the first warnings had appeared on cigarette packs in the US. Cigarette smoking may be injurious to your health. This got a bit of local publicity, and Wills convened a special explanatory meeting in the agency. They worked with the word may in the message, and pointed out that lots of things may be injurious to your health. Coffee, sugar, alcohol, too much fat in your diet, even crossing the road. You can do a lot with an ambiguous word like may. If you heed every warning you get in life, you may not get out of bed in the morning. Then their tame medical researcher, nicotine testing lab manager was a better description, stood up and said there were no definitive studies that showed tobacco was injurious to health. He pointed out that Europeans had been smoking tobacco since the Spanish introduced it in the early 1500s, along with potatoes, both incidentally from the same family as deadly nightshade. So there ought to be a warning on potatoes, the so-called boffin concluded. This got the mandatory laugh. We knew he meant it as a joke, but we wanted to believe, insisted on believing him. The upshot of the meeting was that the operative word may won the day, and we all left feeling safe. We should have recalled that the word may was also part of the cry uttered by those in deadly peril. Mayday. The warnings on American packs were in fact the first Mayday call about the physical harm done by smoking tobacco. Wills was, after all, the biggest account the agency had, our bread and butter. Lose it, and the agency would take a real belting in its financial billings. "You're Chinese, Coop," Charles Brickman said. It was a statement, not a question. "No, sir, 4th generation Australian." "Yes, but still Chinese. Your lot don't need to marry." "Well, no, sir, that's not strictly true. As a matter—" "Come on, cut the bullshit. Take a look in the mirror next time you're in the toilet, son," he interrupted. I was almost at the first stage of really disliking this bloke. "I'm a throwback, sir, to my great-great-grandmother. My sisters and several of my cousins look less Chinese than you do." I remembered just in time to add, "Sir." "4 generations, that's impressive," he said, patronising me. I ignored the tone. "Not really. My great-great-grandfather came to Australia in the gold rush. I guess most people could trace their forebears back to convict times. After all, transportation to New South Wales only stopped 15 years before the gold rush. I guess both our families were originally migrants in this land. I was aware of overstepping the mark, but I was a little miffed. He obviously thought of the Chinese as intruders who didn't belong here. Or was that a chip on my own shoulder? He didn't appear to notice.
Yeah, you're right, I suppose. But it's always been easier for us British.
Then he added with a chuckle,
Our throwbacks are not so noticeable.
Jesus, this bloke's my chairman. What do I say next? My Singapore-born Chinese mother, desperately worried about the fact that I'm the last coup unless I start producing sons, and the sooner the better, was extremely grateful that I was a throwback to Little Sparrow. Not that she didn't cherish my 3 distinctly Caucasian-looking sisters. She did. But my appearance was so intrinsically square, flat-faced peasant Chinese that, with her own ancestral genes coursing through my blood, she harboured a modest hope that a new Oriental influence would permeate the next coup generation, especially if I married a Chinese. My mother had done a good deal of research into my dad's family, and I had subsequently added to it with research of my own. She had passed all she knew on to us kids, as faithfully as if it were about her own family. All this had produced an affinity with Little Sparrow so strong that she had developed a kind of ancestor worship, which meant that our great-great-grandmother had always been a strong presence in our childhood. Our growing years had been peppered with alleged Little Sparrowisms. All of these were based on traditional wisdom and intended as guides to show us how we should behave. So that ignorant, silent, strong-minded peasant ancestor had become an iconic figure in our lives. One of her mythical sayings, transported telepathically all the way from the celestial realm to my mum, was, "When you are confused or angry, say nothing." Or, put into my dad's lingo, "Tell 'em bugger all, son." Charles Brickman, his expression quizzical, said,
You speak the language, of course.
It wasn't a question. "What language is that?" I asked, knowing full well. He clucked his tongue, a wet sound.
Chinese. What else?
I decided not to give the bastard an inch. He could fire me if he wanted to. With 2 ads in the New York Art Directors Annual, there wasn't an agency in town that wouldn't welcome me with open arms. "I suppose you mean Mandarin, Hokkien, or Cantonese? There are almost 300 languages in China." I paused meaningfully. "I don't speak any of them." This wasn't strictly true. My mum had taught us Cantonese when we were kids, and she'd regularly converse with us, but this hadn't happened for ages, and I wasn't sufficiently confident to claim it as a language I knew at street level. His expression didn't change, and ignoring my less than subtle put-down, he asked,
How would you like to go overseas, Coo?
His question came as a surprise, though later I castigated myself that I should have seen it coming a mile off. Overseas? My heart skipped a beat. Shit, New York, Madison Avenue.
New York have asked us to send someone suitable from Creative.
Jesus, New York, me? To the New York office, sir? I asked, hurriedly reintroducing the sir. The chairman drew back in surprise and started to cough violently, then reached into his trouser pocket for a handkerchief, brought it up to his mouth and spat into it, albeit fairly politely, then spoiled it all with a final hoarse clearing of the throat.
Have you not been listening to a single word I've said, Coo?
He took a deep breath.
Sing a bloody paw, for Christ's sake. They don't have Chinese working in the New York office.
Despite myself, I drew back and repeated, Singapore, as if it were a dirty word.
What's that mean?
He spat. Well, it comes as a bit of a surprise. I didn't know we had a Singapore office.
We do now, son. What do you imagine we've been talking about?
He waved a hand, indicating the office and its furnishings.
If you weren't so busy calculating the value of the stuff in my office, maybe you could concentrate for a minute or two.
I felt my flat face burning. There was a Louis XV wall clock tick-tocking away to his right, a receipt for which, if handed to Uncle John, would put him into one of our super deluxe gold-handled caskets. May I think about it?
What? You're not going?
He stabbed at the intercom.
Miss Grace, have Odette get me New York.
I don't want to be a smart-ass, but as I said previously, I'm a time freak. Besides, Jonas called us from time to time. New York was 14 hours behind Sydney, so it was after 11 p.m. yesterday, New York time. Only the cleaners would be at the agency that late. I wonder if there are any Chinese cleaners in the New York office. A wayward thought. Miss Grace crackled through the intercom. It's 11 p.m. yesterday, New York. The office is closed. Even through the intercom, her glee at one-upping him was palpable.
Yeah, righto,
Brickman sniffed, not transmitting this back to her. Perhaps I can have a few more details? I asked. He snatched at a lone scrap of paper in a green felt-lined gold-embossed leather in-tray.
Yeah, here somewhere.
He stopped and coughed.
They've bought a Chinese, Singapore agency owned by,
He squinted at the paper.
The Wing brothers.
He looked up at me.
Wing. That's Chinese, isn't it?
He didn't wait for my confirmation.
Wing Brothers Advertising. The Americans are sending in a manager, but the Chinese haven't got a creative department, and they need a Western-trained creative director to start one.
He flashed me one of his stained smiles, then winked.
Jesus, Coop. Think of all that free Chinese pussy. At your age, I'd have bloody jumped at it.
There it was again. He was 5'5" at the most, damn near a cripple. Had half a dozen strands of grey hair pasted over his small pink head, obvious breathing problems, and when he opened his mouth it looked like he'd been eating shit. Like me, he was not exactly handsome, and obviously never had been. Yet he gave the impression he was a veritable roue. I guess it went with the elevated chair. Poor old bugger. Miss Grace was probably it, his single amatory adventure. But then, in contrast, his office was in brilliant taste, not ostentatious, but idiosyncratic and understated. He hadn't put a foot wrong, except if you were being picky for the painting. There was a single large painting on the wall behind me that I'd glimpsed when I turned around to try to help Miss Grace with the chair. A Sidney Nolan from his Ned Kelly series. 10 grand if it was worth a penny. 2 walls were glass, looking out at a wide sweep of the harbour. I wondered to myself if the Ned Kelly was a bit of self-imaging. I'd like to think about it, I said, realising suddenly I could have a bit of a personal problem at home with my mum, who might see the transfer as opportune. According to her, Singapore was 3/4 Chinese, and therefore a much bigger marriage market than Australia. I was also most anxious to get out of the chairman's office and deliberately checked my watch. It was 3 minutes to 2. Sir, I've got a wills meeting at 2 o'clock. I put on a concerned look. I really should be there. New brand, big budget. He took a drag and stood, making no pretence that he was 6 feet 8 inches tall. He leaned over and crushed his cigarette, then reached for the pack and absent-mindedly took another. Standing on his dais, he glared down at me.
You've got until Wednesday. Now, don't you let me down, Coo. It was nice to be asked by the Americans, and they were pretty keen when I told them we had an art director in the office who was a Chinaman. Feather in our cap, what?
I winced inwardly. You'll keep, you racist bastard. Sir, like I said, I'll have to think about it.
Think? Think about what? I'll tell you what to think, Coo, a red-blooded young bloke like you.
He winked again.
Think pussy.
He reached down for the Ronson table lighter, lit up, inhaled deeply, then exhaled, his head almost disappearing behind the smoke screen.
Hop along now, Coo. Can't keep the client waiting.
I wanted to jump him, smash his nicotine-stained teeth down his scrawny turkey throat. Instead, I turned and meekly left. I could hear him coughing as I nodded to Miss Grace, and before she could open her mouth, I made a quick exit and headed towards the lifts. "The chair! You forgot to bring back the chair!" she shouted after me. I pretended not to hear, reached the lifts and pressed the button hard several times. The light above the door said it was on the ground floor. The 3 other lifts were all on different floors, but none of them near the 10th. Miss Grace came flying out of her office and marched up to me. I jumped back as she glared down at me, ablaze with powder, rouge, mascara, cheap perfume and righteous indignation.
"You forgot the chair, Mr. Koo," she hissed through clenched teeth.
Sorry. I turned and sprinted back through her office and into the chairman's. "Excuse me, sir," I cried. "That was quick. You've decided to take it," he rasped. "Yes, no, sir." I pointed and said, "The chair," grabbed hold of it, then ran from his office and dropped it beside Miss Grace's desk. She was standing at the door of her office.
"It doesn't go there," she snapped.
"I'm late for a wills meeting," I gasped. I heard the lift finally arriving, and the judder then clunk of its doors opening. This time it was her turn to jump out of the way.
"Rude!"
she shouted. I copped a second whiff of perfume as I tore down the passageway to the lift, arriving just in time to squeeze through the rapidly closing doors. Kaboom! Then the electric motor kicked in and whined as the lift descended. I was safe from the Dragon Lady. She was a good match for the chairman, and I would henceforth think of them as the gruesome twosome. It was 6 minutes past 2 o'clock. Shit. Exactly an hour. The worst of my life. I skipped the wills meeting and sent one of the guys in my group to attend and to present the layout. Fuck 'em. I'd had enough punishment for one day. Later, when I'd calmed down somewhat, I made a mental note. It was the 4th of July, 1966, 2 days after the full moon, though it was still the 3rd in New York. Tomorrow would be Independence Day, a holiday in America. That little bastard upstairs knew all along it was well past business hours in New York. It was why he'd given me until Wednesday to make up my mind. The call to Miss Grace to get in the New York office was simply a ploy to put further pressure on me. I silently castigated myself. I'd done a bloody good job of underestimating Chairman Charles Brickman, OBE. The following day, I bought Odette lunch. I needed more information from her than I'd get from a couple of drinks at the pub. She proved reluctant to talk about graceless Gertie and the chairman, dismissing the subject with a sigh and sudden lift of her dark Spanish eyebrows. Women's shorthand for, "I know, but I'm not going to say." It was plain that she and Gertie were not especially fond of each other. She also showed distinct ambivalence towards Charles Brickman, admitting he was an irascible bastard, but protesting that he had his good points. She wouldn't elaborate. I asked her, trying to put it carefully, how anyone so socially dysfunctional had succeeded in building a significant advertising agency, even before the Yanks came along and added their international list of clients. She laughed.
"The war helped. Contracts were awarded. He was a major in military supplies in Canberra. Then, after the war, he started out doing the political advertising for Bob Menzies' new Liberal Party, who beat Ben Chifley in the 1949 election. A lot of people reckon it was a brilliant campaign, but even Charlie, who wasn't shy about claiming credit, admitted it was probably Labour wanting to keep petrol rationing that really won the day. Then something blew up between him and Bob Menzies, and he switched to Labour for the New South Wales state election in 1953. Everyone said Cahill, the Labour Premier, hadn't the hope of staying in, but they won. The credit once again went to Charles, and his subsequent campaigns kept them in until Askin toppled them last year." She giggled. "Knowing him, if he'd had the chance, he'd have switched to Askin and the Libs last year." She leaned closer and said quietly, "I took the phone calls. He very nearly pulled it off with Askin, but Frank Packer, who was supporting Askin's campaign, wouldn't have a bar of Charlie Brickman."
A man for all seasons, eh?
You can say that again. He can sniff a wind change long before it's a whiff of a breeze.
She laughed.
In Canberra, among the Libs, his nickname was Shit a Brick. The Labour feds call him the Brickworks. If you need to destroy someone's reputation, he can build a solid foundation composed of lies and innuendo. He knows where the bodies are buried in both major parties, so should a company need a political favor, they know where to come. She shrugged. The result is mutual back-scratching that leads to prosperity for all parties.
She glanced at her watch. Got to get back to the switch. Reaching for her handbag, she added, Here's something to think about, Cookie. The chairman never does anything above the table. The previous night, Monday, I'd arrived home late from a darts game against another agency. We lost, mostly due to my lack of concentration. My mum was in bed, so thankfully I didn't have to front her. She only had to take one look to know something was wrong. That Tuesday night, I had a vital decision to make. Do I or don't I? Don't was beginning to win. I should really have called Jonas and sussed him out, but the New York office was, of course, closed for the holiday. I even wondered if Brickman had worked that into the equation, then realised I was being paranoid. The big decision was whether or not to tell my mum. If I stayed stumm, a Yiddish word I'd picked up from Jonas, how could she find out? But then again, Phyllis Koo was not easily fooled. She often called me at the agency, and she and Odette had become very chatty on the phone. Mum had sent flowers when Odette's mum died. I was thinking all this as I drove home to Vaucluse in the V-dub, bought as a sign of respect for the work coming out of DDB New York. My mum could react in a number of ways, none of them helpful. Should I or shouldn't I tell her? By the time I reached Double Bay, a little sparrow voice from somewhere deep down spoke to me, my mum's brainwashing from childhood. This was what she was saying, in perfect English, of course. Cookie, honourable great-great-grandson, you are 29. You still live at home. Are you going to be a mummy's boy all your life? Your family is loaded. You're safe, comfortable, going nowhere fast. No hardship, no challenge in life. You're pure blancmange. Like it or not, you'll probably end up as chairman of the family companies. What about your big artistic career? At work, you're stuck with tobacco as the major account in your group. The people at Will's insist you're their main man in creative. You got a whopping great rise to stay when you told management you wanted to opt out of tobacco. They're not going to let you go and jeopardize the biggest account in the agency. What will it be? You either put in your resignation and change jobs, go to another agency, or, paradoxically, Charles Brickman gets you off the Will's hook with this Singapore offer. How much longer are you going to go on drawing cigarettes poking out of packs, accepting over-researched flaccid headlines and body copy that are an insult to your intelligence? Maybe this isn't such a bad idea after all. Time you left the nice cosy nest anyway. Start your own creative department from scratch in Singapore. See if you're any good. Okay, if they don't have a creative department, it's probably a pretty primitive setup. But is that such a bad thing? Your ideas, your way, you take all the credit. I changed into low gear to get round the final twist on Rose Bay Hill, turned down Vaucluse Road at the convent, and I was 2 minutes from home. Shit. Do I tell her or don't I? My dad was probably stonkered in his study, watching the Tuesday night rugby league show on TV, or at one of our restaurants in Dixon Street. It would be nice to talk to someone, get a second opinion, but I wasn't sure it should be my mother. I hadn't even mentioned it to Ross, who, as creative director, should have been the first to know of the offer. He'd want me to stay anyway. I could hear him already. Cookie, there's New York, London, us, and then there's bugger all. Zilch. Keep your powder dry. Don't disappear behind the bamboo curtain. Leave the Asians to fuck up in their own inimitable way. A great advertising idea has never come out of Hong Kong or Singapore, and the Brits have been there Christ knows how long. I could see him grinning. Besides, we need you in the darts team, mate. Right then, Cookie, I said to myself, above the V-dub's frenetic engine whine. It's Tuesday. Tell her at dinner tonight. While I've mentioned Little Sparrow's influence on our childhood, I haven't mentioned the influence her dream had on us. You might be wondering how an illiterate Chinese peasant woman's dream could possibly have endured and remained intact for 100 years. Well, as a matter of fact, it didn't. It was, as these things are in Australia, largely forgotten. Nothing endured intact, only bits and pieces, hanging on over the decades by a memory thread. These fragments were what inspired the company names. Gold Chisel Caskets, Blue Lotus Funerals, Valley Properties, although Little Sparrow, the name of the restaurant chain, went back to the founding Australian generation and Little Sparrow herself. Of the dream, Nothing but these scraps of memory remained, until my mum discovered a record of it among the family papers, written in excellent copperplate. Having the obsession with signs and portents common to almost every Chinese, my mother immediately saw that the wealth the family had acquired over the generations could be attributed almost entirely to the dream. I personally attributed the family's wealth to a degree of sagacity and good luck, but mostly to the qualities identified by Alfred Deakin in his warning to Parliament in 1901. It is not the bad qualities, but the good qualities of these alien races that make them dangerous to us. It is their inexhaustible energy, their power of applying themselves to new tasks, their endurance and low standard of living that make them such competitors. Yet another little sparrowism telepathically received by my mum across the ages concurs with part of Deacon's view. Life is not about winning or losing, but about being the last one hanging on. She would say that in business, tenacity was everything. Business was like an endless race to climb an impossibly steep cliff face. The winner was the last climber still hanging on when all the others had crashed to the valley below. The endurance to which Deacon referred was still evident in my family, but the low standard of living was long past. The 28-roomed mansion, built on an acre of private headland jutting out into Vaucluse Bay, was a far cry from the mud brick hut in the valley, although, as a reminder of our humble beginnings, our present property has persimmon and pomegranate trees around its perimeter that bloom gloriously every spring. Porky Pim, the head gardener, and his 3 assistants, referred to by my dad as Mow, Clip and Digger, spent a fair amount of their time protecting them from the salt air. The main house was bigger than some luxury boutique hotels, and 2/3 of the rooms were now empty, but I didn't choose to live in it. I had my own private flat and art studio, built above the 8-car garage, and I could come and go as I pleased. My only filial duty to dine with my mother once a week, usually on a Tuesday, and with my father if he was home or sober, which he rarely was. So when I said I still lived at home at 29, I did and I didn't. Why hadn't I moved out? I'm aware that I was privileged, a little rich boy with indulgent parents, but I still hoped to make it as an artist someday, and so I spent a good deal of time in my studio, which is not the kind of facility you can pick up in a rented property. Naturally, like Susan, the eldest of my 3 sisters, I would move away when I married. The entrance to the flat is through a private gate that leads directly to the road, and it has a stairway through to the garage. My mum no doubt could tell when I was home, because she could see when the lights were on, but she knew better than to simply drop in without first phoning. Yes, I did have female company quite often, and yes, they did stay the night. But when they woke in the morning and looked out into the garden over at the big house and out to the harbour, I could see they were gobsmacked. After that, they're never the same again. I guess great wealth is a privilege, but believe me, it can also be a pain in the bum. Which brings me back to females, or rather, as they are known in the agency world, bunnies. They were in plentiful supply, but I didn't kid myself it was because I was some Lothario. It was due to the advent of the pill. Suddenly, women were free to have a good time, get drunk, go home with someone without fear of falling pregnant after a one-night stand. So I got my fair share. An ad agency was thought to be a glamorous environment and was loaded with good-looking sorts who regarded themselves as emancipated. Or, as Ross Quinlivan put it, "Mate, we're living through the second bunny plague to hit Australia. It'd be a shame to waste it." This would come to sound pretty arrogant, if not plain offensive, by the 1980s, but the feminist movement hadn't yet arrived on the scene. Betty Friedan had written her manifesto, The Feminine Mystique, 3 years earlier, but I knew of no women at the agency, or anywhere else for that matter, who had read it, with the exception of Kathy, my middle sister, who was doing sociology at uni. She gave it to me to read after she'd quarrelled with my mum, who had referred to it as a load of rubbish. I don't think it had ever occurred to my mother that she wasn't liberated. To be fair, even the chicks used bunny, as in, he wanted me to be his bunny and party, but I said I had to go home, that it was my mum's birthday, or no way was I going to bunny him. Despite the bunny plague, I didn't indulge as enthusiastically as did most of the single and a good few of the married blokes in the agency. While the reason was pretty self-revealing, even pathetic, I suppose, it was nevertheless very real to me, and I should perhaps shamefully confess it had nothing whatsoever to do with having a deeper respect for the opposite sex than the other men did. It had everything to do with my appearance. By Western standards, in fact by any standards, I'm as ugly as sin, a peasant throwback, and almost certainly Lee Chinese, although even they might disown me. I'm a hard worker, which the Lee still value, but I'm also short, broad, flat-faced, slit-eyed, myopic, somewhat gap-toothed, with broad, flat feet like paddles. For Christ's sake, I'm 5'8" tall and take a size 12 shoe. Great clodhoppers flapping like a clown's feet at the end of my thick legs. Most Australian girls towered over me. You could almost lip-read people saying, "Look at that pretty girl with that short, ugly Chinese bloke." Ross sometimes referred to me as the Toulouse-Lautrec of advertising. I only wished I had his talent. There was another problem, one that rich little boys are constantly made aware of, me in particular. My family was loaded, and there was a good chance much of the money would come to me, which meant that to a certain type of female I was a very worthwhile catch. They came on big time, and I knew, or thought I knew, it was not me they wanted. They were after the lifestyle my family's money represented. Or that was what my mum had been saying for as long as I could remember. I knew this was pretty damn pathetic, but I really did want to marry a woman for love. I wanted to love her and know in return that she loved me. It was another reason why I drove a Beetle and bought cheap suits off the rack and wore outrageous ties in truly bad taste. Now, if true romance was going to be hard to achieve with an Australian woman, it was going to be damn near impossible with a Chinese one. That is, with someone my mum would like me to marry. In fairness to her, she made no bones about it.
"Simon, better the devil you know. Rather a gorgeous Chinese girl from a good family," she meant rich, "than a white one who sees you as an unlimited bank account." Her point being that the Chinese don't marry for something as ridiculous as love. Two families simply try to match each other's wealth. Money marries money. While one family may have more than the other, the aggregated amount is what gives both families face. The conjoined are seen as a net gain for both families. Or, if you should choose, God forbid, a girl from a poor family, you're simply marrying her family, who hope to benefit from your wealth. Love seldom, if ever, enters into the equation. So there you go. I was the proverbial poor little rich boy who was silly enough to believe in love. A very strange and unacceptable idea to the Chinese, and very probably a trap where some Western girls were involved. I shouldn't have said that, I suppose. It was bloody pathetic. If my Lee Chinese looks were in my own eyes my greatest social drawback, to Phyllis Koo they were my strongest asset, given her ambition to reinvigorate the Chinese genes of the Koo family. My mum was very big on perseverance. She was frequently, though never to her face, referred to by my various uncles and cousins as Chairman Meow, which was not intended as a compliment. Never giving up was the single characteristic that most clearly defined her personality in both business and life. In this matter of family, she had been tenacious. Not only the Koo family genotype, but also the Koo family history was in tatters before she came along. The memory threads would undoubtedly have frayed and failed during my generation had she not started digging into the past. Shortly after she married my thoroughly integrated, only slightly Chinese-looking Australian dad, she nominated herself as the family historian. She claimed that if you looked hard enough, nothing ever completely disappeared. My mum insisted she could smell the whereabouts of a family fact. While I might call it probability, or logic, or even lateral thinking, she trusted her instincts, or more precisely, like Little Sparrow, the ancestors. This was exacerbated by the visitations of Little Sparrow and her dreaded dream. There's nothing a Chinese family likes more than a bunch of signs and portents of prosperity. In fact, these became a sort of treasure trove supervised by the ancestors. All Chinese are beholden to their ancestors and seek their advice, and such a treasure as Little Sparrow's dream
is psychologically enormously powerful and motivating. Phyllis Koo, the young, well-born Chinese bride, was no different. Her determination to search out every scrap of Chinese family history, along with all signs and portents, had become an obsession. The fact that I must have been the plainest-looking newborn infant in the history of Crown Street Women's Hospital filled her with delight. I was healthy and, moreover, unmistakably Chinese in appearance. She had the raw clay to work with, and, as far as she was concerned, nothing else mattered. After 4 generations in the cultural wilderness, tracing the family's fragmented history must have presented a formidable task to the would-be historian. In fact, it proved easier than she might have thought. My great-great-grandfather, like many Chinese peasants, had always been subject to some sort of authority, often bureaucratic and invariably punitive, and never threw away a piece of paper in case he might need it. All business correspondence, licenses, certificates, approvals, receipts and documents, birth certificates, death certificates, and mountains of accounts and ledgers were kept forever. Despite Ah Koo and Little Sparrow's offspring intermarrying with Guelo, this oriental instinct seems to have persisted through the generations. Searching in my father's family archive, several tons of paper that filled 2 large sheds on the grounds of the Enmore casket factory, my mother dug out heaps of info. The patterns and trails left by buying and selling, the partnerships formed and dissolved, the political exigencies, otherwise known as bribes, and the commercial mistakes and triumphs, produced a fairly clear picture of each generation. Carefully collated and looked at together, the result could be illuminating. She did a damn good job, and over a period of time, a credible picture of the family's past emerged. But she craved the magic, the myths, beliefs, ancestral directives, anxieties, daily struggles and triumphs. And these didn't come from receipts, account books, or commercial records. Then, 6 months after I was born, she hit the jackpot. In an old tin trunk, she found a manuscript consisting of 50 tightly written pages in a beautiful feminine copperplate. In total, 100 sides of that fine handwriting. The manuscript had been written by one of the twins, my great-great-auntie May, and ended shortly after her 40th birthday. In those times, good paper contained a large amount of cloth, and so the document was perfectly preserved, although the ink was somewhat brown and faded. This journal proved to be the grand story of the first and second generations my mum had been looking for, and it included the entire Little Sparrow dream. The manuscript, or journal as it became known, told how Little Sparrow sent both her daughters off to the Valley School to learn the 3 R's, despite twin girls being thought of as bitter rice. The twins were given similar-sounding English names, May and Mabel, although to Little Sparrow's Chinese ear this may not have been apparent. On the other hand, it may have seemed like the right Guelo thing to do with twins. As they were mere daughters, Ah Koo didn't interfere with this altogether bizarre notion of educating girls, least of all twins with no prospects. They were notionally his wife's servants, and what she decided for them was none of his business. The girls were Little Sparrows, but the boys were Ah Koo's, and they worked hard in the market garden and piggery, which produced veggies and pork for the chop house, as well as supplying the new local shop with bacon and some vegetables. The chop house, in turn, supported the small business Ah Koo had established to make coffins and glory boxes. Unusually for a Chinese peasant family, Ah Koo allowed his first son, Koo Lee Chin, to join the mounted New South Wales Citizens Bushmen. From the age of 15, he'd worked briefly as a rouseabout and sometime drover further up north. Aunt May's journal didn't specifically deal with this anomaly. Firstborn males inherit and are not customarily expected to leave the family fold, but my mum reckons there must have been bad blood between father and son for this to have happened. Apart from the fact that Koo Lee Chin was 15 when he left the valley, no more is known about his relationship with Ah Koo. Number 2 son, Koo Sam Lee, was born with a hare lip and had a great deal of trouble making himself understood. Remaining on the land, he was known as Silent Sam or Slow Sam by the local settlers, who were buying up the cheap cleared land in the valley. He took over the running of the veggie patch and piggery, and was said to produce the best bacon on the Central Coast. In fact, his bacon would eventually end up contributing to the family fortunes. Today, the 6 piggeries, all started by him with the help of Mabel, supply all the pork for the Little Sparrow restaurant chain. My great-grandfather, by the way, was number 3 son. He and a younger brother were trained by their father as carpenters, so they could make the glory boxes and coffins that he decorated with his fancy chisel work. The trademark open lotus flower on coffin lids, and the fat dragon on glory boxes. My great-grandfather married the daughter of a timber getter. By no stretch of the imagination a rise in his social standing. The remaining 2 boys worked at getting, seasoning and milling the cedar wood for the family coffin and box-making business. All the boys left school at 14, with the exception of Silent Sam, who was said to be somewhat slow. All could read, write and count. None, however, particularly excelled at schoolwork. The twins were different. The lone schoolteacher in the valley, young Mr. Thomas, an Englishman from Dorset, was a gifted and conscientious schoolmaster and a stickler for the 3 R's. He encouraged good handwriting and a love of reading in the girls, and of arithmetic in the boys. Like all teachers in one-room schools, he taught children of all ages together. Bright youngsters could eavesdrop on the work of the more advanced students, and teachers could easily extend the more able students. So, even though the twins were withdrawn from school at the age of 12 to work in the chop house, May and Mabel had developed far beyond what might have been expected of 12-year-old girls. According to Mr. Thomas, they had done the lessons he gave the few 16-year-olds who remained at the school. Moreover, regardless of age, the twins had long been his top 2 students. May, in particular, seemed to have added the boy's 3rd R and was more than competent at arithmetic. Although she was far too modest to say so in her journal, it was not hard to see that the 2 girls were the brightest of the Koo children. May seemed to have benefited the most from her basic education, though, obviously, from the way she wrote, she developed a great deal further intellectually. But we know more about her than we do about Mabel, who helped her mother establish what was to become the Little Sparrow restaurant chain. Neither twin married, although several dubious suitors turned up on the chop house doorstep, only to be sent packing with a flea in their ear by the girl's formidable brick-shaped mother. After years of feeding these rough-neck timber-getters and bullock drivers, Little Sparrow had lost her awe of the dreaded male guelo. Her twin daughters might be regarded as worthless back in China, but they were hard-working, clever, educated and obedient, and she was not about to give them away to drunks and layabouts, the only whites prepared to marry a chink. What lies between your legs is better left untouched than ravaged by a drunken, dishonourable husband who will spawn a dozen unwanted children he has no ability or intention to feed. This cogent advice appeared in Auntie May's journal, the name by which it was always known in the family, even though May was my great-great-aunt. Auntie May had a natural gift for storytelling, and her remarkable journal documented the first 60 years of Koo life in Australia, in fact, right up to 2 weeks before she died. Throughout the memoir, she claimed to be simply transcribing her mother's words, but the document was more than just a chronicle of events. This gifted daughter allowed us to see her mother and father very clearly as individuals. Little Sparrow, the shy, obedient, and self-effacing peasant woman, growing in confidence and business acumen over the years, and Ah Koo, the patient man of modest expectations, who dreamt of carving beautiful wood, but needed permission from the gods and his ancestors to do what he regarded as a self-indulgence. Little Sparrow went on to open a restaurant known as Little Sparrow's Chinese Chop House in Gosford on the Central Coast, which would prosper beyond her dreams. Ah Koo became renowned for his carving, and established the foundation for a business empire that was worth far in excess of the gold he had hoped to obtain from New Yellow Gold Mountain. It allowed him to earn a modest income. May's description of Little Sparrow's dream was colourfully and masterfully described, and, together with the interpretation in Chinese characters discovered by my mother, was a complete narrative. She told how her mother insisted on calling it the answer from the gods, because it finally allowed her husband to be granted his secret wish and led eventually to good fortune. In fact, my own earlier description of the visit of Ah Koo and Little Sparrow to Sydney for the dream interpretation simply does not do justice in tone or mood to her writing. The family, we were told in the journal, moved in 1897 to the newly declared village of Gosford to meet the growing demand throughout the Central Coast for Ah Koo's handsome cedar coffins and glory boxes. These cost very little more than the plain, fairly crudely made glory boxes and coffins used by the common people at the time. Soon, every young girl dreaming of wedding bells simply had to have a fat dragon glory box at the foot of her bed as she prepared for married life, and the dead could now be buried with a modicum of family pride in a beautiful lotus blossom cedar casket. Ah Koo's fame soon spread even further, and orders began arriving from Sydney funeral parlours, where more affluent customers sometimes requested a personal motif on the coffin lid or sides. This was usually a hastily dredged up or invented coat of arms, or some similar decoration, the Masonic emblem and a lodge number being the most common. According to Auntie May, this presented an obvious problem. While the coffin could be made in advance, the personal carving could not, unless notice was given a week before the recipient finally carked it. On the other hand, while a personalised casket involved very little additional work, Ah Koo could charge 3 or 4 times more for it. He was a Chinese peasant who instinctively grabbed every opportunity to make a penny, and he simply couldn't allow such an obvious one to pass. His sons were excellent carpenters, but none of them possessed any talent with a chisel, so he decided he must make hay while the sun shone, never suspecting for a moment that he was beginning a dynastic enterprise that would eventually dominate the Australian funeral scene. So in 1901, the year of Federation, at the age of 58 and 48 respectively, Ah Koo and Little Sparrow decided to move to Sydney. Unlike most of the population, for whom the making of a nation called Australia was a happy event, for my great-great-grandparents it was a time of sorrow. This was also the year of the culmination of the Boxer Rebellion, an uprising that had attempted to rid China of all foreigners and Christians. An 8-nation alliance involving Russia, Germany, Austria-Hungary, the United Kingdom, the United States, Japan, Italy and France was sent to quell it. Australia, eager to support the motherland's interests, sent a token force of 300 from the New South Wales Citizens Bushmen's contingent. In one of those instances where truth proves stranger than fiction, Cooley Chin, Ah Koo's #1 son, was part of the contingent. He died of typhoid near the Chinese forts at Pei Tang, which the Australians had been sent to capture. When the family moved to Sydney, Mabel was left behind to run the Gosford chop house, and Silent Sam remained in the valley to run the piggery, along with #4 and #6 sons, who continued to supply the raw cedar for the rapidly expanding business. My great-grandfather had married hurriedly, and my grandfather was a toddler when the family moved to Gosford, and then some time later to Sydney. May did not record the feelings of my Christian great-grandmother at moving twice and leaving behind her family and friends in almost as many years, but it seems that while she was illiterate, she was a good mother and caring wife. Little Sparrow opened what was termed a Chinese restaurant, as opposed to a chop house. The usual strong Chinese family ties prevailed, and everything concerning business was kept within the family. Auntie May became the bookkeeper, and so was in an ideal position to know and record in her journal anything of historical interest, including the family fortunes as they grew. Little Sparrow and Auntie May were the true business brains, or so it seems. As the coffin manufacturing business prospered, they took it over and opened the first funeral parlour in Sydney, as well as 3 further restaurants. The rest is history. Over the next 45 years, they bought real estate, opened more and more Little Sparrow restaurants, Gold chisel caskets became known Australia-wide, and the family opened several Blue Lotus funeral parlours in every state capital. Today there are 40 altogether. Aku worked until the day he died at the age of 83. There is a story told, one my mother loves to repeat as vindication of Little Sparrow's dream, that Aku suffered a sudden heart attack while carving a fat dragon. As he fell to the floor of his carpentry shop, he inadvertently stabbed the number 8 chisel into the heart of the wooden carving in exactly the manner it had appeared in Little Sparrow's dream. Whether this is apocryphal I can't say, but Phyllis Koo, aka Chairman Meow, as my dad calls her when he's pissed, believes every word is true. Aku was taken by the first funeral car they owned from their first funeral parlour and cremated in the first New South Wales crematorium, built at Rookwood Cemetery, in a coffin he'd helped make. Auntie May notes in her journal that his ashes were placed in the miniature fat dragon box he'd originally carved as a portable sample to be used for selling glory boxes to hopeful maidens. This reminded her that her father had always felt guilty because he'd ceased making fat dragon glory boxes when they moved to Sydney. The coffins were in such demand that Aku had no choice but to devote himself to them, despite being conscious that he was disobeying the instructions of the gods, who, according to the soothsayer, had commanded him to make both items, though curiously not children's cradles, the third carved item furnishing the dream. As a consequence, he would carve a fat dragon in the week before Chinese New Year to be used as a centrepiece at the family banquet. The dragon that ended with the chisel through its heart, if the story is true, would have been for Chinese New Year 1925, the year of the ox. Aku's ashes, snug in the little fat dragon box, were sent back to his village in China. Little Sparrow, not one to miss an opportunity now that cremations were becoming popular, soon found a competent wood carver and began a line that continues to this very day. The funeral parlours supply a fat dragon ashes casket, or, as my dad puts it, a gone-to-glory box. There's not a lot more to know concerning the family, except that as there was a shortage of Chinese women in Australia, the boys, all teetotalers and good providers, married Caucasian girls from poor but respectable working-class families, and the genetic blending my mother was determined to reverse duly commenced. Little Sparrow lived to the age of 85, dying in 1937, the year I was born. By Chinese peasant standards of the time, she would have been regarded as an old crone. In fact, she outlived the twins as well as her first son. Mabel died at 37 in the Spanish flu epidemic of 1919, and Auntie May died in 1932 of TB, tuberculosis, at the age of 50. My mum, with the help of a live-in nurse, cared for the old woman during the first 2 years of her marriage to my dad, and to the very end Little Sparrow remained sharp as a tack. Mum formed a tremendous affection for her. 3 days before she died of a stroke, she had promised my mum, "I will send you messages after I go to my ancestors, granddaughter-in-law." The subsequent telepathic messages from beyond the grave, received over the years from the old matriarch, were to be my mother's justification for a great deal of the Chinese-style hocus-pocus we were forced to endure as kids, and occasionally as adults. In most other things, Chairman Meow appeared to be quite sane and very bright, and was, as you might have guessed, the true chairman of the board. There was a rather nice appendix to Auntie May's story. Rummaging through her papers, my mother came across a bundle of love letters between her and Mr. Thomas, the schoolmaster. These were always addressed to "my beloved darling Duncan," to which he responded, "my darling Lotus Blossom." The letters revealed that from the age of 15, when the family moved to Gosford, May had corresponded with him, first as a friend and later as a lover. He was 15 years her senior, and they met twice a year when she visited the valley to collate and reconcile Silent Sam's accounts. She wrote to him every week of her adult life. When he died, only 2 years before her own death, Auntie May had been careful to recover her letters. Nosy Mum read every one of them in sequence, and apart from uncovering a great deal more family minutiae, discovered that May's twice-annual visits to the valley were to do with somewhat more than sharing tea and scones with her old schoolmaster. Auntie May definitely didn't die physically unloved and unwanted by a good man, although why they never married remains a mystery. Which just about wraps up the past and brings me to the point where, on the evening of the 5th of July 1966, I drove into the 8-car garage, where my pale green V-Dub was certainly the smallest and humblest vehicle. I noticed that my dad's roller was missing, which meant that I wouldn't be spilling the beans to him, but my mum's Jaguar was in residence. She'd be waiting for dinner and the usual chat, which promised to be nothing but small talk about the day, hers and mine, typically followed by her update on family business matters, which normally began with dessert and concluded over coffee in the lounge. Persistent, persevering, never-give-up Phyllis Koo was determined that I would eventually take over the chairmanship of the Board of Companies and conscientiously briefed me whenever I was home for dinner. Although I affected only polite interest, she secretly believed that by some sort of mental osmosis it was all being filed away in my brain for later use. Tonight, though, I guessed I'd be doing most of the talking. If I've given the impression it was usually all one-way chat with my mum and that she was a bit of a fruitcake, I've been misleading. She was an acute listener who wore an expression of absolute concentration that made you choose your words very carefully. It was another reason why my uncles secretly feared her. She was a woman of remarkable business acuity and knew when to remain silent. By some instinct, to call it coincidence would be downplaying it, she'd had the cook prepare my favourite dinner, lamb shanks and mash, followed by jam trifle, 2 dishes she usually dismissed as rubbish eating, maintaining that such food came from those first-generation marriages to working-class women whose parents had almost certainly been convicts. Now she smiled sweetly, sighed and said, "So tell me about your yesterday and today. You were late home last night." "Yeah, darts," I replied. "What did you have for dinner?" Why is this a vital piece of information for mothers? "Lamb shanks," I replied, joking. "Oh, no," she exclaimed, bringing her hands to her lips. "Only kidding, Mum. I can't remember." "Oh, yeah, chips and peanuts, beer." "That's awful. You'd think they'd supply something decent for you to eat." "They? Mum, it was at the pub. The pub doesn't do food at night." "The pub closes at 10 o'clock. You got in after midnight," she accused. "Mum, for Christ's sake, I'm 29 years old. You don't have to wait up for me to come home." "I'm your mother, Simon," she said, as if waiting up for your 29-year-old son was an essential part of motherhood. "And please don't swear," she added. I sighed. "Well, yeah, I parked at the Gap for a while. I had a few things on my mind." "The Gap?" It was a cry of consternation. She grabbed my hand, sending the shank and potato on my fork flying onto the damask. "Simon, what's wrong?" She was plainly shocked and close to tears. I'd momentarily forgotten that the Gap at South Head was Sydney's most popular suicide jump. "Mum, nothing like that." I placed my knife and fork beside the barely touched shank and mash, knowing I'd probably eaten the last of my dinner, then wiped my lips on the starched damask table napkin, a material that may add formality, but to me always removes the joy of eating. I had 1 or 2 things to think about. She was obviously relieved that I'd hesitated at the brink of death. "Think about what, darling?" Her hand came to rest on my own, but this time it was a soft touch, all sympathy and understanding. Those hands were always beautiful and unblemished, the long, painted nails perfectly manicured. I fleetingly wondered to myself what little Sparrow's hands would have looked like at her age. The time had come to open up the can of worms I'd been carrying about for 2 days. "I've been offered a job in Singapore," I said, looking directly at her. "Singapore?" I attempted to keep my voice casual. "Yeah, our New York office has bought a Singapore advertising agency from 3 Chinese brothers, and they want me to be the creative director. In fact, to build its creative department from scratch." The sympathetic mother, comforting a would-be suicide, transformed in an instant to Chairman Meow.
"What Chinese brothers?" she snapped,
her dark eyes immediately suspicious. "Wing, the Wing brothers. Wing Brothers Advertising," I answered, suddenly realizing that Singapore was a small island, and doubtless all the leading Chinese business families, of which my mum's was a notable example, would know each other. But then my grandfather had left in 1919 when she was 4 years old, so it was unlikely she'd recall the names of families. On the other hand, she had relatives among the Chinese upper crust.
"Names?"
"Mum, I just told you, Wing."
"Most well-born Singapore Chinese have English names they use with Guelo."
I shrugged. It didn't occur to me to ask.
"I'll find out," she announced.
"Does it matter?"
"Of course."
"Why is that?" She sighed.
"The Japanese murdered a number of the old Singapore families during the last war. Our relatives were lucky and got away in time to hide in one of our remote plantations in Malaya. After the war, a whole bunch of Chinese mercantile adventurers, business gangsters, came in from Hong Kong."
"Mum," I protested, "I haven't even made up my mind whether I'll take the job."
"Yes, I know, but you will."
"Huh?" I gave her a quizzical look.
"The fourth fledgling, the big one with the yellow mouth," she said,
as if this explained everything. "Mum, what on earth are you talking about?"
"The dream," she explained. "The fledgling that flew into and out of the baby's mouth."
"Mum, are you feeling okay?" I asked. "Not feeling a little cuckoo?" It was a childhood joke, but I truly had no idea what she meant.
"Don't be rude, Simon," she chided. "I mean little Sparrow's dream, of course. The baby. When the fledgling flies out of its mouth. That's you going to Singapore,"
she explained, as if everything was perfectly clear and simple. I tried to recall the dream. It had been a fair while since I'd had the benefit of one of Mum's telepathic messages from little Sparrow. Nonetheless, I knew that it was pointless to protest. I took a mouthful of lamb and chewed. "Okay, let's have it," I said, resigned to listening.
"Simon, don't patronize me."
"Well, fair go, Mum. The chairman of the agency called me up to his office yesterday."
"You didn't tell me it was yesterday."
She looked genuinely astonished.
"Why, that's remarkable."
I put up a hand to stop her in her tracks. "Wait on, Mum, will you? Let me finish." I took a breath before continuing. "He, Charles Brickman, offered me a job in Singapore, and suddenly it's an ancient prophecy come true, written in the stars. A message from the gods, ancestors, whatever. Jesus, Mum." I brought my hands up as if I was protecting myself from a blow, then slapped them down hard on the table. "That's total rubbish." She didn't react, but her mouth was the shape of a plucked duck's arsehole. Then, looking down into her lap, she said in a calm, somewhat hurt voice,
"Don't poke fun, Simon. You don't know everything."
She looked up at me.
"Now, when precisely did your chairman call?"
Before I could answer, she went on,
"Just after 1 o'clock?"
"Yes, but you couldn't have known that." Her dark brown eyes lit up.
"Ha, I didn't."
I waited for the explanation that must follow.
"I was at the dressmaker's in Double Bay, Laura Legay. You know, the jumped-up Hungarian migrant who pretends to be French. She always has the radio on in the background. Very cheap," she added. "The music for the 1 o'clock ABC News came on 5 or so minutes after I arrived. Skirts are up this year. It's got something to do with Jean Shrimpton, that English model who came to the Melbourne Cup with her skirt up past her knees."
"It was Derby Day," I corrected. Wills were doing a promotion for Turf cigarettes, and I'd designed the point-of-sale artwork. Shrimpton was wearing a white A-line dress, and compared to the new miniskirts the girls in the agency were wearing, it was rather modest, and certainly not the big deal the press and TV made of it. My mother dismissed my correction.
"Anyway, now we've all got to do the same thing and wear our skirts up round our bottoms."
I knew my mum was secretly very proud of her long, shapely legs, and Shrimpton's skirt length at Flemington Derby Day wouldn't be all bad news to her.
Well, I wasn't going to throw out 3 perfectly good suits I'd bought in Paris last year, was I? I thought the skirts could come up just a little bit, perhaps to the middle of the knee. I trust Laura Legay, despite her silly carry-on. She's such a good seamstress.
The mash and lamb were almost cold, but I had to eat something. "Mum," I protested, really growing impatient. "What has this got to do with the time?"
Why, everything, dear. I'm not the doubting Thomas around here. If I don't set the scene, you're not going to believe me. Anyway, I was standing there wearing the pale blue Chanel suit skirt, and Laura was on her haunches pinning the hem up when I began to shake. The poor woman pulled back in shock and fell onto her bottom. I mean, really onto her bottom. Varicose stockings in the air. It was as if she'd had an electric shock.
Mum giggled at the recollection.
Imagine. She was wearing those old-fashioned pink bloomers, and she claims to be such a fashion fanatic. I knew it was coming. It's always like this when I start to shake involuntarily. Not shake, more a soft tremble. I can't help it, Laura. I have to let it come through, I said to the poor woman.
By this time, my mum had me. It was the way she told the story, not all mysterious and sotto voce, but as if it were perfectly normal, nothing to be upset about, just the daily message coming through loud and clear from Little Sparrow. At least she hadn't said it was at precisely 6 minutes past 1 o'clock on a Monday afternoon. Then I'd have really freaked out. I was familiar with her Little Sparrow messages. They came through pretty regularly throughout our childhood, usually in response to some new behavioural lesson we needed to learn, but also, occasionally, for no apparent reason, or rather, for some reason of her own that had nothing to do with us. Perhaps some business decision or problem with the board. As an adult, I was aware that Little Sparrow's messages seemed to come at random. I'd even witnessed 2 of them, and I have to admit they seemed to be spontaneous and uncontrolled, really quite weird. Moreover, there was simply no doubt that my mother believed in them. The Chinese are a contradiction. They can be highly intelligent and seemingly pragmatic, as my mother often was, clear, concise thinkers who don't suffer fools or bullshit gladly, but at the same time be deeply superstitious, happy to receive guidance from their ancestors in their daily life. "So," I said calmly, "you had one of your Little Sparrow turns."
"Yes, not turns, messages. Just after 1 o'clock.
I pulled myself together. Okay, what did we have here? She's at the dressmaker's just after 1 o'clock and has a Little Sparrow turn. Big deal. So what? Mum, what has this to do with me going to Singapore? My mother closed her eyes for effect and lowered her voice. I guess she had to ham it up a little bit using her Little Sparrow voice.
"The yellow fledgling has grown. It has come out of the baby's mouth and flown out of the dream."
She looked at me, the suggestion of a triumphant smile on her lips, her eyes almost shut. Chairman Meow was practically purring.
"Singapore," she said quietly. "It is flying to the land of my birth."
I need a coffee, I said, furious with myself for falling into her trap.
"Oh, darling, I'm neglecting you."
"No, you stay. I'll get it. Shall I get you one?"
"Simon, you know I never drink coffee at night."
She rose and asked,
"You wouldn't like a brandy to go with it, would you?"
It was her way of saying she knew I was rattled. Chapter 3. So instead of the anticipated resistance from my mother to the Singapore job, I found only delight and encouragement. Despite what she said about Little Sparrow and her dream, I suspected there was quite another reason for her elation. Surrounded by her family and their friends, it was inevitable that I should find a Chinese wife. While to Brickman I denied any knowledge of Cantonese, my ambitious and careful mother had seen to it that we children understood and had a fairly good grasp of one of China's 4 most popular languages. I was pretty rusty, since I now stubbornly refused to speak it at home. My dad barely understood a word, and I regarded speaking Cantonese as inappropriate and an affectation, since my mum had been in Australia from the age of 4. The few ethnic Chinese I knew all preferred to speak English. Nevertheless, my sisters and I spoke Cantonese well enough to get by at a level that might be attained by a conscientious Guelo. My youngest sister, Helen, was the best linguist, but even she spoke it with an Australian accent.
The rest you'll pick up in no time. Cantonese is an easy language. Besides, all the good families and big business people speak English, my mum assured me.
I can't say I was thrilled by the thought of finding myself in the midst of her family. An ancient, senile great-grandmother, a great-uncle and his wife, Fiona, their kids, my mother's cousins, who between them had 2 daughters and 3 sons, my second cousins. The girls, already married, had produced a pigeon pair each. My mother kept track of every birthday, and on Chinese New Year, everyone received generous red envelopes, known as Hong Bao. I forget how many additional relatives there were, but my mum kept in touch with one of her cousins, who had 2 sons. My second cousins, Patrick and Henry Kwan. One was in Chinese antiques, and the other a sociologist who worked at the university. Another second cousin, Brian, lived in America. He never married, a fact that worried his grandmother, Fiona, no end. But whenever the subject came up, my mum would declare with a sniff that if she'd use the eyes in her head, she'd realise he was as camp as a row of tents.
A Chinese man with a lisp, my goodness. I daily thank the gods we don't have to contend with that, she'd say smugly.
Although I'm sure the possibility had crossed her mind more than once where I was concerned, and she might even have consulted the gods herself. I think it might have been the outrageous psychedelic neckties I wore. But the number of bunnies she'd witnessed coming and going must have reassured her. So the onus was on me to be the male supremo of my generation. My duty, besides becoming chairman of the family's businesses, was to spawn a squad of boys to carry on what my mum regarded as the Honourable Ku surname, and appear as Chinese as possible.
With my pure blood mixed in with your father's, no one will know they're not 100% Chinese. A bit fair-skinned, maybe, but that's nice, that's good, she'd sometimes say.
It works both ways, Mum, I'd reply. What if they're throwbacks and turn out tall, blonde and blue-eyed?
Impossible, it's not in Little Sparrow's dream, she'd say, tight-lipped,
although you could almost hear her heart skip a beat. I sometimes wondered, considering how it all turned out, why, when I discovered my mother approved of me going to Singapore, I didn't reject the job offer. I doubt it would have affected my career. Charlie, baby, wasn't a man to be crossed lightly, but he was a pragmatist and knew the value of biding his time. Also, the Wills advertising department would certainly have put the kibosh on the move. But none of this would now be tested. My acceptance might even give Charlie a certain amount of kudos in the New York office. My several reasons for taking the Singapore position were complex. I'd been promised a one-man show at the Rudy Comon Gallery in Jersey Road, Woollahra, for which I would need at least 16 paintings. After a year, I'd completed 6, and except for 1 or maybe 2, they were nothing to write home about. I was in a bit of a painting rut, and couldn't see myself emerging from it in the near future. Too many cigarette packs too soon, I guess. So that was certainly one reason. 3 years in Asia, I told myself, and I might see things differently, or at least be reinvigorated. Another reason was the chance to prove myself. I had resisted entering the family business, but I hadn't shown any real aptitude on my own. I'd huffed and I'd puffed, and while I may have loosened 1 or 2 roof tiles, I hadn't blown the house down. Sure, I could draw and paint a bit, and had all the makings of a pretty good advertising man. I earned enough to run the V-dub, buy my own gear, and generally pay my own way. But then, of course, I didn't pay rent. I'd mumble some excuse to myself about needing a studio for my painting, but really, that was bullshit. At 29, I hadn't climbed to any dizzy heights, or for that matter scaled the foothills of a personal achievement that might make my family sit up and take notice. I was simply a paid employee, and my executive supremo was an irascible semi-cripple with a rapidly advancing lung condition and thoroughly unpleasant manner. It was high time I got away from everything I knew. I was kidding myself if I thought I was free and independent, or that I was unaffected by my family's major areas of business. When you grow up and just about every conversation in the home has something, directly or indirectly, to do with death, it gets under your skin like an itch. You find yourself watching a passing funeral procession to see if the hearse is being driven by one of your dimmer cousins, or if the deceased is being sent to their eternal rest in a gold chisel casket. I recall an incident when I was a 6-year-old and one of the kids in my class announced that his grandma had died.
"Well, that's very sad," Miss Batchelor replied. "But isn't it nice to know she's in heaven with all the angels?"
My hand shot up.
"No, she isn't, miss. She's in one of my daddy's coffins."
My family had made $1 zillion waiting at the end of the line to bathe and dress your ordinary bloke or Sheila for the very last time, arranging the hair, applying pancake and filler to hide wrinkles, liver spots or burst capillaries, surgically collapsing beer guts so corpses fit into caskets, adding lippy, mascara and a little eyeshadow. You'd think, being in the funeral business, we'd be in the thick of things. But the hoi polloi was still a mystery to me. I was, in truth, several steps removed from the lives of most of the people who went to their final rest under my family's expert ministrations. Ordinary people, and I hated myself for thinking this, were almost a different species. The living, breathing, spitting, fighting, lonely, desperate housewife, or her jobless, alcohol-fueled, frustrated husband. The suicidal teenagers, the abused kids out there on the streets, the ordinary Mr. and Mrs. Average with their 2.5 children in the burbs, all were strangers to me. The closest I ever got to any of them was listening to some pumped-up, sassy-assed, horn-rimmed behavioural psychology graduate-turned-researcher talking about the subliminal effects of 3 cigarettes sticking out of a hard pack, or the phallic pleasure young women derived from all-white filter tips in a tactile soft pack. I don't mean I was superior. God knows my family's social journey over 4 generations was as common as they come. I've honestly never seen myself as better or smarter, and in the looks department I'm way behind almost everyone. But, for instance, I couldn't imagine my mother having a crap, or even having the need for one. People in the street, yeah, that was easy, even the bunnies in the agency, but surely not my elegant mother. I simply could not envision her. Feet in those Charles Jourdain high-heeled courts, nestling within her lacy knickers, the skirt of her navy Chanel suit rucked up around her waist, reaching for the gold-plated crap paper holder with manicured fingers that carried 100 grand's worth of gold and ice. See what I mean? It really was high time I jumped off the deep end and swam out into the real world. Singapore was real, and I assured myself that I'd only be gone for 3 years. A change of scene, renewed inspiration for my painting, proof that I wasn't entirely worthless, and the chance to build the best advertising creative department in Asia. Moreover, I'd be rid of the WD&HO Wills account forever, and a lengthy plane flight away from the pervasive influence of my family in the death business. By this, I mainly meant forceful Phyllis, aka Chairman Meow, or Mother, who had never ceased to pry into my life, overseeing all I did even now. Much as I truly loved her, it was time to free myself from her influence. The only downside to Singapore was my mum's dreaded Chinese family. No doubt she could manage her network of relatives as effectively as any spy master, but I told myself that if I showed sufficient reserve and was no more than politely dutiful, they'd be manageable. And there was one more reason for going to Singapore. I longed for anonymity, to simply walk down a street and be just another face in the crowd. It wasn't the fact that I had a Chinese face. There were loads of those in Sydney. It was that mine seemed hard to ignore. People glanced at me for a little longer than they might look at any other person they'd pass in the street. They'd do the same to people in wheelchairs. While I wasn't a freak and had no physical deformities, my face was round and flat, with a button nose and fairly large mouth that turned up slightly at the corners. My mother would say, Simon was born with a smile on his face. I recall that at art school, when we were studying human features, using each other as models, a smart-ass student named Ken Doan painted a portrait of me as a pale yellow dinner plate with 2 long black olives for my eyes, a tiny potato for my nose, and a small, slightly bent cucumber for my mouth, and called it cucumber salad. Somehow it bore an uncanny resemblance to the original, and everyone recognised me immediately and had a good laugh, including myself, until the bastard got a high distinction for it. But despite my face, to stick to the food analogy, I felt about as Chinese as Yorkshire pudding. I dialed graceless Gertie when I arrived at the agency at 8:45 a.m. on Wednesday, only to be ticked off sharply and told that she didn't expect to be called before 9 a.m, when the agency officially opened for business, and furthermore that the chairman arrived in his office around 11 a.m, and she'd call me when he felt disposed to see me. Oops, off on the wrong foot yet again. Naturally, I knew what time he arrived, but it had seemed advisable to be on the record as having called first thing. In fact, I'd hoped Gertie might not have arrived yet, so I could later casually mention that I'd called previously and gather a few much-needed brownie points. I was aware that I'd been somewhat forward during our initial encounter, after Brickman, with a little help from his dragon lady, had ruffled my feathers. So I decided that this time I would keep my cool, no matter how irascible he or they proved to be. If he referred to Chinese pussy, I would attempt a conspiratorial grin. I would offer to carry the chair in with me in an attempt to make a good impression on both of them, having guessed that they worked as a team, a hunch Odette had confirmed at our lunch yesterday. Despite the asinine little lecture from Her Grace, my future name for her, I remained upbeat. Besides, if I agreed to go to Singapore, surely they'd be pleased. My confidence was slightly shaken when, at 10 minutes past 9, Her Grace called and said in a clipped voice, "Mr. Koo, under no circumstances are you to leave your office until the chairman calls you, whenever that might be." For a moment I considered our relative rank in the agency, and thought I probably didn't have to take her crap, but decided to let it pass. "Kindly do not be late this time, Mr. Koo." Her sharp tongue was plainly the result of years of practicing the art of being bloody difficult. I've noticed that some people take every opportunity to exercise their skill at getting under one's skin. Not me, not today. No way, Jose. Today I'm bulletproof. I called Odette on the switch and asked her to give me a bell the moment the chairman arrived. She had previously told me he called her as soon as he removed his suit jacket. "It's always the same routine. Never so much as a good morning, just straight down to business. Always the same bark down the phone. He tells me who he doesn't want to speak to each day, who to keep waiting to the point of rudeness, and who to put through immediately." She giggled. "Bob Menzies is mentioned as the #1 no-speak every morning, even though he hasn't called since they quarreled after the election in 1949. After a pause, she had looked at me directly and said, "By the way, be warned, Cookie. Charles Brickman never forgives and never forgets." Of course, with Bob Menzies at the top of the list, I didn't for a moment think that small fry like me would qualify for even the lowest spot on the chairman's hate list. On the other hand, by ignoring her call to place the chair elsewhere, I may well have made it onto Her Grace's list. I disregarded her instruction to stay put, until Odette called me to say the chairman had arrived just after 11 a.m. Then I thought I'd better stay put, which meant being stuck in my office for the remainder of the morning, and through my lunch hour. By 2:30 I was feeling the effects of the 4 cups of coffee I'd consumed earlier, and was busting for a slash. Of course, you guessed it, the chairman's call via Her Grace came while I was pointing at the porcelain. I returned to find the red light on my phone throbbing as if in pain, which meant call the switch. "She's not happy, Cookie. Better skedaddle upstairs. Chairman's waiting," Odette informed me. I'd borrowed a blue and white polka dot tie from my dad to replace Mickey Mouse playing the banjo on a bright pink background, the tie I'd worn to our previous meeting. As I recall, I'd even dabbed Brill cream on my coarse, longish hair. Greasy hippie, not a good look. "Good afternoon, Miss Grace." Her mouth was pulled into the characteristic duck's arsehole. "Shall I take the chair in with me?" "I see you make a habit of being late, Mr. Koo." She nodded towards the chair in the corner. "Sorry, I was in the men's." I kept my voice cheery as I retrieved the chair. "You may go in," she said with a terse nod. Brickman sat at his desk, positively yelling down the phone at someone whom I took, after listening for a few moments, to be the gardener. "Bring the Victoria Brickman camellias out of the bottom nursery. The ones you bagged and tied last week. I want them put down the driveway, 4 foot apart. Use a tape measure. Take the Queen Elizabeth standards out and burn them. Should have done the same to the X. I told the stupid woman roses weren't right for that location. Nothing but mildew and black spot. Besides, they're pink. I fucking hate pink." Good thing I didn't wear the pink Mickey Mouse tie. I realised that the conversation might be going on for a while, so I placed the chair carefully on the orbison and sat down to wait while the chairman continued his tirade. "Joseph, now you be bloody careful with those camellias. Check the pH of the soil first. I want the prize for new varietals at next year's show. If I don't get it, I'll have your miserable wop guts for garters." He paused. "Joseph, I mean it. There's been a lot of work gone into creating that camellia. You should bloody know that. Oh, and tell Mrs. Joseph I'd like her spaghetti and meatballs for dinner tonight. Righto then." He slammed down the phone. "Bloody nurserymen. Think they know everything," he muttered. "Yes, well, what's it to be, Coo?" His voice was only half a decibel or two below the one used for the hapless Joseph, but he retained the impatience. "I've decided to accept the job in Singapore, sir." "Thank you," I added hastily. "Pussy, eh?" It was strange, a bloke like him being obsessed with a new camellia, and then suddenly switching to the subject of sex. Or perhaps not, when you think of stamens, cross-pollination and the like. I attempted a determined grin. "No, sir, I'd like the opportunity to build my own creative department." But then he seemed to focus, and in a fairly jovial voice said, "Well, that's good, Coo. 3 years, that's the contract. Don't let us down, son. Show 'em we Australians mean business." "Show who, sir? The Wing brothers?" "Nah, they're bloody lucky to get you. I mean the Yanks. Feather in our cap sending someone like you who looks the part. You are Australian, aren't you, Coo?" "Oh, yes, I remember. 4th generation. Throwback." He reached over and took a cigarette from an open silver box that hadn't been on his desk the last time I'd been in his office. I later learned from Odette that, in a fit of pique, he'd thrown it against the wall, and it had only recently been returned from the jeweller. The top of the lid was facing me, and I read the inscription. "To Charles Brickman, in appreciation, Bob Menzies, the New Liberal Party, 1946. He tapped one end of the fag on the surface of the Georgian desk a couple of times, then absent-mindedly lit up, inhaled, exhaled, and fanned the smoke away from his face. "Bloody gaspers," he said, placing the Ronson desk lighter back beside the box. "Any questions?" Both remarks were made in the same flat voice, without a pause. He wasn't coughing as much this time, though each sentence was still punctuated with a small gasp, and his voice was gravel shifting over tin. "Yes, sir. When? When am I expected to arrive?" Brickman stabbed the intercom. "Miss Grace, when?"
"When what, Mr. Brickman?" came the crackling reply.
Second stab at the intercom.
"When is Mr. Coo needed in Singapore?"
Silence. Then Miss Grace appeared and crossed to his desk, to stand directly beside me. Reaching over, she removed several sheets of paper from his in-tray, and I caught a whiff of her perfume. It evoked dead rose petals and violets in small muslin bags found in the underwear drawers of old ladies.
"The contract, it's all in there," she said, placing it in front of him. "Mr. Coo has to sign it there."
She stabbed a freckled finger at the last line on the first page.
"And then initial the bottom of every page."
"Yeah, righto," Brickman said impatiently. "Every page."
Then he picked up the contract and began to read, cigarette held above his shoulder, smoke curling up to the ceiling. My eyes followed it, and I noticed, to my surprise, that the white gloss ceiling directly above his head was stained a dirty brown with nicotine. Curiously, it suited the elegant room, made it seem more lived in, gave all the antiques a present tense, a current working life. The document, I remember, was 6 pages in total, and either Charles Brickman was the world speed-reading champion, or he was only pretending to read. Each page took him about 10 seconds, his breathing punctuated with regular wheezy gasps and the occasional grunt. After a minute or so, he looked up, slapped the contract down again, puffed, exhaled, and said, "Pretty straightforward. Don't seem to be any problems." "I'd like to read it, sir." "Yes, of course." He pushed the contract across the desk. "Go ahead, son."
May I take it away with me?"
"What? Show it to a lawyer? This is white bread, Coo, nothing hidden. Slice it any way you want, it's plain and simple. Snow white on the inside and brown crust on the outside."
I wondered briefly where he'd picked up this example of Madison Avenue jargon that was so patently out of character for a guy like him. "Run it up the flagpole and let's see who salutes" was the most commonly used Hollywood movie example. I confess I had heard very few people use any of these parody lines until I got to Singapore and met Ronnie Wing, the youngest of the 3 Wing brothers. "Still, sir, I'd like to read it carefully." I could hear my mum's shocked voice.
"What? You signed it without showing it to Uncle Herbert?"
Uncle Herbie is my dad's brother, the family lawyer, and in Mum's opinion, one of the few members of the family who commands respect. She would refer to him as being sharp as a tack, so he can't have been a fool. His hair was jet black and his eyes almond-shaped, except that they were a pale, washed-out blue. On a girl, they'd be spectacularly seductive, but on him they were disconcerting and weird, as if they were fading or slowly dying.
"Coo, what do you know about contracts?"
I grinned. Was he feeding me my next line? "Enough to read them carefully before signing them, sir," I responded predictably. Perhaps I should have mentioned that I have a commerce degree.
"Righto then. Have it back in an hour."
He glanced at his watch.
"I'll still be here to witness it."
"I'd like at least until morning, sir." His bushy eyebrows shot up.
"It's only 6 pages, Coo."
"Still, I'd like to take it home, sir." The whole thing was getting a little out of hand, but I must have had some of Chairman Meow's genes because I was not going to budge. Anyway, a 6-page contract was bloody long. Brickman sighed and stabbed his fag to death in the beautiful ashtray.
"Righto, son, good move," he said to my surprise.
I recall he wore what might conceivably emerge as a smile, given enough time. "Thank you, sir. What time shall I return it?"
"When your lawyer has looked it over, of course," he said with a wave of the hand.
He paused, and the smile emerged in all its tobacco-stained splendour.
"Oh, and Coo, while you're about it, whatever salary package they offer, double it, and build in a new business bonus. 3% of the gross total billing for the first 3 years, based on media placement billing and production costs. Not the net profit. There's never a net profit after the bloody accountants have made all their highly imaginative deductions. Then, after 3 years, for as long as the account and you stay with the agency, 2% of the gross. I'm not sure who's paying, the Americans or the Chinese. Either way, it's not us."
He grinned.
"Of course, there's also a hardship allowance."
"Hardship?"
"Yes, mysterious East, malaria, dengue fever, dysentery, open drains, shit and piss in the kampongs and rivers, living away from home, missing loved ones. Let's say that's an extra $1,000 a year. Do you know anyone in Singapore?"
"Yes, sir. My mother has relatives there."
"Business?"
"Yes, sir. Palm oil. They're among the biggest exporters."
"Good. Have them look at some suitable accommodation for you. It's a small island, a bit broken down. This bloke Lee Kuan Yew is changing things for the better. You see, Singapore is the ideal bridge between East and West. The international brands are becoming interested in the Asian market. That's why New York is buying into Wing Brothers."
He cleared his throat.
"Their clients can see the potential in an emerging market and want a piece of the action. Millions of potential new shoppers buying soap, detergent, tobacco, Coca-Cola, you name it. You can assume accommodation will be scarce and rent sky high. If we're the first international agency in the market, you can bet your army boots that others will soon follow. Get someone in your family to work out the cost of what would be suitable for your needs in terms of size, prestige, and location. Rent at the high end of the market. Put that in the contract. Spell it out, right down to the dishwasher. That's the housekeeper's salary. Remember, It's the level of his accommodation that makes a single senior executive look good."
He paused, threw his head back and blew smoke into the air.
"You must have the best #1 pussy trap. Don't put that into the contract, but be sure to spell everything else out precisely. You're only going to get one go at it. It's all about being taken seriously by our Chinese agency partners."
What he was talking about was face. The Chinese are very big on face. My mum uses the word at least 20 times a day. To lose face is a fate worse than death to the Chinese. "Thank you, sir. I'll do as you advise." I couldn't quite believe the remarkable change in his demeanour.
"Good work, son. Can't have one of my lads disadvantaged. It's not the Australian way of doing business. You'll need more than tomorrow with that contract. See if you can get it back to us by next Wednesday. No, I'm with the Premier at the races then. It'll have to be Thursday. Make it Thursday after lunch."
I still couldn't quite believe my ears. This could only be the Charles Brickman Odette was hinting at when she'd protested that he had a good side to him. "Will they buy that, sir? I mean, all the extras?"
"Son, you'll never know unless you ask."
He dismissed me with a wave of his hand, but it wasn't an unfriendly gesture. I rose and picked up the chair and turned towards Her Grace's office.
"Ask and ye shall receive,"
I heard him chuckle. I entered her office and placed the chair in its former position. Suddenly she was all smiles. "Why, thank you, Mr. Koo. And when will we be seeing you again?" She positively oozed charm. "I need to know so I can make sure the chairman is in." She reached for a leather appointment book. "Thursday afternoon, sometime after lunch. Mr. Brickman didn't say precisely." "Let's make it 3:30 then." She wrote this in the book, then glanced up with a smile. "If there is any change in arrangements, I'll let you know in plenty of time, Mr. Koo." Jesus, what's going on? I thought. "Thank you, Miss Grace." Miracles will never cease. Well, between Chairman Meow getting on the telephone to Singapore, and the extras suggested by the chairman added in, and the whole caboodle being carefully scrutinised by Uncle Herbie, the contract I took back to the agency a week and a day later was tight as a squirrel's bum. It was returned 3 weeks later from overseas, neatly retyped with a sentence or two changed, but to all intents and purposes intact. New York and Singapore accepted the deal, with the proviso that either party could rescind the contract after a year. The New York office agreed to pick up my salary package for the trial year, and the Wing brothers, if all parties agreed that I should stay on, would foot the bill for the remaining 2. I thanked the chairman and added that I greatly appreciated his help. Through a curtain of cigarette smoke, he replied, "Just remember, Koo, only a fool prepares a contract where there's no room to move. And you'll want to know you'll not be working for a fool." "No, sir, thank you," I replied, somewhat upbeat. We'd become, how shall I put it, fellow conspirators? Jonas called it working buddies. It was fairly obvious Brinkman didn't think much of the way the Americans were going about getting into Asia, and plainly he didn't trust the proprietors of the Chinese agency. "Now you look after yourself, Koo. Not everything is what it seems to be. The Chinese—" He left the final 2 words hanging in the air. In addition to all the chairman's suggestions, Uncle Herbie had added 4 weeks paid vacation, using the American word for annual holidays, outside Asia, with first-class airfares to and from anywhere in the world. Having a captive Koo as family lawyer had its advantages. Charles Brickman made 1 or 2 more calls to America, and a week later I signed the contract, now almost 9 pages long, and passed it over the desk to Brickman. He leaned back. "Let me tell you something for nothing, son. While I've never met the Wing brothers, one of them is smart enough to have negotiated with New York to pay your first year's salary, as well as all the trimmings, including the rent for your pussy trap. If it doesn't work out, clash of personalities, whatever, they've had the benefit of your work and the new business you'll no doubt attract, and it's cost them bugger all. If it does work out, then better still. They pay you 2 years' salary for the price of 3. He looked at me directly, then stabbed his tobacco-stained forefinger at me. Find out which wing brother it is and keep your eye on him. Mark my words, he's going to try to screw you at every turn. My mum, who, as I previously mentioned, had been following the negotiations every step of the way, pronounced herself satisfied. She'd even taken a positive shine to Charles Brickman after I'd told her how he'd personally advised and cautioned me.
I want to meet this man, she said. I trust him intuitively.
I'd pointed out that this probably wasn't such a good idea. Unbeknownst to me, she sent him 3 dozen Queen Elizabeth long-stemmed roses, accompanied by a thank-you note from the Koo family. The phone rang in my office shortly after 11 o'clock the following day, and before I had a chance to speak, the chairman's gravel-sluice voice came roaring down the line. "What's going on, Koo? I fucking hate pink roses." The 707 landed at Paya Lebar International Airport in the middle of a tropical downpour. As usual, the moment we touched down, I checked my watch. 5:03 p.m. precisely, on the 17th of September 1966. My mum, clapping her hands, would have exclaimed, "Double lucky." That's because 5 plus 3 equals 8, and 1 plus 7 equals 8, which, to the Chinese, is doubly lucky, because the number 8 is the luckiest of all numbers. I'd be lying if I said this thought hadn't occurred to me. A uniformed airport attendant stood under a red and white striped beach umbrella at the bottom of the canvas-covered gangway, which was anchored by several sandbags against the effects of the storm. He was dispensing brollies for the short walk across the tarmac to the terminal, expertly snapping the brolly open, timing it so that not a drop of the driving rain touched an emerging first-class passenger. I accepted mine as I glanced back to see that no such assistance was afforded those who travelled economy, neither a covered gangway nor free brollies. It was my first lesson in Asia. Not all are born equal. I was to learn that the primary means of judging your social status was money, and there was no secondary means. For instance, you might be well born but poor, or highly educated and broke, and you would be regarded as a nobody. The genteel poor were not an accepted category in Asia. Everything in Chinese society is dictated by visible wealth. Face dominates everything. It is the primary cause of suicide and the reason for every ostentatious and vulgar display. In effect, the first-class passengers gained face by being issued umbrellas, and those in economy were accordingly deprived of it by entering the terminal soaked to the skin. God help the neophyte I undoubtedly was at the time. When I think about it now, the Chinese dragon must have been salivating, no, positively slavering at the prospect of my arrival. I might have achieved the physical anonymity I had always craved, as I was soon to discover, but it was accompanied by a staggering naivety. I had been on Singaporean soil for less than a minute when the first incident occurred. Through the sheets of water pelting down, I saw a Chinese mother coming out of economy, clutching a swaddled baby to her breast with one hand and carrying a piled-up basket in the other. The poor woman was obviously struggling, but none of the other economy passengers attempted to help her. Heavy drops thudded into my nylon umbrella and bounced off as I rushed over, grabbed the basket from her and handed her my umbrella. She gave me a look of shocked surprise that turned in an instant to fury. Gripping the infant even more tightly to her breast, she collapsed the brolly into a lethal weapon and began to whack me over the head, neck and shoulders, shouting what were undoubtedly curses. In desperation, I dropped the basket onto the tarmac and brought my arms up to protect my head, stumbled backwards in an attempt to escape her furious onslaught, and tripped over a tarmac cone, landing hard on my bum in a puddle. The rain pelted down on my unprotected skull like warm, sharp needles as the woman retrieved the basket she must have assumed I was hijacking and stood over me to deliver another explosion of invective, while the rain beat down on her head and poured from her hair into the face of the bawling infant. Throwing the offending umbrella at my feet, she turned and marched off towards the airport terminal, stamping furiously through the silver puddles. Most of the economy passengers, regardless of the downpour, paused to stare, and while no one attempted to help me to my feet, they must have been pissing themselves. Such an hilarious incident was a welcome reward at the end of a long, uncomfortable trip. By the time the bewildered airport attendant, waiting for the last first-class passenger to disembark, arrived to help me to my feet, I had lost enough face to last for the remainder of my time in Asia, with some to spare, but I had also learned my first lesson. Kind gestures to strangers was simply not on. While we may all have been born equal in the sight of God, he clearly hadn't told the Chinese, or they obviously didn't believe him. The chivalrous gesture I'd attempted would have been unthinkable for a wealthy Chinese, and must have been seen as a deliberate provocation. But to everyone's amusement, and perhaps satisfaction, I'd come off second best, a nabob in first class, getting his comeuppance from a woman in steerage. It struck me then that my wish had been granted. Nobody, including the woman with the baby, had seen me as a Guelo, but as a fellow Chinese. Even so, my outside still belied my inside, and I realized with some consternation that nothing had in fact changed. Whether in Australia or Singapore, I was a European in a Chinese body. Wholeness still eluded me. I had left strict instructions that my mum's relatives were not to meet me at the airport. My contract stipulated a room at Raffles Hotel for the first 2 weeks of my stay, so that I could get my bearings and find permanent accommodation. Pleading that I would be exhausted from the trip, I had planned to take a taxi to the hotel and contact the family 2 days later. Now, drenched to my underpants, I was grateful for this precaution. I wouldn't need to explain myself, and no relatives had lost face by witnessing my umbrella incident. Several wet people standing at the luggage carousel in the customs hall had a go at me in what I recognized as Cantonese, but it was spoken too fast for me to understand. Their meaning was unmistakable, though, the words delivered in an angry, remonstrating tone, accompanied by much finger-wagging in my face. They'd obviously witnessed my vicious, unprovoked attack on the poor woman and her baby. Anxious to beat a retreat, I retrieved my suitcases without bothering to look for a luggage trolley and carried them into customs, where the officers spied the 2 smart-looking leather-harried suitcases being lugged about by a short, broad Chinese peasant who was soaked to the skin, and I was done like a dinner. Anonymity was already giving me the shits. 3/4 of an hour later, with every carefully wrapped and beribboned family gift from my mum opened and examined, I eventually staggered into the reception hall, where I was immediately importuned by 2 porters anxious to help me with my suitcases. I told them in no uncertain terms to bugger off, but they persisted, jabbering and pointing at my 2 cases. I was deeply into my second bout of serious loss of face. In Asia, you don't even carry your own toothbrush. I'd read those Somerset Maugham books where, following the afternoon tropical shower, the rain-washed air carries the perfume of frangipani blossom. The rain had ceased all right, and the sky was certainly clear and clean, but the air carried some sort of cooking smell, although not one I'd ever noticed at any of our restaurants. It smelt something like rancid palm oil and garlic. I headed down the hall for the taxi rank, with the 2 persistent porters at my heels. I would later learn that their livelihood depended on their strong backs and whatever tips they could collect. The introduction of the personal luggage trolley had severely reduced their earnings, and I must have seemed one of the few hopeful prospects. "Right, kid, how does it feel to be an anonymous face in the crowd, alone, confused, soaked to the skin, cut and bruised about the face, carrying 2 heavy suitcases and conscious that you fucked up big time within 2 minutes of landing on foreign soil?" Our hero had landed in the real world at last. I told myself firmly that it couldn't get any worse, and I should snap out of my misery. After a shower, a change of clothes, and a beer in the bar at my hotel, I'd be right as rain. But I was wrong. Halfway to the taxi rank, I was accosted by 2 police officers, who placed themselves on either side of me in case I made a run for it. One of them, a sergeant, said something in Cantonese, the gist of which I understood, although I pretended not to. What I thought he was saying was that I was wanted for questioning. I placed the suitcases at my feet. They had barely touched the ground before the 2 porters made a grab for them. "I don't speak Chinese," I said firmly in English. There followed a moment's pause, and then the sergeant said, "You come." There was no polite please or sir attached to the demand. Sandwiched between them, I was led away, with the porters following with my suitcases and jabbering happily. It was at that moment that I saw an extremely attractive young woman in a Mary Quant miniskirt and a Vidal Sassoon 5-point haircut, holding up a slate that read, "Mr. Simon Koo." There is a God in heaven after all, I thought. I simply couldn't believe my luck. It was unlikely that there would be another Simon Koo at the airport at this precise moment. "Hello, I think you're looking for me," I called, stopping abruptly. The two policemen glanced at the young woman. Then the sergeant asked, "This one, you know?" pointing at her rudely. "It is someone come to meet me from Raffles Hotel," I replied, hoping this was correct. Whoever she was, she seemed to sum up the situation immediately and ran over to where we stood.
"What is happening, Mr. Koo?"
"I'm not sure I know, miss, but am I glad to see you." She gave me the briefest of smiles, then launched into a rapid conversation in Cantonese with the two policemen, which seemed interminable. She held herself very erect, but her voice was emphatic, whereas the police sergeant kept pointing at my face, which I would later discover sported a cut and a darkening bruise on the left cheekbone. I had been too preoccupied with customs and the like to realize that one of my eyes was almost shut, and a line of dried blood showed on the left side of my neck where I'd been whacked under the ear with the brolly. Little wonder customs had hauled me in.
"We must go with the policeman to the station. It is here in the airport," she said at last, then added, "I will talk to them." In a large office that passed for a police station, I was given a chair while the sergeant made a phone call. The young lady introduced herself as Mercy B. Lord. This didn't seem like the right moment to quiz her about her somewhat surprising name. "Can you tell me, please, what happened, Mr. Koo?"
It was clear Miss Lord spoke and understood English very well. A police lieutenant arrived, possibly summoned by the sergeant's call, and I then began to tell the whole sad, pathetic story, feeling more stupid by the minute. The lieutenant appeared to understand and kept nodding his head, but every minute or so Mercy B. Lord would hold up her hand while she translated what I'd told her for the policeman. This continued for half an hour. An incident in the rain that had lasted no more than 2 or 3 minutes was taking an eternity to explain. Seated in my soaked trousers with my underpants pulling against my crotch, I noticed that my eye and cheekbone were beginning to throb. No notes were taken, and at the end of my account, the lieutenant said in almost perfect English, "I am satisfied there has been a misunderstanding, sir. You are free to go." To my surprise, the two porters were waiting, standing beside my suitcases outside the door. "Will you make sure they are generously tipped?" I asked Mercy B. Lord. "I have no local currency. I'll settle with you later." She gave me a brilliant smile.
"They are much too heavy. You must not carry them, sir."
She smiled.
"Welcome to Singapore."
She extended her hand, head tilted, dark eyes amused.
"Now we will start again. I am Mercy B. Lord. How do you do? You are still wet, and you have cuts and bruises I must attend to."
"Thank you, Miss Lord, for everything. I don't know that I could have managed without you." Later, thinking about it, I had held her hand far too long, my round face no doubt set in an expression of pathetic gratitude. She shrugged.
"It is my job, Mr. Koo. Come, I have a car waiting."
After paying the two porters what I hoped was a generous gratuity, she waited for the chauffeur to load my bags into the boot before joining me in the back of the limo, a big black Buick. We pulled away from the scene of my multiple humiliations, and Mercy B. Lord handed me her business card, holding it formally in both hands, 4 fingers beneath and thumbs on top. I accepted it using both hands, as Phyllis Koo, mother and now Chinese mentor, had instructed me to do. I'd never carried a card in Australia, but my canny mother had given me a box printed in the correct manner, where, on the flip side, I saw my name for the first time printed in Chinese characters. I'd taken half a dozen out of the box and placed them in the outside top pocket of my suit. I now reached in to retrieve one and pulled out a small, soggy square of card, which I handed to Mercy B. with the same due ceremony.
"At 5 o'clock it rains in Singapore," she said, accepting the wet card.
I glanced at her own card and saw how her improbable name was represented in print. Miss Mercy B. Lord, Senior Residential Settlement, City Guide and Coordination, the Beatrice Fong Agency, 200 Orchard Road, first floor, Kwan Fock Building. Telephone Singapore 86222. Please call me Simon, or if you like, Cookie, which is what my friends in Australia call me, I offered. Mercy B. Lord put her hand up to her lips to stifle a giggle that still managed to sneak through her fingers.
Cookie, that is not nice for a man, is it?
I grinned. You mean if I use it here I'll lose face? She nodded her head vigorously.
I think so.
Yes, so I've been told. It's Simon, then. Although when you're angry with me, you may call me Cookie. Her eyes widened.
I will not be angry with you, Simon. It is not permitted.
Permission granted, Miss Lord. I'm surprised you're not angry already. I've made a fool of myself and lost more face in my first hour in Singapore than I can possibly regain if I spend a lifetime in Asia. She clucked her tongue dismissively.
You will not see those people again. It will be okay. I will teach you the customs.
Do I have the pleasure of your company until later in the evening? I'd very much like it if you'd have dinner with me. But first I need a clean-up, a shower and a change of clothes.
No, first we go to the doctor. Then we will go to the hotel. And if you are not so tired, we can have dinner.
Will you make a booking? She laughed.
There is no need, Simon. All the restaurants give Beatrice Fong squeeze. We will be welcome.
I was surprised. While I didn't know much, I knew from my mother that the Chinese seldom show affection in public, much less hug each other. They hug her, I said, as a polite roundabout way of correcting her grammar. They must really like her. Mercy B. Lord threw back her head and laughed.
I think I will explain later, when you are feeling much better, Simon.
If face is everything to the Chinese, nothing happens without squeeze. That is to say, without a bribe or a percentage of every deal struck going to someone else. Mercy B. Lord's employer, as the head of a foreign visitors agency, was in a position to bring in customers and, in return, received her percentage in the better Chinese restaurants. If I'd made an unpropitious start in Singapore, the one piece of truly good joss was Mercy B. Lord. I should point out that she was always referred to by her full name, never as just plain Mercy, or even Mercy B, although I never heard her insist on it. Now somewhat more in control, and driving to the doctor or to Raffles Hotel, I said, Mercy B. Lord, you well and truly saved me from a fate worse than death, but I hadn't been told to expect you. She looked surprised.
But I have a telegram from Mr. Arthur Grimes in New York. We know him here. He has visited many, many times when he was looking for an advertising agency. He is...
She paused, as if she wanted to be sure she got it right.
Senior Vice President International, Asia and South America. I have it here, the telegram.
She retrieved it from her bag and handed it to me to read. Attention Beatrice Fong Agency, stop. Simon Koo arriving Qantas Flight 8, stop. 17th September, stop. Please facilitate as if U.S. citizen, stop. All facilities granted, stop. Arthur Grimes, Senior VP Int A and SA, stop. NY Office. I recalled that Arthur Grimes had been one of the signatories, along with the Wing brothers, on my contract. But there had been no mention of my being met at the airport. Charles Brickman may have had a low opinion of how the Americans operated in Asia, but they just effectively saved my pseudo-Chinese backside in the very welcome and pretty form of Miss Mercy B. Lord. What does all facilities granted entail, Mercy B. Lord? I asked mischievously. Her quick glance told me that she understood but wasn't going to go there.
I will be available for the next 2 weeks to familiarize you with Singapore and to find you suitable accommodation. That is, if you wish.
Yes, of course. Thank you. When shall we meet? At night? I will be expected in the agency during the day.
No, not at night, she said quickly. It is only during the day. It is called familiarization. I think you will need it.
I agree, but I'm not sure the Wing brothers will approve.
They have approved. It is the custom for American Guelo who come to work in Singapore. Now also you, Simon. We have the correct notification from New York. It is not easy if you do not know your way around. I will show you everything.
I doubted that Mercy B. Lord's everything was the same everything I had been told about in the pub back home, when everyone knew I was coming here. It seemed that 3 or 4 guys' fathers each had a story about places such as the notorious Boogus Street, with its transvestites, sleazy bars, nightclubs and brothels. Nevertheless, I was delighted to discover she would be my guide for my first fortnight in Singapore, though I couldn't help wondering what the Wing brothers would think privately about the American initiative. But then again, they weren't paying for it or me. There isn't a lot more to say about my first late afternoon and evening. Mercy B. Lord insisted on my seeing a doctor, who pronounced each wound superficial, dabbed a little iodine on my neck and cheek, and told me to expect a very black eye for the next few days. My room at Raffles was small, and, although not air-conditioned, was perfectly adequate. I showered and changed while Mercy B. Lord waited downstairs, and then I joined her for a cold beer in the famous Long Bar while she had a martini. Then she took me to a Chinese restaurant where we had dinner. I'd declared myself, after my flow of excess adrenaline at the airport, to be positively starving, and she'd insisted on a small banquet with all the trimmings. Faced with a different dish seemingly every few minutes, I tried to imagine that first banquet for Ah Koo in Sydney in the late 19th century, although things had changed. For example, a beautiful woman was sharing this one with me, while the closest little sparrow got to being present at a banquet was to earn an exceedingly sore bum while crouched behind the screen interpreting her dream for the Dragon Master. Now, 80 years later, I wondered to myself how much had really changed. They were country bumpkins in a strange city, and I had already demonstrated that I was no more sophisticated here in an equally strange Singapore. My learning curve would need to be a bloody steep one. They'd managed theirs well enough to create a dynasty. I wondered just what lay ahead for me. Would I make a cock-up of things, or be a success? But at least for the moment, I had the pretty and charming Mercy B. Lord to smooth my path. I told myself things couldn't be all bad over the next 2 weeks. Tired from the long flight, and with several more beers in me than I customarily consumed, I was forward enough to ask Mercy B. Lord about her, as I put it, simply wonderful name. When she hesitated, I added, "If you don't tell me, it's going to drive me crazy all night, and I won't get any sleep. It will be your fault if I arrive at Samuel Oswald Wing, a broken and battered man." I pointed to my eye, now virtually closed. I'm already looking pretty crook.
"Crook? I hope you are not a crook, Simon," she exclaimed.
It's an Australian word. It means feeling poorly, sick, in bad shape, hungover, unwell. Mercy B. Lord giggled.
"You have a funny English language, Simon. Like Americans, you say things that mean other things. How will I learn this?"
"Don't worry, I'll teach you Australian. But first, you have to explain your name."
"It was given to me by Sister Charity at the St. Thomas Aquinas Catholic Mission Orphanage. You see, I am an orphan."
Mercy B. Lord then went on to tell me how, as a day-old baby, she had been left on the doorstep of the orphanage. Sister Charity, the oldest Irish nun, had discovered her, almost tripping over the tiny bundle on the kitchen doorstep. "Mercy B. Lord," she'd exclaimed. "What have you sent us?" It was as easy as that. She had always been known, not as Mercy, but as Mercy B. Lord, there being, predictably enough, an orphan named Mercy already. She'd never been given any other identity, such as a Chinese name. But later in life, when she'd sought to have it translated, it came out as Child of Guan Xian, the one who hears the cries of the world.
"I was born in March 1946, and was lucky my mother took me to the nuns, who had just returned to the orphanage after the Japanese occupation." She paused. "There were a lot of Chinese murdered by the Japanese, so if I was Chinese pure blood, she would have kept me. To be a Chinese child then, so soon after the war, was good, even a girl child with an unmarried mother, so the nuns knew I was a half-caste."
"But you don't seem to have any pronounced European features. Your dad's genes must have been swamped." I laughed. "I should know. My family are all half-castes. I just happen to be a throwback, a return of the irrepressible Chinese genes. I have cousins and an uncle with fair skin and blue eyes. That's okay in Australia, but not growing up amongst the Chinese, I guess. Mercy B. Lord looked down at her plate.
Not European, Simon. Japanese. My mother would have been raped by a Japanese soldier. It was common, and is the only reason she would have given me up. The people in her kampong would have known this and killed me at birth. Bad rice.
But how would you know that?
Almost all the children in the orphanage were one of two things. If they were above the age of 4, then they were orphans, whose parents had been killed by the Japanese. If they were babies, then their mothers had been raped by Japanese soldiers. My mother, the nuns explained, wanted to confess her shame, to explain why she would give up her baby and leave me at the orphanage. So she swaddled me in a Japanese soldier's shirt. The nuns kept the shirt, and I have it now. One of the sleeves has been cut off.
I was silent for a few moments, then said quietly, "That's tough."
No, nobody could really tell once I got a little older, and people have forgotten.
She paused before continuing.
But sometimes, I don't know why, I just feel different.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Only with me, the outside contradicts the inside.
I know it's ridiculous, but walking down the street, I sometimes think people look at me in a different way, that somehow they realize.
I know the feeling well. But in your case, you're misinterpreting their looks. What they're staring at is, as we would say in Australia, a grouse-looking Sheila with the latest in Mary Quant clothes and a Vidal Sassoon 5-point hairstyle. She looked briefly taken aback.
Simon, I don't understand. A grouse is a bird, is it not? But who is Sheila?
No, grouse means really good, terrific. In your case, extremely beautiful. And Sheila is Australian for a girl or woman. Mercy B. Lord laughed.
That is a very strange language, Simon.
The following day, I put on the second of my 3 suits, a light tropical weight khaki gabardine. I had 2 like this and a lightweight wool. For more formal occasions when you meet the Prime Minister, my mother, who'd had them tailor-made, had said with a laugh. So, suited, brushed and polished, and looking the part of a hot new creative director, in a light blue Brooks Brothers shirt with a button-down collar, one of 3 I'd ordered through Jonas from America, and the tie I had never returned to my dad, I entered the premises of Samuel Oswald Wing. I had taken the precaution of phoning at 5 minutes past 9 to make an appointment. I felt sure they knew of my arrival, but I didn't want to lob in unexpectedly. "My name is Simon Koo. May I speak with Mr. Wing, please?" I asked when the switch answered.
Which Mr. Wing do you want?
A pleasant voice answered. "Mr. Sidney Wing?"
One moment, I'll put you through to his secretary.
Sidney Wing's secretary offered only her first name.
Sally, hello?
"Hello, Sally, this is Simon Koo."
Yes, Mr. Koo, what can we do for you?
It was friendly enough, but not the reaction I'd expected. "Simon Koo from Australia? I think I'm expected. I'm the new creative director." There was a moment's awkward silence.
Creative director? I do not understand, sir.
"From Australia? I was with Samuel Oswald Brickman. New York has sent me." I tried to sound cheery. "I am to be your new creative director."
Oh, I see.
More silence, then,
New creative director?
It was obviously an unfamiliar term that she was struggling to understand. Sidney Wing was one of the signatories on my contract, and I was dumbfounded that his secretary didn't even know that the biggest change about to happen to the agency was to its creative component. This, I was to learn, was very Chinese, where if a personal secretary isn't a family member, she doesn't always know what's going on, especially if something is confidential, although it was hard to think of my appointment as confidential. Perhaps it just wasn't considered sufficiently important for her to know about. It wasn't a good beginning. But then perhaps I was being paranoid as usual. "Do you have a department that produces the newspaper advertisements, with people who draw the pictures?" I'd been told that creative was pretty primitive, and it would be my job to change all that, so I shouldn't have been surprised. I guess the word creative was a new one for Sally, But then she suddenly came alive. "Oh, yes, Mr. Koo, you got the wrong Mr. Wing. You want Mr. Ronnie Wing. When you come, he will be your boss. I will put you back to switch, and they will put you through." I felt a sudden frisson of anger. It's weird how your mind can suddenly do an about-turn. I've got news for you, lady. Mr. Ronnie Wing will not be running creative. What's more, it will be an honest operation, no more corruption. What was it Mercy B. Lord called it? Squeeze. There will be no more squeeze. As I waited for the phone to be answered, I recalled dinner the previous night, when Mercy B. Lord had explained squeeze to me. The all-pervading system of bribery, inducements, cuts and percentages that was so endemic in Asia it wasn't even questioned.
Simon, nothing among the Chinese or in Chinese business is done without squeeze. Advertising could not be the exception.
Charles Brickman had also warned me never to accept things at face value. She'd leaned forward across the restaurant table for emphasis.
There are no exceptions.
She sat back in her chair and added,
It's not a part of the system. It is the system.
"Ah, things may be changing," I replied confidently. "Asia is being invaded by the West."
What, capitalism?
"Well, business. Big business, anyway." Mercy B. Lord laughed.
The Chinese have been capitalists for thousands of years, Simon. The action all happens under the table. Above the table, everyone nods and agrees and is very polite.
I'd done my mental arithmetic. If she was born in 1946, then she was 20. And she worked as a guide for a business agency, which was hardly at the cutting edge of business action. "How do you know all this?" I asked. I thought of my sisters, all within a couple of years of her age. Although they were all bright, they were still largely preoccupied with how short a miniskirt could be without being indecent, so as to pass the Phyllis Koo test. This also went for the bunnies in the agency, where I suspected that the subject of nail polish could take up half the lunch hour. The blokes weren't any better. If I hadn't majored in economics, I'd probably have been the same. Mercy B. Lord gave me a straight look.
To the Chinese, squeeze is like breathing. You don't think about it, you just do it to stay alive. I'm a Catholic, she said quietly. I have been taught that bribery and corruption are both sins.
She spread her hands, her nails long and perfectly manicured.
But I also know that it is not a sin in the eyes of a different God. And the Chinese have a God for everything, as you would know.
Chow Kung Ming, the god of wealth. My mum told us as kids that he rode a black tiger and used pearls as hand grenades. Mercy B. Lord laughed.
Yes, we know him. But the wealth god around here is Tsai Shen-ye. His shrine is to be found in nearly every home. I was forgetting you're Chinese.
It must have been the first time ever that my Chinese face had been overlooked in favour of my European mind. "Be careful. Remember what happened at the airport. I told you it's only skin deep. Inside, I'm a dumb guelo. Okay, this dinner is on me. When I pay the bill, does Miss Beatrice Fong get squeeze?" Mercy B. Lord thought for a moment.
We have two problems here, Mr. Koo. You have invited me to dinner. If I offer to pay, then you will lose face. This must never happen. Please remember that.
But it's out of the question. Of course I'll pay. Mercy B. Lord brought her fingers to her lips, but again the giggle managed to slip through.
That is the second problem. You see, this banquet is squeeze.
The phone had rung for some time in what I hoped was the production department. Then, at last, a male voice answered. "Hello? Mr. Wing? Ronnie Wing?"
"I fetch him. Who you, sir? I tell him."
"Simon Koo from Australia."
"You call from Australia?"
No, I'm at Raffles Hotel here in Singapore." I was getting decidedly irritable, but told myself it was a reasonable mistake. Bad phrasing on my part.
"Yes, I know this hotel, sir. But I am not going there, not once. Only I am going past when I am going Beach Road. I will tell him, sir. You wait, please."
What seemed like another interminable wait followed. in the middle of which came a knock on my hotel room door. "I'm on the phone, please come in," I called. It was the hotel dhoby or laundry man. Overnight my suit had been cleaned and pressed, my shirt starched, my socks and underpants washed, and each delivered on a separate hanger covered in clear plastic. I pointed to the wardrobe, reached for my wallet, and extracted an overly generous tip, but was forced to hold it out using only one hand. He thanked me with a large smile and a nod, accepting it with both hands, then backing away towards the door. "Hello, Ronnie Wing here. Welcome to Singapore, Simon. I'm greatly looking forward to meeting you. When can we press the flesh?" I was to learn that Ronnie Wing was in love with the advertising business. The run it up the flagpole and see if it salutes Hollywood cliched version. He'd bought the whole package. He talked, praised and encouraged using the jargon, invented his own metaphors, and probably knew more about the sleazy side of Singapore nightlife than anyone else on the island. He walked the walk and talked the talk, as if born to meet, greet and treat. He was the original glad-hander, joker, and brothel or bar girl negotiator. He never forgot a name and laughed uproariously at anyone's corny jokes. He wanted more than anything in the world to be a creative hotshot, and collected all the art director annuals and how to make effective advertising books, and was the first in the office every month to read Advertising Age, the magazine that reported on the American ad scene. Ronnie read it from cover to cover, and knew more current New York, Chicago and West Coast gossip than its editor. He seemed to believe that the big American names in advertising, such as David Ogilvy and Bill Bernbach, were the new free enterprise celestial gods. Ronnie was a complete walking, talking and cavorting parody of a 60s American ad man. He even wore blue seersucker suits for official occasions when a jacket might be required. In Singapore, he was accepted as a member of the expat advertising group that came mostly from Jackson Wayne, an Australian-owned ad agency, and Cathay Advertising, a Hong Kong outfit with agencies throughout the region and owned by a woman named Elma Kelly, where they would gossip, drink and play liar dice. Unfortunately, Ronnie didn't have a creative bone in his body, and I was to be stuck with him. I recall almost every word of that first telephone call to Samuel Oswald Wing, the day after I arrived in Singapore. I was bright and bushy-tailed in my new khaki gabardine suit, blue shirt and shiny shoes, and ready to start my brilliant new career. Ronnie was the first Wing I spoke to, and the first I was to meet face-to-face, but spoke to is not really accurate, because before I had time to say anything, he was off again. "Congratulations! You are the star on the top of the Christmas tree, Simon." "Oh," I said, surprised. "Star billing even before I start?" "Absolutely. Your 2 ads in the New York Art Directors Annual are 100% shrink-proof double-stitched ants pants. Yes, sir. Singapore gets the show pony that's hot to trot, the best of the lot." "Mr. Wing," I laughed, "we have yet to meet. I'm almost as broad as I am tall, and if I was a pony I'd have trouble raising a trot. I have a black eye and a bruised cheekbone. But I was hoping I might come into the agency, meet you all, see my office, familiarize myself with the location, all the usual stuff." No. I must come to you first, Simon. It's the Chinese way. Lunch at the town club. A hotel limo will take you. I will call them now. Does 12 o'clock suit? We will chew the creative fat." I confess I winced. The idea of this maker of bad metaphors holding me captive in his club for the afternoon didn't appeal one bit. I hesitated, then asked, "Would it be appropriate to invite Miss Mercy B. Lord?" "Oh, Jesus Christ, no!" Ronnie Wing was obviously taken completely by surprise. Then, quickly recovering, he said, "No women allowed, old chap. It is the Chinese way." "Mr. Wing, how will I recognize you?" I was to learn that the Chinese way was anything Ronnie wanted it to be at the time. It was his major ethnic weapon. "Just tell the doorman you're Ronnie Wing's guest. I will have signed you in." There was a moment's pause. "Oh, and Simon, it's Ronnie. We are going to be close creative buddies, collaborators, fellow conspirators, in fact. 2 peas in a very exciting creative pod." He laughed. "The cart horse and the show pony. I'll pull and you can run ahead. A 2-horse show, eh?" Chapter 4. The taxi dropped me off at the town club in Battery Road, at the mouth of the Singapore River. It was not without some trepidation that I entered the bar just a minute or so before noon, on my first full day in Singapore. If the phone call was any indication, I was about to meet a Chinese bloke who appeared to have introduced ad speak into Asia, and I wasn't sure I was quite up to the task of participating in a luncheon conversation littered with cliches. My busted cheek, bunged-up eye, and the large patch of white surgical plaster just under my ear did nothing for my confidence either. Pull yourself together, Simon, I thought. Pretend you're down at the pub, listening to Ross Quinlivan delivering his one-liners. The only thing less substantial than the smoke in this morning's wills meeting was the client, who, as usual, left all the hard decisions up in the air. Hopefully, Ronnie Wing would talk about what needed to be done to build a creative department. That is, if he realised the need for one in the first place. Lunch obviously began early in the tropics. The bar was already one deep, and all the stools seemed to be occupied. All were expats, I noted with some surprise. All wore lightweight tropical suits, white shirts and conservative nondescript ties. Most were distinguished by being overweight, from pot-bellied to grossly fat. I'd imagined that with the Federation of Malaysia, independence would have put an end to colonialism. But this mob looked every inch the part, and I was soon to learn that the narrow-minded, bigoted archetype was still very much alive and well in Singaporean society. Then I saw that one stool was vacant at the far end of the bar next to a tall, thin Chinese, wearing a blue striped seersucker suit and a pink shirt with a brightly coloured psychedelic tie, similar to one I owned. Perhaps it was not as look-at-me as the Mickey Mouse with banjo tie. Nonetheless, it was out there attempting to make some sort of statement. Resting precariously on the padded leather stool was a martini, the green olive clear to see in the elegant glass. From his voice over the phone, I'd expected a short, chubby guy, not a beanpole. Ronnie Wing was really very tall for a Chinese, 6 foot and then some. His black hair worn long in a very un-Chinese haircut that was especially noticeable among the short back and siders lining the bar. Truly tall Chinese are not that common in Australia, and I realised that I'd subconsciously hoped for a short ass like myself. Ronnie Wing was hunched over the bar, both hands loosely encircling his own martini glass, staring into space, or rather, at the spirits bottles against the mirrored wall behind the bar. Several of the men glanced over at me as I entered, and I couldn't say their looks were overly welcoming or even neutral, as one might expect on entering a bar, even at a private club. I thought my somewhat battered face might be the reason, although I didn't exactly look prepossessing at the best of times. Walking up to the Chinese guy, I said, "Ronnie? Ronnie Wing?" He jumped at the sound of his name, as if he'd been deep in thought. "Jesus, you're Chinese," he said, turning to face me. "Yeah, 4th generation throwback," I laughed. "You should have told me," he said, recovering. "We could have gone somewhere else." "Why?" I said, looking around. "This seems okay." "As a general rule, no Asians are allowed." "Well, that's okay. I'm Australian, but you're Chinese, I take it." "Well, yes, straight Chinese. Not entirely the same thing." "The same as my mother. Nevertheless, Asian." "Of course, but only half a dozen or so families. The males, of course, are members here. Long Mi Saw, one of the movie magnate brothers. The Sultan of Brunei. A couple of billionaires whose families, like ours, go back 2 or 3 generations. Some were heroes or served the British somewhere along the line, and were rewarded with honorary membership in perpetuity." I was hard put to see his point, and realised I shouldn't pursue the subject, but I couldn't resist one last question. "Ronnie, how is Straits Chinese different? As I said, my mum is Straits Chinese like you, but she's obsessed with the Chinese aspect." "You mean, how do Straits Chinese differ in culture from the Chinese somewhere else, like, say, Hong Kong?" "Yeah, I guess." "Well, it's quite different here in Singapore, where mixed marriages with the Javanese and Malays are not unusual. I look very Chinese because my father, like his father before him, went back to China to find his wife. But whether we're racially mixed,
That is, Peranakan or not, we still think of ourselves as Chinese unless we marry Caucasians. Then our offspring are Eurasian. But your culture, do you follow traditional Chinese customs? It seemed I couldn't stop myself asking dumb questions. My nerves were getting the better of me. Ronnie Wing nodded politely, no doubt wondering when this crap would end. Yes, a lot of stuff comes from the old culture. Attitudes, religion, beliefs, festivals, superstitions. These things die hard for the Chinese. It's our way to hang on through thick and thin. Even though we are ethnically integrated here in Singapore, we still hark back to China. It's an old culture, and a strong one. Our ethnic group makes up 75% of Singapore's population. I nodded my head briefly towards the men at the bar. And this happy little gin and tonic lot think of themselves as the Supremos. My host laughed. Nothing quite like the English middle class abroad, a place in the sun for shady people. Well, speaking in plain English, if it's awkward with me in here, why don't we go elsewhere? Ronnie Wing's expression changed. No, fuck 'em. We're staying. That one familiar well-worn expletive broke the ice. I laughed. Mate, good on you, but it's not going to upset me in the least if we leave. Ronnie Wing shook his head, then suddenly jumped up. God, what am I doing? Keeping you standing, prattling on like this. He indicated the vacant bar stool. Here, sit. I hope you don't mind. I've got you a martini. Very dry Bombay gin. I laughed, extended my hand, and he took it. Thank you for inviting me, I said. Unlike most Chinese who barely touch your hand, he had a good firm grip. Okay so far. I placed the glass on the bar and seated myself beside him. Welcome to Singapore, Simon. He extended his glass. And chin chin. He spoke with just a hint of an American accent. Thanks, Ronnie. Nice to be here. We clinked. I'd better come clean. I've never tasted a martini. What makes it dry as opposed to wet? Martini and Rossi, the dry vermouth. And I personally believe the gin you choose dictates how dry a martini is. He chuckled. Never heard of a wet martini. Only degrees of dry. I nodded and took a cautious sniff. If this is what the juniper berry smells like, I'm not sure. But there's always a first time, I guess. Okay, that's enough of the small talk. What the fuck happened to your face? I was beginning to like this guy. Do you mean the face I was born with, or the face I have now after being beaten up by a savage Chinese female assailant? He indicated my wounds and said, Are you telling me that happened here, in Singapore? I nodded. You're kidding, aren't you? You only got in last night. What, did you go straight to Bugis Street? I kept my expression serious and shook my head. Nah, it happened within a minute of landing in the middle of a tropical rainstorm, when I was viciously attacked by a furious, baby-wielding woman with an umbrella who knocked me down. The police were involved. I was finally rescued by Miss Mercy B. Lord, who cleared things with the cops, took me to the doctor, and then out to dinner. I could contain myself no longer and started to laugh. Ronnie, you might as well know up front what a drongo I am. Drongo? Fool. Actually, the term comes from the word for a dud racehorse, but drongos are really birds. Miss Mercy B. Lord has promised to teach me the customs so I can stay out of trouble. I hope you prove to be a fast learner, Simon, Ronnie Wing said laconically. I'll drink to that. I picked up the martini and took a fairly generous slug. My mouth exploded, and I sprayed gin and vermouth onto the tiled floor at my feet. Jesus, I said, wiping my mouth. The men at the bar turned as one to observe me. I had done an airport within a couple of minutes of arriving, but this time I was not the only one who lost face. I see what Mercy B. Lord means, Ronnie said nonchalantly. He wasn't buckling to the fuckwits who turned to stare. Your first martini always tastes like an old crone's piss. This got a laugh from most of the expat eavesdroppers, and I could see Ronnie had recovered effortlessly from an awkward situation. The men at the bar resumed their conversations, and Ronnie said quietly, Would you like a Carlsberg instead? Yes, please. Any beer will do. I was to learn that Ronnie only talked brand names. The beer was set before me,
as, almost simultaneously, a servant in a starched white uniform with large, highly polished brass buttons arrived with a mop and bucket. I reached for my wallet to give him a tip, but Ronnie gripped my arm. "My club, old chap. You can't use your money here. You'll get me into trouble." "But
Not the Chinese way," he said, then added with a grin, "I'll lose faith."
"You mean again?" I said. Over the beer, I told him the details of my humiliation and loss of face at the airport. "So, if it hadn't been for Miss Mercy B. Lord," I concluded, "I would probably have had to use my one telephone call to get you to bail me out after a cold, wet night in a police cell."
"She's the best in the business," Ronnie said. "And Beatrice Fong is one of the few people Sydney doesn't resent paying for her services."
"Ah, I thought the Americans were picking up the tab."
"They are, but Sydney uses Beatrice in various ways."
Ronnie didn't choose to elaborate.
"We want you to spend the next 2 weeks with Mercy B. Lord getting your bearings. It will give us time to build your office," he added.
"What? I'm not to come in for 2 weeks?" I asked, surprised. He shrugged.
"No point. No office. I don't have one, so you can't share mine. Besides, you'll be flat out finding a place to live and learning your way around."
He paused, sipping at his second martini. "Oh, and Simon, take my advice.
She's a real doll, but then you know that already. Just don't try to sleep with her."
He paused momentarily.
"It doesn't make Aunt Beatrice happy when you shit on her office doorstep, and Beatrice Fong's displeasure is not to be taken lightly."
"Of course," I exclaimed. "I wouldn't dream."
"Oh, yes, you would," he assured me. "Comfort yourself that this town is crawling with girls, most of them excellent, obliging, and cheap. Anything you could possibly want is yours for the asking, except Miss Mercy B. Lord."
"As I said, no problem. I understand the doorstep rule, but is that because she's already taken?"
"No, she's unattached," he said, not explaining further.
Then, lifting his martini, he downed it in a single gulp, reached over and bottomed what was left of mine.
"Come, finish your Carlsberg and let's have a bite to eat, and then we'll go out to play and possibly get gloriously drunk."
I chug-a-lugged my beer, and we set off for the club dining room.
"The chow's not bad. The curry's excellent," he informed me on the way.
We were seated, with a fair bit of fuss from the maitre d', at a table covered in heavily starched damask, with table napkins of the same persuasion and monogrammed cutlery. Chairman Meow would have approved. Ronnie ordered a brand of Gewürztraminer, and while he was quite specific about it, I don't remember the particular label. "Ronnie, not for me, mate." I held up my hand. Table wine, as opposed to plonk, cheap sherry and port, was just beginning to become popular in Australia. But to use an advertising term, I was not among the early adopters, those few in any population who start a trend, although some blokes testified that Porphyry Pearl was a guaranteed leg opener. Some years later, I would recall Ronnie's choice as indicative of the Chinese preference for sweet wines, but at the time I knew nothing about the subject.
"No wine?" Ronnie said. "I always thought you Aussies drank anything containing alcohol."
I grinned a little sheepishly. "I might as well come clean on this as well. I'm not big on the grog, Ronnie. Not much of a drinker. A few beers when it's hot, that's about it, with the emphasis on a few, 2 or 3 max." Ronnie Wing gave me a serious look.
"Simon, I guess this is a personal question, but I need to ask it. You see, what we do this afternoon and tonight will be fairly typical of the Singaporean entertainment given to an important visitor."
He hesitated as the wine waiter brought the wine and poured a taster into his glass, then sipped and nodded approval.
"Not for my guest, Napoleon."
He instructed in the local patois I was to learn was called Singlish, and was a pidgin that combined English, Malay, Chinese, and Tamil, as well as words borrowed from everywhere else. Napoleon filled Ronnie's glass to the halfway point, and took the bottle away, no doubt to keep it chilled elsewhere.
"Now, where was I? Oh, yes, Simon. I guess we're going to be partners in crime. So I need to ask you a question. Are you a modest drinker because you're a bad drunk?"
It was a pretty direct question, and perhaps I should have taken exception. I probably would have done back home. You mean lose the plot, fight, throw up on the carpet, abuse birds? Ronnie grinned. You Aussies have a certain turn of phrase that seldom leaves any doubt as to your meaning, but abuse birds? I don't understand. Give the lady you're with a hard time, I explained. He laughed. Oh, I see. For a moment there my imagination conjured up all sorts of possibilities. But only a large goose would have been big enough for the activity that sprang to mind. We both laughed. No, as a matter of fact, I'm a pretty easy-going drunk. I have a dad who gives his elbow a fair workout, I said by way of explaining without explaining. In fact, on the few occasions I'd been stonkered, after a rugby grand final win, or when the agency had pitched and won a big account over several other ad agencies, I'd always been the last man standing among my legless mates. It may have had something to do with my tree-stump physique. I was fairly firmly planted. A waiter wheeled up a trolley that contained at least a dozen covered silver dishes of curries and condiments. Know your curries, Simon? Alas, my ignorance knows no bounds, I admitted. But I think I can take it fairly hot. Despite my apparent candour, we were still feeling each other out. So far, I was someone who couldn't be trusted to act without losing face in public, allowed myself to be beaten up by the weaker sex, was a near wowser, had disgraced myself in front of the expat, all-white, all-male members of his racist club, was potentially a sexual predator on an important doorstep, and, finally, knew nothing, or very little, about the world's second most popular cuisine. If we were, say, 5 rounds into a boxing match, then they'd all have gone overwhelmingly to Ronnie Wing. His jabs, straight lefts and right crosses had all landed. The next punch was going to be obvious, and I was ready for it. Talk of food follows talk of drink, as sunset eventually follows sunrise. Ronnie Wing was, perhaps not intentionally, being just a tad condescending. I was the redneck Australian, and he the Singaporean sophisticate. So you're not really a gourmet, Simon? He asked, right on cue, indicating a number of dishes to the waiter. By no means. The only cuisine I know a bit about is Chinese. Your mother is a good Chinese cook? Not particularly. I tried to imagine Chairman Meow in a kitchen, but failed. Most Australians eat Chinese once a month or so. We've had local Chinese restaurants since the gold rush in the 19th century. I realised that I could have delivered an unexpected knockout blow right there and then by telling him about the almost 90-strong Little Sparrow Chinese restaurants. Chinese? But as you know, I'm sure, there are many more than one style of Chinese food. I believe most of the gold rush Chinese were Cantonese, and men, not the greatest of cooks. Besides, I understand very few were allowed to stay unless they'd married a local white woman. The White Australia policy. Yeah, very regrettable. Ronnie was still quietly putting me in my place. Another left jab followed by a right uppercut. I suspected that despite his sophistication, Ronnie Wing measured people in the traditional Chinese way, by the extent of their wealth. Had I chosen to do so, I could have lifted myself from being the fool on the airport tarmac to the son of a wealthy family, got myself renewed face and respect simply by telling him of the Little Sparrow restaurants. But I wasn't going to kowtow to a bloke who knew the price of everything and the value of nothing, and judged everything by its brand name. Nor was I going to ride on my family's coattails any longer. I reckoned what respect I might gain in Singapore had to be of my own making. Ronnie, having gained the upper hand, now said, Well, what do you think? Shall we kick on after lunch, Simon? With your eye and cheekbone, you can't have had a lot of rest after the long flight from Sydney. Would you rather— He left the afternoon choice of activity hanging in the air. I realised he was testing me, and that if I wished to save face, I would be obliged to go along with whatever he had in mind. The only way I could think to do this was to match him, drink for drink and deed for deed, and hope that I'd be the last man standing. Stupid, I know. Little boy stuff. But it was the traditional Australian male way to restore what, to my mind, needed to be a relationship of mutual respect. And, if I could pull it off, it just might work with the Chinese. In boxing parlance, I could choose to retire hurt and live to fight another day, or go another few rounds. But if I couldn't stay the distance, I realized, Ronnie would have the knockout blow he was hoping for. My dad seldom if ever lost the plot when he was pissed, and I'd never seen him falling down drunk. With luck, I'd inherited this characteristic. Chairman Meow would often say, "Your father is fooling nobody but himself when he pretends to be sober." But I knew for a fact that in big business circles he was admired for his equanimity. As Kipling said, "If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs." Though I doubt that Rudyard, who may well have had a very active elbow himself, had such a meaning in mind when he penned If, the greatest coming-of-age poem ever written. What the hell, let's go. This is a chance to get to know each other. Come on, let's paint the town red, eh? By the way, it's bloody good of you to do this. One rule, Simon. You don't pay. Wait on, mate. I'd like to pay my way. I'd feel better. Ronnie laughed. What happened last night with Mercy B. Lord? Did you pay? No, I offered, but I was told it was... I hesitated. Something called squeeze. You got it in once, son. We've had dozens of Yanks visiting over last year, and they're all on big expense accounts, which they're keen to use. So we're about to take advantage of some of the accumulated squeeze. What, with restaurants? I asked, wondering how many meals you could eat in one afternoon and evening. Everything. Bars, brothels, places of interest. Not all of them sex destinations. And, yes, restaurants. They all owe us a large amount of goodwill, or, if you like, squeeze. Americans are generous, uncomplicated people, and they like to spend. You mean all those count for squeeze purposes? I fear my voice was rather sharp. Ronnie Wing decided to ignore my tone. See, you're already learning to tap dance to the Singapore beat, Brother Simon, he drawled, exaggerating his vowels to accentuate his American accent. And then we can expect repayment in kind for their patronage. In this instance, yes. Repayment of one kind or another. Squeeze isn't bribery. It's a mutually understood but unspoken part of Chinese business. The seeming generosity of the Chinese is really a short or long-term investment. And I'm expected to participate. Ronnie shrugged, his mouth puckered. Entertainment is an essential part of business. You do it in the West, we do it here. So, with the overseas visitors, I'll be taking them not just to bars, but also to brothels. Mate, I'm not sure that doesn't make me a pimp. Pimp? He could no longer ignore what I was saying, and was momentarily silent, head to one side, eyes narrowed, his expression quizzical. When he spoke, I could see he was serious, although perhaps also trying to keep things light. You look more Chinese than me, Simon. But you really are a Caucasian on the inside. Pimp, he repeated. That's a thought that could never occur to a Chinese man. Let me explain. Our attitude to women is more than 2,000 years old. Females are born inferior to males. It's a natural law in Chinese society. The only occasional exception is the very rich widow or spinster. And I mean very rich. Nobody told my mother she was inferior, I said, trying for a lighter tone, as I realized that perhaps I'd gone too far with the pimp thing. But Ronnie wasn't finished yet. There are 5 categories of women, excluding royalty. Excluding ancestors who are worshipped, the first category is mother and grandmother. The second is wife and daughter. Although in a peasant society a daughter is bitter rice and only tolerated as a glorified servant. The third, in a rich man's house, is the concubine, then servant or peasant, and finally, whore. The West sees it differently, of course. They are taught that paid sex is sinful, dirty, clandestine, that the urges all men feel must be curbed by going for a long run, taking a cold shower, thinking pure thoughts, or, as a last resort, masturbating, I suggested, still trying to keep it light. Despite himself, Ronnie laughed. No, I was going to say praying for guidance. A Texan executive from Mobil Oil told me that
During his first man-to-man with his father at 13, he was advised to pray if he had any uncontrollable urges. He was 6 foot 4 inches, 230 pounds, an ex-college football quarterback, and he was still obeying his daddy. So when you showed him Singapore at night, I guess all his prayers were answered, I laughed. Something like that. It took the East to liberate him. Though he'll probably go home to his wife and teenage son and tell the kid the same crap, or the modern equivalent. Probably suggest the boy has a good workout with weights in the gym. Unfortunately, nothing is going to help. Men are men, and as long as they have a rampant cock, white guys will be secretly on the lookout for an Alice to take them into Wonderland. To the Chinese man, it's all just bullshit. Sex is there for the taking, as long as we do it with a woman who is from a subservient class. A bar girl or a pro. We don't see it as anything strange. The first sexual experience I had was when I was 13. It was arranged through the correct channels by my father. The Chinese version of the birds and the bees is very different. I can see that would work. But what about love? That doesn't ever come into it? Ronnie sighed, feigning impatience. Oh, there you go again, Simon. Well, perhaps in today's society, and in some rare instances, yes, you may be right. The idea of love has been introduced, probably by Hollywood, but it is not necessarily an improvement. Chinese marriage partnerships are essentially based on wealth. Among the wealthy and would-be wealthy, which is just about every Chinese alive, marriage has two purposes: procreation and asset accumulation. Two fortunes working together are better than one. Love simply isn't necessary or useful, and comes a very poor third. But you Chinese are smart enough to know what's going on in Western men's heads. Ronnie grinned, serving himself seconds from one of the curry dishes, although curiously he had barely touched his plate. Perhaps it was the Oriental equivalent of Ross Quinlivan's cheese and tomato sandwich. Absolutely. And like everything else, we'll exploit it. In Asia, bar girls are part of doing business with the prurient West. It isn't Wonderland, and Susie Wong isn't Alice. But after half a dozen martinis or beers, it can seem that way to a horny business associate. He is confronted with a beautiful young woman who is happy to satisfy his every desire, even the darkest, most shameful of them. Shameful in his own mind, I mean. He spread his hands. So, there you have it in a nutshell. It has nothing whatsoever to do with pimping. It's just doing what's natural. And it's yet another opportunity to influence your client favorably. You will have gathered by now that Ronnie Wing was highly articulate, and he certainly had a better command of English than I did. But why shouldn't he be more articulate? Such a thought was racist, I silently reminded myself, and resolved to look up the word iconoclastic when I had a moment and a dictionary. I discovered much later that an iconoclast is someone who attacks traditional beliefs and values. Just in case, like me at the time, you don't know what it means either. The Texan had possibly rejected his childhood faith and was no longer a god-botherer, but had been left with all the hang-ups from his early indoctrination. I guess I was, and possibly still am, no different, influenced by the coup background, Little Sparrow's dream, and my mum's ambitions to bring us all closer to our Chinese origins. I think I get the idea. I will be expected to entertain, I hesitated, then grinned, in the local tradition. Ronnie abruptly changed the subject. Simon, you leveled with me about the airport incident, and that was good, very good. This isn't a big city. Well, not in the sense of the business people who make it hum. So the story would have reached me, or Sydney, hopelessly distorted, and as a far from amusing incident that would not have been to your ultimate advantage. The Chinese don't do business with anyone who's been publicly shamed. You mean Miss Mercy B. Lord will talk? No, she's Beatrice Fong trained and completely discreet. You can depend on her to ride shotgun for you, as she did at the airport. But there will have been others watching, first-class passengers. You weren't the last off the plane, were you? No, there were only a few passengers ahead of me. I can hear the gossip going on in the Maya Road mansions from here. All Chinese, even the very rich, are acute observers. Their lives have always depended on being one jump ahead of ever-present danger, having a big stick to use against a potential enemy. We are a people overwhelmed by paranoia. It starts with the peasant, knee-deep in a rice paddy, pushing a wooden plow behind a buffalo, and ends with an emperor, or his modern counterpart, Chairman Mao. He grinned. I'm glad you told me about the airport incident because it's going to affect things, the way we manage things in the office.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, at the moment, I'm run off my feet, coping with entertainment. We've recently had plane loads of look-see Americans sent from the New York office, and Yanks looking for new business opportunities in Asia are landing in increasing numbers. But you know that. It's why New York bought Wing and sent you here in the first place. I've also had several Germans involved with the engineering plants out at Jurong. They relish the local flesh pots, and the Yanks, while they pretend to play it straight, are just as bent as anyone else. There'll be heaps more Westerners with manufacturing or marketing partnerships in mind coming to check out the territory. It's why you're here, and Dance for Draka is due to arrive soon. He seemed to be thinking aloud. And you will both have your first day in the office.
You mean when I'm allowed into the office?
Ronnie ignored the barb. The day the builders complete your office and his. Anyhow, what I'm trying to say is you both have to help me with entertaining foreign visitors. I'm kept pretty busy as it is with the locals, our old clients, mostly Chinese and Krauts. My older brother, Sidney, as chairman, only takes care of the very top Chinese honchos. Johnny never comes near clients. What with all the work of running the advertising for our old accounts as well, as I said, I need some help. But I can will handle all your local work, or at least the creative component, for all your existing clients. Well, no, it doesn't work that way.
Because the Chinese don't do business with anyone who's been publicly shamed. I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
No, we don't know that yet. It might just take a while to gain their trust, which brings me to the point. Putting it plainly, if you don't drink and fuck, it's going to make things difficult.
Who said anything about the second activity? I grinned. Do they have to go together?
Well, in Singapore, when it comes to entertaining businessmen and their clients, they usually go hand in hand. Certainly if the client is too senior for the girly bars and brothels, occasionally he will hear a discreet knock on his hotel door and discover a beautiful Asian woman who announces that she has been sent for his delectation. She's an expensive gift from Sydney, and whether the bigwig client sends her away or accepts her, nothing will ever be mentioned afterwards. But for the most part, your average Westerner, WASP, Catholic or Jew, can't be taken directly to a brothel and left to his own devices. That, in his mind, would be wrong. Besides, it would appear cynical, and, as you suggested, he could well think of me, us, as pimps, especially if we had suggested it. He has first to get gloriously drunk. Then, whatever follows can be blamed on the demon drink. He is accountable for what he does sober, but what he does when he's pissed is entirely excusable. Besides, he can always claim, as he inevitably does the first time, that he was too pissed to recall what happened. Ronnie shrugged and opened his arms. That's showbiz. I guess it wasn't quite what I'd expected from my first day in the exotic East. In my mind, I was going to build the best creative department in Asia, the Oriental equivalent of DDB, Doyle Dane Bernbach, in New York, and be an advertising trendsetter, with my award-winning campaigns used in Hong Kong, Malaysia, Thailand, and the Philippines. It'd be good stuff, mentioned in the West whenever Asian advertising was being discussed. Now, with my creative brilliance largely ignored, I was expected to be a barfly. With my build, no doubt it would be a big fat bluebottle. Ronnie, thanks for being honest with me. Although I must say, I thought that kind of action was largely left to account service. It's management here, Simon. We are the account managers. The remainder of the staff do as they're told and don't have these privileges.
Some privilege, I thought.
How often am I expected to be out to lunch until midnight? Ronnie looked sympathetic. It's not often that bad, Simon. The Americans, most of them, have a work ethic, so it's usually after 5 or 6 in the evening. The Germans and the French are the bad guys. They want lunch, and then they can play on into the early hours. The Japs are sniffing around, wanting to get into the market too, with the results of their post-war economic miracle. But don't worry, I'll handle most of the non-American traffic. How often will we need to play host? In the busy season, 3 or 4 times a week, but between the 3 of us, maybe once or perhaps twice each. Hopefully Dansford Drucker will do his share. With my luck, he'll probably turn out to be a Baptist lay preacher, I laughed. I guess I can manage once or even occasionally twice a week if I have to, particularly if it doesn't include lunch. I'm here to build a creative department, remember? And I'm personally delighted that you are. Ronnie, I have an unrelated question. 2, actually. I'm listening. Well, why would you belong to a club with a bunch of fat foreigners? Surely that's a classic case of losing face. Ronnie threw back his head and laughed. On the contrary, I gain face by belonging. Huh? Excuse me, how? To the Chinese, belonging to something that is exclusive or difficult to attain, but that represents status, is the highest achievement of wealth and position. This club has only 6 Chinese members, after almost 100 years under British colonial rule. In the eyes of other wealthy Chinese, it is exclusivity that money simply can't buy. It is ultimate face. There can be no better kind. Jesus, most of the blokes in the bar probably come from lower middle-class families in Britain. In terms of class and sophistication, you're miles ahead. It doesn't make sense. Ronnie Wing emptied the contents of his wine glass before he responded, then signalled to Napoleon to refill it. Perhaps he needed time to compose an answer. It's the Chinese way, Simon. Sense, even common sense, has nothing to do with it. For instance, 5 years ago, this club was in the old GPO building when the Singapore Development Board summarily decided to kick us out. This is a government-owned building. All white clubs don't belong anymore, was the unspoken message given to us. I can't say I disagree with that, I said. No, you don't see it from the Chinese perspective. We moved here to Battery Road, and the eviction made us even more exclusive. To Chinese, the way we are perceived by our peers, what we refer to as face, that is everything. Exclusivity is important, even if it means being a member of the triads. Being one of the privileged few is seen as the gold standard. Now, Simon, your second question. Yes, you mentioned the Japanese and their economic miracle. The war memories are still pretty fresh in Australia. Changi Prison here in Singapore, the Burma Railway. We're still coming to terms with doing business with the Japanese. But as long as there's a quid, or now that we've changed to decimal currency, a buck in it, I guess we'll find a way. But you blokes, the Chinese, in particular here on this island, isn't it bloody hard to be civil to a nip? Yeah, sometimes. When you hear the stories from your parents, read about the Sino-Japanese War. But in the end, we're Chinese. One way or another, shit has been happening to us for a long time. I thought about Ah Koo, who had lost his entire family to the warlord Hong Xiuquan, who had bizarrely assumed the name Younger Brother of Christ. It was the reason why I was an Australian, and had it not happened, I guess I'd be a Chinese peasant in a rice paddy, guiding a wooden plough behind a buffalo. Ronnie shrugged. The trick with the Japs is to turn the shit into pure gold. He laughed, adding, turds into 18-carat ingots. Yeah, my Chinese great-great-grandfather did precisely that, I acknowledged. Only it was we Australians who gave him shit. It was approaching 3 o'clock, and we were the last in the dining room, when Napoleon returned to say the bottle of Gewürztraminer was empty. Lunch was, I presumed, close to over. I'd eaten, even had seconds. The curry was really something. But Ronnie hadn't added to his initial mouthful of food, and despite the martinis and wine, didn't seem any the worse for wear. Apart from the beer at the bar, I'd stuck to water. I reckoned that no matter how good he was at holding his grog, I now had a chance of staying with him if we kicked on. Ronnie leaned back in his chair. Well, what's it to be, Simon? He touched his face. Home to nurse your wounds, or shall I show you the ropes? But first, one for the road at the bar, eh?
He signed the chit Napoleon brought him, and we left the club dining room and entered the bar, though a different one. This time, a large, comfortable-looking lounge. Ronnie's question in the dining room, "What's it to be?" had been intentionally ambiguous. He was giving me a second chance. Was I going to be a piker and go back to the hotel, or would I play? Earlier on, he'd been solicitous. Now he was just a tad sarcastic. The drink was finally showing. He indicated a table for two, placed beside a large picture window.
The view of the river is splendid from here, he announced, as we sat in a couple of big, well-cushioned wicker chairs. No, by all means, let's kick on. I'm feeling fine. The sooner the better, I guess. Though I can't promise to match you in the drinks department.
I looked about the large room. A dozen or so patrons were lying on planter chairs with the backs down, so they could stretch out full length, and appeared to be asleep, with their arms folded across their chests. One had his face and chest covered with a copy of the Straits Times. Another expat, who had only just adjusted his chair and stretched out, summoned a waiter, who promptly produced a piece of chalk and wrote on the sole of the man's shoe. "Wait on, why are they numbering his shoe?" I whispered to Ronnie.
"Look around at the others," he suggested, indicating the sleeping men.
And indeed they all carried a chalked number on the sole of one shoe.
It's the time they wish to be awakened with a cup of tea.
Looking down at the river 5 stories below, I saw that both the surrounding roads and waterway were teeming with traffic of every description. Small boats of every commercial configuration, floating rafts and punts with outboard motors crowded the river. And the roads were packed with trucks, rickshaws, bicycles loaded to the sky, and men pulling handcarts. In the fly-buzzing afternoon calm of the town club lounge bar, I had to remind myself I was in the exotic East, that down there at street and river level it would be a bloody hard place to earn a living. I ordered another beer for Ronnie's peace of mind, nominating a Carlsberg, and he ordered a Scotch over ice.
"Well, where was I?" Ronnie asked. "Oh, yes, I'm afraid the downside is that if you don't get pissed, it could be a long evening. We rely on our clients getting a little drunk, but I'll try to make it interesting for you anyhow. The upside is if you enjoy yourself with everything on offer, at least you'll remember the experience in the morning."
I laughed nervously. "The everything, is that expected?" Ronnie Wing looked at me hard, then smiled.
"What, getting laid?"
He hesitated.
"You're not
a queen?"
"No, of course not,"
I protested, feeling both indignant and foolish at the same time. I felt myself blushing. My host ignored my protest.
"If you are, that isn't a problem, Simon. In this ambidextrous candy shop of a town, the problem isn't what your sexual proclivity may be."
Big Ronnie Wing words.
"It's that you can't possibly taste everything that's available and openly on display."
No, perhaps I didn't make myself clear. I meant in a habitual sense. If, in the hopefully unlikely event, you're out with 4 different clients on 4 different nights, does that mean you're in the saddle 4 times that week with 4 different bar girls, or... I paused, because I hated the word. Whores?
No, of course not. Those terms, by the way, are interchangeable. It's a matter of location. Bars have bar girls, and brothels have whores. It's a definition of place, not activity. The answer to your question is no. You only make it look that way. It's essential to look like the stud you aren't. If you don't appear to be complicit, your client gets nervous, particularly the following morning.
When, incidentally, he can't remember a thing that happened, I added, aiming for a wry tone. So what's the drill? What do you do, Ronnie?
I select someone, a bar girl or pro I've previously taken a shine to. Someone you have when you actually want to indulge yourself. Someone you like, trust, and enjoy as your permanent Susie Wong. Then, whether you do or don't use her, you pay her anyhow. It's a great opportunity for a couple of hours of shut-eye. If you're lucky, and the client passes out or decides he wants to prolong the experience, you may even get a good night's sleep. At any rate, your regular wakes you with a hot towel, a massage, and a cup of chai. then tells you when the client has had enough and wants to go back to his hotel. By Asian standards, Singapore is a pretty safe city, even in the red light district. If you choose the right Susie Wong, you can often go home after the client has been dispatched with his choice, and she'll see to it that he gets safely to his hotel. If it's a brothel, the mama-san will do the same. You'll soon get the hang of it. Mate, why don't we just do shit-hot advertising so the Americans, Brits and Germans select us because we're the obvious choice to make them lots of money? Ronnie Wing looked at me. God knows what he was thinking, but he kept his cool. That's a novel idea. I don't think Sydney has ever thought of it quite like that. I guess it just isn't the Chinese way. He thought for a moment. Besides, it's not the same thing. Oh, why is that? Well, the money we'd be making for them doesn't go to them as individuals, you see? They mostly work for international companies, and the profit goes to London, Stuttgart, New York, or Chicago. Money's one thing. Living the fantasy is quite another. At the risk of sounding like a prig, what if we forgot about squeeze and simply entertained the clients in a good restaurant? Then, if they wanted to play afterwards, we could drop them off at their hotel, and they could get a call girl the way it's done everywhere else in the world, by asking the doorman. Ronnie laughed. Ha ha! God, we couldn't do that. What, and miss the opportunity for squeeze? You don't seem to understand, Simon. The Chinese don't do business without squeeze. He laughed again. I'm only kidding. But I still don't think you understand the psychology involved. As I said before, it's a way to bond with a client. The traditional extra dimension of doing business in Asia. Sex just isn't a big deal here. It's a way to be employed if you're pretty and have no education. And it's the way we've always done business. Us, the Brits, everyone in Southeast Asia. What, prostitution is a tradition? An accepted way to be employed. Poor young Chinese women simply accept it as a job. Ah, now you're beginning to understand, Simon. It's a perfectly legitimate and generally accepted way of earning a living. As I said, it's also a traditional way for us to do business. If we didn't do it, and you may find this hard to believe, half the accounts in the agency would go to the opposition who do. It works for us, always has. And it works for the girls. In the end, it harms no one. That's hard to believe. You mean the girls choose to be prostitutes? Is that what you're saying? Ronnie sighed. There you go again. Choice is the prerogative of very few. It comes with wealth. The Chinese peasant doesn't think in terms of choice. Women in our society, the ones at the bottom of the heap, don't choose, they survive. Not only as prostitutes, but as charladies, servants, street sweepers, laborers, peasants. But with a pretty young girl, the gods put a purse between her legs, and she's not ashamed to fill it with foreigners' cash. Some few have risen to great wealth by getting their start in a whorehouse. When you're unwanted in the first instance, why would you be granted the luxury of choice? That's both a ridiculous notion and not one that's going to change in a hurry. Mind you, we have a relatively young Prime Minister in Lee Kuan Yew, who says his People's Action Party is going to make it all happen. Abracadabra, and we'll all be equal, the maid and the millionaire. Now that we're out of the Federation and back on our own, he has ambitions for Singapore. Oh? He's already talking about hippies as long-haired drug peddlers and smugglers. Human detritus, he called them at a private dinner I attended recently. In fact, there are rumors that he's going to standardize haircuts, short back and sides for all. I grinned and nodded towards the bar. This mob will be happy. But how will that stop drug peddlers? Ronnie shook his head. Beats me. The Chinese have been smuggling and peddling drugs ever since the end of the Opium Wars. We all know who the real culprits are in Singapore, and it's not the hippies. Rather, it's one or two well-known Hong Kong Chinese millionaires. All this is prime ministerial window dressing, meant to impress the American industrialists, the new Yank investors in Southeast Asia he hopes to attract. With the Vietnam War still on, Lyndon B. Johnson has discovered the real potential of Southeast Asia. Win or lose, the Yankees are coming into Asia to trade.
And your PM wants Singapore's share by cleaning up your act? He nodded. Yes, something like that. Which is the problem with an education at the London School of Economics and Cambridge. It doesn't exactly keep one in touch with the man in the street. He recently described Boogie Street and its bars, brothels, and transvestites as a place of institutionalized moral turpitude, as well as an eyesore. Everything that's wrong with Southeast Asia. Ronnie looked at me. The man simply doesn't comprehend. It's what brings in the tourists and helps drive our economy. It is Singapore. He wants us industrially mean and squeaky clean. Next thing he'll have us picking up cigarette butts from the pavements, or he'll ban smoking in public altogether. I grinned. You'd better have a haircut, mate, and so had I. What do you think? Will he succeed? What? Clean up the sex industry? Not a snowball's hop in hell. It's not the Singaporean way or the Chinese way. Hasn't ever been, never will be. What about China, Mao's communist revolution? I suggested. They appear to have changed things. Ronnie Wing looked at me and shook his head. Yes, well, you will have noted how many Chinese from Hong Kong or here in Singapore are pushing down the fence on the Chinese border in a desperate scramble to get back into the motherland. Shit, Simon. Communism is just another method devised to dominate and exploit the peasant. For all the rhetoric, Chairman Mao is no less an emperor than Puyi. The only equality between the communist elite and the Chinese proletariat is that they both wear denim. You can't close down commercial pussy, even if it is against the law. It's Asia's way of entertaining foreigners. Has been since the Brits arrived here, in China and India. Girly bars and brothels are an institution our PM meddles with at his peril. Oldest profession, eh? I guess it's universal. Universal maybe, but not equally enjoyable. Have you ever been to a brothel on your own in a strange city? I confess not. Have you? Yes, on one occasion in Stuttgart. The Germans love Asia's tight little almond-eyed girls. I was visiting an engineering company client and wanted to see if the Brunhilde archetype turned me on to the same degree. The brothel was full of blonde Polish whores, with thighs like tree trunks and breasts the size of melons. I never got to find out because they were all frightened of fucking Genghis Khan, a 6'2" Chinaman. I use the word Chinaman advisedly, because that's what the German madam called me in English. Nein, they don't want to fuck a Chinaman. For them, it is very bad luck, Ronnie mimicked. Believe me, there's nothing worse than solitary sex in a strange city. Yeah, okay, fine, I get it. But if it's liberating and fun boys' own stuff for visiting clients, what is it for us? Once in a while it might be fun, but not as a regular part of my job. No way. I came here to build a creative department, not to hold my client's dick. Surely that's not our responsibility. It isn't built into the new business proposition or the agency agreement. Ronnie Wing threw back his head and laughed. Ha! Now he tells me. He paused. Simon, I wish. Look carefully at the last line in the agreement. It's written in invisible ink and plain for all to see, if they want to keep the account safe. If it's an agreement with an advertising agency, here, Jakarta, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Kuala Lumpur, or Manila, it's there, all right, in 3 European languages, English, German, and French. And soon, I dare say, in Japanese. The visiting client shall get laid by a beautiful young Asian nymphette, facilitated by agency management, who will be in attendance at all times, to encourage, abet, excuse, and forget. Wait on. This is supposed to keep the accounts safe? I don't think so. Here's a not unlikely scenario. You set out to paint the town red. You both get pissed. The client says something you won't cop from anybody. You abuse him and consequently lose the account. I raised my eyebrows. It's been known to happen in Australia. Ronnie smiled broadly. Got it in one, Brother Simon. Admittedly, it's a thin line to tread, and if you can't hold your liquor, you're right. It can be dangerous, even disastrous. Nevertheless, the mandatory night on the town for foreign visitors is still required. It's still part of the fucking job. Or vice versa, I added. So who does the actual work in the agency?
Ah, that's just it. Rain or shine, with or without a hangover that has you walking into the agency with your chin down near your kneecaps, you're in the agency by 9 a.m. to organize your staff, go to a client meeting, answer the phone, see a supplier's rep, write a piece of copy, whatever. And pretend you're on top of things. Well, yes. With the help of your Susie Wong, you'll learn soon enough how to do that, Simon. He downed his scotch. Last scotch, first brandy coming up. Oh, why the switch? First a martini, then wine, scotch, and now brandy. Only when the evening shift begins. How's that? What's so special about brandy? Take my advice, Simon. Brandy is the only spirit that keeps the mood buoyant. You mean doesn't depress? I didn't say that, but if you mean below the belt, yes, no brewer's droop. I'm not big on spirits, mate. Ronnie Wing looked deliberately grim-faced. You're going to learn to stay out of Asian toilets as much as possible. And you know what beer does to the bladder. The only dependable flush in this part of the world is to be found in a game of poker. Plumbing isn't our forte, especially in the girly bars. Oh, nice, I laughed. Perhaps Lee Kuan Yew will fix that as well. Ronnie gave me a sardonic smile. Well, he's certainly good at stirring up shit. We'll have to wait and see if he's any good at cleaning it up. As it transpired, Ronnie's warning about toilets in Southeast Asia, and not only in the girly bars, possessed a great deal of truth. Well, shall we be off? The first lesson from the Gospel of Asian Advertising is about to begin. Thank you for the lesson and the spirit in which it is given, I said, standing, silently pleased with the pun. Lead on, Macduff. I think you'll find it's lay on, Macduff, said Ronnie with a grin, landing the final verbal punch. Chapter 5. My first meeting with Sydney and Johnny Wing was at a cocktail party to meet the staff at a modest hotel across the road from the agency, although neither was present when I arrived. Ronnie, I quickly learned, was a true enthusiast, and it was simply impossible not to like him. He was a lovely bloke, and the only Wing I grew to trust. That is, when he wasn't conveying explicit messages from his older brother or making judgments on creative work. He was the director in charge of print production, and, as a shareholder, was technically senior to me. This was, of course, a matter of face, and I accepted that things had to appear to work that way, even though in practice, as the creative director appointed by New York, I called the creative shots. Sydney Wing was the ringmaster in the three-wing circus. Middle brother Johnny was the animal trainer, who acted as staff manager and media director, while Ronnie, for want of a better description, was the clown. Johnny Wing kept a very low profile and affected a permanent scowl and an irascible manner to ensure that he had as little contact as possible with anyone. I never really got to know what was going on in his head. Whatever it was, it had arrived there via a detour to Sydney's desk. According to Ronnie, his middle brother never made a move without Sydney's consent. Sydney Wing was, I was later to learn, Mr. Squeeze. If Ronnie cared enormously about advertising, Sydney only had one motive, and that was to make money any way he could. Samuel Oswald Wing existed to make Mr. Squeeze rich and powerful, and I often wondered if it ever occurred to him that the company made a product called advertising. As soon as we arrived at the party, Ronnie busied himself by introducing me to the staff. Their obvious ambivalence and divided loyalties made it a mostly awkward experience. Was I to be their superior, or did they still answer to the Wings, who were free to order, rebuke, or fire them at a moment's notice? Consequently, they laughed nervously at everything I said, and nodded even when it was fairly obvious they had no idea what I was talking about. This was especially true of those from the production department who made the print advertisements. The Chinese language copywriter and layout man. There were no women, who had never for one moment thought of themselves as creative. For example, I attempted to describe the independence and integrity of a good creative department, but soon realized that it had never occurred to them that their point of view had any value. It was the wrong choice of subject, introduced at the wrong time and in the wrong manner.
I was displaying Australian and American attitudes that were completely alien to them. I was to learn that these people had no independence, and that integrity wasn't a word in the lexicon of the Chinese office worker. They obeyed orders and did what it took to keep their jobs. It wasn't that they licked ass. There simply wasn't any other way to behave. What we might regard as sycophancy was simply normal behaviour. What we considered personal initiative, they considered reckless. I began my time at Samuel Oswald Wing by asserting myself when I should have been tiptoeing through the proverbial tulips. It proved to be my first mistake in a disastrous evening. A bull in the china shop preface to perhaps the worst 2 hours in my professional career. I can't imagine what they must have said to each other the following morning at work, but the consensus would probably have been that a mad foreigner had arrived in the agency and was about to cause chaos and threaten their jobs and their livelihoods. Most people fear change, but the Chinese have learned from bitter experience that anything that disturbs the status quo inevitably leads to further suffering. Persecution was a frequent visitor, while restitution seldom if ever knocked on the door. My arrival wasn't an occasion for celebration. Their rice bowls were reasonably full, and if they didn't rock the sampan, their jobs were comparatively safe. The changes I talked about so enthusiastically would have filled them with dread. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread was never more appropriate an axiom. And then, half an hour or so into the welcoming drinks, Ronnie tapped me on the shoulder.
Time to meet my brothers, Simon. A short meeting in Sydney's office.
Right. I excused myself and followed him out of the hotel and across the road. Singaporean buildings at the time were low-rise Rococo Victorian or more austere Edwardian red brick, and the Samuel Oswald Wing building was typical of the latter. The foyer looked as though it had recently been renovated, or rather tizzied up. High-gloss maroon paint on the walls picked up every tiny fault in the plaster, and 2 chrome and black leather couches bracketed a glass coffee table on which rested a neatly folded copy of the Straits Times, which seemed more like a prop than something meant to be opened and read. In lieu of the usual bowl of flowers, a large and perfectly splendid aspidistra that would have done justice to a Noel Coward set rested on a stand in a blue and white porcelain bowl. With its carefully polished leaves, it was quite the most handsome object in the foyer. The wall-to-wall carpet was chocolate brown and just beginning to wear near the base of the reception desk. Across the entire maroon wall behind reception, polished chrome letters almost a foot high announced, Samuel Oswald Wing. The letters were much too large for the proportions of the foyer, and Braggadocio, the name of the typeface, was fat, lazy, and complacent. Its original Art Deco style was redolent of a different era, and these days it was more commonly found on cheap chocolates or fake Cuban cigars. An advertising agency, in a sense, tells you who it is. Modern, traditional, professional, young, established, by the typeface it chooses. Braggadocio sent all the wrong messages. It was the fat boy eating his lunch alone in a corner of the schoolyard, and not the kid dancing around his mates with a soccer ball at his toes in the playground. On the left-hand wall as you entered the foyer were 2 truly bad oil paintings in identical ornate gilded frames. The first of Lee Kuan Yew, the second of President Lyndon B. Johnson, with rather more hair than he really had. Sidney Wing was making his bilateral loyalties known to the world without any subtlety at all. In retrospect, I can see that this first reaction to the agency sounds a bit precious. My advertising training had taught me that every object and product has a personality, and so first impressions are important. What you see is what you can expect. For instance, if you see a grossly fat man waddling towards you, you reach a whole set of conclusions that are quite different from those associated with a trim, upright man striding purposefully. I'd barely set foot in the agency, and already I had a sinking feeling in my gut. I now realize I had jumped to a conclusion that was quite wrong and simply unfair. There were very few advertising agencies, in any meaningful sense of the term, in Singapore at the time. Most were simply a couple of scruffy back rooms along dirty corridors in old buildings. Chinese-owned advertising agencies were seen simply as an opportunity to make a little easy money. For the most part, a business, if British-owned, wrote its own copy and sent it off to the printer for typesetting and layout. The resulting stereotype plate was then sent to the various newspapers for printing. Some of the larger organisations, such as Jardine Matheson, the Great British Shipping and Trading House, and Robinson's, the department store, Singapore's equivalent of Harrods and established in 1856, maintained their own advertising departments, with a manager to buy space and a layout artist with more versatility than talent, a jack of all trades, or more rarely a Jill, who could do a bit of everything. Significant British accounts were serviced by Cathay Advertising, owned by Elmer Kelly, a legendary female figure who held most, if not all, of the big accounts for British industry and business in post-war Singapore and the rest of Southeast Asia. She, or rather Cathay, together with recent entry Jackson Wayne, and of course Wing Brothers Advertising, were the only decent-sized agencies in town. Then there were the mostly Chinese-owned ad agencies in narrow, rat-infested, garbage-choked lanes, up dank, dirty stairs in old buildings that smelled of bad toilets. These looked after the Chinese businesses, producing small print ads for the newspapers and magazines in languages other than English. Incidentally, I was to discover that plumbing was not high on the list of priorities for most businesses run by the Chinese, and was, with few exceptions, one of the worst aspects of being in Singapore and Southeast Asia. The stench of fecal matter and urine from toilets that were almost invariably blocked invaded most stairways, often perniciously entire floors. This fundamental public health issue seemed to be the one most neglected. I was to learn that among employers, staff welfare was of little or no significance. In advertising, Sidney Wing was to the Straits Chinese what Elmer Kelly was to the British. He'd attended the Raffles Institution, a posh private school for the sons and daughters of elite families, and inherited generations of good connections, or guanxi, going back 100 years or more to China, which allowed him to exert enormous influence. There is a Chinese proverb that covers obligation in the matter of associations. When drinking water from a well, one should never forget who dug it. While this appears to refer to anyone who has been helpful, gratuitous help is rarely forthcoming from a stranger. The Chinese help each other not so much as a matter of goodwill or kindness, but as an acknowledgement of mutual obligation in an association that can reach into both the past and the future. This means you are part of their guanxi. Advertising wasn't Sydney's main game, but simply a convenient front for investments and associations that were, it seemed, widespread and extended into most aspects of Singapore and Hong Kong's financial worlds, both legitimate and dodgy. Of course, I was still oblivious to all this, charged as I was by my American masters with building an effective creative department. I was single-minded and naive, but I should have paid more attention to the ad world around me. Mercy B. Lord helped me get an idea of the social environment in the 2 weeks of show and tell I spent with her, but I assumed that the advertising business was much the same in Singapore as in Australia. I'd forgotten one of the most important rules. Know your competitors in the business. As it turned out, Samuel Oswald Wing was a veritable palace compared to most of the other ad agencies, and despite my high-handed criticism, the Wing brothers had every reason to be proud of it. They deliberately created it in the image of a Western advertising agency to appeal to potential international partners, and had succeeded. To criticise this makeover in even the smallest way was unwarranted, except for criticism of the staff toilets, which were atrocious shitholes. Fortunately, the one reserved for management had been upgraded and was kept under lock and key. But of all the staff battles that lay ahead, and they were many, the one that caused me the most anxiety was the simple matter of preventing the staff toilets from breaking down. Sidney Wing, who owned the building, would simply refuse to replace the ancient and inadequate plumbing. But all of this lay ahead, with the agency decor currently the least of my problems. Now, with Ronnie leading, I proceeded up a short flight of brown-carpeted stairs to Sydney's office on the first floor. Ronnie ushered me into the ringmaster's office. Well, what can I say? I had been expecting Chinese decor. Stout, heavily carved, bandy-legged dragon chairs, upholstered in yellow silk brocade, surrounding a coffee table with similar dragon-clawed legs. Sidney Wing would work from a large and grotesque glass-topped ebony desk, with, again, the same fat dragon legs, I'd even pictured a beautiful Chinese silk carpet on the polished teak floor. I'd imagined the entire wall behind Sidney Wing's desk would be occupied by a gigantic aquarium containing 5 enormous golden carp, a vivid aquascape of living coral and gently waving weed set in motion by belches of bright bubbles. The fish would be grandly suspended, their tails and fins barely moving, their scales glinting gold and silver, the colours of wealth, their bulging jet-black eyes staring, each seeming to say, "No, you could not afford me." This wonderfully detailed vision evaporated in the face of the unbridled bad taste of Sidney's large office, which took its inspiration from the foyer, except that the foyer had been done on the cheap, whereas this decor was ugliness done with an open and bulging purse. The furnishing was Scandinavian modern, the desk made of yellow polished pine with a smoked glass top, behind which Sidney sat in a very large, high-backed chrome and black leather swivel chair. In front of the desk were 4 bright yellow leather and chrome chairs. The wall-to-wall carpet was brown, the wallpaper a deep green with gold fleur-de-lis, which picked up or exacerbated the yellow theme of the decor, so that the room throbbed with chocolate and yellow, accentuated by the high-gloss yellow of the ceiling, Venetian blinds, window frames, door frame and skirting boards. During Mercy B. Lord's familiarization program, she had taken me to several backyard furniture makers with a view to furnishing my flat before we finally settled on one. What struck me about them was the craftsmanship. While some of the furniture wasn't to my taste, it was all beautifully made, and you could commission just about anything you desired from cabinet makers as good as any in the West. Why, I asked myself, would Sidney Wing pay through the nose for Scandinavian furniture, when such beautiful stuff was so readily available locally? I later questioned Mercy B. Lord.
"Ah, Simon, there is a saying among wealthy Chinese, 'Local chili, not very hot.' It means anything Chinese is by definition inferior, unless it is antique, rare, and expensive. By contrast, expensive imported Scandinavian furniture is about as far from Chinese as it is possible to be, so it would be seen as the epitome of fashion and good taste."
Instead of the aquarium I had imagined on the wall behind Sidney Wing's desk, there was a large painting of Sidney wearing an Arnold Palmer cap, white monogrammed open-necked golf shirt, red wind cheater and black trousers with white golf shoes. His hand rested on the top of a leather golf bag with a full set of Dunlop clubs, the logo carefully painted on a putter. Over his left shoulder was the artist's impression of a fairway with a sand bunker and putting green, the flag in the far distance. Sidney wore a heroic expression, his eyes narrowed as if he were looking into the distance. Like Ronnie, Sidney Wing was a tall, good-looking man, and the artist, unmistakably the one responsible for the paintings downstairs, hadn't done him justice. The portrait was larger than life size, and perhaps twice the size of the 2 downstairs, with an identical gilded frame. I could only think the paintings and the frames must have come as a job lot. Against the wall, beside the window, was a lighted display cabinet with a glass front, made from the same yellow wood as the desk, in which were displayed numerous silver golf trophies, most of them small silver egg cups with handles, of the kind you get for playing in a tournament rather than winning it. But then, in this citrus and chocolate mixmaster mess, I found a pleasant surprise. A Victorian walnut cabinet with a softly lit interior stood against the far wall, filled with exquisite pieces of jade and antique porcelain. On top of this superb cabinet squatted a happy Buddha, wearing a smile of merry contentment, like a happy bullfrog with a stomach full of dragonflies. He was carved from moss-green jade, his earlobes falling to his shoulders, his chubby legs tucked under his enormous belly. This cabinet and its contents, rather than the fish tank I had imagined, were the ancestors' guarantee that not everything had gone to hell in a handbasket, and that life and the pursuit of wealth was on course for the eldest Wing. The antique porcelain within the cabinet covered dynastic periods spanning 1,400 years, and was beyond anything I could value. I even saw 1 or 2 pieces that appeared to be from the Tang dynasty. I would learn that very few of Singapore's wealthy Chinese could have afforded such a collection. To a knowledgeable observer, The contents of this cabinet would be sufficient to establish Sydney's position in the big league. I was also not to know at the time that he owned the golf course and that it was in Miami. Every Chinese, rich or poor, my mother included, believes with unshakable conviction that their ancestors watch every move they make, most of the time with grim disapproval. The pacification of ancestors preoccupies the Chinese mind well beyond any religious zealotry we might exhibit in the West. No matter how switched on or Western a Chinese individual may be, he or she fears one thing more than any other: ancestors. The religion of the Peranakan, that is, the Straits Chinese, is founded on the belief that gods and ancestor spirits exist and can influence people's affairs. While a person's fate is fixed, luck can be controlled with their help. Neglect your ancestors, and you're headed for big trouble. A further pleasant surprise awaited me in Sidney Wing's office. I turned towards the source of a loud ticking and saw a large 18th or 19th century grandfather clock with a break-front panel, revealing its swinging brass pendulum. Black Roman numerals, etched and outlined in red enamel, adorned the brass face, and directly within were two fat dragons, their noses meeting below the 12 and the tips of their tails joining above the 6. It had probably been made in China from a British design, and was a truly splendid and valuable timepiece. Whether this was also an ancestor pacifier I couldn't say, although it would reassure them that Sydney had certainly provided amply for the next generation. I was later to learn that the clock's face was in fact solid gold, and the pendulum was gold-plated. Sidney Wing considered that if ever the pendulum stopped, it would be extremely bad joss. He would wind the clock himself every morning, even though a single complete winding lasted for a week. And when he was overseas or away from the office, he would phone each morning to ensure it had been wound. Sydney's expensively furnished westernized office was, I guessed, designed to give its owner appropriate face. Perhaps the clock, with its mixture of European design and Chinese manufacture, represented a link between China and the West, or perhaps it symbolized immortality. Ancestor worship and the interpretation of signs and portents preoccupies most Chinese. I knew from my mother that the world's most superstitious people are undoubtedly the Chinese, who see and read meanings, both good and bad, into almost everything. Hence her preoccupation with Little Sparrow's dream. These mysterious links between the future and dreams, events, or symbols, which defy Western logic, enhance the inscrutable nature of Oriental and, in particular, Chinese culture. I questioned Mercy B. Lord about Chinese superstitions, and while she agreed that I was right, she reminded me that superstition wasn't unique to the Chinese, and that we all share it in one way or another. Even rational people may feel a twinge on Friday the 13th, especially if they walk under a ladder, then see a black cat crossing the road.
In the orphanage, one of the kids found a natural stain on a river stone that resembled the Virgin Mary. It was around Easter, and the nuns immediately saw it as a miracle and reported it to the bishop in Hong Kong. Now, every Easter, hundreds of pilgrims arrive to pray to the Singapore Virgin, who resides in the Hong Kong Cathedral. She paused and looked directly at me. Several miraculous cures are attributed to her.
Aha! Ecumenical superstition.
Very funny, Simon.
But I could see she wasn't amused. And you believe it's an authentic sign? A miracle? I asked. Her eyes widened.
Of course.
Sidney and Johnny Wing, the elder brother seated behind his desk, the middle brother in one of the chrome and yellow leather jobs, looked up at us as Ronnie entered with me in tow. Sidney managed the semblance of a welcoming smile, but Johnny immediately looked away, as if my arrival was of little or no importance. Johnny Wing, I was to learn, was greatly feared by the mostly Straits Chinese employees, and his silent, morose demeanour didn't help endear him to me either. I was to discover that he wasn't regarded as a bundle of joy by the newspaper, magazine and radio reps calling into the agency. He never accumulated squeeze, because he never entertained or accepted an invitation. Neither of the two brothers stood as I reached down to shake Johnny's hand, and then stretched across the desk to reach Sydney. Both had limp grips, the fingers only barely responding to my touch. But this was simply the Chinese male handshake, more an acknowledgement of someone's presence than an indication of character or a sign of welcome. Ronnie introduced me formally as Ku Ki, adding my Christian name, Simon, almost as an afterthought. Sydney said something in Cantonese to Johnny, who nodded and replied without changing his expression. Then the elder wing leaned back to take a good look at me.
"Welcome, Ki. Please sit," he said,
pointing to one of the yellow and chrome Scandinavian atrocities. "Thank you." I smiled and seated myself.
"So, Ki, you look Chinese, but hey, man, you're Australian."
This was said with a smile, and I took it as a playful comment. "Yes, fourth generation. My great-great-grandfather left Shanghai in the mid-1850s for the gold rush in Australia. I'm afraid his was the last marriage to a Chinese woman until my dad married my mum." I was conscious of being too voluble but couldn't stop. "I guess my looks are a throwback, because I'm a dead ringer for my great-great-grandmother." I hesitated a moment, then said with a grin, "In Australia, my friends call me Fortune Cookie, but I'd be happy if you called me Simon." As replies go, it was overkill. Sydney didn't smile at the mention of my nickname, and Johnny showed no reaction whatsoever.
"The fortune cookie is not Chinese. We do not have such a thing," Sydney remarked.
"No, I know. It's American." I grinned again. "Most Australians wouldn't know that."
"When we print your Chinese name card, Fortune Cookie is a very good name. You must use it. It will look good in Chinese characters," Sydney said, pleased with his observation. I was to learn that Chinese in business with the West quite often adopted an English name, one that was usually intended to add an impression of power. Hercules, Napoleon, Samson, Churchill, and Atlas were common, and Fortune not unusual. "And how should I address you? By your Chinese names?" Stabbing his chest with his forefinger, he said, "Sydney,"
then pointed to his brother and said,
"Johnny."
Johnny grunted and nodded his head, but didn't smile or even glance at me. While outwardly friendly enough, the brothers were beginning to make me feel distinctly awkward. "Thank you for the welcoming party over the road," I said in an attempt to conceal my lack of composure.
"You look Chinese," Sydney persisted. "You say your mother is Chinese?"
"Yes, straight Chinese."
"But you can't speak Cantonese."
It was a statement, an indictment, not a question. Then, before I could reply, he said,
"You are half Chinese and you do not have your mother's language."
There are times in all our lives when we inexplicably lose the plot, do or say the wrong thing at the wrong time in the wrong place. It was at that precise moment that I fucked up big time. Why then, I will never know. Perhaps I was already feeling the burden of the job I'd been given by the Yanks, and was realizing that it wasn't going to be easy. Maybe it was an overreaction to the premises, or to the fear I sensed amongst the production staff of the change I represented. But, in retrospect, it was unforgivable, and I can only think that it was an attempt to establish myself as an independent and consequential future creative director of the agency. I simply don't know. But whatever the reason, I most certainly should have known better and kept my big mouth well and truly shut. I had already overcome the temptation to tell Ronnie about the family restaurant chain, which would have been both unnecessary and decidedly unwise. It wasn't as if I didn't know any better. When we were kids, my mother had drummed into us a maxim apparently derived from Little Sparrow. When you are confused or angry, say nothing. I was both confused and angry about the observation Sydney had made to Johnny in Cantonese when we'd entered Sydney's office, and that I'd understood perfectly. I smiled, looking first at Sydney and then at Johnny. "I speak and understand Cantonese well enough to know that you insulted me when we entered." It was the first time I heard the infamous Sydney Wing giggle, just two high-pitched notes in a girlish voice. Ronnie jumped up.
"Simon, hey, you have misunderstood,"
he protested. It was my last chance to backpedal, but I didn't take it. Instead, I maintained my slightly superior smile and added the insult of a shrug. What is there to misunderstand? You said plainly, he looks like a Chinese peasant. And Johnny here replied, and that's the way we'll treat him. Shall I repeat it for you in Cantonese? Sydney, his face expressionless, stood up. We will go to the cocktail party now. Johnny rose with a grunt, and both walked to the door, leaving Ronnie standing and me seated. Moments later, their footsteps could be heard crossing the landing to the stairs. Ronnie frowned deeply. Shit, what now? This is bad, Simon. They have lost face. And I haven't? What's with you guys? Sydney giggled like a fucking schoolgirl when he realized I knew what he'd said. No, you don't understand. He's always had the giggle. It's spontaneous. Some sort of affliction he can't control. It can be terribly embarrassing. Once it occurred during an after-dinner speech by the Prime Minister. Fortunately, they were at school together, so he didn't end up getting a tap on the shoulder from a government goon. Ronnie grinned, trying to calm me. If St. Vitus's dance was a sound, it would be my brother Sydney's giggle. Ronnie's lengthy reply gave me time to recover from my anger. So you think I should have taken it on the chin? Said nothing? I was growing increasingly mortified by my enormous gaffe, but felt stupidly compelled to defend myself. Ronnie thought for a moment. You must find a way to apologize. You're kidding. Apologize? Me? No way. Jesus, Simon Koo, get real. Back down. Ximianzi, causing someone to lose face, can have very serious ramifications, Simon. In Chinese society, what may appear a minor indiscretion to a Westerner can sometimes create an enemy for life. You must think about this carefully, and we must find a way to repair the damage. But shit, Ronnie, this wasn't of my making. Why doesn't Sydney find a way to apologize to me? It was a final, pathetic attempt at justification. Because it is you who are at fault. Hey? You should have kept your mouth shut. It would have given you the moral advantage. Now you have handed it to them. Come on, Ronnie. I was appointed by New York, not by Sydney. Ronnie laughed. Sydney holds the purse strings. It was never going to be easy to get the budget to hire the right people to build your creative department, but now it will be impossible. I shrugged, trying to look unconcerned. My contract stipulates I become a director after 3 months, and Dansford Drocker, when he arrives as managing director, will support me, and with you on side. Ronnie shook his head. Guanxi, my friend. I will support my brother. I have no choice. He placed a hand on my shoulder. I will do my best to repair this damage, but listen to me carefully, Simon. In future, when dealing with the Chinese, always leave them a way out of any face-losing situation. Get this into your head once and for all. If it is a contest between face and the truth, then face will win every time. If you do not apologize to Sydney and Johnny, then prepare yourself for future acts of revenge, which I seriously doubt you can survive. He looked at me steadily. Simon, despite that face of yours, this is not your culture. This is not something you can win. Morality, justice, integrity, call it what you may. None of them play a part in this. I remained silent for quite some time, knowing I was between a rock and a hard place. Okay, so how do I go about this? Simple. We retranslate, Ronnie said, obviously relieved. What the hell does that mean? Well, you were mistaken about what you heard. Your knowledge of Cantonese unfortunately let you down. A common enough occurrence with foreigners who do not speak it as their mother tongue. Now, with my help in translation, what was said is entirely the opposite to the unfortunate meaning you place on what they in fact said. Tell me more. One word, that's all you need to change. And not the word, just the inflection. You heard Sydney say, he looks like a Chinese peasant. Yeah, that's what he did say.
No, you're quite wrong. You think the word peasant was an insult. In our society, a peasant can become rich and powerful and enjoy every privilege. We do not have a class structure the way you do in the West. What Sydney really said was, he looks like a Chinese. And Johnny then replied, and that's the way we'll treat him, meaning that you will be treated like one of us. Ronnie spread his hands. See how easy it is to get the wrong end of the stick when you're not absolutely fluent in a foreign language? It was clever, very clever, and I almost believed Ronnie's off-the-cuff explanation. But more importantly, I knew I must accept it. I grimaced. I asked you to be honest with me, and you have been. Now, how do we go about this so that I don't have to eat crow? Eat crow? I grinned. It's Australian for losing face. You must stay here, and I will fetch them and explain how the mistake was made, and that you wish to most humbly apologize and appear genuinely contrite. Then we will all return together and mix with the staff, and Sydney will welcome you and tell the staff how fortunate we are to have you join the agency. Simple as that. I just cop it sweet. More Australian idioms? Yes, it means I just have to accept what's coming to me, that I'm going to lose face. Will that be enough? I hope so. When aroused, my brother can be a vengeful bastard. Okay, go ahead. I'll wait here and practice looking abject and truly humble. I grinned. Oh, and by the way, I know I'm a dead ringer for a Chinese peasant. Ronnie turned and took a step towards the door. Then he half-turned and gave me a serious look. Ignoring my self-deprecating attempt to lighten the mood, he said, I am confident you'll get the idea, so make it look good, Simon. I'll try, mate, but I don't know if I'll ever understand your mob. You won't, so don't try too hard. When in doubt, say nothing or ask me. Yeah, that's what my mum says. I should have remembered. He paused, looking down at his shoes. Never trust a Chinese in business, not even me. Forget about such nice Christian concepts as conscience or guilt. Anything is permitted as long as you don't get caught or it directly compromises your guanxi. Ronnie, why are you doing this? I mean, helping me. For instance, how do you know you can trust me? When I was no longer capable of standing after our tour of Boogie Street, you carried me to a taxi, took me home, put me to bed, and haven't mentioned it since. You allowed me to save face. I laughed. Mate, you've got it wrong. I don't recall a thing about that day. He smiled. Stay there. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Ronnie must have done a great job on his two elder brothers, because when they returned, Sydney smiled and Johnny almost did. Looking humble, eyes downcast, I explained my inadequacy with Cantonese and begged for their forgiveness, which was duly and seemingly generously granted. I promised fervently to become more proficient at the language. Now you are one of us, Sydney said finally, and then let out his girly giggle. Ronnie's previous warning about causing him to lose face meant that I'd probably not been forgiven, and I had a distinct feeling Sydney had made up his mind about me. Perhaps it was simply the position I was going to occupy in the agency that he disliked, making creative decisions where previously he had been the sole arbiter of everything. Returning to the cocktail party, Sydney, with Johnny nodding all the while, dutifully jumped through the welcoming hoops. But the overall atmosphere in the hotel room remained edgy and tense, in particular when members of the staff were addressed by either of the two elder brothers. It was fairly obvious that both wings felt something verging on disdain for the general run of employees, who, not surprisingly, were extremely uneasy and overly attentive, we would say sycophantic, in their presence. I'm sure I wasn't the only person in the room who was hugely relieved when, at 8 o'clock, this social misery was finally over. Fortunately, I wasn't required to go to dinner with the wings. I had, amazingly, delightfully, and at her suggestion, a dinner date with Mercy B. Lord.
Under normal circumstances, I would probably have gone back to the hotel to lick my wounds and attempt to assuage my mortification with a few beers. But I'd been looking forward to this dinner for the past 2 days. Her invitation had been delightfully couched.
Simon, I have been to a wing cocktail party. Ronnie works the crowd as best he can, but he can't compete with the deathly miasma produced by the other two brothers. You're going to need cheering up afterwards, and so I give you permission to take me to dinner. Besides, I have just had a new cheongsam made, and I'm anxious to get your opinion on it.
My opinion? I'd asked, surprised.
Of course. You knew about Mary Quant and greatly surprised me by remarking on my Vidal Sassoon hairstyle. Not too many men could do that.
She wasn't to know, but I'd learnt everything I knew from Sue Chipchase, who'd been an early adopter of the Mary Quant miniskirt, hardly surprising with her legs. She wore her blonde hair in what she'd once described to me as the famous 5-point geometric cut by Vidal Sassoon. I distinctly recall her casting scorn on the beehive fashion most of the bunnies had affected.
"It looks like a nice place for all sorts of nasties to live, darling," she'd said in a very vogue voice with one eyebrow arched.
In fact, Sue Chipchase and Mercy B. Lord could have been Snow White and Rose Red of style, each with similar fashion sense, glorious legs, and the same helmet-style haircut worn close to the head, with 5 geometric points lying against their cheeks and necks, the pure gold Chipchase sheen, replaced by the polished anthracite of Miss Mercy B. Lord. I asked myself whether I had fallen in love-lust with an Oriental Chipchase, who, like the golden version, was also forbidden fruit. And now this peach had asked me to invite her to dinner, after what she correctly surmised would be a disastrous welcoming party. Quite how disastrous I decided on my return to the hotel not to mention. I was greatly looking forward to the dinner, and even more so because she was allowing it to be my treat. I'd longed for just such an occasion, but had been reluctant to ask. Mercy B. Lord was with me from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day except Thursday, when she was needed in the office. The problem I faced was that I knew if I asked her to dinner, she would be obliged to accept. Ronnie's cryptic warning and my own battered looks were both discouraging, but now, to my enormous delight, she'd taken the initiative. After 10 days, my bruised jaw had recovered. The cut to my neck had healed, and only a smudge of purple and yellow showed below my eyebrow. I was almost back to being just plain old unprepossessing Simon, who, if you will recall, was hardly God's gift to womankind. "I insist on taking you to a posh restaurant where the Beatrice Fong agency isn't Ode Squeeze," I'd said at the time.
"I've picked the restaurant," Mercy B. Lord replied, then grinned. "Not a hint of squeeze in sight."
"Good, but expensive, I trust?" She laughed merrily.
"One goes there to be seen, and that's always expensive."
"Shall I pick you up or send a limo?" On the 2 or 3 occasions when we'd been out all day, and I'd suggested I drop her home, she'd refused, her excuse being that she needed to check in at the office.
"No, I'll meet you in reception at 8:30. We're dining at the Palm Court Grill."
"But it is patronized mainly by Europeans."
"Precisely," she replied.
The Palm Court Grill was where overseas visitors staying at Raffles were able to repay some of the hospitality they'd received from their local hosts, and was Singapore's most expensive eatery. "Then allow me to send a limo to pick you up."
"Already arranged," she laughed. "Squeeze. Big black Buick."
I arrived back at Raffles Hotel 15 minutes late because Ronnie wanted me to cross the road to the agency and inspect the area intended for my office. It was 2 days before my 2 weeks with Mercy B. Lord were up, and they'd only just marked the area out on the floor. "Will it be ready in time?" "Of course," he'd replied. "It'll only take a day to install. The top half is glass, and the varnish on the wooden part will take perhaps another day to dry." So much for the 2 weeks he'd originally required. It was also obvious that Sydney had chosen to spend the absolute minimum on what could be laughingly called an office. Certainly it was not one that would give the occupant any sense of importance or reflect his seniority. It was so small that it would need to be built around the desk. Either that, or the desk would have to be lowered over the wooden and glass partitions that were to form the walls. I couldn't complain. Ronnie sat in the open with the staff, and as a director and partner was in theory senior to me. But my American appointment carried with it unspoken but clear seniority, especially regarding decisions about creative product for foreign clients, or those gained through business submissions initiated by Dansford Drocker or myself. Mercy B. Lord was seated in a large peacock-tail wicker chair, one beautiful leg stretched deliciously and provocatively from the black silk cheongsam when I arrived. Now, I'd like to hear a convincing argument for why a full-length, black, figure-hugging, mandarin-collared cheongsam split halfway up the thigh on a beautiful woman in stilettos isn't the single most sexy way imaginable to present the female body. Almost everything except the elegance of bared arms and the occasional flash of leg is hidden from the eye. Yet the promise of what lies beneath this glorious casing is enough to send any red-blooded male crazy. I felt that this was simply the most beautiful visual and emotional experience I would ever have. I know that's saying a lot. The world is full of beautiful women, and what we see often belies what lies within. Beauty may only be skin deep, but superficial as it often is, it can be a shattering experience, a single moment or event so powerfully fixed in our subconscious that the edges never blur and the image never fades. I promise you that on my deathbed, when I review for the last time the sights and sounds, the places I've been and races I've seen, people I've known and things I've been shown, when the grand kaleidoscope of everything I've done passes through my mind's eye and I'm about to step off this mortal coil, Mercy B. Lord in a black cheongsam will be there at the forefront of my visual memory. She rose as I approached and unconsciously assumed a graceful pose, her weight on one hip, the exposed leg in high heels slightly forward, her right hand holding a small black velvet evening bag that accentuated her long crimson nails. Most cheongsam carry some embroidered motif, a bright spray of flowers or a golden dragon design on the front, but hers, apart from what appeared to be a tiny gold toggle that closed the mandarin collar, was completely without any such artifice. Her own superb figure, all the decoration one could possibly require. The simplicity added to her elegance. "Holy macaroni!" I exclaimed. "Is this all for me?"
"Count yourself lucky, Mr. Koo. I've been here half an hour and have been propositioned 4 times.
"I'm not surprised. You look simply amazing. Too wonderful for words."
"Thank you,"
she laughed happily. I apologized for being late. Ronnie Wing wanted to show me what is laughingly known as my future office. I've been inside bigger domestic toilets. Shall we have a drink at the bar? I moved closer to take her arm, then saw it. I couldn't quite believe my eyes. The mandarin collar of the beautiful gown had a dragon motif embroidered around it, also in black, in effect black on black. The tiny gold toggle looked like a gold chisel embedded in the dragon's body. It was Little Sparrow's dream made flesh.
"No, if you don't mind. Let's go straight in,"
Mercy B. Lord urged, as I dragged my eyes away from that golden shaft.
"The restaurant is full, and I've booked for 8:30, the only time I could get. The booking clerk let me know he was doing me a favor fitting us in, and somewhat sternly cautioned me about being late. I'm afraid it isn't the greatest table, Simon. This is Raffles, after all. Snooty and still very British."
She smiled.
"Besides, if we go to the bar, they'll think the 5th proposition, from one Simon Koo, was an offer too good for me to refuse."
"I'm delighted to be the one you've accepted," I joked, as she took my arm and we made our way to the restaurant.
"Don't think I wasn't tempted,"
she teased as we walked.
"The first was a Frenchman, who said with an exquisite accent and manners that he was dining alone and would I care to join him. Then I had 2 separate Americans, both of whom invited me for a drink, and then a German, who came right out and asked me how much.
The first three were easy. But what did you say to the crass kraut? Mercy be Lord laughed.
I told him he couldn't afford me.
Good answer.
No, he then said, try me.
Oh, that's tricky.
I named an outrageous sum, $5,000. Then, just for fun, added, US, of course.
I laughed. And? Mercy be Lord giggled.
Is that for a short time or for the whole night? He asked.
A German with a sense of humour. How unusual.
Oh, you don't think I'm worth 5,000 US dollars, Simon?
Sweetheart, you're priceless, I answered, feeling myself colouring.
Well, of course I'm not. We have 3 of Singapore's most expensive, experienced and desirable aku on the Beatrice Fong agency books, and they charge 250 US dollars for the night. 5,000 would buy one of them for weeks. He, the German, said that if I agreed to meet him tomorrow night, he'd have the money.
It was an awkward moment. I mean, what does one say? But for once in my life, I got it right and sidestepped more or less neatly. Mercy be Lord, let me tell you, the German is right in only one respect. You are simply the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, and probably ever will see. But your value cannot possibly be estimated in mere dollars.
Thank you, Simon. You're sweet.
She wore nothing other than the cheongsam and black high-heel courts, not a single piece of jewellery. Chairman Miao possessed a diamond choker and pendant earrings, the choker half an inch wide with God knows how many carats in the set. I tried to imagine it and the earrings on Mercy be Lord. Why do diamonds so often end up displayed on necks and ears, wrists and fingers that are past their best? My dad once told me that young women should be given diamonds, and older women should be told often that they are loved. But glitter can add little to perfection, and as we reached the restaurant door, I knew I was escorting a woman very close to perfection. But I was entirely unprepared for the effect our entrance had on the busy restaurant. In seconds, it went from babble to silence. Then, an elegant-looking European woman who looked to be in her 60s, wearing a pearl-coloured satin evening gown and a diamond necklace that appeared to contain half the annual produce of an African diamond mine, started to clap, the sound sharp in the silent restaurant. Then a stout bloke, a whiskey-nosed, sanguine Colonel Blimp type, scraped back his chair and stood. Holding up his glass, he called out, "Bravo!" I can only assume the almost exclusively European diners must have thought Mercy be Lord was an Asian film star, because all the men then stood, most of them holding up their wine glasses. When the clapping ceased, a distinctly Australian voice from the far end of the restaurant shouted out, "You lucky bastard!" He was probably pissed, but this brought a sudden gale of appreciative laughter. All I could do was try to control an inane grin. Had I been Noel Coward or someone like him, I'd have said something people would have remembered for years. Mercy be Lord clung to my arm and managed somehow to smile brilliantly, hopefully giving the impression that we were an item, even lovers, although I could feel her entire body trembling against mine. The maitre d' now started to fuss. He was obviously surprised at the reception and thought he'd been caught napping and should have known who we were. "A very nice table has just become available, sir, madam." He glanced down at his booking list. "Mr. Koo, may I offer you both a glass of champagne?" "Thank you," I said, while Mercy be Lord gave him the courtesy of another brilliant smile. Seated with a glass of French champagne, I raised it. "Well, here's to a black cheongsam on a beautiful woman," I said.
Phew, I had no idea it would cause such a disturbance. I'm very sorry if I embarrassed you, Simon.
I was mortified, I teased. But I'll manage to live it down, eventually. But of course, you understand I've lost a great deal of face.
I'll make it up to you, I promise, she said, half seriously.
I lifted my champagne glass again. Mercy be Lord, your entrance will go down as one of the best moments of my life. And as for you, it's a long way from the orphanage, kid. We clinked our champagne glasses, but she said only, then brought her glass to her lips. The little rich boy had got it wrong again. I guess it's never a long way from the orphanage. I can't believe it's almost 2 weeks since I arrived. I'm going to miss you as my daily companion, more than I can say. The idea of not having Mercy B. Lord in my life each day, looking morning fresh and beautiful, waiting for me in the tea house, didn't bear thinking about.
I have good news, she said,
neatly avoiding a mawkish moment. Uh-huh. Tell me.
I think I've found your flat. Exactly what we've been looking for. It will give you great prestige.
I couldn't help reacting to the we, even though I knew she had no intention of moving in with me. No chance of that happening. But apart from a spare room with a good light where I could paint, I hadn't a clue what I wanted. And so I'd simply given her my painting room brief and then said she must find something unfurnished she'd personally love to live in. The flat above the garage at home had been designed by my mum, with the exception of the room in which I painted, and seemed to have everything I needed with none of the gold taps, Persian rugs, French antiques, Chippendale furniture, and the rest of the conspicuous crap that filled the big house. While I knew a bit about antiques and enjoyed discovering their history, I had no desire to surround myself with them. I suppose I wasn't really into things. I liked to look at them and think about their past, but I didn't need to own them to enjoy them. Browsing through an antique shop was a pleasant pastime, but didn't leave me lusting after any of the items. By asking Mercy B. Lord to find me an unfurnished flat, I was trying to keep my surroundings simple, comfortable, and welcoming, but not much more. If you like it, that'll do me fine, as long as it has a view, I'd concluded. My mum's Singapore family had done their homework, and my rental allowance was extremely generous. This meant Mercy B. Lord had a bit of scope. She assured me there was quite a lot of good rental real estate within my price bracket. I knew I'd end up with more than I needed. A pad that made me seem more important than I really was, but what the hell? This was how things worked in the East. You were what you seemed to be, and were accepted at face value. Perhaps that's where the expression originated. Face had to be constantly maintained. It had to be a major preoccupation. Can we have a housewarming party after I've moved in? I need to invite my relatives, my mum's people. If we include the kids, there could be about 20 altogether. Mercy looked thoughtful, so I took a deep breath and said, You wouldn't consider being the hostess, would you? Then I added quickly, Just that. No suggestion of anything else, just... Well, I don't think I could organise something like that. We could have it catered for, hire maids, a waiter, whatever it takes. I could book it through your agency, if you wish. I was babbling. Mercy B. Lord sidestepped this neatly.
It would be cheaper and better if you went to a restaurant, Simon.
But doesn't that, defeat the purpose? Housewarming, new flat and all that?
No, not at all. The outside is what matters.
Outside?
Where it is, the location, street, the building. The rest must be private.
Why would that be?
Face.
Mercy B. Lord, I have been here less than 2 weeks, and already I'm sick and tired of bloody Face.
Then you must go back to Australia at once, Simon, she said simply. It is not usual to be invited into a Chinese home, unless you want to impress someone who you definitely know has less wealth than you.
By outside, do you mean splashing fountains, peacocks in the gardens, carp in the pond, that sort of thing?
She nodded. You see, people are afraid you may be critical of the kampong where they live, the look of the street, the house, the building. You may discover that they're not as wealthy as they wish to appear, and so they lose a great deal of face. That is why you will always be invited to a restaurant. In that way, people can gain face by the choice of the place or the expense of the meal. They will often spend much more than they can afford, even put themselves into debt to do this.
She smiled.
If you want to know where you stand in someone's estimation, check the prices on the menu of the restaurant they select. But of course there won't be a menu on the night because it will be a banquet. You can tell from the number and quality of dishes what your standing is, and how they hope to influence your opinion of their own status.
You mean if I invite someone home, my relatives for instance, they'll think I'm rubbing their noses in my good fortune?
Certainly, especially those who are less fortunate than you.
And those who are more fortunate? She laughed.
The Chinese are very careful to make sure you don't lose face, but equally careful that you don't gain it at their expense. If you gain, then they may lose. It is essential that people be left to imagine your wealth, status, and good fortune. Later they will sort things out, but initially I recommend the neutrality of a good restaurant and a truly splendid banquet.
Okay. I give you permission to pick a restaurant where the squeeze factor benefits you personally. Mercy B. Lord said seriously.
I will book you a good restaurant and be your hostess.
Then she smiled.
And thank you, Simon. I am honored.
There wasn't much more to say. It explained why, on my third night in town, I had been the guest of my mother's cousin and the rest of my Singapore relations at an elaborate banquet held in a posh Chinese restaurant. Did you tell them we'd take it, the flat? I now asked.
No, you must see it first. I insist. I think you will like it. You will gain face, she said again, happy for me.
Please, not that word again. And it's unfurnished and within my budget?
Well, it's furnished at the moment, but the owner is happy to remove the furniture. And yes, of course, I have kept it within your rental allowance. But if you like it, and since you want it unfurnished, I will bargain for a better deal.
I'm quite sure I'll like it. Phone them in the morning and tell them it's a deal. Mercy B. Lord hesitated.
No, Simon, I cannot accept that responsibility. You must see it first.
Right, Miss Lord, I laughed, saluting her. Then as soon as you can arrange it. In the 2 weeks I was with Mercy B. Lord, I had learned that she wasn't simply a walking Singapore encyclopedia, capable, beautiful, and excellent company. She had a mind and a will of her own. She was not unlike a young version of Chairman Meow, and perhaps this was why I was tentative. I sensed Mercy B. Lord had a side to her I didn't wish to animate. It is often said that men fall in love with versions of their mother, but the thought that this might be true didn't occur to me at the time. Nor did I realize that Mercy may have banked on the spontaneous reception we'd received as we'd entered the restaurant. She may well have selected the Palm Court Grill because it was almost entirely patronized by foreigners, where she knew she would be noticed in her new gear, whereas a roomful of Chinese male diners may have admired her looks, but were less likely to react publicly. In the course of business, Mercy B. Lord had been in the company of many foreigners, most of them men in senior positions, who wouldn't have been backward in remarking on her looks. She undoubtedly knew she was attractive to men, even sexy, but she carried this knowledge with modesty and a sense of decorum. It was only natural that once in a while, like many beautiful women, she felt the need to strut her stuff. And while she'd rejected the guys who had approached her in the hotel foyer, she had nonetheless seemed to enjoy the experience and felt quite comfortable telling me about these encounters, almost as if she was prompting me to react. She was as far from a cock-teaser as you could get, but she was a beautiful woman who, on this occasion, was flirting with me. I told myself it was nothing. The new gown, looking gorgeous. The unacknowledged need to be admired. After all, given my looks, I was the perfect foil for her beauty. Yet I'd felt her tremble at the reception we received as we entered. Now I asked myself, was it nervous tension or the excitement of having triumphed? For a woman with no family or normal social support, her looks were all the power she possessed. The session in Sydney's office had affected me. My own mother was Chinese, yet my chances of understanding the complexities of her race seemed remote. Those generations of isolation from Chinese culture, not to mention the influence of my Occidental ancestors and compatriots, had reprogrammed my mind and decidedly altered my genes. All I felt was a sense of alienation. Curiously, my unprepossessing appearance didn't seem to ruin my chances with women, where I was as successful as most of my mates at bunny hopping. In other words, in the glorious early years of the pill, I got my fair share. For the first time, women were sexually liberated and could decide to go to bed with you without fear of pregnancy, which had often surfaced in the sober morning light. But now, in Singapore, where I more or less blended naturally with the surrounding populace. I was overcome with apprehension. Ronnie's warning had certainly contributed to my caution, but I knew that even without it, I might still have found myself inhibited by my looks, telling myself that I was unworthy of her, the one woman I longed for more than any other woman I had ever met. I was besotted with Mercy B. Lord, and spent nights alone in my hotel room, trying to unravel her personality, figuring her out, trying to analyze what it was that made her tick. She had been raised a Catholic, but within the local community, and was therefore potentially a bridge between the Christian and Buddhist Taoist cultures. She told me more than once that she was constantly aware of the misfortune of her Sino-Japanese blood. All these things must have contributed to who she was. I wondered if I had fallen in love with someone psychologically stuck between cultures, with the need to keep her Japanese heritage secret. I had yet to discover which influence, the Catholic, Japanese, Chinese, or Peranakan, was dominant in her. Now, in the restaurant, tormented by jealousy, I fretted about the German who was willing to buy what he wanted. Surely Mercy would not consider such an exchange. But then, I asked myself, was she the good Catholic she seemed, full of the moral rectitude firmly inculcated in her by the nuns? Or would Chinese pragmatism and yearning for wealth persuade her to take up the German's proposed assignation the following night? $5,000 American was probably close to 6 months' salary in her present position, a temptation that might require a fair dollop of Christian ethics to overcome. Counting rosary beads and saying several hundred Hail Marys might seem a small price to pay for such a highly profitable night. Our reception, rather her reception, when we'd entered the Palm Court Grill, proved that she was a bombshell, beautiful, sexy, and desirable to every man in the room who would, like me, fantasize about her in bed that night. Perhaps the handsome grande dame in the diamond necklace would also do so. You never knew with the upper class. I even conjured up the image of a fat kraut, now definitely ex-Hitler youth turned rich industrialist, masturbating in the shower in anticipation of tomorrow night with Mercy B. Lord. A disgusting and unworthy thought, but nevertheless ashamedly mine. These were my confused and not very pleasant musings in the salubrious surroundings of the Palm Court Grill, as I ate grilled lobster tail in a ginger, chive, garlic and butter sauce, and shared a bottle of champagne with this astonishingly beautiful and charming young woman, whose motives or morals I had not the slightest reason to doubt. Moreover, I told myself she was her own woman, and free to do anything she wished, and I was simply one of the many foreign escorts with whom she would have dined. I knew almost nothing about her personal life, and it had been strongly suggested by Ronnie that I not attempt to pry into it. Although she was being paid to chaperone me for 2 weeks, I still felt I owed her much more than a posh meal to thank her for the fortune fortnight she'd given me. She had gone out of her way to show me every aspect of life in Singapore, unpeeling each social layer, so that I had, if not an expert's knowledge, at least a working one of how it functioned, and what I would need to know if ever I was to appeal to the hearts and minds of the various segments of society likely to use consumer products. For example, I knew that Dansford Drocker was to bring with him an international soap powder brand as a new account, which he would personally supervise. Thinking I would get a head start, I'd asked Mercy, what brand of washing powder do people most commonly use in their machines in Singapore? It's a local brand called Hands On, she said, deadpan. Trying to be funny, I said, shouldn't that be hands off? She burst out laughing, but not at my joke. Oh, Simon, the average wash is done by hand, fingers and knuckles against a washboard. Most people can only dream of owning a washing machine. So, as you can see, there was a whole heap I had to learn, not only about Mercy B. Lord, but also about my market. Fortunately, I had impressed her with my enthusiasm. It's as if you're really interested, Simon. I like that. I like that a lot, she'd admitted. Most of my foreign clients are only interested in what they can take from Singapore, and haven't the slightest interest in the locals, whom they see as merely factory fodder, cheap labor. It's funny how the poor are not expected to have brains, hearts, feelings, or sensitivity,
only arms, legs, and strong backs, and ears only for receiving instructions.
We'd been everywhere, from the obscenely rich streets with unbelievable displays of pure ostentation, to the poorest kampongs with rutted, muddy, and puddled dirt roads, chooks, ribbed, flea-bitten, mangy mongrel dogs, garbage, and the pervading stench of garlic, rancid cooking oil, open drains, and sewage. Mercy B. Lord told me I was fortunate to have missed the season for durian, a delicious tasting fruit, much favoured by the locals, with a smell like a bad latrine that pervaded the island's atmosphere. We'd been up the river in a dinghy equipped with an outboard belching smoke, and out to sea on ferries to some of the surrounding islands, big and small, Pedra Branca, Pulau Ubin, and Sentosa, among others. We'd eaten well, satay from bicycle carts or street stalls, and countless delicacies in holes in the wall where we were served food of incredible variety, Malay, Indonesian, Chinese, Indian, and a mixture of every one of these cuisines, hot, spicy, and invariably delicious. We'd met hundreds of people, some of whom spoke Cantonese or Hokkien, though most of the poorer people seemed to speak either Malay or Indonesian. The local Indians spoke either Hindi or Tamil, and in all cases Mercy B. Lord acted as interpreter. Children, emboldened by my smile and the gift of a lolly, would take me by the hand and turn it over and examine my palm.
They say they know you're a foreigner, even though you look like a Chinese, because the palm of your hand is pink, she'd explained on one occasion.
I'd asked her what she thought of the present one-party government, and she'd hesitated for a moment, and then said quietly,
"It is not a subject I can discuss, Simon."
Then she'd added,
"For the poor, food on the table and a regular wage is more important than the freedoms permitted in a democracy where they starve."
In all other things she had been entirely open, as well as a constant, courteous, and utterly professional companion and guide. But the sum total of Mercy B. Lord was more than all her parts. I longed for every bit of her, on almost any terms. Although I couldn't think of any terms, emotional or otherwise, I had the right or the courage to put to her. I was like a child taken into a lolly shop, with money in his pocket, but with his hands tied behind his back and his mouth taped. Ronnie's warning produced fanciful explanations as I lay in bed at night in my hotel room, conjuring up a rich and powerful Chinese Ming the Merciless billionaire, who, for some reason or another, couldn't openly accept her as his concubine, but to whom she was beholden because of some kind of nefarious blackmail. My febrile imagination even considered the word enslaved. Or perhaps some all-powerful politician, leading an outwardly blameless life, kept Mercy B. Lord tucked away for his private delectation. My addled mind was an indication of the emotional mess I was becoming. In an effort to put myself out of my misery, I'd asked Ronnie to tell me more, to explain why Mercy B. Lord was untouchable. Is it simply professional? Is it her job with the Beatrice Fong Agency, or what? I demanded. His reply rocked me back on my feet. "Simon, I beg you, don't take it any further. I can't and I won't tell you more, other than to say that the formidable Beatrice Fong has powerful connections. Guanxi. You sleep with Mercy B. Lord. That is, even if she would consider you. And they'll throw you out of this country so fast you won't even bounce. Forget her. She's out of bounds." I had mixed feelings about the fact that Mercy B. Lord had polished off half a bottle of French champagne, as well as the complimentary glass, and still seemed perfectly in control. It was a vastly more expensive leg opener than the legendary Australian Porphyry Pearl. While I hadn't intended the bottle of champagne to be a means of seduction, I was nevertheless impressed by her demeanour. Outwardly, nothing appeared to have altered. She was flirtatious and engaging, amusing and considerate of my gastronomic needs, but no more so than when we'd first been seated. My admiration for her expanded commensurably. I'd passed the Ronnie grog test on our trial client entertainment night in Bugis Street, but the hangover I experienced the next morning would, had I shared it equally amongst my premiership-winning Sydney University rugby team, have left them in a parlous state. I vowed never again. I'd made my statement, earned my stripes, and in future it would be a few beers of any brand Ronnie cared to nominate, as long as they were cold. Ronnie could hold his booze, and so it seemed could Mercy B. Lord, and I guess, at great cost to my well-being, could I. 5 glasses of champagne would have seen most bunnies well on their way to an indiscretion, although I sensed no loosening of any moral resolve Mercy B. Lord may have brought to the evening. I could feel the warm glow of the champagne, the first small signs of impending inebriation. Not reckless abandon by any means, but certainly a lessening of inhibitions. "Be careful, mate," the voice within my head cautioned. But if Mercy B. Lord felt any such inner glow, she showed no outward signs of it, and seemed to be functioning perfectly normally. We completed the meal with very English fresh strawberries and cream, a pot of fragrant jasmine tea for Mercy B. Lord, and coffee and drambuie for me. She excused herself to go to the ladies, and I sat dreading the moment when she must leave me. If only I smoked, I could have lit up a good Havana cigar and appeared to any casual observers to be completely at ease, taking my beautiful escort for granted as I blew the aromatic Cuban smoke into the air above my head. Mercy B. Lord returned, struggling to suppress a giggle. "Lady Townsend invited me to afternoon tea tomorrow," she laughed. Looking up at me wide-eyed, she said, "It was rather disconcerting. She said that she'd like to get to know me." "Lady Townsend?" "Yes, the lady with the diamond necklace who clapped when we entered." My mind immediately leapt to an outrageous conclusion. Another Mercy B. Lord assignation. Holy shit. Things were rapidly getting out of hand. In my overheated imagination, at least. Fortuitously, my flat, bland peasant face is good at concealing emotion. "Well, I guess the meaning of that sentence very much depends on inflection," I grinned. "Oh, I'm glad you said that, Simon. I thought it might just be my imagination. Anyway, I told her I was unavailable tomorrow." "And she said?" "She handed me her card. 'Do call me soon,' she said. 'I'm sure I can be helpful.' Then she added, 'Your beauty deserves to be enhanced with diamonds, a subject I know rather well, my dear, but not gold. Gold is for when, alas, your skin is somewhat older.' Whatever do you think she meant, Simon?" I shrugged. Who can say? The evening was effectively over. It was big black Buick time. "Your driver will be waiting," I said. "May I escort you to your limousine, mademoiselle?" "Oh no, we're taking a taxi, Simon." "We?" "Yes. Tomorrow is Thursday, so I can't show you the flat, can I?" She opened the velvet purse, and reaching into it produced a set of keys. "I have the keys, so why don't I show you tonight?" She hesitated. "Unless you'd rather not, of course." I swallowed hard. "Great idea. I'll get the maitre d' to call a cab." By the time the taxi dropped us at a location beside the river, I was a mess. Just the thought of being alone with Mercy B. Lord, I mean completely alone, at night in a private place, where no other person could possibly know we were together, was both tremendously exhilarating and bloody scary. I told myself this was no different from coaxing a bunny to bed, something I'd done several times. You ended up somewhere, her place, yours, an anonymous hotel room, but somewhere private anyway. What was the difference? The difference was that Mercy B. Lord was no bunny, and according to Ronnie had powerful connections. If we began a relationship and it was discovered, I would be kicked out of Singapore so fast you won't even bounce, as he'd put it. Beatrice Fong and Sidney Wing, her boss and my boss, were both somehow implicated in the mystery, and were no doubt friends, or more likely, shared guanxi. Beatrice was powerfully connected and influential, and also, for some reason, guardian of Mercy B. Lord's love life, which was a conundrum that ended with the word forbidden, no matter which way you looked at it. It was, I told myself, reason enough to be very careful indeed. "It is a short walk from here, Simon. Perhaps half a mile? In this way, even the taxi driver won't know the location." I didn't ask her why she thought to take such a precaution. A walk would be nice. The river, a little fresh air, Great. Look, it's a 3/4 moon, and light enough to see the neighbourhood. Very clever of you to arrange the moonlight, I smiled. But why don't you go barefoot? 1/2 mile in 6-inch heels on a tarred road isn't going to be much fun. I paused. You can see where you're going, and you can wash your feet at the flat. My God, a man who understands. She stopped and kissed me lightly on the cheek. Thank you, Simon. Then, holding onto my arm for balance, she removed her shoes. Here, let me carry them, I offered. Ah, the tar is still warm, she murmured, handing me her shoes. Oh dear, what a lovely relief. Then she took my arm and pecked me on the cheek again. Thank you. You're a very sweet man, Simon, she said softly. How can a peck so soft it barely brushes the skin leave your heart pounding like a schoolboy's? And why does the word sweet, an indication of nothing beyond simple gratitude, create such a flare of hope? It might even have been a gentle and courteous deterrent, a premature warning. For Christ's sake, I was 29 years old. I had lost my virginity at 20, at a time when girls had to be careful about going the whole way. But a few years later, with the emancipation brought by the pill, they had been generous with their favours, and I wasn't exactly a novice. Even so, I was no Don Juan, but I genuinely loved women. I mean, I loved the gender, not simply as sex objects, but for their complex, funny, caring, wild, generous, intelligent, unpredictable, raunchy, loving, gossiping, and even sometimes bitchy natures. I loved the way they smelled, the makeup they used, their skin, hair, everything. But I also loved to make love, and never thought, as some guys did, that I'd conquered them in some sort of primordial battle, or that the morning after they became the sexual equivalent of a notch in your rifle butt or a casual boast in the pub. Making love was a mutual joy, or so it seemed to me. I'm not suggesting I was a good lover, but I like to think I was better, perhaps more caring than average. And those bunnies who chose to sleep with me, I'm happy to say, would invariably do so more than once, and seemed to enjoy the way they were treated. Mornings after were nice too. Coffee and toast, freshly squeezed orange juice in the kitchen, the girl perched on my kitchen stool after a shower, with a towel wrapped like a Maharaja's turban around her head, and wearing my dressing gown, listening to the radio. But this time I had no idea what the next step might be. Mercy be Lord, apart from being extraordinarily pleasant, helpful, patient with my ignorance, and always obliging, had never given me a reason to feel that she was physically attracted to me. Perhaps because she had grown up in an orphanage, she didn't touch spontaneously as most women do, and I sensed a reserve, a no-go zone she had marked out. I asked myself what the invitation to inspect the flat could mean. Was it simply because tomorrow was Thursday and she was not available, that my time with her was running short and we needed to make a decision? Or had she planned it for when she was at her most ravishing? Anyway, at last the champagne seemed to kick in, and Mercy B. Lord became delightfully animated on the walk, often running a few steps ahead like a child, turning to point something out, the moon reflected on the surface of the river, an elaborate wrought-iron gate painted gold, a red post-box with the royal coat of arms, a lingering reminder of the colonial past. We talked nostalgically in a light-hearted way of the past week or so, and reminded each other of some of the things we'd seen or enjoyed. She teased me about my silly washing machine question, then noted that the flat didn't have a washing machine. Hire a maid to do the cleaning, washing, and ironing, she advised. She gets a job and a wage, and besides, a couple of years' wages won't cost you a lot more than a washing machine, a dryer, and a vacuum cleaner, she explained. With about 100 yards to go, she pointed out a new-looking multi-storied apartment block, imposing only in the sense that the houses surrounding it were traditional Singapore bungalows. High-rise architecture in the mid-60s still suffered from post-war pragmatism, even though there was no longer a shortage of building materials. Multi-storied buildings were square blocks of concrete that made very little attempt to look good, except perhaps for a bit of moulded cement tiz around the window frames, and an imposing front door that distinguished them only slightly from a 1950s municipal housing block. The heavy hand of government pragmatism in town planning was everywhere, and size was thought to give sufficient prestige. In Singapore at that time, location was the most important factor. Mercy B. Lord pointed upwards.
See the bigger windows? That's the penthouse, that's the one. Your painting room has a view across the river, and you can see across the harbour and out to sea.
Looks great. I was even more impressed once I was inside the flat. The large windows had shutters to keep out the heat and ceiling fans everywhere. And while it was furnished in an over-elaborate Chinese style, this turned out to be purely for display purposes. The penthouse was brand new.
I think it will make a nice home for you, Simon.
Mercy B. Lord then proceeded to show me around, turning on and testing every tap, even the shower, and every light, including the bedside lamps.
See? Everything works, she exclaimed.
Then she jumped impulsively onto the double bed, bouncing several times on her knees at the centre of the elaborately embroidered, multicoloured floral silk bedspread. "What do you think?" she cried. Then, before I could answer, she fell backwards, so that she now lay at the centre of the bed, her hands behind her head, grinning happily. I think you are the most beautiful woman in dirty bare feet I have ever seen, Miss Mercy B. Lord. She shot bolt upright.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Simon. I've shown you over the flat in my bare feet. I have been too familiar. I must wash my feet and put on my shoes.
Whoa, that's not what I meant. Now, as you were, please, I have something to say.
But still, it is not right, not professional.
Oh dear, I shall have to report you to Miss Beatrice Fong. I grinned. It was a clumsy mistake. At the mention of her employer's name, Mercy B. Lord looked up sharply, then immediately down at her hands folded in her lap. She remained seated in the centre of the bed, with her feet now tucked under her.
What is it, Simon? She said quietly.
It was one of those images you snap and have forever in your mind. The soft light from the bedside lamp gleaming on a beautiful woman in a black cheongsam, sitting on a brilliantly coloured bed of flowers. I sat on the edge of the bed, trying to seem casual, looking directly at her and attempting to keep my voice calm, the beginning of a grin on my face that would either widen with acceptance or disappear with rejection. Mercy B. Lord, I'm awfully afraid I've fallen head over heels in love with you. She remained silent, eyes downcast, then slowly looked up.
You are not like the others, Simon. They all try. Most expect I will, that it is part of my job. I have not felt that with you. You are different.
She paused.
This is very dangerous, because I feel the same way, and know I must not, cannot.
But why? I asked. Is there someone else?
No.
Then... Mercy B. Lord's dark eyes welled with tears, and I thought for a moment she was going to cry in earnest.
I cannot say, she whispered.
Then, brushing away her tears, she said,
Simon, if you wish you can kiss me, but that is all. You must promise.
Forever?
I cannot say, she repeated.
Then she moved towards me, and I took her in my arms. Oh, God, I couldn't bear it if this is all it is ever going to be. I held her tight, wanting to be able to recall the feeling of her body against mine. I promise, I said, then lowered my head to kiss her. The thought of possibly not seeing her again was too awful to contemplate, and as she was preparing to leave, and I was about to accompany her downstairs to see her into a taxi, I said, Mercy B. Lord, I am regarded as a passably good painter. Would you allow me to do your portrait? Sit for me? Just the way you are tonight? She smiled.
Simon, I'd like that. I'd be honored.
Chapter 6. And so to the arrival of Dansford Drocker, Chief Executive and Senior Vice President, or Managing Director, as the position was called in Singapore and Australia. While my office was the size of an expanded footlocker, his was considerably larger, but still only half the size of Sydney Wings. It was just as well I met him at the airport with Mercy B. Lord, because he was clearly drunk, although admittedly still pleasant, and not slurring his words or falling over. It was fortunate that Sydney, no doubt using his considerable guanxi, had organised for Dansford to pass through the airport without any of the usual checks and paperwork. His passport had been taken by an airline official as they landed, and was returned to him as he entered the airport building. By some mysterious Chinese sleight of hand, his luggage appeared on the baggage carousel before anyone else's, and in no time flat we had him walking towards the parking lot. Fortuitously, the exceedingly long flight from New York via Los Angeles and Honolulu landed mid-afternoon, and the plan was to take him directly to Raffles, where he could bunk down early for a good night's sleep. It was apparent at once that he was a nice guy. The first thing he said after shaking our hands in the arrivals area was, "I would take it most kindly if you folks always address me as Dansford." As we were walking to the Buick, he looked around vaguely and said, "Hey, what's the smell?" "It's the smell of Singapore," I explained. "Very distinctive." "It's mostly rancid cooking oil, smoke, and the open drains in some of the outlying kampongs. Add the tropical heat, rotting vegetation, mildew, and of course the polluted river, and it's, well, as Simon says, it's distinctive," Mercy B. Lord added, cleverly establishing her authority as his guide, if not at the same time enhancing his opinion of the city. Dansford grinned. "It isn't the way they described it to me in the States, honey. Tropical paradise, palm-fringed beaches. I guess you get the picture." He fanned the air in front of his nose and declared, "I think I need a drink. What's the time here in Singapore?" I glanced at my watch as we reached the car. The driver, Mohammed, a short, fat Malay, stood with the back door open. "Just after 3:30. Dansford's expression brightened. "Say, that's practically the cocktail hour, Simon. It would give me great pleasure to buy you both a martini." He turned to face the airport building. "Is there a bar here at the airport?" Quick as a flash, Mercy B. Lord said, "The martinis are famous at the Long Bar at Raffles, sir." Good girl. It would get us away from the airport, linked forever in my mind to my dramatic loss of face. The last thing we needed after my own pathetic entrance into the country was a drunken public scene with the new chief executive of Samuel Oswald Wing Asia, who'd been extended every courtesy and privilege on arriving. I decided I would encourage Mercy B. Lord to go home, and I would stay with Dansford Drocker, fervently hoping that the flight from LA had taken its toll and he'd opt for an early night. If you live with an alcoholic all your life, as I had with my dad, you develop an instinct for spotting other alcoholics. I knew within minutes of meeting him that Drocker had a drinking problem, and that his grog-laden breath wasn't simply a case of one or two too many to kill the boredom of a long plane trip. He held himself together well, as my father usually did, with a particular deportment that's easy to recognize but difficult to describe. It has a rigidity and deliberateness that's unmistakable to the practiced eye. My father, who had remarkably few illusions about his fondness for the bottle, referred to himself as a practiced drunk. This is what I saw in Dansford Drocker, and my heart sank. My first 3 months going it alone against the Wing brothers had been tough. In my mind, I'd already imagined us as collaborators. Dansford Drocker and Simon Koo ranged against the three-wing circus. Of all the things I didn't need, it was a lush to partner me in the boardroom. We were to learn that Drocker's drinking problem needed constant attention from noon onwards. He attended to it diligently by never returning from lunch. In fact, he would become the Singaporean version of a legend in his own lunchtime. If ever there was a match of environment to man, it was Dansford Drocker and the mysterious, accommodating, and indulgent East. But I'm getting ahead of myself. After visiting the agency the morning after his arrival to meet the three wings, he was, as I had been, handed over to the care of Mercy B. Lord. They had spent the first day together, or rather the 2 hours left of the morning, looking for an apartment, But Dansford Drocker was indifferent to his future residence, and more interested in returning to Raffles for a pre-luncheon drink. Fortunately, Mercy B. Lord had tossed up between 2 penthouses for me, and now she showed him the second. They'd spent a cursory 5 minutes looking at it before he told her he'd take it. "Go ahead and furnish it, honey, and send the bill to Mr. Wing at the agency." Then Dansford changed tack and asked, "When do the bars open?" She called me at the agency, explaining what had happened, then saying anxiously,
"Simon, I know nothing about him. How can I choose his furniture?"
"Well, my guess is he's an alcoholic, or giving a damn good imitation of one. When you left us, after we'd returned from the airport, he drank solidly till 1 in the morning, when he finally toppled over. God knows how much he consumed on the plane, but he had at least 9 hours of steady drinking. When he finally passed out, I had to carry him upstairs to bed from the long bar." I laughed. I hoiked him up over my shoulder, but his hands were almost dragging on the floor behind me, and his toes were dangling above the carpet in front of me. He must be well over 6 foot, and I'm only about 5'8".
"What's him being an alcoholic got to do with choosing furniture?" she asked,
clearly not amused by my graphic description. "Well, drunks don't notice stuff like furniture, so just choose anything."
"Simon, that's not very helpful."
While finding apartments was part of her job description, furnishing them wasn't. Foreign men coming to Singapore to work were, in most cases, followed shortly afterwards by their wives, who took over the task of nest-making. But it was difficult to refuse our new American chief executive, who, like me, was a bachelor. Mercy B. Lord had kindly agreed to supervise the furnishings of my flat, including soft furnishings, linen, towels, kitchen utensils, and all the paraphernalia required to make an empty space seem like home. And she was anxious to help Dansford as much as possible. The Beatrice Fong agency required her to attempt to please her clients in every way that didn't involve lying on her back. She told me that when a client put the hard word on her, she would smile sweetly and say,
"Thank you, sir. I'm afraid that is not an item in my job description. If it is a service you require, the agency will supply an escort for $250 a night. Her excellent and strictly confidential services will then be billed to your account as a banquet for important government officials. We will even issue a receipt from the China Doll restaurant."
"A fictitious restaurant? Very funny. Clever, too," I remarked, when she'd told me how she neatly sidestepped a client's amorous approach.
"No, a real one. It belongs to Beatrice and Sidney Wing."
"You're kidding."
"No, really, it's very nice. It's where the client meets his escort. That way, he pays for an outrageously expensive dinner as well."
Ronnie had mentioned those two, Beatrice and Sidney, in the same breath the first time we'd had lunch at the town club, when he'd warned me it was hands-off Mercy B. Lord. Perhaps this appropriately named restaurant was the connection. I wondered if they also shared the commission from the escort's fee. Sounds interesting. Shall we dine at the China Doll some evening?" I'd teased.
"No,"
Mercy B. Lord had said, not amused.
"All the high-class whores go there."
When we'd been looking for furniture, we'd visited several Chinese carpentry shops, and I'd picked out more or less what I liked, on the keep it simple principle. "Perhaps you could do for Dansford what you did for me," I suggested tentatively.
"It's not the same, Simon. With you it was an adventure. I loved it, and you taught me so much."
Clearly, the search for Dansford Drocker's furniture was not going to be as much fun as ours had been. As I mentioned earlier, I have some knowledge of antique furniture, and I'd enjoyed explaining to Mercy B. Lord the mix of modern and period furniture I'd envisaged for the flat. Here we were in a place where you could have anything you wanted, or a pretty close copy anyway. All you needed to do was show the Chinese or Malay cabinet makers a picture, and they'd make what you required, and do it beautifully. Okay, so here's what you do. We've chosen the stuff for my place, so just tell them to double up on the order. I don't care, and he won't know. Simple.
"You sure?"
Mercy B. Lord sounded doubtful. "Sweetheart, it's just a pad where he'll fall into bed in the early hours, probably with his shoes on." If I'd solved one problem, Dansford Drocker was able to provide several more.
He doesn't want to be shown around Singapore. He's only interested in the location of drinking places. Watering holes, he calls them.
Mercy B. Lord sounded exasperated.
He's not like you, Simon. I don't know what to do. Beatrice will still want our agency fee, and she'll blame me. Besides, I have to do a report on him for her and Mr. Wing.
I was jolted by this last remark, but managed to keep my voice calm. I'll talk to Ronnie and get back to you. In the meantime, double up on the furniture, then use the next 8 days to find him a damn good housekeeper who doesn't mind his drinking. In return for a commensurate rise in her salary, she can clean up after him and get him going in the morning.
I hope you're right, Simon.
Don't worry, I am. My dad's an alcoholic. They need someone to mind them constantly. We've had a lady called Dolly Maloney who refers to herself as the very well-paid maid. Her husband was a hopeless alcoholic who died when he fell off a platform in front of a train. She claims that she loves the job, but it may be the pay and the security. I laughed. She also says she has a recurring nightmare in which my dad decides to go to AA. I spoke to Ronnie about Mercy B. Lord's problem, and he took over the familiarisation work with Dansford Drocker. I would have to get a lot closer to Mercy B. Lord before I could ask her about the report she wrote on each of her clients, what she included, in how much detail, and, more importantly, why she'd been asked to write such reports. It was clever espionage. A pretty and charming young woman, sufficiently intelligent to write a detailed report on any person with whom Sidney Wing was going to be associated. After 2 weeks in the company of someone who is astute, but only asks apparently normal questions, anyone would give away a fair bit about themselves. It was very Chinese, and also, I was beginning to realize, very Sidney Wing. The Chinese cherish any information they have obtained secretly about you, stuff they might later use to their advantage. Come to think of it, I suppose we all do. Now, the job of escorting Dansford was in Ronnie's hands. Whether or not he wrote a report, the task of accompanying Dansford soon proved too difficult even for a talented elbow man like Ronnie. After 3 days of pretty solid drinking from mid-morning to midnight, and often beyond, Ronnie gave up and brought his chief executive into the agency to start work. Ronnie would later confess to me that once Sidney had ascertained that Dansford Drocker was a benign drunk, and even when inebriated, didn't disparage his work or his Chinese partners, he was secretly delighted. His American director would be a cinch to control, and wouldn't be snooping around or asking awkward questions. It would be business as usual. Moreover, the Yank was unlikely to be interested in the creative process, so I would be isolated, on my Pat Malone. But he was wrong in at least one respect. Despite the damage the grog was doing to it, Dansford Drocker had a good mind and was exceedingly conscientious about those international brands he'd brought with him from New York and was required to service. Pepsi-Cola, Colgate-Palmolive, Goodyear Rubber and Tire Company, and Wild Turkey Bourbon were a formidable and, in advertising terms, demanding lineup, all of them clients that required expertise of one kind or another. I hesitate to tell the unfortunate story of what happened to Dansford the first time we went to Booger Street on the obligatory night out on the town, but thankfully he managed to get into trouble all on his own, so neither Ronnie nor I was implicated. Before I go on, perhaps a few details about the common setup in a girly bar are in order, but first, a description of the notorious Booger Street and its environs. The street was in the heart of Shao Po, Little Slope, the red light district where, between Victoria Street West and Queen Street, the serious drinking with the visiting Ang Mo, the term used for Westerners, took place. The night would begin respectably enough, usually at Bill Bailey's, a bar and grill said once to have been owned by the original Bill Bailey, although there's nothing to suggest this was true. Because I'm a nut about times and dates, I worked out that when Bill Bailey, the song, was composed by Huey Cannon in 1902, the Singaporean Bill Bailey would have been about 13 years old. Nobody seems to know with certainty when the bar opened, but its original name was Bill Bailey's Coconut Grove Bar, although for as long as anyone could remember, it had been referred to as Bill Bailey's. Nevertheless, Bill Bailey's was the top spot in Singapore for a feed of Shanghai eels. shredded and cooked in a thick peppery sauce. Ronnie insisted that it was a dish guaranteed to set you up for a long evening of drinking, the oily eels miraculously warding off drunkenness by a couple of hours. In other words, the stop at Bill Bailey's was an essential prelude to the long night that lay ahead. Then it was off to Booger Street, where we were initially accosted not by girls but by young boys, some of whom looked no older than 8, each carrying a noughts and crosses board. For $1, they would challenge you to a game. "I've got to have a go," I said. "I'm pretty good at this. We played it sometimes at school. I was the acknowledged champ," I boasted, fishing out $1 and nodding to a small kid who had approached with a challenge. "Don't waste your time, Simon," Ronnie laughed. "No Angmo in history has ever won at tic-tac-toe." "There's always a first time," I said, with immoderate self-confidence. I was good at board games, from chess to silly little noughts and crosses, and I prided myself on not often losing. Ronnie turned to Dansford. "It's not every day you meet a true sucker. I'm putting $10 on the kid, and I suggest you do the same." Both produced their money, and the kid said something to Ronnie. "He wants to do the same," Ronnie laughed, and nodded to the kid, who promptly produced 10 crumpled dollar notes, counting them carefully before placing them beside the 2 $10 notes on the pavement table outside a bar. "We'll have to buy a drink. If you lose, you pay for them as well as the kid's Coca-Cola," Ronnie said. "He works this patch with the permission of the bar owner." 3 games of tic-tac-toe later, much to the amusement of the other 2, I'd lost 90 Singapore bucks and the cost of the drinks. "Never mind, Simon. The kid is probably his family's sole supporter," Ronnie consoled me with a laugh. As we moved along, the streets seemed to overflow with beautiful young girls collected from the far corners of Asia. Vietnamese, Thais, Cambodians, Indians, Sinhalese, Laotians, Nepalese, and, of course, Chinese. They stood outside the neon-lit bars touting for customers, most wearing the smallest possible bikinis, their slender figures gyrating and grinding or even playfully humping a telephone pole or colourful pavement umbrella, still open despite the hour. It was a human smorgasbord impossible for any red-blooded young male to ignore, or, as Dansford exclaimed, Hey, yeah, man, maybe they didn't graduate from Vassar, but they sure got everything a gentleman could possibly need for his delectation." It was a predictable reaction, and I recall thinking much the same thing the first time Ronnie brought me there. It was blatant exploitation of poor and unfortunate village girls, with no other prospects but selling their bodies, and was therefore reprehensible and inexcusable. But this was Asia, so it wasn't in the least sleazy. The girls giggled and competed with each other in a light-hearted way, and seemed to possess an instinct for recognizing a first-timer. "Hello, handsome man," one would call out. "You come my bar, darling?" another would cry. With 1 or 2 exceptions, the girly bars were much of a muchness. You stepped from the neon glitter of the street through a canvas curtain into a place named Jungle Jim's or the Beachcomber, Bangles or Texas Cowboy, the most improbable being a bar called Christmas Carols. There were simply dozens of these places. An attractive girl would pull back the curtain that covered the doorway and say, "Welcome, handsome man. Come, I show. Inside you can have everything you want." Then, after touching her crotch, she would draw her forefinger slowly up towards her navel. "Girl's very beautiful, very tight. She will make happy for you special tonight." Inside, the music would be very loud, and on a stage in the background would be a dozen or more girls gyrating round metal poles to the beat of the music, some topless, others in tiny bikinis, all eyeing the customers. When one caught your eye, she would hook her thumb into the top of her skimpy bikini bottom and pull it down so that you caught a split-second glimpse of what was on offer, whereupon the mama-san would emerge. She was invariably an older, plainer woman, and usually well known to Ronnie, whom she would greet like a long-lost brother. "Too long no see, Ronnie," she would shout above the music. "Where you been, eh? You bring nice friend. For sure, they have good time. I have new girl, very beautiful, all for you friend. Cambodia, also Vietnam, you will see." I'm paraphrasing, of course, but the mama-sans and the welcoming dialogue were more or less interchangeable, and Ronnie knew them all by name. Rosie, Dolly, Susie, Dorothy, May, and the one at Texas Cowboy who was called Holy Mother Mary. They were hard women who ran the girly bars along strict lines. There was a barman serving drinks at a bar that seated a dozen or so girls and their Ang Mo clients. Soldiers, sailors, tourists in shorts and Hawaiian shirts, and businessmen in lightweight safari suits that were almost the expat uniform. I recall one exchange with a mama-san on my initial visit to Booger Street. Ronnie had introduced me. "Dolly, this is my friend Simon from Australia." Dolly was overweight, very short, and almost as broad as me, and she looked as though she could pack a mean punch. "Ah, Australia. I like Australia, man. Very kind, very nice. You have kangaroo. Hop, hop, very funny. You lucky man have such kangaroo, big, strong, maybe like you. I also have girl. She can hop, hop for you, Simon. She a very beautiful hop, hop girl." The procurement procedure was the same at every bar. If you selected a girl for a short time or for the night, you paid a bar fine. It was one of two standard amounts you paid to the bar for the time your new girlfriend would be absent. There was no sense in pointing out that this was illogical, given the purpose of the girly bar. You were also expected to buy her lady drinks, either cold tea or a watered-down version of whatever she requested, which cost 3 times what you paid for your beer or scotch. No girl would allow you, on pain of death from her mama-san, to leave without buying her at least 2, but usually 3 drinks. "I must know you, darling. You tell me. What your name? Where you come from? We have happy time. You buy drink for me. We have happy talk." Drinks at the bar were a highly profitable sideline, both for the bar and the girl, who received half of the cost of every lady drink she could get out of a customer. The local punters who knew the ropes negotiated the fee for the girl's sexual favours, or further activity, as it was euphemistically sometimes called by expats. But the tourists, sailors, and visiting business types, foolish enough to go into a girly bar alone, paid whatever the girl could extract over and above the usual price. In my case, and again with Dansford, Ronnie warned us not to get too carried away. "We'll have a few drinks, check out the chicks, but leave any serious decision until last, until we get to the nightcap in Victoria Street West. Their girls are the ones who set the standard. Besides, the transvestites coming to the street at 11 p.m. You won't want to miss them because you're otherwise occupied." With Dansford in tow, we hit the nightcap just before 11 o'clock. While I suspected, and still do, that Ronnie got squeeze from Auntie May, the mama-san, he was correct about the girls. We'd ended up here the night of the town club lunch, and while we'd seen some lovely young creatures along the way, these nightcap girls were something else again. This was where Ronnie's Susie Wong, Moi Moi, worked. But on that particular night he hadn't sought her services, as we were involved in a last man standing wins competition. My bloody stupid attempt to prove I could take him on, drink for drink, after having behaved like a bit of a moralising asshole at the town club. By the time the 3 of us arrived at the nightcap, Dansford was pretty drunk. Knowing we would be accompanying him on his first Booger Street girly bar soiree, Ronnie hadn't gone out to lunch, and I never drank during the day, my first on this particular evening having been after the kid had beaten me at tic-tac-toe. Dansford, however, had been drinking since lunchtime. Auntie May met us, accompanied by 3 truly pretty girls. 2 of them, Veronica and Moi Moi, were known to Ronnie and me. The third was introduced as Swallow and was obviously intended for Dansford. I'd already done my share of client entertaining with Veronica and Moi Moi over the months I'd been in Singapore, and had taken Ronnie's advice and picked Veronica as my permanent late-night minder. She was paid regardless of whether we slept together. I had discovered, as Ronnie had suggested, that a good massage, a cup of hot green tea, and a couple of hours kit with your pretty minder on the alert for your guest was much the best way to deal with the client's night of adventure. Dansford, ever dapper, declared that Swallow was a splendid choice, but alas, he needed to go to the John urgently. Remarkably polite as he was, he bowed, and I caught him by the back of his collar just in time to stop him crashing to the floor. Drawing himself up to his full height, and leaning slightly backwards with just the hint of a sway, he excused himself to Swallow and asked Ronnie for directions.
You have to go out the front. Turn right, then right again, and into the lane beside the building, and it's there at the back. A white door with a big M painted on it. Would you like me to show you? Ronnie volunteered. No, pal, I'll find it, Dansford declared, with the stubbornness of the inebriated. Then, turning to his girl again, he said, Now you stay right there, honey. Dansford Drucker will be back before you know it. Ronnie, you see she has any damn thing she wants to drink. Now don't you fly away, honey baby. Dansford's got big eyes for his little swallow. With these immortal words, he left and did not return. He was as drunk as a lord, but still managed to string his sentences together, whereas I would have been a mumbling fool. After 20 or so minutes, I became worried. Should we go and look for him? He may have passed out in the toilet, I suggested. I'll go, Ronnie said. I should have insisted on going with him. 10 minutes or so later, he returned. No sign of him. Shit, what now? We better go and look for him. No point, Ronnie replied. No one on the street will tell you if they saw him. Huh? Why not? A drunk is good for business. They won't hurt him, but they'll take his money. Just his money, nothing else. If anything else is taken, the cops get really nasty. Come on, Ronnie, we've got to do something, I said, my agitation showing. Ronnie spoke quietly to Swallow, and she left and returned shortly with Auntie May. After Ronnie explained the situation, she nodded and said, I send. She murmured something to Veronica, who kissed me on the cheek and said, I be back, Simon. Then she turned and made her way to the door. She go fine, she good. Auntie May waited with us. A short time later, Veronica returned. He go with Destiny, she said, smiling. Oh, my God, Ronnie exclaimed. What? What's wrong? I asked, concerned. No, Dansford's quite safe. He'll take him back to Raffles. He? Ronnie laughed, whereupon the girls and Auntie May all giggled. Destiny is the most beautiful transvestite in Singapore, he explained. Oh, Jesus, what now? I said. He's pissed. Will he know? Ronnie shook his head. Probably not. They're very clever. He'll claim he has his period, but has other ways to please. The main thing is, he'll take his fee for, he chuckled, whatever, then put Dansford in a taxi back to Raffles. Destiny has a reputation to uphold. Ronnie, we don't say a word about this to anyone, you hear? Promise me, mate. Ronnie sighed. Of course, but Dansford probably will. If he doesn't catch on, he may brag he had the prettiest girl in Singapore. Believe me, Destiny is gorgeous. We can only hope he's too drunk to recall his name. Otherwise, everyone will know. If he brings it up with either of us, what do? We tell him discreetly. Let's hope he doesn't do it in the company of others. Destiny is known throughout Singapore. Some of his conquests have been notable visitors. It was several months later that Dansford raised the subject. You know, Simon, I was pretty smashed, but that first night we went out together, and I lost my way coming back from the John. I met the prettiest gal I've ever seen. Oh? I said cautiously. Yeah, but that's the thing. She had her period, but man, oh man, she still gave me the best sex I've ever had. He grinned. I have no idea of the various ways and means. I wish I could recall them. But it was a complete education, without her even performing the main event. I forced a knowing grin. Do you remember her name? No, that's just it. I don't, he said regretfully. But damn, she was good. Did you pick her up on the street? Well, yeah, I suppose I did. Probably a good thing, then. When they say they have their period, it's usually because they may have, something else. Damn, I never thought of that, Dansford said. If you see her again, mate, best to keep your distance, I advised. As if to confirm that he would henceforth keep to the straight and narrow, Dansford married his Chinese housekeeper, a plain-faced, pock-marked Cantonese woman, with all the low expectations of men her station in life had afforded her. He asked me to be the sole witness to the registry office wedding, and of course I agreed, but only after we'd had a bit of a talk.
He was the scion of an old and notable Boston Irish Catholic family, and I couldn't see a Chinese peasant woman being welcomed by them when his contract expired and he returned home. He was in his mid-40s, and if the grog didn't get him, he'd be an excellent ad man. Dansford, have you thought this out? What about your family back home? I mean, what about when you return? I asked. Simon, good of you to care, but America the Brave is no place for the timid. Unlike MacArthur, I shall not return. Bill Bailey can't go home. The subject was never brought up again. When it came to signing the marriage register, Dansford's Chinese wife turned out to be illiterate, so her thumbprint appeared on the marriage certificate together with her Chinese name, which translated as Wing. Dansford named her Chicken Wing and insisted that it appear on the certificate, although he was careful never to let the Wing brothers hear her name. It says something for Dansford Drocker that he married her, even though he could have had Chicken Wing provide all the same services without doing so. She could never appear as his wife in Singaporean social circles, and if he informed his Boston family that he'd married an illiterate heathen Chinese woman, which seemed unlikely, I can't imagine they would have been happy. But to his credit, he insisted that as Chicken Wing did more than could be expected of any servant, she should, as he put it, have the dubious honour of being his wife. When it was inappropriate to refer to her as Chicken Wing, he would simply say, "My good and excellent wife." Chicken Wing put him to bed when he arrived home, usually well past midnight, then got him to work punctually by 9 a.m., looking starched and perfectly presented, or, as we might say in Australia, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. She never complained, and may even have regarded herself as being in a fortunate position, with plenty of time to herself, money to spend, and no meals to cook. He couldn't face breakfast, and was never home for lunch or dinner, even on weekends. I must say, I never once heard him complain of a hangover, although I have no doubt that almost any part of the inside of Dansford wasn't a nice place to be first thing in the morning. Despite taking Chicken Wing as his wife, Dansford remained quintessentially American. The only concession he made to the local culture was to learn Singlish, the local patois, and this was only because Chicken Wing spoke very poor English. He made no attempt, or very little anyway, to understand the local scene, dismissing the differences between cultures as inconsequential. Chinese are just folk, like everyone else, not so different to us. Like everyone, they hanker after the miracle of the American way. We'll give it to 'em straight. No tonic or soda water. Straight Kentucky bourbon. No need to fuck with perfection. Dansford Drocker sincerely believed that the American way was several notches above anything else civilization had to offer, and if he liked a layout or a campaign, he complimented it in one of two ways. It was either straight Kentucky bourbon or spam from Uncle Sam. Dansford's theory may have been correct for Pepsi-Cola or Wild Turkey, where the product's American qualities were the attraction, but it didn't apply to all things emanating from the 50 states of the Union. The perfect example of this was the Texas Oil Company, for which we were invited to pitch, already long established in the Asian market, and not emblematic of New York. Texas Oil was my first opportunity to win a big local account with my own creative pitch, working with Dansford Drocker as the account supervisor. If we won, Dansford would be responsible for all the advertising for Texas Oil. The local Texas Oil chief, Michael Johns, invited us to present our credentials just 2 weeks after Dansford arrived. He specified that we make the pitch in 3 days' time and to front up at the Texas fuel refinery for a briefing the following morning. Johns was a large lumbering Texan beginning to go to fat, an ex-Marine who wore a Stetson and cowboy boots, and who, when dressing formally, added a silver tie toggle, a fawn, twill-work tasseled shirt, and steer-horn silver belt buckle. He was now, after 3 marriages, a bachelor, and was known to have an eye for the ladies, not only in expat society, where they called him Big Loud Mike, but also in the girly bars, where he was predictably known as Cowboy Tex. This all came to us via Ronnie, who knew everyone, and informed us the Texan boss of Texas Oil didn't like being called Michael Johns, but much preferred his nickname, or simply BLM. When in his cups, which was fairly often, he was known to lament, "Man can't change his name,"
The goddamn name my pappy and mama give me ain't good, man. When them two names are throwed together like that, Michael Johns, they sound like some goddamn limey faggot.
Dansford and I turned up to be told that Texas Oil had experienced a drastic 18% downturn in sales, due to Caltex entering the market with an additive named boron that they advertised at the pumps with a picture of a rocket taking off. Consequently, the Chinese thought of it as some kind of rocket fuel, and all the other petrol brands were taking a hiding. Texas Oil had been placing their American advertising with a local Chinese agency that simply translated the American slogan into Chinese. When I had it retranslated, I discovered it was a pretty bland statement. Makes car go better. The Caltex rocket on the petrol pump was much more effective. Everyone could understand it, and the slogan translated as rocket power for your engine. The problem was that we had no chance of coming up with an in-depth creative approach in 2 days. I'd told Dansford, I don't want to screw this up. If it's possible, we should attempt to get the account without doing a creative pitch. Then take our time to do a proper job. Dansford nodded, but then said, Don't like our chances. He'll want to see something, Simon. Big Loud Mike completed his brief and looked directly at Dansford. We're losing more than the local currency. We're bleeding fucking US dollars. Show me something I can use. Thursday at the latest. Tex, I regret we can't help you, Dansford replied, to my surprise.
Hey, what sort of a cockamamie answer is that?
Big Loud Mike replied.
I got a decent budget. We ain't no penny anti-Chinese account.
Getting back your market share won't be easy. We have to do it right, Dansford said, then turned to me. How much time, Simon?
2 weeks. Jesus, that's the best y'all can do before...
Before what? Dansford asked.
Before we get something at the gas stations that'll blow those Caltex cocksuckers away, man.
I can present a proposed campaign to you in 2 weeks. If you approve it, then realistically we'll need a month to 6 weeks to produce it and get it on the road, sir, I replied. Now convinced we'd really blown it, but knowing it was an honest answer, even if Sidney Wing would have strongly disapproved. His view was, promise them anything to get the account, then try to sort out the mess later. The theory being that the client, having hired you, will be reluctant to fire you, and eventually you'll reach some kind of solution. It occasionally worked, but it bred distrust and resentment, and more often than not was a recipe for disaster. Big Loud Mike wanted something fast, and when you're chasing lost market share, fast is never a good idea. This was, I knew, my big chance. Michael Johns ran all of Asia, and if I could pull this off, it would be a feather in my cap. It would also show New York we were able to generate worthwhile local business. If I fucked up a campaign that would run in several countries simultaneously, my career in Asia would be over. But I took a chance that he was desperate and would give me the minimum time I needed. That way, my destiny was in my own hands. 2 weeks was barely sufficient to come up with the initial idea. Even if he approved it lock, stock and barrel, it would be bloody near impossible to produce final copy, radio ads, layouts and point of sale at the service stations, as well as 24-sheet posters in a mere 6 weeks. For the point of sale and press ads, there was only a Chinese calligrapher and myself, with Ronnie helping out on the production. I'd be going day and night and then some.
Mr. Q, they got my balls on the fucking chopping block. They ain't happy in Houston, and y'all better know what you're talking about, or before I'm back pumping gas in Dallas, everybody in America gonna know y'all fucked up big time. Before I say yes, you gotta oblige me with something to give me some confidence.
Dansford calmly assured him that we would be happy to oblige him, but what was it that he suggested we do?
Well, maybe I just come in, meet some of the key people and have a mosey around, see what ideas you got. What say 8 o'clock day after tomorrow?
Dansford sat quietly for a moment, then looked Michael Johns in the eye. No, I can't do that. Big Loud Mike was obviously not accustomed to being denied.
Why the hell not, Mr. Drucker? What the fuck's up with you guys?
Dansford hesitated, then said with a big smile, Because I don't stop puking until 9. The agency visit was organised for 10:30 a.m. 2 days later. Once we were in the taxi going back to the agency, I asked, "Dansford, what are we going to do, mate? No way can I have anything half decent ready in 2 days. When he comes in, he's going to expect something, anything. A poster, point of sale, something with a slogan that points to an ongoing advertising theme." "He's a Texan and believes in the American way. That's what we'll give him," Dansford replied calmly. "Jesus, Dansford, they've lost 18% of their market, and they're in shit street. They've used the American campaign and it isn't working. What's more, this proposed visit and talk to the staff is pretty bloody funny. Talk to whom? Sidney Wing grinning like a hungry goanna, exaggerating his American drawl and suggesting a round of golf at his club sometime soon, and Johnny Dracula Wing, both greeting Big Loud Mike with a handshake that has all the strength of an overripe banana. Ronnie's okay, but as for the rest of the staff, they're almost all Chinese and could qualify as paid mourners at a misanthrope's funeral. The whole place smells of shit, and when I complained to Sidney yesterday, he called it a slight sewage overflow that doesn't require attention. We'll think of something, Simon. We'll have him into the agency for a chat, and then, as one American to another, I'll take him out to lunch." My heart sank. "Dansford, do you think that's such a good idea?" "Bourbon. He's a bourbon man. Can't mistake a bourbon man. It's written on his face. Take my word for it. This is going to be spam from Uncle Sam." I looked doubtfully at him. "And taking him out to lunch is going to give him confidence in us?" "Sure. Straight Kentucky bourbon. I can tell instinctively." It wasn't yet noon, and Dansford was unquestionably sober. Besides, he was the agency's chief executive and had the final say. So I was forced to accept his decision. "We'll need Ronnie when we get back to the agency. Will you send him round to my office?" he concluded. I'd known Dansford Drocker for only 2 weeks, but his after-lunch disappearances were clearly a habit. I was suddenly really worried. It was obviously a crazy decision to take Big Loud Mike out after the agency visit to a lunch that might well go on until midnight and beyond. That is, if the big Texan didn't abandon Dansford on the way to oblivion. Dansford that night and us the next day. There evidently wasn't going to be a pitch for the Texas oil account, and I'd be implicated as part of the team that had taken the brief and blown it. If Sidney wanted to shoot me down in the eyes of New York, he was going to have all the ammo he needed. Simon, baby, your history. In the 3.5 months I'd been in the job, I'd been getting a hard time from the 2 senior wings. It was nothing you could confront them with, but almost everything I suggested for their long-held pre-merger accounts was rejected. There were several things I could have done to greatly improve the ads they were running, but all my efforts were to no avail. I could never get to talk directly to the Chinese clients they controlled, and they would invariably return from seeing a client to say my new layout and copy had been rejected. I doubt very much that my work was even taken out of its folio. Now, with Dansford's crazy lunch idea, it was all over. I might as well throw in the towel and slink back to Australia. Try to forget the most desirable and beautiful woman I'd ever met, because she too was out of bounds, untouchable. I was feeling pathetically sorry for myself. In fact, since arriving, I hadn't made the slightest dent in the agency's creative product. My total impact was a big fat 0. If the blokes in Sydney could see you now, some fortune cookie. In my thoroughly morose state, I thought that Mercy B. Lord probably wouldn't agree to return to Australia with me if I asked her, and the White Australia policy probably wouldn't permit her to enter as my intended bride anyway. Fucking drunken yank. Ronnie returned from Dansford's office with a smile the size of a slice of watermelon. "Action stations, Simon! At last! At last! Hallelujah! At last! An idea bigger than fucking Texas!" "What, Dansford on the town with Big Loud Mike? Jesus, you can't be serious, Ronnie." He looked at me astonished. "What, you don't agree? It's fucking brilliant, man!" "What is?" "The 20 girls!" "What 20 girls?" "Sorry, Simon, can't hang about. I'm off to get the T-shirts printed and the hot pants made. Shit, where am I going to get 20 pairs of red high heels?" With that, he was gone. I had never seen Ronnie more excited. The afternoon prior to the Texas oil visit, our receptionist, Alice Ho, and any plain girls, which was almost all of them, plus anyone over the age of about 25, were told they'd been given the following morning off and were not to come in until after lunch. In their places the following morning were 20 ravishing and well-stacked girls, all wearing skin-tight red hot pants, white T-shirts and red patent leather shoes with 5-inch heels. Their overstretched T-shirts carried the red Texas Oil logo on the back, and on the front the message, "Texas declares war on boron." There were 2 girls waiting in the hotel car park to welcome Big Loud Mike and escort him across the road to the agency. A particularly gorgeous girl sat in reception and gave him a knee-trembling smile of welcome. In fact, wherever he turned or went in the agency over the next 3 hours, a glorious-looking young woman smiled beguilingly at him, some playfully thrusting their bosoms out to emphasize the slogan. It all seemed to go rather well. We had even distributed Airwick in an attempt to mask the smell of the latrines. Nevertheless, I watched with a sinking feeling as Dansford and Big Loud Mike, seemingly happy and laughing, departed for lunch. As for the lunch that followed, Ronnie found them with their arms around each other, singing The Yellow Rose of Texas in Bill Bailey's bar at 1 o'clock the following morning. He paid the exorbitant drinks bill and organised a couple of taxis to take them home. The next day we were told we'd been awarded the Texas Oil account. Moreover, Big Loud Mike and Dansford Drocker became great mates and regular drinking buddies, eventually forming the 6B Club, a charitable organisation for expats who were fond of a drink, to raise money to rescue street kids. The 6Bs stood for the Brotherhood of Bourbon Boozers at Bill Bailey's bar, the watering hole where they usually finished a night's carousing. As Dansford had predicted, the American way had triumphed. All that was required now was an Asian way to sell petrol. I came up with a concept that required them to rename their petrol, or gasoline as Michael Johns called it. It was to be known as Texas Tiger. The slogan was simple enough. Texas Tiger puts the roar into your engine. The petrol pumps were to be painted in tiger stripes, with a tiger's face in full roar at the centre of each. The pump hose was made to resemble the stripes on a tiger's tail. As the nozzle was lifted from the bracket at the side of the petrol pump, it would trigger a deep growl, and, of course, all the radio commercials and later the television ads ended with the slogan and a tiger's roar. Ronnie Wing hated the concept. "It's bullshit, Simon. The Chinese won't buy it. The tiger is a sacred symbol, and you're insulting them." After having worked with him for months, I understood that he was an unusual individual. He had an uncommon characteristic, which was that his opinion on matters of effective advertising was always wrong. Not occasionally wrong, but invariably wrong. He was the perfect barometer. If he liked an advertising idea, in his words, ran it up the flagpole and saluted it, and was convinced it would work, this meant it would fail and should immediately be scrapped. "Sorry, mate, Dansford likes it. We're going ahead with it," I replied. "Well, just remember who told you," he replied, greatly miffed. The new Texas Tiger petrol was launched with a street procession down Orchard Road during the lunch hour with 20 convertibles painted in tiger stripes, each carrying one of the girls who had greeted Big Loud Mike on his visit to the agency. Now, though, they wore skin-tight tiger outfits, complete with ears and whiskers and tiger tails, and stood on the bonnets of the cars, their feet gripped by 2 leather sleeves fixed to the bonnet so they wouldn't fall or lose their balance. These sleeves were painted to resemble tiger paws. The parade drew a massive crowd, estimated at 50,000. As Dansford later remarked, the launch got away to a roaring start. In Asia, the tiger is, of course, the king of beasts, and represents, among other things, fearlessness and wrath. In myth, it is equal to the dragon in importance. Ronnie was adamant that it wouldn't work, and claimed the Chinese would object to it being used as a brand symbol for petrol, but I had to take the chance. I'm happy to say that over the next 6 months, Texas Tiger, the petrol that put the roar into your engine, regained and increased market share in every Asian market. Even today, the Chinese fondly refer to it as tiger piss, and it remains a leading brand. I guess you could say that in advertising terms, I was a made man, but from that point on, a very busy one as well. Dansford worked hard every morning on the plans for an ad campaign for one or another of our major American accounts. This invariably involved us working together, but when he went AWOL at lunchtime, I was left to do the creative work and a fair bit besides. I would never have been able to cope with 5 major accounts had it not been for Pepsi-Cola, for which we used the spam from Uncle Sam approach and reran the same ad campaign translated into the local language. I was doing the work of 2, perhaps even 3 creative groups in Australia. After Dansford had been in Singapore for about 6 months, Colgate-Palmolive asked us to do a market survey for a new liquid laundry detergent, a product that could be used without a washing machine. I had been particularly keen on a laundry detergent for hand washing, which was as cheap as, but better than, the blue soap bars local women commonly used to do their washing, and which were infused with lye or caustic soda. I hadn't forgotten a remark from Mercy B. Lord after my foolish question about the brand of washing powder most commonly used in machines in Singapore.
You can tell by their hands. They use cheap lye-based soap and it burns their skin.
Mercy B. Lord had been amused by my question, but not at the physical price these poor washerwomen paid for their masters' and mistresses' clean laundry. Our Mars did all the washing by hand, using a washboard or rock and the strong caustic soap. This hand-washing detergent had been another one of my recommendations, but before accepting it and doing the necessary development, they required us to investigate the customer base and find out the likely reaction to proposed names, the product description and pricing, as well as the conditions in which the product would be used, and all the usual information needed to launch a new product. In any European or Western market, this would have been a routine task for a market research company, but in the Asian market it was damn near impossible. For a start, there was no such thing as a market research company. Secondly, the Chinese and the Malays, in fact most Asians, seldom answer a question honestly for fear of causing a loss of face. Instead, they tend most often to give you the answer they believe you require or would most prefer. But there was another problem. Personal opinions are regarded as dangerous because they can indicate intent, and it is always bad joss to tempt the gods with having plans before you have consulted them. A stranger asking questions and wanting your opinion could destroy your luck. The request for the survey came directly from America, and Dansford pointed out that this explanation wasn't what they wanted to hear back in the States. "Dansford, what the hell are we going to do?" I asked. "Simon, this is your baby, but let me assure you they're not going to take one step further in the labs in Milwaukee or the marketing department in New York until they get their market survey." "But I'm certain such a product will work. Even the name, Big Lather, translates well into Chinese and Malay. We could test market it here and then take it to the rest of Asia." "Simon, do I not recall you telling me that you're no friend of market research, that you thought it was mostly bullshit?" "Yeah, true, if it's the kind we did for a new brand of cigarette in Australia. But a test market is different. Can't we persuade them to go straight to a test market?" I had some respect for that kind of research. A test market is where you test a new product on the potential user to see how it fares under working conditions, so you can iron out any product or marketing bugs it might have. Singapore, with almost 2 million people and 4 separate cultures, Chinese being the major one, was an ideal test market for Greater Southeast Asia. "Absolutely not. They don't make a move without market research. Colgate-Palmolive doesn't believe in hunches, inspired guesswork, local expertise, or opinions." Dansford Drucker shrugged. "You don't believe in market research? They do. So, hey, what the hell? Make it up." "What, do a phony research project? How the hell do we do that?" "Easy. We have to write the submission and questionnaire, so why don't we print 2,000 or so and fill them in ourselves? You get the answer you want, and they're happy." "Jesus, you sure? What if they find out?" "How?" I thought for a moment. "Mate, it's just the kind of thing Sidney Wing would like to tuck up his sleeve for possible future use against us." Dansford Drucker grinned. "That son of a bitch will do anything for money. Let me see. Printing the questionnaires, The salaries for a couple of dozen fictitious field research personnel, travel, crunching the numbers, writing a recommendation, that ain't chicken feed. We'll have to bill the client, and all but an itty-bitty printing job goes into the agency's pocket. He laughed uproariously. Sidney Wing is going to love it, son. It was the first time I'd heard him say anything derogatory about his Chinese partners. Dansford was right. Sidney knew nothing about market research, but loved the prospect of making money with virtually no outlay. There's only one problem, Dansford said as he explained the idea to Sidney. We need an independent organization, something with a letterhead. No problem. Beatrice Fong Market Research Company, Sidney volunteered. They have one? I asked. It was curious that Mercy B. Lord hadn't mentioned it to me. Sidney picked up the telephone. They have now. Tomorrow we will have stationery. He turned to me. Just let me have the details on one of your fancy layouts and slogans, Simon. Ronnie will organize the rest through production. Dansford cleared his throat. Perhaps something more anonymous? New York knows about Beatrice Fong. He looked directly at Sidney. If they were ever to find out, it could be awkward. Yes, her name is not necessary, Sidney replied, then looked directly at me. You're the creative one, Simon. Any ideas? I searched my mind for an acronym. Southeast Asian Research Agency? SEARA? Splendid, Sidney said. What about a slogan? I don't think research companies have slogans. Maybe a line under the company name, researching the needs of the Asian market, something dull like that. Excellent. It wasn't particularly good, but what the hell? A research company that didn't do any research, didn't need any research into the copy that went under the stationery masthead. What about registering the company? I asked. It could take months. I can't put Proprietary Limited on the masthead when the company doesn't officially exist. Wouldn't that be fraud? I was trying to recall my long-forgotten economics studies. Sidney gave me a look that could only be described as pitying. It will be done before the end of the week, was all he said. Of course it would. His Guanxi connections would see to it. There was a Chinese way of getting things done, and there was a Western way. In matters such as this, the Chinese way was undoubtedly the better one. Sidney had obviously seen the advantages of a merger with an American ad agency, and moreover must have weighed up the consequences, and decided there was more going for it than against it. But as a general rule, inviting foreigners into the boardroom was not only dangerous, it went against every Chinese instinct. With Westerners came transparency, no more smoke and mirrors. No longer could a tokei, that is, the proprietor, keep two sets of books, one for the taxman and one for himself. The phony research company would have given him renewed faith in the power of duplicity, and was tailor-made to his Chinese way of thinking. Like all Chinese businessmen, Sidney was a trader. Buy today, sell tomorrow, and repeat the process ad infinitum. He patently didn't believe in building the integrity and personality of a brand in a market, what we call brand equity. So he would regard the Colgate Research Initiative as utter foolishness, which in fact it was. But for the reason I mentioned earlier, the almost pathological reluctance of the Chinese to give a straight answer that would truly reflect how they felt. We'll have to find someone to front our independent research company, Dansford declared. Someone plausible, articulate, and presentable, who can be trusted not to spill the beans. Someone who can also be trained to do a token field survey. That's going to involve some training. Is it really necessary? We have to base our questions and the results on some local information. A small field project to determine how a local washerwoman thinks. I will find someone, Sidney said. Absolutely trustworthy, I suggest. Someone we can quickly train in the language and procedure of market research, preferably female. She won't need to run the company, since there's nothing to run, but she will need to do the token survey. We'll take care of whatever number crunching and office work there is here in the agency. He turned to me. You've seen a fair bit of field research, Simon. What do you suggest? Well, it was mostly in tobacco, cigarette advertising in Australia. but I expect the techniques don't change much. To make this look authentic, a token field study should involve close to 200 legitimate interviews. In Australia, that's a sample and allows you to taste the market before you go full steam ahead. We need someone who can go out into the kampongs and interview the Chinese amas, the washerwomen, using the questionnaire we design, so we can then extrapolate the answers for the overall findings. This is not paperwork we can invent without having that first taste on which to base the final recommendations. Otherwise, any experienced market researcher in New York will pick the fraud.
How long will that take?
Sydney asked me. 3 weeks would be my guess. We'll have to work with her to devise the questions she asks. That's why it's important to get someone who is not only intelligent and intuitive, but who can also relate to the needs of potential customers, Singapore's washerwomen. Sydney looked doubtful.
It would be unusual to have a woman do this interview work.
On the contrary, it's essential, Dansford shot back. We're talking about a laundry product, Sydney. Who the fuck uses the product? Women, right? They are the ones who will buy it, use it, and decide whether they like it. A woman coordinating this research makes perfect sense. There has to be a bright young woman we can trust. New York and Milwaukee will buy that. Sydney nodded.
We will find one. How old?
I hardly dared think it, but Mercy B. Lord would be perfect. She was 20, almost old enough to have taken a degree, personable, accustomed to dealing with foreigners, beautiful and intelligent, and could be said to know the locals from the washboard up. She would be ideal to work with us on designing a questionnaire. Briefing her on how to front a research meeting, if that became essential, wouldn't be too hard. I thought of the countless research meetings with wills where just such a young woman was involved. But if I suggested it, Sydney would be onto me in a flash. He was nobody's fool. Then I heard Dansford say, "Oh, not too old. Advertising market research is a young profession even in the States, and here it's non-existent. Let me see. Someone in her early 20s, bright, can handle the client." He smiled and looked at Sydney. It would help if she was sexy. I quickly did a layout for SCARA Proprietary Limited, together with the slogan Ronnie assured me translated well into Chinese. I went along with it, even though it met with Ronnie's approval. The slogan I'd created for the soap, "Easy on your hands, easy on the price," was as close as I could get to the Chinese words in English. This time, Ronnie was adamant it wouldn't work, which was why I persisted with it. When New York came back and asked why we hadn't emphasized the claim, "more whiteness than brightness," the result, personal pride and reward, I explained that to credit the detergent with the result, not the person doing the washing, would be considered a major loss of face for the Chinese user. It was a guess, but a fairly educated one. I had explained the concept to Mercy B. Lord and worked it through with her. This may not have been strictly kosher, but she knew the market, and the people from the street level up, and spoke the various languages and the patois known as Singlish. Most importantly, she understood the Chinese taboos. But she had one other advantage. As a Catholic, she wasn't locked in to the local superstitions, or, if you like, religious beliefs, and so could be more or less dispassionate. She also did the various translations from my English purchase proposition, that is, the information about the product you want the customer to retain. Big Lather looks after your hands, helps you get great results, and because you use less and get more lather, it costs less than soap. Advertising agencies very seldom invent the concept for a new product, and in Asia, it had never been done before. If Big Lather proved to be successful, after the enormous success of Texas Tiger, I was well on my way to being a big wheel in Asian advertising, and in terms of Samuel Oswald Wing, untouchable. If Big Lather worked in the rest of Asia, it would eventually be worth hundreds of millions of dollars to Colgate-Palmolive. I would have not just a feather in my cap, but a floor-length Maori-style cloak made entirely of feathers. If it failed, I would be, as we rather crudely say in Australia, dead meat. So there you go. I was doing something unethical, which, if it were discovered, would result in my instant dismissal. The concept of the laundry detergent was my idea. My judgment was on the line. If the product failed, and if it ever got out that we'd fudged the research, as always happens after a disaster, then I would be entirely to blame. I knew that under no circumstances whatsoever would I implicate Dansford, who had stuck his neck out to help me. You could bet London to a brick Sydney had his butt well and truly covered. I could hear him in my mind. He had, at my request as a director, located the Beatrice Fong Market Research Company and then taken no further interest, blah, blah, blah. Looking back, I can only think that when you're young, you regard yourself as bulletproof and disregard the consequences of failure. The big lather concept was radical. Instead of coming in a box, it came in a large tube like toothpaste. You squeezed out about half an inch that would dissolve in cold water to produce enough liquid to wash a big garment. For instance, 2 squeezes would clean a double bedsheet. Furthermore, a tube lasted as long as 2 bars of blue lye soap and was cheaper and easier on the hands. It was a big ask, and I learned later that the boffins in the lab in Milwaukee initially pronounced it impossible. But New York had the final say, and the product development marketing team liked it. Naturally, they weren't prepared to go ahead with the lab R&D without covering their asses with good market research. However, as some sort of defense, excuse or justification, I reasoned that if the Western research model didn't suit the Asian mindset, it must be possible to develop one that did. This request from Colgate-Palmolive was the first from our international clients, but it wouldn't be the last. Whether or not I believed in market research wasn't the point. Even before we'd completed the phony research project, I had formulated a plan that I hadn't yet discussed with anyone. Over the last month, I'd seen a fair bit of my mother's family and grown quite close to 2 of my second cousins, Peter and Henry Kwan, henceforth referred to simply as cousins for convenience. Peter, the elder, ran a very exclusive Chinese antique shop in Orchard Road that had been started by his grandfather on his mother's side in 1918, and Henry was Associate Professor of Sociology at the Singapore Institute of Technology, neither of them electing to go into the family palm oil business. If we got away with the phony, or if you like, unacceptably small research sample we planned, using a questionnaire that was mostly guesswork, my plan was to consult the family academic and see if it wasn't possible to build a research model to take to the population, in the field, so to speak, that was psychologically correct for Asian conditions and mindset. However, this all depended on our pulling off the phony research project and me keeping my job. If we got away with it, I would have the time to work on the real McCoy. In the meantime, there was no point in thinking about it. Of course, I could always have pulled out of the ersatz Colgate-Palmolive research. That was morally and ethically the correct thing to do, but all I can say is I didn't. I was convinced the big lather concept would work in a test market, and I guess I allowed my personal vanity and need to succeed to overrule my conscience. There was one further factor. Ronnie Wing hated the big lather concept. "It's ridiculous, Simon. The Chinese won't buy it." "So tell me, Ronnie, how many times have you done the family wash by hand?" I replied. "What's that supposed to mean? I'm Chinese, I know." "Okay, but we're going with big lather regardless." "Remember who told you it was shit, Simon?" "Yeah, mate. As I recall, you said that about the tiger." "That was different," he mumbled. "It was the girls on the cars in the parade down Orchard Road that made that work for Texas Oil." It was pointless arguing. I had to believe that if Ronnie hated the idea of big lather, then it was spot on. I more or less salved my conscience by convincing myself that we'd do the taste first. Futile as it might be, it was better than nothing. If big lather went into limited production and failed in the test market, Colgate-Palmolive would be unlikely to smell a rat. After all, wasn't that the point of market research? To find out what works and what doesn't? Some seemingly great concepts have been known to fail in test markets in the West, even after the initial market research into the concepts had supported them. People, much as we'd like to think the opposite, are simply not predictable. Or, as I'd often suspected with the WD and H.O. Wills research back home, research simply asked the wrong questions. If big lather failed, then the client would be likely to put it down to market experience, and with lady luck on my side, no one would be any the wiser. I told myself this happened every day, and that big lather might just prove to be another one of those products over which you fold your tent and move on. You may imagine my surprise and delight when Mercy B. Lord called me at the agency 3 days after we'd talked to Sydney to announce that Beatrice Fong had decided to open a market research company called SEARA.
"Oh, Simon, I'm terribly nervous. I know nothing about market research," she cried. "Beatrice says Sydney Wing has agreed I'll be trained by you and Mr. Drucker. Is that true?"
Congratulations. We didn't know it was going to be you, but of course I'm delighted.
"Yes, but will I be able to understand you?"
I haven't noticed you having a great deal of trouble understanding me before now.
You know what I mean, Simon. The technical language, that sort of thing.
You'll learn that soon enough. In truth, we need you rather more than you need us. You see, we have to devise a questionnaire for washerwomen, and really, we don't have a clue, but you do. You're in touch with the respondents.
See? Respondents. Is that a technical term?
I laughed. No, I should have said the common people, ordinary people, I corrected myself.
And then?
Well, you go out into the field, the kampongs, and ask washerwomen the questions we've devised between us. We crunch the numbers, and we use them in our report to Colgate-Palmolive.
Honestly, do you think I can do it?
On your ear. I mean, easily. When can you come in?
Tomorrow. I've been given 3 weeks off from my meet and greet.
That's not a lot. The first week will be spent devising, designing, and printing the questionnaire. The rest of the time you'll be out in the field. I made up my mind that Mercy B. Lord would never know the dodgy nature of our research, that she'd only be exposed to correct methodology, or as correct as Dansford and I could make it, while never having had any hands-on experience ourselves. Working on Mercy B. Lord's training for the initial Colgate-Palmolive research for Big Lather was highly enjoyable. After we'd reviewed what needed to be done, we decided we would need closer to 6 weeks if we were going to cover our asses. But Beatrice insisted that she could only spare her protégé for 3 weeks, which was the time we needed for Mercy B. Lord to go out into the marketplace and ask questions. The old bitch wouldn't budge, or that's what Sydney told us, so Mercy B. Lord volunteered to come to my flat at night to be trained. It was a rewarding but difficult time. I loved having her to myself, but was falling more deeply in love with her, especially in the hours when I could gaze at her openly as she sat for the portrait I was painting of her. After the wonderful night of the Black Cheongsam at Raffles, we'd been out to dinner perhaps once a fortnight, but there was no promise of a relationship, and she kept me at arm's length. A chaste kiss at the end of the evening, and that was it. The 6 weeks of training her in research techniques and language proved to be no different. I grew accustomed to watching the brake lights of a late-night taxi as it turned the corner to disappear finally into the darkness. Her departing peck on the cheek exaggerated in my mind into a lingering lover's farewell. To cut a long story short, Mercy B. Lord spent her first week helping us devise the questionnaire, and the next 2 using it to do field research. She brought back 82 interviews that we used as the template for answering, in dozens of variations and combinations, the 2,000 fake questionnaires. Once we'd crunched the numbers, surprise, surprise, they came out in favour of the name and product promise of Big Lather, clearly indicating it was worth doing the R&D, then going to test market. Our luck held. New York was delighted with the research and approved the R&D. We were going to go to test market with Big Lather. I'm ashamed to say that Jonas Bold called to tell me that the head of research in our New York office, who had personally done the presentation to Colgate-Palmolive, thought I ought to be congratulated for what was a beautifully designed piece of research, since my name was so clearly associated with organising and working with the independent research company. Jonas added that he, the research director, wanted me to know that the task of presenting so well-crafted a piece of work had been a pleasure, and that he looked forward to future projects. It was obvious that for any future projects we couldn't simply continue with the scam. The time had come to put to Dansford my idea of creating a viable market research model for Asia. Excellent suggestion. We'll get New York to back the project, he said. But they think what we've done is terrific, that excellent research facilities already exist. They'll want to know why we should fix it if it ain't broke. Tell them that we weren't entirely satisfied with the Big Lather model and want the university to work on an ethnocentric or Asian model. What, and then hand it over to SEARA? Make it legit? I guess that's the idea. Dansford, I'd rather not. Sydney doesn't believe in research, and that way he'd end up owning the only legitimate research company in Singapore, with Beatrice Fong.
There's something very Chinese about that, Dansford laughed.
Yeah, but I don't believe I should contribute to making either of them richer than they already are. Besides, we'll have to create the organisation, train the people, get someone to run it, and finance it initially. I can't see Sydney agreeing to supply the money for something he doesn't believe will work. If we do it within the agency, it's a catch-22 anyway. It won't be seen as independent research. So, what have you got in mind? Well, for a start, let's simply look at it as building an Asian research model. By the way, I like the term ethnocentric. We'll use that. It sounds suitably academic. Forget about the research company that may eventually use any prototype model we evolve. My cousin, who's an associate professor of sociology at the Singapore Institute of Technology, has agreed to come on board, but of course knows nothing about advertising. That would be my contribution.
For someone who earlier admitted to me that he had doubts about research, you've come a long way, Simon.
I laughed. That was Australia and cigarettes. Quite different. I sounded like Ronnie. I can clearly see the need to get to know the Asian market and mindset a lot better than we do. Anyway, I thought we should make it a university initiative. Oh, now that's interesting. The sociology department builds the model in conjunction with their new school of business, which then licenses it to us, or anyone else for that matter. That gives it the authority. Then, if Sydney or Beatrice Fong cares to take SEARA any further, they have only to make the decision to start a legitimate research company without getting the agency involved. What do you think?
I can see you've done a fair bit of thinking on your own, Simon.
But have you thought that you won't be able to do your share of the work on agency time? Unless, of course, we sponsor it. No chance. And when would I find the time during the day anyway? It will have to be at night, in my own time. My cousin, Dr. Kwan, is prepared to do the same. He has his own reasons for doing so. The university need not be involved until much later. I don't think we need a sponsor, not yet anyway.
Well then, what can I say? Damn good initiative.
It's also a big relief. He grinned.
Frankly, if Big Lather had failed and Colgate, as they usually do, had done a post-mortem, I'd hate to think what would have happened to our prospects in Asia.
Dansford, I owe you big time for having faith in me and taking a risk on my behalf when you could so easily have played it safe, covered your ass and said no to the project.
My absolute pleasure, dear boy. I'm of the firm opinion that we're here for a good time, not a long time. Covering your ass invariably leads to mental constipation. Big Lather is in R&D, and soon it'll be in test market, so all's well that ends well. But come to think of it, with you and Doc Kwan working on a genuine research model over the next few months, it may be a good idea for SEARA to quietly close, go broke. That way we can begin with a clean slate. The good thing is that you're keeping it in the family, just you and Doc Kwan. Nobody else need know, if you see what I mean.
He obviously meant the wings, in particular Sydney.
Oh yes, of course,
but there's a possible catch. We need a third research partner, a field researcher, to test, hypotheses, various concepts. It's essential to the project. I thought perhaps Mercy B. Lord. She now has some experience and she's pretty bright. She's the obvious choice, if she'll agree to do it in her own time. Weekends, nights. Of course, I'd pay her. Dansford's reaction was unexpected. His head jerked, and he was clearly taken aback.
Oh.
It was an exclamation, not a question. What's the problem? I asked, surprised. Dansford quickly regained his composure. Please don't take this the wrong way, Simon, but stay away from Mercy B. Lord. But why? She's so obviously the right person to work with us. Dansford, now back in control, said quietly, Simon, I'm no expert on Chinese bosses and their employees, but from what little I've learned, I don't think Beatrice Fong will see it that way. Christ, Dansford, it's the girl's own decision. It's her free time. What's it got to do with Beatrice Fong? I'm not sure that's entirely correct, Simon. The old lady seems to have a very firm and decidedly unhealthy hold over her, and Sydney as well. Dansford, what are you trying to tell me? Is there something I should know? I had the distinct feeling that he was warning me, as Ronnie had done that first day in the town club. No, I'm not trying to say anything, Simon, but it's pretty damned obvious. Those two, Sidney and Beatrice Fong, are thick as thieves. Sidney accepted that Mercy B. Lord should work on the phony SEARA research. Now I'm to persuade them, to close down SEARA, and you, employer, to work on your new model? He spread his hands. It doesn't look good. They need never know. Anyway, let them keep SEARA. I'm sure if there's a problem, Mercy B. Lord will refuse my offer, or agree to keep it in the family. She's not in your family, son. No, I should be so lucky. But she's trained to be discreet. As I spoke, my heart skipped a beat. I still hadn't confronted her admission, or slip of the tongue, about doing reports on her clients. I'd buried it, deciding they were just routine reports, perfectly normal. I'm not too sure about that. Mate, Mercy B. Lord is an employee of the Beatrice Fong agency. She's not a part of anyone's guanxi. She's an orphan, for fuck's sake. She doesn't have to answer to anyone. If you think about it like that, no ties, no extended family obligations, she's perfect for the project. Dansford grinned. It's never a good idea to mix business with pleasure, Simon. Who said I am? You did, a moment ago. You said, I should be so lucky. I know you're very fond of her. Not a good idea, old son. There's nothing between us, I protested, adding foolishly, I've never so much as laid a finger on her. It was technically, if not emotionally, the truth. I admit, this time my heart was doing more than just skipping a beat. I could hear it boom, boom, booming. Simon, it seems to me that the fact that she's unconnected, has no support, no guanxi, allows people like Fong and Wing to prey on her. They'll make sure one way or another that she's dependent on them. That's exactly my point. The culture doesn't allow talent alone to prosper. If she's trained in research, she's potentially a free and independent agent. That at least makes it worthwhile. I was suddenly furious and struggled to contain myself. Thank God for a bland, flat peasant face. I knew Dansford's logic was sound, but I felt it was bitterly unfair that Mercy B. Lord could be seen to have no rights, to always be a pawn in someone else's game, the orphan with nobody on her side. I had become convinced that her absence from Singapore each Thursday night had something to do with Beatrice Fong, something unpleasant. Admittedly, she'd said nothing, but it was in her eyes, her body language, where I saw something close to fear. I told myself that helping her had nothing to do with my falling in love. For better or worse, she had me on her side. I was not going to let her down, watch her drown, even if she'd never actually asked me to help her. Dansford sighed. He could see I was determined to have Mercy B. Lord on our team. Well, as you said, she'll either agree or she won't. If she's reluctant, my advice, for what it's worth, is don't try to talk her into it. She's not the type to be talked into anything, I said, a little defensively. We need her. Besides, she should be encouraged, helped. Why should she be a prisoner to Beatrice Fong's needs? She has rights of her own. Dansford gave me a small smile. Simon, in my experience, we're all prisoners, one way or another, of someone else's needs. Yeah, but I'd like to help. If she doesn't want my help, she's free to reject it. Well, take it easy, won't you, Simon? Don't let your heart rule your head. As King Solomon says, and I quote, "There be 3 things which are too wonderful for me, yea, 4 which I know not. The way of an eagle in the air, the way of a serpent upon a rock, the way of a ship in the midst of the sea, and the way of a man with a maid." From the Bible, I said, surprised. Aye, my Irish Catholic childhood. I tried very hard to avoid the dogma, but some things stick. For instance, the noble concept of Christian charity. He paused. It can often be an excuse to interfere unnecessarily, or even perniciously. Chapter 7. It was 8 months since I'd first arrived in Singapore. Big Lather was in test market, and I was no nearer to bedding Mercy B. Lord. As a result, I was beginning to develop a bit of a complex. I was happy to admit I was no Casanova, nor God's gift to womankind. But I'd served my apprenticeship between the sheets, and more than one bunny had been complimentary and happy to return. I also knew that I was generally liked by the women I'd been fortunate enough to take to bed. The irony was that here I was in Asia, where there were more women available than I'd had hot breakfasts, and the only one I really wanted didn't appear remotely interested. That's not to say we weren't friends. We got on like a house on fire. But that was it. We were affectionate friends, or, as we'd say in Australia, great mates. Despite our declarations of love that night at my flat, which I still clung to with all the desperation of a drowning man, there had been no other expressions of feeling, and I was too nervous to press her to explain. It was obvious Mercy B. Lord liked my company, and she often initiated a date. Sometimes I'd be in the agency working back, and my phone would ring. A laughing voice would say at the other end, "It's 7 o'clock, Simon Coo, and I'm hungry. How would you like to take a beautiful woman to dinner?" Singapore had hundreds of hole-in-the-wall and street eateries, and she'd always choose one or another of these out-of-the-way local restaurants, not frequented by expats or wealthy Chinese. We laughed a good deal, never quarrelled, though sometimes we argued. She was her own woman and not without opinions, but we always had a good time. There you go. Even with all the right ingredients, you can't make someone love you, I guess. King Solomon may have wondered at the way of a man with a maid, but it would take the wisdom of Solomon to fathom Mercy B. Lord. It was also bloody pathetic. This was Asia, after all, where sex was a commodity, not a sacred rite of passage dependent on a promise of everlasting love. Although if Mercy B. Lord had required such an affirmation, I'd have gladly given it to her. I admit I hungered for her body, but also her mind and soul. It was not simply lust. Veronica from the Nightcap Girly Bar would have happily moved in with me to satisfy my every desire. I was potentially her ticket to freedom. While she sold her body, and so was technically a whore, prostitute, bar girl, whatever, that was far from the way she regarded herself. In fact, most women in girly bars imagined that one day they'd be the sole partners of men who could take them away from a life dictated by poverty and a lack of education, opportunity, and guanxi. All their energy was directed not at pleasing the conventional or aberrant desires of their clients, but at winning some decent man and becoming his loving wife. Drunks don't generally require a lot of sophisticated technique or sexual acrobatics for that matter. In the minds of these women, their only assets, other than their appearance, were their seductive arts, cultivated to please a man to whom such a woman would remain forever faithful. In Eastern terms, this had little or nothing to do with love. Madame Butterfly was a romantic Western tragedy, but no bar girl would ever be surprised by poor Butterfly's betrayal. Marriage, or even being a concubine, was an arrangement that brought with it both privileges and obligations. Sex was one of the obligations. Being loved for your own sake was seldom seen as one of the likely privileges. You gave your partner everything he required as a man, and in return he gave you security, safety, and respectability. He eventually grew old or preoccupied, and after you produced a clutch of kids, you could generally rely on his desire fading a little. A man of one's own was the ultimate prize, and you didn't need to be a whore to aspire to it. When you think of it, my own culture was not without similar examples. Which brings me back to Mercy B. Lord, the orphan with no guanxi, who was being offered all she could possibly wish for and had everything to gain, but refused to comply with accepted Asian societal rules. All right, she didn't know I was in line to inherit a fortune from my hugely rich family, with guanxi bigger than she could ever have imagined. But nonetheless, I was earning a good income and was not without prospects. Besides, I considered myself a kind, considerate, caring, generous person. I didn't drink to excess, and we seemed to be very happy when we were together. Yet she constantly kept me at arm's length with two simple words, "Not yet," that were beginning to sound less like a promise than a rebuke. Veronica, at the Nightcap Girly Bar, lavished a great deal of tender and loving attention on me, and while I paid for it, she was always generous and gave me far more than the sexual favours I paid for. I always tipped her generously too, but even so I felt beholden. I'm ashamed to say that without her soft hands, tender mouth, and compliant thighs, I think I would have perished from loneliness and the ache of longing. Naturally, Veronica's hope and dream was that I'd take her away from the girly bar and ensconce her in my flat, something that was not in the least unusual among the expat population. I felt sorry that I had to disappoint her. I was genuinely fond of my little whore. To openly admit as much is to sound incredibly naive. Sniggers all round in the cricket club bar. But I accepted her right to aspire to a happy ending, and she always responded to my needs with more loving attention than I'd ever received from any woman before her. No bunny even came close. The brutal truth was that I was in love with Mercy B. Lord, and Veronica was merely a paid substitute. Not nice, I know, but the truth. I would sometimes imagine a scene where I took Veronica home to Australia to meet a mortified Chairman Meow, history in effect repeating itself. Veronica would be my 20th century little sparrow, my imported peasant bride, but Thai instead of Chinese. Then I'd smile to myself. I wasn't at all sure that Mercy B. Lord, despite her looks and demeanour, would fill my mum with any less horror once she knew of her origins. My mother wanted an educated middle-class Chinese girl from a well-connected Singaporean family for me, who wanted sufficient offspring to guarantee at least 2 healthy male children to begin the reorienting of the Koo family. Of course, I refused to admit, as Dansford had suggested, that my being in love with Mercy B. Lord was what was influencing me to choose her to partner Dr. Kwan and myself in the research project. She was obviously the best choice, having worked with and gained experience on Big Lather. Dansford had witnessed this himself, and so his reluctance to agree was totally unexpected, and therefore all the more surprising. Perhaps he was trying to keep things in the agency on an even keel, knowing that Sydney and Johnny weren't going out of their way to be pleasant to me. Who knows? However, I did at least try to do the right thing. Instead of approaching Mercy B. Lord myself to ask if she'd work with us on the research model, I asked my cousin, in his capacity as associate professor, to interview her. Then, if he thought she was a likely third partner, he was to offer her the job, stressing the fact that it was a totally confidential project and had nothing to do with Samuel Oswald Wing, where only Dansford Drocker, who was sworn to secrecy, was aware of it. Finally, he had been told to inform her that the work involved late nights after a full day's work, and that the salary was equal to what she earned with the Beatrice Fong agency. I even instructed Dr. Kwan that if, after interviewing Mercy B. Lord, he thought one of his sociology students who needed the income would be better for the task, he was at liberty to make the decision either way. I admit I took the precaution of telling him what an excellent job Mercy B. Lord had done with the Big Lather field research, but I swear I put no pressure whatsoever on him. I reasoned that if Dr. Henry Kwan chose her and she agreed, then who could possibly argue? As far as I knew, my cousin wasn't aware of my feelings for Mercy B. Lord. On the several visits I'd made to my local extended family, I'd never suggested she accompany me. I was only too aware that her stunning looks and outgoing personality would have resulted in a phone call to Chairman Meow in Australia 10 minutes after we'd departed. Henry interviewed Mercy B. Lord and called me to say she was ideal for the project and had agreed to be a part of it. She was adamant that she didn't want a salary. He stressed that the confidentiality of the project was of paramount importance for her, too. Apparently, she loved doing the previous research and would jump at the opportunity to learn more. "She can't make it on a Thursday night. Otherwise, she's free," he said, then added, "She strikes me as being very bright. I only wish some of my sociology students were as intelligent. Fortunately, she is familiar with every demographic of Singaporean society. Nobody in my faculty or among my students can boast such a connection to the common people. She's a real find, Simon," he concluded. Naturally, I was delighted and felt myself entirely vindicated. It had been a professional decision, and Mercy B. Lord had been under no pressure to accept. In fact, she had been given every opportunity to refuse. The 6 months that followed were both agony and ecstasy. While our discussions would occasionally take place in a cheap restaurant, cooking at home in Singapore being a needless exercise. We worked mostly from the flat. Mercy B. Lord would take a rickshaw or a taxi and pick up our dinner on the way. Having her so close, often late at night, nearly drove me crackers. On only 2 occasions, when it was well past midnight, had I suggested she stay the night. However, she'd repeated the same dreaded words, "Not yet." 2 words that were slowly driving me crazy. It wasn't only the refusal, it was the promise in those words. Perhaps I was being ingenuous, but it was the way she said it, her eyes full of what seemed to be genuine longing and the glint of tears. Either Mercy B. Lord was the world's best actress, or whatever it was that prevented her was sufficiently fraught with consequences to overcome any desire she may have had for me. Or perhaps, as Chairman Meow would say when we reached a wrong conclusion as kids, "Simon, you're confusing dust motes with fairies." Mercy B. Lord was not only beautiful, she was also dead sexy. So prior to our nightly meetings, I'd taken to wearing a jockstrap, otherwise known as an athletic support. In this way, I'd hoped my erections, firmly constrained by an elasticized cotton cup and belt, wouldn't show. I suffered constantly from agonizing post-erection pains in the scrotum, commonly referred to as lover's balls, sometimes so severe that I felt as if I was bandy-legged. I'd then have to take myself off to the shower, though not the proverbial cold shower, to masturbate to relieve the pain. But even this wasn't always sufficient to calm the badly battered ball bearings, and it was to Veronica that I went to seek relief after I put Mercy B. Lord into a taxi. I make no bones about the fact that I'm a man, and therefore probably an insensitive creature, but I was invariably greeted warmly, which somehow helped. I was always stone-cold sober, and it was usually past midnight when I arrived and paid for the obligatory round of drinks, the accepted entry fee. Veronica would then escort me to a back room, referred to as a jig-a-jig room, for obvious reasons. I don't know how or where she was trained, maybe in Thailand, but she would fit me with a condom, then allow me to have my urgent way with her, and afterwards apply various oils to the offending area and gently massage it. Lastly, she would serve me a cup of steaming green tea before calling a taxi to take me home. It may sound crass, but in this way, sweet little Veronica made the constant longing for Mercy B. Lord almost bearable, and miraculously I would wake up in the morning without pain. Can you sublimate your desire for one woman by taking another? I'm not sure, but then men are pretty basic creatures. But of course, all good things as well as all bad things come to an end. One night in October, a year and 1 month after I'd arrived in Singapore, we put the finishing touches to our grand ethnocentric research model. I should have bought a bottle of champagne, but I'd organised a celebration dinner on the Saturday night at the Goodwood Park Hotel, one of the best eateries in town. It was late and we were happy, but also a little let down, as one often is at the prospect of something ending that has absorbed your attention for a long time and resulted in great camaraderie. I turned to my cousin. "Dr. Kwan, we owe you big time, mate." He laughed. "And me you, Simon. If I don't get a full professorship out of the paper I present to my university peers, then my Guan Shi isn't working. I'm off. It's almost midnight, and I need some sleep. I've got student exam papers to mark all weekend, but I'll see you Saturday night at the celebration." I waited until he'd left, then turned to Mercy B. Lord. "You too, kid. Your knowledge of the streets and the kampongs was invaluable. You've made an enormous contribution. Thank you. If this works, as I know it will, I feel sure something big will come of it. Saturday night, we're drinking French champagne again. Do you think you could wear your black cheongsam?"
"Oh, Simon, of course."
She clapped her hands, laughing.
"I've seen a pair of even higher heels at Robinson's. They're lipstick red for good luck. Now I have an excuse to buy them."
"May I be permitted to buy them for you?" I asked, adding quickly, "You know, as a thank you for the effort you've put into the research project."
"No."
"But I'd really like to. You'll please me by wearing the black cheongsam, so let me please you in return."
"Simon, it's not professional. Dr. Kwan said we were equal partners, that my name would appear on his paper for the university."
It's not meant to be professional, I protested. It's a simple thank you. For God's sake, you've given up months of your free time without any compensation. You refuse to be paid for your time. Mercy be, Lord. We, Henry and I, owe you a great deal more than a lousy pair of red shoes.
Simon, you owe me nothing. I've been working with Beatrice Fong since I was 16. It's all I've ever known.
She looked at me.
When you've done the same thing for 5 years, meet, greet, and be sweet.
You do a whole heap more than that, mercy be, Lord, I interjected.
Hold on, let me finish, Simon. You'll begin to think that's all you can do. That first research project, the part that was...
She paused, searching for a word. Legit?
Yes, legitimate. Made me realize that perhaps I could do something else. Being nice for a living has its limits. But then I thought, well, it's only an extension of what I know. Meeting people and making them feel at ease. But instead of answering their questions, I asked them my own. So it wasn't really much of a test, much of a change.
There was a lot more to it than that. You did brilliantly. We based the entire report on what you gave us. Mercy be, Lord ignored this obvious compliment.
But working with you and Dr. Kwan over the past 6 months has made me realize that maybe I have the capacity to do something more intellectually challenging one day.
She looked down, hesitating.
Something that didn't depend on me being just, attractive and personable.
She looked up.
That's what you've given me, and it's more than enough thanks.
I will never know how I resisted sweeping her into my arms and kissing her, and telling her over and over how I loved and admired her. But all I said was, Dr. Kwan says you're very bright, that you'd beat the pants off his best students.
Simon,
Mercy be, Lord exclaimed in mock shock.
I have no intention of removing his best student's pants.
Then she giggled. I grinned, although I'm sure every one of his male students would be delighted if you did. She gave me a mischievous smile.
Simon, if I was going to remove any male's pants, they'd be yours.
Yeah, but not yet, I replied softly, the easy, rather silly bantering suddenly over. Come, sweetheart, it's late. We'd better call your taxi.
Oh, no, Simon.
She lifted her handbag from the chair where it rested, and reaching in, produced a toothbrush.
There's a new pair of panties in there as well. I got both when I went out to pick up dinner.
I was too dumbstruck to react. But you just said,
well, make up your mind. Our project is over. Don't you want me to stay tonight?
Like a bloody idiot, I said. Mercy be, Lord, are you sure? She lowered her eyes, and in a voice not much above a whisper, declared,
No, Simon, I'm not sure. I've tried so very hard not to.
She looked up at me, her eyes brimming.
But I've made the terrible mistake of falling in love with you.
Everything is perfect in the imagination. Two lovers slipping into each other's arms, the touch of perfumed skin, the slow quickening of the breath, the gasp, the cry, then the sigh of a first wet, smooth entry, the daring agony of withdrawal to delay the coming of the ultimate moment. Then the tenderness of mouths meeting and tongues touching, exploring breasts and nipples taut with desire, the questing tongue finding, enjoying, cultivating a slow and wonderful excitement before coming together once more. Then the urgent thrusting, and the sheer bliss of a woman's urgent cries as she abandons herself to a carnal, primitive, all-consuming and glorious excitement that is the perfection of a simultaneous climax. So much for imagination. If I have described it clumsily without the foreplay, the words of tenderness, the promise of fulfillment to come, that most women love to hear, it is because, in my imagination, I see pictures that stimulate, arouse and heat the blood. Perhaps this is why, as an artist who thinks in images, I find it difficult to translate them into words, even though words are so much a part of making love. Sometimes tender, sometimes raunchy. They include the passionate promise of things to come, the small ecstasies that are going to be performed if her lover is as good as his urgent, salacious promises. To describe these murmured words as dirty is an altogether Puritan and offensive notion that denies the erotic vocabulary and part of the variety and pleasure of lovemaking. I still have great difficulty describing that night, finally making love to someone I'd imagined making love to countless times. I recalled that first week in Singapore when I had lusted after her, consumed by blatant carnal desire. But by the second week my feelings had changed, and for the first time in my life I felt something different. When she lightly brushed my cheek with her lips, although the kiss was not intended to be provocative, nonetheless it sent a frisson down my spine and sent off a small explosion in my gut, and then directly below it. But even so, I had begun to imagine what it might be like to have Mercy B. Lord as a permanent part of my life. My feelings had grown from that point until I now wanted all of her sidelong glances, her giggles, her frowning concentration, those spontaneous touches, her complex female mind, her surprising clarity of thought, when, for example, she put herself in the shoes of the women in the kampongs, her confidence in her own beauty and desirability, and her humility and compassion when she talked to the amas, the Chinese washerwomen in their white blouses and black pajama trousers. I loved the way she walked and stretched, her clean pink mouth when she yawned after a long night's work, touching her lips after the yawn had passed. Perhaps that's why I foolishly and insensitively asked if she was sure about her resolve to stay with me. I had long since realized that Mercy B. Lord was not reluctant to make love or to give up her virginity. Her fear sprang from something else, even perhaps someone else. Whether Mercy B. Lord came to me as a virgin or with the past of a promiscuous woman wasn't of the least concern to me. She wasn't a trophy or a challenge and never had been. Now I had triggered the fear that for so long had been expressed in those two words, "not yet." She still held the new toothbrush in its cellophane wrapper, but now her head was bowed and a single tear moved slowly down her left cheek. I stepped closer and kissed her lightly on the forehead. Then, cupping the back of her head in both my hands, I raised her head and kissed her on the mouth. Her lips parted, and she gave a small gasp at the touch of my tongue, but then she joined in like a hungry child. She had made no attempt to hold me, but suddenly she pulled her mouth from my own. "Undress me, Simon. Everything. I want to be naked." She said this softly yet boldly, as if it were an instruction, albeit a loving one. "I want to kiss you when I'm naked." She was wearing a light yellow and red floral summer dress, with short puffy sleeves and a wide skirt to just above her knees, and on her feet were a pair of simple open leather sandals, from which protruded bright red varnished toenails. She wore little makeup apart from mascara to frame her dark eyes, and light green eyeshadow on her lids. I undid the half-dozen mother-of-pearl buttons below her neckline. "Close your eyes, and I'll tell you when to open them," I said. I slipped her dress over her head and smoothed her hair back into place. She stood in her bra and panties, a prettiness of skimpy white lace, and I realized that the idea of staying with me wasn't a spontaneous decision brought on by the euphoria of having completed the project, with the possibility of regrets in the morning. "Keep them shut now, no cheating," I laughed. I then turned her around slowly so that her back faced me, and undid her bra strap and removed her bra, turning her back to face me. "No peeping, darling." It was the first time I had used the endearment, and it sounded gloriously possessive. Her breasts were small, about the size of an upturned teacup, firm and pointing slightly upwards. I kissed them, taking each nipple momentarily between my lips, so that she gave a small gasp. "More, much more later," I murmured, then slid to my knees and undid her sandal straps and removed them. Then slowly, gently, I pulled down her panties until they reached her ankles, and she could step out of them. "Can I open them now?" Mercy B. Lord asked. "No, keep them shut just a few more moments." I buried my face in her dark loveliness and kissed her Venus mound, then slid my tongue down and deeper, searching for her core. Another gasp, this one louder, as my tongue found the place where her vulva parted, then a small whimper. The softness of her warm pubic V was enormously exciting, and I felt the straining hardness within my trousers. Then, rising, I faced her and gently grasped her shoulders. "You may open your eyes now. I have seen you and tasted you, mercy be Lord, and you are perfect. Very beautiful and absolutely delicious." She opened her eyes and smiled. "Thank you, Simon." She raised her arms and cupped her breasts. Ridiculously, she still held the toothbrush, which had somehow broken through the top of its cellophane wrapper and was pressed against her breast. "But my breasts are too small." Later I would ask myself why every woman is unhappy with some part of her anatomy. Now I said, "They're lovely, perfect, but scrubbing them with the toothbrush won't make them any bigger." "Oh, I should clean my teeth," she cried. "They always, in Barbara Cartland books, they clean their teeth before going to bed." "You've been reading the wrong books," I laughed, removing the toothbrush and placing it on the coffee table. Then, taking her by the hand, I led her to the bedroom. I switched on the bedside lamp and pulled back the covers. "Hop in, darling." She climbed into bed and pulled the sheet up to her neck. I am now going to reveal what is laughingly known as my body. I don't expect you'll be impressed, I joked, in an effort to put her at ease. Mercy be Lord giggled. "I can barely wait, darling." It was the first time she had used the endearment. So commonplace, but in this context so wonderful. Then there was a sudden look of consternation. "Simon, I'm not on the pill." "Lucky my dad gave me a lecture on the birds and the bees," I said with a grin, telling her the story as I peeled off my clothes. I'd been 14, around the age that puberty strikes a young bloke like a sledgehammer. I suppose my mum had instructed my sisters, but it was Dad who called me into his study. I don't remember very much of what he told me, something about the various things you could catch if you weren't careful. But then he handed me a packet containing a condom. "Always carry one of these in your wallet, son. Replace it every month if it hasn't been used." Shocked, I blurted, "Dad, I'm only 14. "A man never knows when he's going to get lucky, son," he'd replied. Now I looked down at Mercy B. Lord and was relieved to see she was grinning. And tonight I got lucky, exceedingly, wonderfully, terrifically lucky, and I always took my dad's advice. I reached into my back pocket and withdrew my wallet, opened it and removed a condom. "Mercy be Lord, would you do me the enormous honour?" "Oh, Simon," she said, shocked and surprised. "I don't know how." Then she started to giggle. "On the scale of difficulty, it probably rates as a 1, just up from 0, I joked. Mercy be Lord took the small packet between forefinger and thumb. "Oh, look, it's in something squishy." "Lubrication. You pay extra for that. I'll have you know I'm no cheapskate," I laughed. Then I said, "I too have a confession." "Oh?" "I'm wearing a jockstrap." "A what?" "An athletic support." "Oh, Simon, there is something wrong? You are hurt?" she cried, concerned. Somewhat sheepishly, but eventually much to her delight, I explained how she was responsible. "Then I shall remove it, and—" She held up the small condom packet. "Hopefully put this on." I removed my shoes and socks, dropped my trousers, and quickly stepped out of my underpants. My shirt covered the jockstrap, which was already struggling to restrain my urgent need to break free. Mercy be Lord leapt from the bed. God, she was beautiful. Dropped to her knees, and, to my surprise, held the condom packet between her lips as she lifted my shirt. "Hold," she said, handing me the ends of my shirt. Then she removed the jockstrap, with the predictable result. All that constrained longing became a hugely distinct possibility. "Oh, Simon," she said with a gasp. "Is that all for me?" Then, suddenly serious and biting her bottom lip in concentration, she opened the small packet and carefully slipped the condom in place. "Isn't your daddy a clever man?" she said, rising to her feet. Suddenly she let out a mischievous giggle and pointed at my left breast pocket. "Oh, Simon, your shirt! I hadn't noticed before." "My shirt?" I asked, glancing down. It was a new one, unlike any of those purchased in Australia. This one had short sleeves, and, as was the custom for expats, was custom-made and carried the owner's initials on the left-hand breast pocket. This was no doubt an affectation to show that the shirt was tailor-made. Rather than have my initials, I had asked that mine be in Chinese calligraphy and read Fortune Cookie. I admit I was rather proud of the difference, a sort of private joke, a bit of a send-up, because most expats sported at least 3 initials. The Chinese tailor questioned me closely about the word cookie, and I explained it was a small, round, delicious cake with a saying or a wish inside. "It very expensive, yes?" he'd asked. "No, very cheap," I'd replied. I must say, he did a nice job of the 3 shirts I ordered. But as I reached the last button, Mercy B. Lord, having great difficulty restraining herself, asked,
"Do you know what the calligraphy on your shirt says, Simon?"
"Yes, Fortune Cookie, my nickname in Australia. It's meant to be a bit of a joke."
"It says, very cheap, small, round, delicious wish cake."
She giggled again.
"Are you going to let me taste it and make a wish, sir?"
Whereupon we both broke up, consumed with giggles. "Certainly, if you're a good girl and relax and do exactly as I say, the result will be simply delicious and everything you wished for," I finally managed. "Back into bed, beautiful. Let the fun begin." It had all gone so well, but now I had to deliver. And my most ardent hope was that I wasn't overstating what was to come. I knew enough to know that what worked for one woman might not work for another, that unlike men, women had complex needs and desires. In the case of Mercy B. Lord, it was an overdeveloped desire to please, which undid all my earlier efforts.
"You must show me, Simon. I must make you happy."
She was clearly a neophyte, eager and willing enough, but awkward and distracted by her desire to please me.
"I want to do what you like. Please show me."
In her present frame of mind, it was clearly going to be difficult or impossible to arouse her. Her own desire would be squandered in an attempt to satisfy me.
"Sit up, darling."
Mercy B. Lord, looking anxious, did as she was told, sitting on her heels, the sheet covering the lower part of her body.
"What have I done wrong, Simon?"
she cried. "Mercy B. Lord, I have wanted you countless times, made love to you in my imagination. You are even more beautiful than I ever imagined. But—" She gasped in dismay and brought her hands up to cover her mouth.
"Oh, Simon, I don't know what to do,"
she wailed. I kissed her lightly on the forehead. "Well then, it's fortunate that one of us does."
"You said but what? You're disappointed, I know it."
"No, of course not. But there are 2 rules you simply must obey."
"There are?"
"Yes. The first is you have to allow a man to make love to you, to please you. That's rule number 1.
"But I must please you."
"Later. That comes later." I assumed a stern expression. "You are not permitted to worry about pleasing me, and doing so is really very simple. When the time comes, you'll know."
"We're supposed to please each other?"
"Darling, I am already pleased. Very, very, very pleased. And don't worry. If we get this right, as I know we shall, I will be even more pleased. But there's another rule, rule number 2. You have to tell me what pleases you and guide me around your body. Sometimes a quarter of an inch, even much less, makes all the difference. With my finger, my mouth, my penis. Will you promise?" I was immensely grateful to the Australian bunnies who had generously educated and directed me in the matter of their sexual tastes.
"But, Simon, I don't know. It only happened once when I was 14, with a boy at school. Afterwards I bled. I thought the blood was a punishment from God for sinning. I said 1,000 Hail Marys, but I didn't go to the priest, to confession. I thought I'd probably go to hell."
She smiled. "There's often a little blood when your hymen breaks, darling. It's a small membrane at the entrance to your vagina. It's perfectly natural. Now, if you relax and take the pleasure as it comes, it will be a lovely experience, I promise." All the bunnies I'd bedded in Australia had been experienced, and, as I said before, I was grateful for their instructions on how to please them most. I had no idea how long it might take to win the confidence of a neophyte, and it was a good hour before Mercy B. Lord was sufficiently relaxed again to enjoy my caresses. I smiled when I recalled my florid fantasies, but the reality was much more powerful. I had explored her delicious body and finally elicited a tentative response. With a little more exploring, she became moist and fully responsive, crying out joyously when we discovered an erogenous zone that was her particular turn-on. Then, quite suddenly, her breathing quickened, and she gasped, "Now, please, please, now, Simon!" I entered her, and her pelvis came alive. She moaned and cried out in our urgent, compulsive, blinding, wonderful act of lovemaking as we climaxed simultaneously. We had achieved the near impossible in our first coupling. Then, a little later, I used my tongue a second time for her exclusive delight, and she was able to surrender to her own pleasure. Afterwards, as I held her in my arms, she said, "Simon, did Dr. Kwan really say, that I was bright?" "Yes, more than once, darling." She snuggled even closer. "In that case, you may buy me the red shoes." She sighed and promptly fell asleep in my arms, and my joy was beyond imagining. Even so, I found myself doing my habitual mental arithmetic. It was Tuesday, the 30th of May, 1967. That is, 3 plus 0 equals 3, 1 plus 9 plus 6 plus 7 equals 23, 23 plus 3 equals 26, 2 plus 6 equals 8. Yippee! 8 is the luckiest number for the Chinese. The numbers hadn't let me down. The following morning, Mercy B. Lord left the flat, saying she had a client in from Germany, and so couldn't see me again until Friday, as Beatrice had agreed she'd have dinner with him on the Wednesday. "Oh, Simon, it's going to be awful not seeing you until Friday evening." "Will you think about moving in? Permanently?" She looked at me, then down at her feet. "Simon, I can't. Please don't ask me to explain. I simply can't, that's all." "You mean what happened last night was a one-night stand?" I said, failing to disguise the hurt in my voice. She looked up, alarmed. "I didn't say that. It was lovely, but we have to be discreet, that's all." "You mean Beatrice?" "I can't answer that," she said, now close to tears. "Simon, we mustn't be seen being lovey-dovey in public, only as friends." This was the moment where I could have persisted, but one look into her pleading eyes, and I let it pass. Besides, lovey-dovey was such a quaint old-fashioned term. "I will do no more than politely guide you by the elbow on Saturday when they show us to our table," I promised. Then, in an attempt to lighten the mood, I put on an upper-class English accent. "I will henceforth demonstrate no more than those public gestures expected of a gentleman, my dear." "No, you're not allowed to pinch my bottom in public, Simon," she laughed. We had invited Dansford Drocker to join our celebration, as he had always been supportive of the research project. When questions had arisen that we couldn't answer, he'd contacted New York for advice. In fact, he'd been an enormous help while remaining absolutely discreet. I had deliberately chosen Saturday night, in the hope that Dansford would arrive at the Goodwood Park Hotel relatively sober. He was pretty incorrigible most nights, but on Fridays, given that he wasn't required to come into work the next day, he was usually particularly outrageous. Dansford wasn't a destructive drunk or one who abused people. He stayed happy and didn't fall about, throw up in public or disgrace himself in any other way. In fact, his capacity for holding his grog was astonishing, and I have never met anyone who could match him. It was just that you didn't know what to expect from him next. His pranks, performed on the spur of the moment, were becoming the stuff of legend. He had an excellent voice, and could sing opera and popular ballads, both sentimental and current, play the alto saxophone in a brilliant imitation of Jimmy Dorsey, was a truly good jazz pianist, knew and sang all the Frank Sinatra hits remarkably well, was a good stand-up comic, could conduct a band or even take over an orchestra, and in a dozen ways disrupt a restaurant, a boring cocktail party, government reception or dull concert, to the joy of almost everyone present. But all of this and more occurred only if he was intoxicated. Sober, Dansford was a softly spoken, modest, well-bred, Harvard-educated Bostonian and a gentleman to his bootstraps. Dansford's Friday nights in particular produced gems for the anecdote collectors. Early Saturday evenings offered the best chance of him behaving more or less decorously. He would have spent most of the day at home, alternately sleeping and throwing up from the climax to the week's outrageous behaviour. Up until about 10 p.m. on Saturdays, he was tolerably good. Well, good by his own remarkable standards of bad. However, it must be said that he was generally popular with expats, with the exception of a few old fuddy-duddies. As a general rule, most of them had left for a nightcap at home well before Dansford attained his outrageous zenith. He was also greatly loved in the various bars around town, where he was a generous tipper and big spender. In fact, the proprietor of Bill Bailey's bought an alto sax and installed a piano just for Dansford to play, an investment they claimed paid off handsomely, as every drunk in town seemed to make a point of ending the evening's revelry there in the hope of catching a Dansford rock a spontaneous late-night shindig. He always opened, perhaps as a tribute to his host, with the ballad, "Won't You Come Home, Bill Bailey?" which he sang in the turn-of-the-century manner in which it was first composed. Admittedly, drunks are not, generally speaking, a discerning lot, but many a drunken sailor in their home ports all over the world insisted that they'd never heard better jazz or boogie-woogie played on the piano or alto saxophone than very late at night by a drunken American at Bill Bailey's in Singapore. When I invited Dansford to our celebration dinner, he'd insisted that he pay for the drinks. Wine, in particular, was very expensive at the time. "Simon, my friend, I'll be drinking most of what we'll consume, so it's only fair that the evening's libations are my shout. We shall have French champagne. Then we shall have wine. Others will watch enviously as the four of us dine." I'd accepted his gracious offer, knowing it was pointless arguing. Dansford Drocker didn't tolerate anyone paying for his self-indulgence. That is, unless they were rich Chinese or high government officials. The former because they would otherwise lose face, and the government wallers because they took more from him in taxes than they returned in tangible benefits. I don't know why it is, but a woman who has recently made love to a man for the first time holds herself somewhat differently. Mercy B. Lord was just as stunning as formerly in the black cheongsam. She still wore no jewellery. Her hair was done in the same Vidal Sassoon 5-point style, but she was subtly different, and it was more than just the outrageously high red patent leather heels. Whereas she was a breathtakingly beautiful woman before, she now seemed to have gained a confidence and sexuality that made women look and men dream. Most would have concluded that she must be a famous model, and that the short, thick-set guy with her could only be her manager, because she belonged on the arm of someone like Marlon Brando. People like me didn't pull women like her unless they were obscenely rich. Henry Kwan arrived early and alone, straight from marking student papers. Day dress was the just about universal white short-sleeved shirt, tie and cotton slacks in various subdued tones of buff, fawn, or light khaki. As a concession to the occasion, he'd added a light khaki cotton jacket. On semi-formal occasions, such as dinner at the Goodwood Park Hotel, one of the best eateries in Singapore, men pretty well wore what they pleased, provided it included a tie. Some didn't even bother to wear a jacket. But the women were expected to be dressed to the nines, supposedly to please their blokes, although Mercy B. Lord once told me that dressing up had nothing whatsoever to do with men. I wore a new pair of slacks and a light blue long-sleeved shirt from Australia, having given up the Mickey Mouse and psychedelic ties for plain colours. Tonight, I was wearing a red tie Mercy B. Lord had purchased at Robinson's, at the same time as she'd bought her splendid shoes. "It's almost the same red, Simon," she'd laughed, and kissed me on the cheek. "People will know I belong to you, darling." How nice the single word darling sounds when it's newly minted. In Australia, wearing an outrageous tie was a matter of being seen to be different. Here, the three-lettered monogrammed shirt pocket was the way expats differentiated themselves. I guess it was meant to convey, though to whom I'm not sure, that you knew your way around and were not some gawky tourist. I'd given my 3 offending shirts to the Ama, who came in daily to clean the flat and do the laundry. Nobody, unless they're short, fat and outrageously camp, wants to be known as a very cheap, small, round, delicious wish cake. No more ostentatious gear for you, mate, I'd told myself, pulling on my new pair of strides. But then it suddenly struck me that the trousers I was wearing had been purchased from a trendy menswear boutique in Orchard Road, a part of town that was beginning to dress up a bit itself. The shop, owned by the husband of Jasmine Koh, Singapore's top model, was named The Purple Zip, and the only difference between the other trousers sold in a town renowned for its good Chinese and Indian tailors and my new pants was that they came off the rack and featured a purple zipper in the fly. Additionally, they came in a fancy purple shopping bag that carried the shop's name and slogan, "The Only Way to Fly." The other difference was that the factory-made strides I'd bought cost roughly 3 times as much as a pair of tailor-made slacks of identical or superior cotton. In other words, I'd fallen for a coloured zip nobody but me would ever see. And then, only when I sat on the toilet with my trousers around my knees. If I regarded people who wore monogrammed shirt pockets as wankers, then what did a purple fly zipper on a pair of off-the-rack dacks make me? Anyway, Mercy B. Lord seemed happy with the way I looked. After I'd added a cotton 2-button, there I go again, navy jacket. It was enough to make me worthy of my stunning companion. We found Dr. Kwan waiting at the bar drinking a beer. Dansford invariably arrived late, and I'd warned my cousin that we'd have to have a drink for half an hour or so. Then we'd ask to be shown to our table. Waiting any longer for Dansford was pointless. Mercy B. Lord had taken a taxi to the flat, kept it waiting, and we'd taken it on to the hotel. This time her entrance caused only a sudden hush. The dining room was less intimate than on the previous occasion at Raffles, and the patrons, already half-pissed from Saturday afternoon cocktails, were more talkative. I sensed Mercy B. Lord's sigh of relief that this time there would be no clapping or crying out. To our surprise, we'd hardly seated ourselves at the bar when Dansford arrived. He wore a beautifully tailored grey lounge suit, Brooks Brothers button-down shirt, and a blue Macclesfield silk tie. Sorry, I can't help myself. His usual silk knee-high hose, and, to add a supposedly casual touch, black Gucci loafers. While he admitted to having stopped off at Bill Bailey's for a drink or two, read 6 or 7, by his standards he was practically sober. "Champagne! A bottle! Cristal!" he shouted out to the barman, even before he'd greeted us. "Steady on, mate," I cautioned. Cristal was, I knew, horrendously expensive. "Hello, everyone. Glad you haven't ordered your drinks," Dansford said. Then, turning to me, "No, Simon, we must begin with champagne." The head waiter, which is what he was called at the Goodwood Park, was an Irishman, the only non-Chinese or Indian in the place. Always the traditional waiters in Singapore's better establishments. He was passing the bar at that moment and stopped when he heard Dansford's order. Immediately he took over from the surprised Indian barman. "Excellent choice, sir. We have a bottle on ice. Shall I serve it at your table?" I subsequently got to know him quite well. His name was Denmead, Owen Denmead, and he was a one-time ship's purser on P&O. He admitted to me later that the only reason they had a bottle of Cristal both in stock and cold was in case Long Mi Saw, the older brother of the famous Asian movie impresario Long Long Saw, dropped in with a couple of movie stars on his arm. Dansford's extravagant lifestyle obviously cost him more than his no doubt liberal chief executive's salary, and must have been topped up with a private income. I wondered if he was a latter-day remittance man whose family paid him to stay away. Unfortunately, our table wasn't that far from the bar, and Dansford's direction to the barman must have been heard by most of the nearby diners, because a number of eyes followed us, and, alas, were destined to stay on us and increase in number as the evening progressed. When the head waiter popped the cork, not in the usual discreet manner, but with a loud bang as it issued from the bottle of Cristal and hit the ceiling, there was a round of applause. Furthermore, the presence of a stunning-looking woman in a black cheongsam, and the hope that Dansford would come up with something probably made for compulsive viewing. We toasted the research project, and then I made a little speech congratulating the inestimable Dr. Kwan on his tireless and brilliant efforts and insights. I added a few well-chosen, though carefully neutral, words of congratulations and thanks to Mercy B. Lord, ending with a thank you to Dansford for his cooperation. It seemed like a hopeful start to the evening. Unfortunately, my hopes were not realised, and most of the fun that night was had at our expense by the rest of the diners. I'd been lulled by Dansford's timely arrival into thinking that everything was hunky-dory, but I'd underestimated the number of drinks he'd consumed. The champagne proved to be the tipping point. We'd each drunk a glass while I made my little speech of appreciation, and Dansford had downed 3 before we'd even decided to consult the menu. At least on this occasion, the waiters were attentive. Dansford was famous for punishing what he regarded as a lack of attention in busy restaurants by rising from his chair and walking to the entrance to the kitchen, where he'd lie flat on the floor and block the path of any waiter coming or going. When they'd stop in bemusement at the crazy American prone in front of them, he would demand they'd attend his table and his guests immediately. But now, Denmead himself hovered. "And what is the most expensive wine you have?" Dansford asked, in a voice loud enough to be heard by at least half the diners in the room. "Why, the 1956 Nuit Saint-Georges, Mr. Drucker," Denmead said in a carrying voice, enjoying the moment, the 2 Irishmen immediately en garde. I groaned inwardly, and Henry, a light drinker who had left half his glass of champagne, looked thoroughly nervous. He was by nature a quiet and conservative man. "And how many bottles do you have left?" Dansford demanded, raising his voice so that the entire restaurant grew suddenly deathly quiet and expectant. "4, sir," Denmead replied, clearly not wishing to have the establishment's wine cellar seen as overly miserly. "Ah, then bring them all." Losing his composure, the head waiter hesitated. "All? You mean all 4 bottles, sir?" "Certainly." Denmead gave an obsequious bow and departed, totally defeated. I looked over at Mercy B. Lord, my right eyebrow arched. The entire restaurant was hushed, and you could hear the rattle of cooking paraphernalia coming from the kitchen. But she hadn't lost her composure and smiled brilliantly back at me. Dr. Kwan cleared his throat. "I need to go to the men's room," he announced, in a voice barely above a whisper. Denmead personally escorted the waiter pushing the service caddy, upon which stood the 4 bottles of Nuit Saint-Georges. He seemed to have regained his composure somewhat. "I haven't wiped them clean from the cellar rack, Mr. Drucker. Perhaps you'd like to choose the bottle you desire?" Enjoying the moment, Dansford pitched his voice in the direction of the silent diners, as the food on their plates slowly cooled. "Open them all, please." "But, Mr. Drucker—" "Just do as I say." I remember thinking, shit, this isn't happening. The audience, because that's what it had become, watched as all 4 bottles were opened. Never mind the champagne cork popping, there was a distinct murmur at each squeak and plop of the corks. I noticed that the hotel manager had appeared, and that the entire kitchen staff had entered and stood at the doorway to watch. Dansford then picked up each dusty bottle, examined it and brought it to his nose. Then, choosing one, he asked the very nervous waiter to pour a splash into a glass. The waiter lifted the bottle, but his hand was shaking, so Denmead took it from him and poured a liberal splash of crimson into the glass. By this time it seemed there was no way we could be further embarrassed. No doubt the wine would be suitable and the diners could all go back to eating, and, with the entertainment finally over, we could order dinner and the night would proceed more or less as planned, though I was growing concerned that Henry hadn't returned to the table. Dansford rose from his chair and, playing to his audience, brought the glass to his lips. You could have heard a pin drop. He took a mouthful, gargled in the appropriate manner. Then suddenly his eyes grew wide, and he hurriedly placed the glass on the table and began to claw at his throat, sinking to his knees as he choked, eyes popping. There was consternation. Several women cried out, and the hotel manager came running, no doubt thinking that not only was the hotel's most expensive wine off, but that they'd somehow poisoned an important patron. Dansford rose to his feet and resumed his seat, just as the concerned and solicitous manager reached him. Then, leaning back in his chair, Dansford indicated the bottle and announced, "That is a beautiful wine. You may pour it." He waited until all our glasses had been filled, rose, and extended his glass in a toast to the audience. To thunderous applause from the diners, he said, "Thank you. You have been most patient and shall be rewarded." Resuming his seat, he said quietly, "Not a bit hungry, but I feel a severe bout of piano playing coming on. Will you excuse me?" Instructing the waiter to bring 2 of the bottles, he made his way to the piano on the bandstand. His opening number was "Won't You Come Home, Bill Bailey," which he sang with great gusto, thumping it out on the piano in just the manner it was meant to be performed. There are some who were in the restaurant that night who, years later, claimed it was undoubtedly the best concert they had ever attended. Mercy B. Lord and I left at midnight, having shared a bottle of Nuit Saint-Georges, and having sent the remaining bottle over to Dansford, who was still at the piano, playing and singing the ballads from George Gershwin's folk opera, Porgy and Bess. Henry never returned. The last we saw of him was when he left for the men's room at the start of the evening. Later he told me he'd escaped by fleeing through the kitchen. Once outside, he'd run half a mile before he'd stopped to hail a taxi. If Mercy B. Lord was my first great stroke of luck, the second was to occur a month after Dansford Drocker had further enhanced his reputation as the most outrageous and entertaining drunk in the highly competitive, boozy environment of Singapore. I met Elmer Kelly. It was on a Friday, mid-morning, and I'd been to see and approve the colour separations for a Texas Tiger 24-sheet poster. As it was close to the printers, I stopped off at my cousin Peter Kwan's gallery in Orchard Road. I was in the process of admiring a green-glazed pottery vase when a booming voice announced her presence. "Stand to attention at once," barked a female version of a British regimental sergeant major. I turned to see a very large and formidable-looking woman bearing down on me. I don't usually bow to the demands of strangers, unless a uniform denotes their authority or makes some kind of sense of their demand. "Attention? Why, madam?" "Quiet! 2 minutes," she barked, tapping the face of her wristwatch and coming to rigid attention herself, her arms, great hams, clamped against a vast, tent-like hibiscus-patterned muumuu. Her face was partly disguised by owl-like horn-rimmed spectacles, and further concealed by a very wide-brimmed, floppy white cotton sun hat. The muumuu almost reached the ground, brushing 2 enormous feet in plain leather sandals, from which unvarnished toenails protruded. I dutifully came to attention. What the hell, 2 minutes? Why not? I was curious. She must have been 6 foot something and around 16 stone. Then I remembered. Shit, it's Armistice Day. The building had fallen silent, and even the traffic noise on Orchard Road seemed to drop a decibel or 2. The monstrously large woman stood in front of me, breathing heavily, her eyes tightly shut. Then, when the outside traffic noise seemed to suddenly increase, and I guess the 2 minutes had elapsed, she opened her eyes, glanced at her watch for confirmation, and pointed to the green-glazed vase I'd been inspecting before her commanding arrival. "The dynasty?" she demanded. "I'm sorry, I don't know, madam. You'll have to ask Mr. Kwan. I'm still learning about Chinese antiques. Oh, and thank you for drawing my attention to the day and the time. Very careless of me." "It's Han Dynasty." She squinted down at me, ignoring my apology. "You look decidedly Chinese, but your accent... Australian, are you?" "Yes, madam, afraid so." "That's 3 apologies in as many sentences. No need to apologize, young man. Your frightful accent is not your fault. Sins of the fathers, convicts, dreadful mix-up. Liverpudlian, Glaswegian, Mancunian, Cockney, Geordie, Irish, and dozens of other local country bumpkin patois. Poor hapless convict fellows hardly understood each other, so it's not surprising they came up with such a terrible hodgepodge of an accent. Your lot have the nerve to refer to it as the Queen's English." She really had a decidedly forbidding presence. "Are you a linguist, madam?" I asked. Again she ignored my question. "Who are you, young man?" "Simon Koo, madam. Peter, Mr. Kwan is my cousin on my mother's side." "Interesting. There is no resemblance. You must take after your father." "Not at all. He doesn't look Chinese." "My name is Elmer Kelly. How do you do? You're a chunk of a lad. No fat, though. Good peasant stock, solidly rooted to the earth. Lee blood, I'd say, from looking at you, eh?" "I'm fourth-generation Australian, and a throwback to my great-great-grandmother. My 3 sisters look Caucasian," I added, perhaps a tad defensively. "Fourth generation? Ah, I see. The gold rush, eh? New Yellow Gold Mountain." She certainly had a quick mind and knew her history. I was to learn there wasn't a great deal she didn't know about the Chinese. "Are you the Mrs. Kelly who runs Cathay Advertising? Head office in Hong Kong, I think." I was taking a punt in an attempt to reclaim some control over the conversation. "Miss, never daft enough to add a permanent man to my life. Silly business marriage, mostly quarrels and compromise. Had a sailor boy once, nice chap. Only saw him once in a while. Good arrangement. Serviced me well. I was much younger then. Died. Torpedoed in the war." She looked at me as if with dawning comprehension. "Ah, I've put a face to a name. I know who you are. Wing brothers, eh? Sly Sidney, Awful Johnny, and Cheerful Ronnie. Damned clever move getting the Americans to buy in. Frightful trio. Know absolutely nothing about advertising." She threw back her head and chortled. "You have the misfortune to be the creative director appointed by the Americans. No doubt in an attempt to make some sort of sense out of the chaos, out of the 3 ding-a-dings. Sidney hasn't a creative bone in his body and only thinks about making money. Johnny is a morose and thoroughly nasty fellow who does all his brother's dirty work, and Ronnie, number 3 son, is a delightful chap with plenty of brains and character, but alas, lacks the intestinal fortitude to stick up for himself. He's also rather too fond of the bottle, though that's probably Sidney's fault for making him entertain foreigners. Besides, it's hardly unique in this part of the world, where the right elbow is kept constantly bent and busy. The whole place runs on a wing and a prayer. Sorry, couldn't resist the pun." She paused to snatch a quick breath. "But, my dear boy, just how are you managing in what's commonly known in advertising circles as the 3-wing circus?" Whatever else, Elmer Kelly knew her competition. I tried to grin. "With some difficulty," I replied. Then, building on her circus analogy, added, "Sometimes I sense I'm the clown, but mostly the animal trainer. Attempting to put a Chinese creative team together isn't easy. I can't say I've made much progress, and I've been here over a year." She seemed to appreciate the honesty of my reply, and glanced at her watch. "It's 11:05. The sun is not nearly past the yardarm, and I never drink until sunset anyway. But do you fancy a spot of tiffin, Simon?" Then, without waiting for an answer, she added, "I think you probably need an introduction to Chinese thinking, Oriental linguistics," failing to resist another even worse pun. "Excellent Peranakan restaurant around the corner, quite clean. Spicy, though. Do you tolerate spicy food?" "Yes, but it depends on the amount of chili." I'd skipped breakfast, and the invitation, lunch with the redoubtable Elmer Kelly, was not one to be passed up. I suppose, strictly speaking, she represented the competition, but it seemed there was nothing I could tell her about the 3 wings. And of course I wasn't going to mention the pseudo-research for Big Lather, or the new Asian research model we had recently completed. I happily accepted Elmer's invitation to tiffin. "Thank you. I can't get over the food in Singapore. The variety and quality is astonishing." "Good. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. But mark my words, Simon, there will come a time when you crave sausages, peas, gravy, and mash, and when you do, the Tangled Inn here in Tanglin Road is just the place. Shepherd's pie, English cheeses, even bacon and eggs, run by a grumpy Englishwoman. My countrymen can be unpleasant, and she's one such, almost as big as I am, packed tight with bile, watches her customers from a large peacock tail wicker chair,
Quite bizarre, my dear. Now come along, Simon. She hesitated, as if making a decision. We won't invite Peter. Much too early for him. And besides, he has a fussy appetite. Too much garlic doesn't agree with him. Did you know Sidney Wing buys from him? As do I. She brought her forefinger up to touch the side of her nose, in a decidedly unladylike manner. Say no more. It might only confuse matters, eh? Peter is a loyal soul, but he is Chinese, and we don't know how well he knows the notorious Sidney, or how much he spends on stuff to impress his chronically censorious ancestors, do we? The Chinese rate people in terms of money, not character. That's lesson 1. If this was intended to be confidential, it failed, because her booming voice carried to Peter and anyone else in the building. I was to learn that Elmer Kelly only spoke at full volume in a sort of glottal bark. Once outside, she walked to the edge of the pavement, put 2 fingers in her mouth, and let out a piercing whistle, a sound bullet that cut through the steady din of the Orchard Road traffic and found its mark. She raised her free arm, 2 fingers extended, and, within moments, 2 rickshaws moved towards us. It's only a short ride, she volunteered. Both rickshaw men were scrawny and barefoot, each wearing just a pair of sweat-stained khaki shorts, their ribs showing clearly under their sun-blackened skin. I don't suppose you put on a lot of weight pulling people around the streets. The scrawnier of the 2 gave Elmer an almost toothless grin and indicated his rickshaw, then said something in what I took to be Malay or Singlish, although he spoke too fast for me. He grinned broadly again, showing a mouthful of red gum and a single yellow tooth I'd missed the first time round. "Huh, he wants to double the fare," she laughed, and nodded to her man, then said, "Don't pay your fellow more than 20 cents. He'll make a show of looking disappointed, but it's only around the corner, and if I wasn't quite such a behemoth, we'd walk it in a couple of minutes." Peranakan cuisine has reputedly absorbed influences from all the major cultures in Singapore, Chinese, Malaysian, Indian and Indonesian, and then made up its own mind. Tiffin is an Indian word for a light meal, although Elmer Kelly ordered enough to feed a medium-sized hungry family. There was no menu in evidence. "No point in consulting you, dear boy. You'll just have to trust me. Not the kind of restaurant where they have menus or tablecloths." She rattled off all the dishes she required to the kowtowing proprietor, and when she finished, I asked her to explain what she'd ordered. "Oh, I can't imagine why you would want to know. You'll be gone in a couple of years. You're on a contract, I take it." "Yes, 3 years," I laughed, "if I make it. It's been a bit over a year, and it feels that long already." "Pity. We could use you right now, though it doesn't pay to break a contract. Did you know we're part-owned by an Australian agency?" "No, I had no idea," I said, surprised. "Yes, well, George Patterson Advertising, one of your bigger shows, what? We don't make a big splash about it. Most of my accounts are British, and they might not take too kindly to colonial interference, in particular a brash lot like the Australians. Bill Farnsworth, the chairman, leaves me pretty much to my own devices, but he's proved very useful. I like the Australians, despite your appalling accent. Good chap, Farnsworth. Cultured, too. Patron of your art gallery, and owns an original Gainsborough. Has a definite neurosis about socks." "Socks? You mean foot-type socks?" "Foot-type socks? Yes, socks, the woolen and cotton kind. He insists they must be worn to just below the knee." "You mean when wearing shorts?" No, that's British Army and Navy. Under long trousers. He insists every male employee must wear them in this manner." I glanced momentarily downwards, thinking about the grey cotton ankle-hugging socks I was wearing. But why? And here in this heat? "Gentlemen don't wear short socks," he insists. "So, when he comes out, I purchase 24 pairs of long hose from Lane Hancock for the male staff. Our Chinese employees think I'm completely daft, or that they're some sort of good luck charm. Bill's Chinese name is Big Boss Longsock. Ha!" The first dish arrived, and I asked Elmer what it was called. "Oh, you won't remember the names of the dishes. Much too complex. Takes a lifetime of dedicated eating. Well then, no more shop talk. Shall we relax and enjoy the food?"
It's not just about remembering food names, I insisted. I've tasted a good deal of local food and can probably recall the names of most of the dishes. The agency gave me a delightful and very pretty guide for 2 weeks when I arrived. We went everywhere and ate off bicycle carts, street stalls, tiny hole-in-the-wall family eateries, and on river and harbour sampans. It was marvellous. It's just that I want to remember this particular meal. You're the first person I've met in the local advertising scene who is not in my own agency. Dates, times, places are important to me, especially those associated with particular circumstances and people. I want to be able to recall the conversation and the food we were eating when it took place. You really are a strange boy, Simon. But be warned, I shall test you at the conclusion of the meal. Then she surprised me by saying, You were most fortunate to have the services of the delightful Miss Mercy B. Lord. Lovely gal. I've tried several times to employ her, but she won't leave Beatrice Fong. Can't imagine why, my dear. Her right eyebrow rose above the black horn rim of her owl-eye spectacles. Now there's a particularly nasty piece of work. Execrable old woman. I would have loved to know more about the so-called execrable Beatrice Fong, but realised I'd give the game away if I asked questions. Elmer Kelly was much too smart not to pick up on my feelings for Mercy B. Lord, who'd warned me not to make them public. We started with what Elmer described as savouries, chinchalok, a dip of salt-preserved fresh shrimps, if that doesn't sound like a contradiction, as well as kerapok udang, prawn crackers. This was followed by soup, bakwan kepiting, crab and pork meatballs in a light broth, absolutely delicious. Elma then got down to the serious business of working her way through the main dishes. Curry kepala, fish head curry, sotong sambal asam, squid fried in a spicy paste with tamarind sauce, udang ketak sambal, slipper lobster in spicy paste, beef rendang, beef simmered in fresh coconut milk and spices, and finally, ayam betawi, fried chicken smothered in an Indonesian-style spicy paste. All the mains were accompanied by a large bowl of steaming sticky rice and a constantly replenished pot of green tea. While the portions were not large, they nevertheless amounted to a small banquet. I managed a bite or two of just about everything at Elma's insistence, while she managed to polish off most of the food we'd ordered, which was certainly enough for 4 people. She ate quickly and seemed to barely chew, and I was somewhat surprised when the bakwan kepiting arrived and she simply raised her bowl in both hands, upended it, and chug-a-lugged the broth and the meatballs. It was all over in less than a minute. Ah, splendid! River crab, not farmed, was all she said, before reaching hungrily for the next dish. She may have sensed my amazement at her voracious appetite, because she said, I won't eat on the aeroplane back to Hong Kong tomorrow evening. The food is disgusting. The airlines, the lot of them, should be prosecuted. Better still, lined up and shot, for positively poisoning their passengers. Worst thing is, we have all their accounts. I wasn't quite sure what she meant. Was it that this was her last meal until she arrived back in Hong Kong a day and a half later? It hardly seemed possible, but if so, she was making sure she wouldn't starve in the interim. Thankfully, when we'd hoed through all the food, she summarily dismissed dessert. Mostly glutinous rice or tapioca, much too sweet. They use palm sugar. No, my dear, I shall end with one more small dish that is a decided favourite of mine. Ayam buah keluak, stewed chicken with black nuts, though I don't suppose you will care for it. The nuts are an acquired taste. Buah keluak, I was to learn, is the fruit of the kepayang tree that grows wild in Indonesia and Malaysia. It is roughly the size and shape of a rugby ball, and the nuts are not unlike chestnuts in appearance. They are soaked for days, then pounded into an oily black paste with spices added. Elma seemed to relish this apparent delicacy most. I had a small portion and found the taste peculiar and not at all to my liking, almost gagging on my first and only mouthful. Simon, you'll know you've become a Peranakan, a true Singaporean, when you grow to love this delicacy, she assured me. But you're from Hong Kong, I pointed out. Ah, but I enjoy honorary Peranakan status, she insisted. Lee Kuan Yew offered me the keys to the city when he came to power. We, Cathay Advertising, helped with his political advertising campaign." She suddenly chortled, the shaking of her great breasts and thighs causing the dishes on the table to rattle. "No, thanks, Prime Minister," I told him. "Some other time, perhaps, when Singapore City isn't such an awful dump. I have an image to maintain." "Give me a few years, Elmer," he said. "Shouldn't be surprised if he succeeds. Things are beginning to change already. They had a fire in one of the Malay kampongs last month. Nobody hurt," she laughed. "It is always a great relief to be told where and when an accidental fire is about to occur. With the ash still warm, the foundations for a public high-rise housing project are dug and the cement poured. A strong man, Lee. Doesn't brook too much opposition from the trade unions and communists." Elmer then added, "It was the luckiest day of his political life when those Mecca-mad Muslims in Malaysia kicked him out of the Federation. Terrified Lee and the Chinese would end up running the show." She chuckled. "They probably got that bit right." I was to learn that Elmer had strong opinions, which she expressed using all the riches of the English language. She had a large vocabulary and liked alliteration. Elmer continued talking, and I mostly listened. Some of what she said I had already heard from Ronnie and Mercy B. Lord, but this was, to say the least, an education in a lunch hour. "What do you know about Guanxi?" she'd asked almost before we'd sat down. "You mean the Chinese way of doing business? Squeeze and interfamily relationships. A little from Ronnie Wing and Mercy B. Lord, and what I've observed over the past year. There's a lot to know, and I sometimes feel like a babe in the woods." "Well then, let me try to explain it. In the crudest terms, it's I scratch your back and you scratch mine. But of course it's more complicated than that. If you hope to work in a largely Chinese business community, or with government in a place such as Singapore, you must understand Guanxi, or you won't get very far." "How did the British Colonial Service manage when they were here? Didn't they, the local Chinese, have to toe the line?" Elmer laughed. "My dear Simon, the system is tailor-made for us Brits. Besides, we made the rules. Guanxi is not all that different from our old boys network. Whitehall has been practicing it for generations, though the Chinese version is vastly more complex, and isn't simply dependent on Eton and Harrow, Oxford and Cambridge. Nowhere in the world does the phrase, 'it's all about who you know,' have more relevance than in Asia, and among the Chinese in particular. It's not only who you know, but also how the other person perceives his or her obligations towards you. The more favours you do for someone, the more obligations they have to you, and, of course, vice versa." "I see. So what happens when you're pitching against another agency? I mean, when the client is not happy with, say, my agency's work and asks you to pitch for his business?" "Under the Chinese system of Guanxi, that's simply not possible." I grinned. "So there's no point in pitching for one of your accounts, Miss Kelly?" She smiled. "Not unless you want to waste a lot of time, money, and effort. Pitching is a Western idea, one that's simply incomprehensible to the Chinese." "You mean you've never lost a Chinese account because the client thought your advertising wasn't up to scratch?" "I should jolly well hope not," Elmer said, plainly confounded by such an idea. "Nor for any other reason. We are very careful to work within the client's orbit of influence, that is, as a part of his Guanxi." "But the British or international accounts you hold, surely they become vulnerable once in a while? A new product or marketing manager, a managing director wanting to make his mark, or a client disagreement? I mean, that sort of thing is common enough in our business. Your advertising agency is an easy mark when things go wrong, isn't it?" "Absolutely not. In our case, that's for other reasons. They're not all that different from Guanxi." Elmer Kelly didn't explain further. "I guess I have a fair bit to learn," I admitted. "Simon, in all of Asia, when dealing with, say, a government department, where approval for some action is required, people with the right connections with Guanxi can get around almost any official regulation with comparative impunity. What can be accomplished in a day or two using Guanxi can literally take months without it. Why do you think Samuel Oswald bought into Wing Brothers advertising? Well, that's easy enough to understand. Some of the American clients from our New York office are being encouraged by Lee Kuan Yew's PAP party to see Singapore as a gateway to the Southeast Asian markets for consumer goods, offering all kinds of incentives to set up factories and distribution centres. I was aware that she would know all this, but I didn't want to appear entirely stupid or naive. After your own agency, Wing Brothers is the biggest, and New York wanted someone on the ground to service the advertising needs of their clients. I guess they also bought the Wing Brothers clients as part of the package. Absolute piffle stuff and nonsense. Wing Brothers' assets and profit potential in terms of existing advertising accounts were pretty negligible. Sidney Wing wouldn't be stupid enough to show a profit, other than in the set of books he'd prepared specially for the Americans. What he sold them, at considerable price, and what they bought, remarkably perspicacious of them, by the way, was the Wing Brothers, and in particular Sidney Wing's guanxi. Do you think the Americans would have understood that? I asked doubtfully, thinking of Dansford Drocker and his spam from Uncle Sam mentality. Elmer shrugged. Perhaps you're right, but they've learned a few lessons from the Vietnam War, where guanxi undoubtedly plays a part. Anyway, Sidney Wing's connections are the only thing of real worth they will receive for their investment. I sighed. Like I said, there's a lot to learn. How long will all this take? I've been here over a year, and I still don't understand the culture. She leaned back in her chair. Of course you don't. It takes several lifetimes, I'm afraid. I don't fully understand it, and I don't think anyone in the West does or ever will. Just know with absolute certainty that nothing is what it seems to be or is said to be. Don't look for logical explanations. Guanxi in the big rich Chinese families can go back 10 generations. Often something that doesn't make sense to you and me is repayment for what happened 50 or 100 years ago. I am fortunate. Almost all my clients are British companies, and, in addition, I am careful to hire my local staff, mostly Chinese, within the major invisible guanxi networks, both in government and private business. I'm not sure I understand. Do all Chinese families have these elaborate interconnections based on guanxi? How do the poor ever get a start? Elmer Kelly smiled ruefully. With the Chinese, it's always family. They don't believe in giving strangers, particularly poor strangers, a helping hand. Hiring a poor artist would be counterproductive. The poor are expected to drag themselves up by their bootstraps. That is, if they own a pair of boots in the first instance. Regrettably, I've learned only to hire the children of the powerful families. But what if a talented artist or copywriter comes from a poor family? Too bad. He or she doesn't get the job. Talent without connections will always be passed over for perhaps a very mediocre artist from a big guanxi family or association. He, or occasionally she, will prove infinitely more useful and profitable in the long run. What about Miss Mercy B. Lord? You wanted to hire her. I don't suppose she has much guanxi. Yes, strange that. But she seems to have been included in Beatrice Fong's vast circle of influence. Never could understand how that might have come about. Very unusual. What? Her being included? Yes. Mark my words. There is something very peculiar going on with her. That old shrew has never been known to make a charitable gesture in her miserable life. Furthermore, that delightful young gal has, by Chinese notions, very bad mixed blood. Mother raped by a Japanese soldier. And she's a child of the Church of Rome. Again, I couldn't let on I knew about the circumstances of Mercy B. Lord's birth. There was also nothing I dared say about her association with Beatrice Fong, either. Instead, I shook my head. It doesn't seem fair. I mean, to the poor. Fair isn't a word the Chinese recognize, Simon. Christ. No wonder I'm having such a bad time trying to put together a pool of talent. I tried to run several small ads in Chinese newspapers and magazines, calling for applications for positions as artists and writers. But Johnny Wing flatly refused to place them. Sidney called me into his office and wanted to know why I was wasting the agency's money. Elmer smiled. Well, now you know why. Sidney Wing has a very big circle. His Guanxi goes back 4 generations to China. He's also very rich, and in Chinese terms that means powerful. You are going to have to find another way, my boy. I'll help you if I can. Just tell me what you want. Hong Kong may be a better place to look. It was a hugely generous offer. I was later to learn, though not from Elmer, that she had been a prisoner of war when the Japanese occupied Hong Kong, having refused to be evacuated with the British and other European women. She'd pointed out that she had a degree in science and volunteered to be the expert in case of a gas attack by the Japanese. She'd ended up being interned along with all the expatriate business elite, the local heads of the great trading houses, banks, and government institutions. Elmer, it seems, was a large and formidable person even then. Someone who didn't take crap from anyone, including the Japanese guards, mostly Koreans and Taiwanese, whom she managed to intimidate, remonstrating in no uncertain terms when they acted harshly towards her fellow prisoners, both male and female. Elmer showed no fear of them, and thought nothing of marching in to see the Japanese commandant, to lodge a complaint against a cruel or unjust guard. In order not to lose face in front of this formidable woman, and because he also despised the Koreans and Taiwanese, he usually took note of her demands. Elmer was not the only virago amongst the prisoners. She was partnered in the cantankerous stakes by another formidable woman, who went back to Australia, where she is known simply as Andrea and is a well-known radio personality. They saved many prisoners from severe beatings, and, some claimed, more than one life in the process. By the end of the war, Elmer was a heroine among the British prisoners, and upon assuming their former important positions, they called her to a meeting. "Elmer, we owe you. What is it we can do for you?" they asked. Elmer, who prior to the war worked for a fairly small and rickety advertising concern, very cleverly nominated advertising as her future career. The governor of Hong Kong, Sir Mark Aitchison Young, himself a prisoner under the Japanese, was present at the meeting and is claimed to have made her a proposition. "Elmer, we shall give you a test. We have no telephone directory, and it's pure hell trying to contact anyone in Hong Kong. Do you think you can make us a new directory in 3 months?" Elmer had no idea what might be involved, or even how to go about the task, but she replied, "Certainly. Will the post office cover my expenses?" "Of course, my dear." "Then they shall be my first account," she announced. The governor is said to have turned to the business nabobs, now restored to their former positions, and said, "Gentlemen, with success must come reward. Will you pledge your future advertising to Elmer, should she be successful with the new telephone directory?" There was all-round agreement, and Elmer set to work. The telephone directory was duly delivered with a week to spare, and in one stroke, Elmer gained, virtually in perpetuity, all the important British accounts, wherever they operated in Southeast Asia. She had effortlessly created Cathay Advertising, the biggest regional Asian advertising network, without ever having to pitch for a single piece of business. In every meaning of the word, she had achieved her own Guanxi, or the British version anyway, to which she'd sensibly added the Chinese equivalent when she employed the sons and daughters of the rich local Chinese, who were important in both government and business. It was well known, in Hong Kong in particular, though also in Singapore, Thailand, and the other Asian countries with British industries, that pitching for an account held by Cathay Advertising was, as she'd warned me, a waste of time and money. We parted after I attempted to pay, and Elmer wouldn't hear of it. "Oh, Simon, a timely warning. If a Chinese invites you to lunch or anywhere else that involves payment, never, under any circumstances, offer to pay. He will lose enormous face because, in effect, you're suggesting he can't afford to treat you." "Miss Kelly, thank you. I can't say how much I enjoyed our lunch, and I am honoured to have met you." Elmer Kelly smiled her acknowledgement, then paused momentarily before asking, "Simon, you said you could remember the name of every dish. So, let me hear it, my boy." I knew it was some sort of important test, one that was somehow going to affect the future. Chairman Meow's advice to us as children had always been that boasting begins where wisdom ends, and I'd always been cautious about claiming to do more than I could. Fortunately, I have a mind not only for times and dates, but also for details. Right, we started with chinchalok, then kerapok udang, prawn crackers, then the soup, bakwan kepiting. I recited the names of all the dishes that followed, ending with ayam buah keluak, the strange-tasting fermented fruit of the wild kepayang tree. Good boy, Simon. I thought I was going to have to call your bluff. How interested are you in Chinese antiquities? I explained my fascination with furniture and antiques, and how I didn't want the responsibility of owning pieces as a serious collector, but still wanted to learn about the subject. It's the who, what, why, and where, the details that fascinate me. One day perhaps I'll own a few choice pieces, but only if their stories are unique. Chinese antiquities appear to be much more complex in their personal significance than do European ones. I think I could well become very interested. Well, you're not exactly as simple, Simon, are you? Elmer Kelly observed. It was a nice compliment. Thank you, Miss Kelly, I said for a second time. I sincerely hope we meet again soon. I didn't want to gush, but I had truly enjoyed her company. She appeared to be thinking. Look here, lad. I come to my Singapore agency from Hong Kong every first Friday of the month and stay until the Saturday evening flight back to Hong Kong. If this arrangement suits you, I will see you at the Kwan Gallery on the first Saturday every month at 12 o'clock sharp. Now don't be late. We'll enjoy a bite together and catch up. She looked me in the eye. You're a greenhorn and have lots to learn, Simon. Singapore can be a dangerous place for amateurs. Whereupon she whistled up a passing taxi and worked her huge body into the back seat, to arrive finally with a thud that rocked the small yellow and white ambassador cab so that its springs squeaked in protest. Crimson-faced from the effort, she leaned out the window. When next we meet, you may call me Elmer, and it will be your turn to pay for tiffin. Then, quite unexpectedly, she boomed, Oh, and congratulations on your work with the Texas Tiger campaign. Regrettably, it's first rate. I should know. We have the shell account. Then, turning to the driver, she commanded, Onwards, my good man. The small engine revved furiously. Then, with a groan of protest, the taxi pulled slowly away from the curb. I watched as it turned into the busy Orchard Road traffic. I could have hugged myself. Apart from Mercy B. Lord, Miss Elmer Kelly was the first piece of real luck that had happened since my coming to Singapore. I had someone on my side to show me how to take on the two older Wing brothers. This enormous, charismatic, switched-on, extremely kind, larger-than-life woman was offering me her knowledge, experience, and good mind, as well as her very broad shoulders to lean on. I checked the time as the taxi pulled away. It was precisely 5 minutes past 1 on Armistice Day, that is, the 11th of November, 1967. I did the mathematics in my head. 5 minutes past 1, that's 65 minutes past noon. 6 plus 5 equals 11. That's 2 people meeting, Miss Elmer Kelly and me. Furthermore, we'd met at the 11th minute of the 11th hour when she'd stood me to attention. My obsession with the times and dates when important things happened in my life was working. I grinned to myself. And I had the temerity to think the Chinese were wacko. Chapter 8. Despite the fact that I still lacked a creative department with the necessary skills to compete successfully, we'd achieved a fair bit. I was essentially an art director, and although I liked words, my skills were primarily visual. I had never thought of myself as a copywriter, but this was Asia, and you simply pitched in where necessary, whether the job involved words or pictures. We now had half a dozen big American international accounts, as well as Texas Tiger, and I was buzzing around like a blue-ass fly, barely able to cope. I'd managed to hire a young Chinese calligrapher who showed some promise as a copywriter. He was brought in to replace Ziji Ha, the ancient calligrapher who had worked with the Wing brothers since the inception of their agency, and had long since lost any zest for the business of selling, if in fact he'd possessed any in the first place. already in his 80s, he spent most of the day with his head on his arms, asleep at his desk. He was finally permitted to retire after over 40 years' service, and while Sydney was vehement he received no pension, Dansford got New York to approve a pathetically small sum of money that allowed him to buy the rented house in an outlying kampong where he lived with his daughter and grandchildren. The new copywriter, William Wong, was a university graduate recommended by the newly appointed Professor Kwan, his appointment having nothing whatsoever to do with our research program. He came from a good family, Guanxi, and surprisingly spoke Hokkien and Cantonese, as well as Malay, Singlish, and of course English. He also produced beautiful Chinese characters. He was a cheeky, fast-talking, gum-chewing 22-year-old hepcat, with all the latest stateside, his word, jargon, who loved chocolate, wore his hair as long as he could, and was desperately trying to grow Elvis sideburns on his perfectly smooth face. He was also wonderfully enthusiastic and surprisingly ingenuous for someone who had taken his bachelor's degree in sociology. Nevertheless, he believed himself to be switched on and with it man, which kept the usually timid production staff amused. We dubbed him Willy Wonka, after the character in the children's book Charlie and the Chocolate Factory by Roald Dahl, which had recently come out in Singapore, a sobriquet he loved and even used when answering the phone. If you called him Willy or Willy Wong, he'd pull you up. "It's Willy Wonka, please. Every male has a Willy, and there are more Wongs in China than there are Wrights in England." It was a favourite joke. He proved to be a good sounding board, and his translations were a lot closer to what I was trying to say than those of nodding, smiling, toothless old Ziji Ha, who, I felt sure, hadn't the foggiest notion what I was talking about, despite my rapidly improving Cantonese. With Mercy B. Lord's coaching, I was almost completely fluent in street-level Cantonese, spoke Singlish passably well, and had a few useful words of Malay. There may well be some truth to the old adage that the best way to learn a new language is in bed with a beautiful woman. It was certainly true of my experience with Mercy B. Lord, who had a touch of Chairman Meow about her. She wouldn't go to bed with me unless I had mastered 20 new words in any of the local languages she'd chosen, and was able to use them in a sensible sentence. I can guarantee that the old carrot and stick works. I carried either a Malay, Cantonese, or Singlish dictionary around with me every day, allocating 2 days for each, and grabbed a new word whenever I had a chance, mostly in taxis, where I could practice with the driver. Maybe it isn't a very romantic notion, but I can assure you it proved highly effective. Eventually, I could make love in a mixture of 4 languages, sometimes mid-thrust, reducing Mercy B. Lord to tears of laughter. And then Sydney Wing brought us our first Japanese account, gained on a golf course while playing with Hercules Sun, the Singapore agent for Citizen Watches. Sun informed Sydney that the Japanese wanted to use television to sell their product, and despite the fact that no advertising agency in Singapore or Hong Kong had ever filmed, cut or edited a local television commercial, Sydney readily agreed. Hercules Sun demanded a price and a deadline for a 60-second commercial on the spot. And Sydney, undaunted by his total ignorance of the costs involved, simply quoted the first figure that came into his head, and the first date, working on the principle that you first secured the client, and then worked out a way to keep him. Back at the agency, he was ebullient. He called me to his office, indicating the chrome and yellow leather chair. "Well, Mr. Big Shot Creative Director, I have a job for you," he announced. As I'd never had a layout accepted for any of Sydney's Chinese accounts, I'd long since given up trying to impress him. "Sydney, we're pretty busy at the moment. I'm not sure I have the time to do another unsuccessful layout for one of your Chinese accounts." "Not Chinese, Simon," he said, beaming. "Oh? Japanese." "You're kidding. Japanese? Who? What?" "Citizen Watches," he replied, grinning like a Cheshire cat. "Jesus, how? That's big time. And without a pitch." "Of course," he replied smugly. "There's more. I've agreed to make them a TV commercial." "And you want a script for the station announcer to read?" "No.
Hercules' son wants a proper commercial, like the American ones. 60 seconds.
What? I began to laugh. You're joking, of course.
No. Budget and deadline all settled.
My heart sank. Sydney, nobody's made a TV commercial in Singapore. How can you agree to a budget or deadline? That's ridiculous. Sydney shrugged.
It was necessary.
He fixed me with a stern look.
If you don't deliver, I'll have to assume that you are deliberately undermining my authority.
Oh? Tell me the budget, I replied, feeling the first small hint of pique.
$2,000.
That's US dollars, of course.
No, local. Singapore dollars.
Sydney, that's bloody ridiculous. I couldn't hire a 35mm movie camera and operator for that. That is, if there was one for hire in the first place. Sydney let rip with one of his St. Vitus giggles.
Your problem, Simon. I've given my word.
And I'm stuck with it. I could feel myself growing angry. Another giggle.
You've got 2 weeks.
Sorry, Sydney, I can't do it. Not for the money. Even if it was sufficient, and it's at least 10 or 15 grand short of the barest minimum, I couldn't meet the deadline. You'll have to go with a live spot by the station announcer.
Johnny has already bought the time. 16 60-second spots on STV, starting 2 weeks from today.
In that case, you'll have to tell him to cancel it.
No!
He thumped the desk with his fist.
You will do as I say.
Please don't do that, mate. I'm not one of your kowtowing lackeys. I was getting pretty pissed off, but was still in control, just. Sydney, you can't get blood out of a stone. It's too little money. It's too little time. We have no camera, no production facilities. It takes a week just to process film in Hong Kong. I know because I looked into it for Texas Tiger, but the logistics and lack of facilities made it impossible. $2,000 in Singapore dollars probably won't even buy a late afternoon station presenter to flog the watch on camera. Sydney banged his fist on the desk again.
No! No live on camera! A regular TV commercial, like Pepsi-Cola from America.
Sydney, that's absurd. An American commercial would cost at least 40,000 Singapore dollars.
You fuck up on this, and we get no more Japanese accounts. I assure you, Hercules soon will see to that. And you may be sure I will let New York know who is responsible.
I sighed, my patience running out. Sydney, there's nothing to fuck up. We can't do it.
Simon! You listen to me. I'm not going back to Hercules soon.
Why? You'll lose face, is that it? It was the wrong thing to say. He completely lost control and spat.
Don't you fuck with me, Simon! You sabotage me on this, and I'll terminate your contract!
All the frustrations of the past months came flooding in. Sydney Wing threatening me was the last straw. I laughed sardonically. Ha! You'll terminate my contract. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll personally roll it up and shove it up your scrawny ass. Shaking with anger, I rose to leave. Sydney jumped from his swivel chair, gripping the edge of his desk, his knuckles white. His entire body was consumed by rage as he roared.
Do as I say, Simon Koo! Or I promise in the name of my ancestors that you'll never see your girlfriend again.
A voice inside me said, That's enough, Simon. Stop. Stop right now. But I couldn't restrain myself. Screw you, Sydney! Furious beyond belief, I walked to the door. I had almost reached it when he barked, Stop! I turned, still shaking.
Get on with it! No more money! No more time!
For years afterwards, I told myself that was the moment when I should have packed my bags and left. But Sydney Wing had pressed exactly the right button. Mercy be Lord meant too much to me. I wasn't game enough to take him on, to call his bluff. Piss weak, I suppose. She still disappeared every Thursday without explanation, and my frequent attempts to get her to come clean always ended in tears. The last time, she'd begged me tearfully, Please, Simon, no more questions or you'll lose me. Now I knew that the bastard was onto us. Silly of me to think he wasn't. And that he had some sort of power over her. Enough to make good his threat to take her away from me. Sidney Wing was a bully, but not the type to lose his temper easily. He was imperious, secretive, and sly by nature. More the slow drip of acid type than the fire and brimstone type. The stab in the back rather than the punch in the face. He believed in keeping everyone disconcerted while he remained cool, aloof, and superior. For instance, he used a lack of even the smallest courtesies to discomfort people. He never returned the morning greeting of a member of his staff and treated them all like dirt. He expected them to kowtow, and of course, to a man and a woman they did, fearing for their jobs. His entire life had been conducted in this imperious manner until he sold to the Guelo, the Americans. Then Dansford and I, the drunk and the half-caste, both street dirt in his estimation, were appointed, and he deeply resented our familiarity and easy-going egalitarian attitudes. On more than one occasion he'd instructed us, via Ronnie, to demand more respect, and Ronnie had duly explained that treating staff as equals was not the Chinese way. For our part, we'd been careful not to invade his turf, to leave him with his Chinese clients and his squeeze, and get on with the American part of the business. Initially, I'd tried to improve the look of his Chinese clients' advertising, until Dansford pointed out that hell would have to freeze over before one of my new and improved layouts would be accepted or even shown to Sydney's clients. We'd also noted that his spontaneous St. Vitus giggle occurred most often in our presence, and while he appeared not to notice it, I was convinced he realized it was a nervous affliction beyond his control. Now I'd had the temerity to challenge his hitherto unchallenged authority. He'd secured our first Japanese account. So what if the deal had been made Chinese style on the golf course, at the club or over the banquet table? In this case, with an almost impossible promise. He'd nevertheless triumphed. His aim was to show us that he was an effective force in getting new business. I had now been given the task of cleaning up the mess. This was, after all, how he always conducted his life. Sydney must have known that terminating my contract was an idle threat. He'd have to go through New York, and Dansford would certainly intervene. Besides, he'd been generous enough to let New York know that both Big Lather, a great success in the test market and about to be launched throughout Asia, as well as Texas Tiger, which had more than recovered the company's lost Asian market share, were both essentially my initiatives. And New York knew Colgate-Palmolive, which stood to make tens of millions of dollars in a vast new market with Big Lather, would no doubt have demanded an explanation if their Mr. Lather disappeared. Not that I would have been unduly concerned about being dismissed. Elmer Kelly had begged me to join Cathay once my contract was up. Moreover, I had another project tucked into my back pocket. While Professor Kwan and the School of Business had a good working research model ready to go, they hadn't sold it yet, and it was time to do something about that. I was fed up to the back teeth with the three-wing circus, and would have been glad of an opportunity to pack it in. It was only pride and my signature on a contract that held me. But when I'd calmed down sufficiently, I realized that Sydney's threat to remove Mercy B. Lord from my life, spoken in the sacred name of his ancestors, was real and not bombast. I was suddenly very scared. And not just for me, but for Mercy B. Lord, who had nobody to protect her. No Guanxi. I knew instinctively that Sydney would regret losing his temper and threatening me, if only because it would put me on the alert and turn dislike into loathing. Secret knowledge is power, and he'd blown it in a fit of temper. He'd used too big a stick to beat me over the head. It had been unnecessary. In the end, something would have been worked out. If it wasn't, and Hercules' son was adamant, it wouldn't be the end of the world. New York would recognize that I'd acted professionally. What had started as a storm in a teacup was now a force 10 gale. I left his office and stormed downstairs to the production department and into my office, but it was no sanctuary. The top half of the walls were glass and there was no door. I decided I had to get out, go home. The threat to remove Mercy B. Lord from my life was really worrying me. I needed to be alone to think. Colgate was bringing out a new toothpaste that claimed to harden tooth enamel, and I needed to signify the American copy so that it could be translated into Mandarin. I threw the notes into my leather folder, telling myself I'd work at home, but knowing I'd probably be too upset to do so. There was a sharp rap on the glass, and I looked up to see Willy Wonka standing at my door and tapping the face of his watch with his forefinger. "You ready, Simon?" he asked. "Not now, mate, please." Willy Wonka looked surprised. "But we're going to lunch, remember?" "Not today, mate, I can't." "But it's all arranged, Simon," he said, clearly disappointed. Willy Wonka's disappointed face was something to see. The Chinese are pretty good at hiding their emotions, but he was an exception, wearing them like they were sergeant's stripes on his sleeve. "My Aunt Daisy's restaurant. True Blue, remember? She's cooked specially. Udang gala goreng sambal, lobster fried in spicy paste. I told her I was bringing my boss. She went to the markets early this morning to get fresh lobster." Now I remembered. Willy Wonka had mentioned the name of the restaurant in passing, and at the time I'd asked, surprised, "True Blue? An Australian restaurant?" "No," he'd replied. "Auntie Daisy is a Christian, and she named it after St. Francis of Assisi." When I looked blank, he explained that followers of St. Francis wore blue, and that Auntie Daisy, who wasn't his real auntie, had been the Wong family cook when he was growing up. After 20 years in their service, his family had rewarded her with the means to open her own Peranakan restaurant. He'd subsequently invited me to lunch, and today was the day. "I'm not good company today, mate," I warned. "Think lobster, boss. Her spicy sauce is the best." Unable to find a cab, we took separate rickshaws. A good thing, because it allowed me time to calm down. I paid the rickshaw man double, because in the stinking heat of midsummer, it was a fair distance to the restaurant in an old shop house in the Peranakan enclave of Katong. There was no air conditioning, and despite the efforts of an ailing ceiling fan in the centre of the room directly above our table, it was stinking hot. The small room had 6 tables, all of them occupied, which I took to be a testimony to Auntie Daisy's modest prices and good cooking. Willy Wonka ordered 2 tiger beers from the solitary waiter, an elderly Malay in slippers who snuffled as he shuffled. His cheeks were covered in white stubble, and he'd obviously lost most of his teeth because his chin almost touched the end of his nose. "Make sure they're cold," I said in my limited Malay. If he heard me, he made no sign other than a sniff. "Table fridge," Willy Wonka said. I was impressed. It was very rare for a restaurant that catered for locals to be able to afford a fridge. That was also the reason you knew the food was always fresh. No proprietor who hoped to stay open for long could afford to serve pork, fish, or any food that might go off in the appalling heat unless it was very fresh. But the downside was that beer was invariably served warm, or if you occasionally got lucky and were early to lunch, a few bottles would have been left in the ice that had accompanied the fish from market. A table fridge? That's pretty posh. Willy Wonka laughed. "No, it's one of my dad's inventions. We've got a big box freezer at home in the garage, and my dad loves Auntie Daisy's cooking and drops in for lunch twice a week. But he doesn't like warm beer, so he invented the table fridge. He makes one the night before he comes, and Auntie Daisy sends a kitchen hand up to get it from our place an hour before he comes for lunch. He made one last night, specially for us today." I felt ashamed. I'd been churlish and self-indulgent, and very nearly cancelled lunch. It was obvious Willy Wonka had gone to a lot of trouble in anticipation. Old Shuffle and Snuffle arrived shortly afterwards, carrying a deep aluminium roasting dish with a handle at each end, the shoulders and spouts of 2 bottles of tiger beer protruding above the rim. "Ha, the table fridge. Check this out, buddy," Willy Wonka exclaimed. We watched as the old bloke placed the dish at the centre of the table, and I saw that it contained a solid block of ice, the bottles resting in 2 holes in the ice block, so they could easily be lifted out. In addition, 2 more holes in the ice contained 2 frosted beer glasses. Neat, hey? Very damn clever, and like all good ideas, dead bloody simple, I noted. The old waiter shuffled in again with 2 more beers, which he placed in the holes vacated by the glasses. Then, when we finished the original bottles, 2 more arrived. In this manner, you could theoretically drink cold beer all afternoon, or for as long as it took for the ice to melt. Willy Wonka wasn't the silent type, and I was grateful for the fact that he could talk the hind leg off a donkey, and proceeded to do so as Auntie Daisy plied us with savouries that would have sent Elmer Kelly into raptures. But apart from making the effort to congratulate Auntie Daisy after each of these, I contributed little more than a series of grunts to the tirade about Lee Kuan Yew's latest ruling on long hair and hippies who smoked funny cigarettes. A taxi driver had been made an example of and jailed for 30 days for throwing a cigarette butt on the pavement, and this also produced an indignant tirade. But finally, my garrulous Chinese copywriter and host could bear it no longer. "What's wrong, Simon?" he asked. "Huh? Oh, nothing. Bad day. Got a bee in my bonnet, that's all." "Bullshit." "Oh, just a bit of a contretemps with the chairman." "Simon, it's more serious than that, isn't it? In production, they say you are the only one not afraid of Sidney Wing, and that he doesn't like it. He wants people to be afraid of him. You've had a row, haven't you?" Of course, I couldn't tell him about the threat to Mercy B. Lord. "Mate, he's brought in a new account, Citizen Watches. Wants us to make a TV commercial. Trouble is..." "Yeah? Shit, hey?" Willy Wonka exclaimed, clearly excited. My reason for the row with Sidney Wing quite forgotten at the prospect of a TV commercial. "Have you ever made one? I mean, a TV commercial?" "Yeah, a few back home, mostly for cigarettes." I grinned. "All real deep and meaningful groundbreaking stuff," I said, sending myself up. But the irony was lost on him. "Would you like an example? A blow-by-blow?" I offered. I wasn't anxious to talk about the row with Sidney Wing, and I hoped this would act as a diversion. Willy Wonka nodded vigorously. "Yeah, man. You can do all that stuff?" I began hamming up a typical Will's TV spot, one I'd worked on for Escort Filter Tipped. "Location, clifftop, late afternoon," I began. "Music over, then under. Open on long shot. Male smoker meets pretty female smoker. Sound effects. Gulls overhead, crash of waves. Cut to 2-shot medium close-up." I paused to explain. That means both of them from the waist up. He offers her an Escort Filter Tipped. Cut to close-up of pack and girl's hand. I grinned. She withdraws a fag. Cut back to medium close-up as he lights her cigarette using expensive lighter. Voiceover. "The flavour is filtered to bring you the smooth Virginia tobacco taste." Cut to close-up of her face. She inhales, looks up, exhales. "Will you be my escort?" she asks, small grin. Cut to 2-shot. He exhales, smiles down at her. Cut to long shot. They walk arm in arm towards the edge of the cliff. Dissolve to silhouette of couple standing on edge of cliff. Brilliant sunset background. Sound effects. Gull calls, waves crashing on the shore below. Voiceover. "Enjoy the true smoking satisfaction of new Escort Filter Tipped." Dissolve to close-up of pack against sunset with slogan, "Smooth Virginia tobacco taste." Willy Wonka looked deeply impressed, although he probably didn't understand it all. "Wow! Shit, hey, Simon? You did that?" he exclaimed. "We could do that again, man." He thought for a moment. "Only this time he gives her a citizen watch." "Will you be a citizen?" he asks. Willy Wonka looked pleased with himself. Then, misty-eyed, he went on, "Enjoy the timeless gift of beautiful time. Citizen watches." I realized that my irony had been completely wasted. Mate, those cigarette commercials were absolute unadulterated crap. Willy Wonka looked at me uneasily, not quite believing he'd heard me correctly. "Yeah?" "Yeah, no expense spared total shit." "But we are going to make one, aren't we? The first TV commercial in Singapore?" he asked anxiously. "Mate, the budget Sydney's agreed to wouldn't hire a cameraman for a day. That's if we could even find one in Singapore with a 35mm movie camera, or a studio to build a set, let alone lights, crew, makeup, talent, wardrobe." I shrugged. "And we couldn't make it in time anyway. It takes a week just to process the film at the lab in Hong Kong.
But in your cigarette commercial, you did it all outside. Couldn't we do the same?
Willy Wonka said hopefully, neatly inserting himself into any production crew he thought might eventuate. What, do it on location? No, mate, take my word for it, that's even more expensive. Not a chance.
So, what are you going to do?
Dunno. Sydney's demanded that I make it. That's what the row was all about. He doesn't want to go back to Hercules Sun, the citizen agent, and tell him he got it all wrong, that he was talking through his ass.
Did you say Hercules Sun? My dad says he's triads. A nasty piece of work.
Yeah? All the more reason, I suppose, why Sydney isn't willing to eat crow.
Crow not good to eat, huh? What's it mean?
Humiliate himself, lose face.
I know a guy with a camera, Simon.
What, Kodak home movies?
No, a big one.
But 35mm?
I think so.
Probably 16mm. Some keen amateurs have them.
No, I don't think so. He's not an amateur. Sometimes he does stuff for the BBC, when something big happens here.
Auntie Daisy arrived at that moment with the lobster in spicy sauce. There was much ado about the dish, and the usual congratulations for the beaming ex-family cook, who looked to be in her 60s. Then a question from me, followed by her explanation about how the spicy sauce was prepared. Auntie Daisy left with an instruction to us to eat the lobster while it was hot, because the sauce lost some of its flavour when it congealed. We opened the second 2 bottles of beer from the ice-block table fridge and got stuck in. As a cook, Auntie Daisy was every bit as good as she was cracked up to be. I made up my mind to bring Elmer to True Blue, but I'd wait until the heat wasn't so severe. And then, halfway through the lobster, an idea hit me. The block of ice. Trying to conceal my excitement, I turned to Willy Wonka and inquired, "This cameraman, how well do you know him?"
He took the pictures for my sister's wedding.
Movie?
No, colour photographs. They were damn good.
My heart sank. He's a wedding photographer?
Yeah, he has a studio.
I thought you said he worked for the BBC.
Yeah, but only on the side. He does weddings to make a living.
Do you know him well?
Well, yeah, I suppose, sort of. He does all the big weddings.
It wasn't sounding good. What's his name?
Harry Three Thumbs Poon.
You're kidding. How'd he get the name? Is he clumsy?
No, he was born with 3 thumbs. He has 2 on his left hand.
And he has a big movie camera?
Yeah, that's right.
When can we meet him?
I'll have to call home and get his number from my mum.
Can you do that now?
Now? This moment?
Yes, I think I've got a great idea.
For a TV commercial?
Yes, of course.
Can I help?
You already have, Willy Wonka. More than you can ever possibly know.
Don't eat my lobster while I'm gone,
he laughed, rising from the table. Tell him we don't have a lot of money.
We'll have to buy him a big lunch, Simon.
Naturally. Tell him swallow's nest soup and swatao tea. Willy Wonka laughed again.
He's a married man, Simon.
Swatao tea was a very expensive brew served in a tiny cup to the guest of honour at the conclusion of a banquet. No Chinese business deal takes place without its attendant banquet, and feasting is the very first move in a business deal. Eat first, do business later is the Chinese mercantile mantra. That way you get to eat even if the deal isn't closed. It could be a simple lunch at the bottom rung of the business ladder, or a veritable banquet at the top. Budget permitting, or if the deal was sufficiently important, the elaborate meal would be followed up with the complimentary services of a lady of the night, not at a girly bar, but a private assignation in one's hotel room, where she would be waiting wearing little more than a set of false eyelashes, tiny spangled G-string, and possibly thigh-high boots. Ronnie had explained to me that Sydney favoured using the services of a woman who called herself Sabina Fong, and who boasted having had one of the very first breast implants in Singapore. Her grapefruit-sized, unyielding mammaries were thought to be beyond the wildest dreams of the clients Ronnie was attempting to impress. The tiny cup of swatao tea at the conclusion of a banquet was intended to equip the drinker with a hard-on that couldn't be discouraged with a stout stick. Needless to say, the luncheon we invited Harry Three Thumbs Poon to share with us as a prelude to engaging him and his camera didn't run to such Elysian heights. He'd never attempted to film a commercial with his early 35mm camera, having hitherto only used it to point at riot mobs, police brutality, dockside fires and the like. He'd never filmed anything in close-up and couldn't guarantee sharp focus. He knew nothing about lighting, but I guessed I could manage that. But he was enthusiastic and cheap as chips, and besides, he was all there was. The idea was so simple it was scary. Simple-sounding ideas have a nasty habit of turning out to be very complicated. I planned to freeze the watch in a block of ice overnight. Then, with the camera locked, chip open the block with a hammer and cold chisel, remove the watch to show that it was still working, then dump it into a glass saucepan of boiling water, and remove it to show it was still keeping perfect time. All of this in 60 seconds without any cutaways, just one continuous shot. The whole demonstration taking place in front of the viewer's eyes. The Citizen watch was aptly named Hero, so the voiceover would simply state, "No extremes of temperature can possibly stop the Citizen Hero. It's never too cold, never too hot for a Citizen watch." Willy Wonka offered the use of his dad's garage freezer, and we shot the entire commercial in the kitchen of his home. Harry Three Thumbs Poon on camera, Willy Wonka chipping the block of ice and removing the watch, holding it close to the camera to show the sweep of the second hand, then dumping it into the steaming glass saucepan of boiling water and removing it exactly 15 seconds later. Sounds simple, but it wasn't. It was all timed to the split second. I did the lighting and whatever direction was involved. Finally, we used Dansford's mellifluous American tones for the voiceover. Sometimes the gods smile benignly. We had no idea whether the watches would actually survive the extremes of temperature, whether the ice blocks would be sufficiently clear to reveal the sweep of the second hand through the ice, and whether the glass saucepan and boiling water would be similarly translucent. We'd encased 3 Hero watches in ice blocks, and all came out of the freezer almost as clear as glass. The first one didn't chip open quickly enough, but the second did. The watch under the ice could clearly be seen to be working, and it kept working while it was bubbling in the glass saucepan. We made it on budget and on deadline, including the film processing and sound mixing at the Saw Brothers facilities in Hong Kong, which cost a little more than half the budget. The commercial was a huge success, and the entire Singapore stock of Citizen watches sold out in a week. The same happened in Hong Kong. I did a full-page newspaper ad in the Straits Times. The top third, a photograph of the Citizen Hero embedded in the ice block. The middle third with it boiling in the glass saucepan. And the bottom third, mostly white space, with the words, "We can do the same for you. Samuel Oswald Wing Advertising, Singapore." The agency's phone rang hot for days, and we were flooded with potential new clients wanting TV commercials made by the agency with the proven sales record. On a hunch that this was the start of something very big, I offered to buy a 75% share of Harry Three Thumbs Poon's wedding photography business, which he happily accepted. We then registered the name Three Thumbs Films, and I offered Willy Wonka a 24% share, on the proviso that he go to Australia or the US to be trained in film. I persuaded the board of Samuel Oswald Brickman to let him join the TV production department for a year's training. I told Dansford that I'd pay for his airfare and board, but he'd insisted the agency pay and contacted New York, explaining that it was in the interests of the fledgling local TV commercial facility. They agreed, and much to Sydney Wing's chagrin, we were required to meet his costs. His family happily supported the plan, having never seen the value in a sociology degree. They were relieved to think that the exaggerated sense of social justice that had motivated Willy Wonka originally was finally out of his system. This left me with 51%. In other words, a controlling interest, something the importance of which Chairman Meow had hammered into us as teenagers.
In business, sooner or later there is disharmony. Always own the final vote. Even if it is only 1% more shares than all the rest put together, it is still enough.
The Citizen Hero TV commercial won the first Asian Advertising Award for television, and a Clio in America as the world's best commercial in the watch and jewellery category. Needless to say, Sidney Wing flew to America to collect the award at the spectacular Black Tie Awards night in New York, accompanied by the President and Senior Vice Presidents from the New York office. Jonas Bold had been among them, and phoned a day later to say that you couldn't have wiped the smile off Sidney Wing's face with a blunt axe, and that our beloved chairman had modestly claimed he'd done everything himself, from having the idea, through production on a shoestring budget, to the final product. Furthermore, the only time my name was mentioned was when Wing stated that I had been violently opposed to making the ad in the first place. Having passed the halfway mark of my contract, I didn't give a continental. Locally, my contribution was well known, and I admit the commercial and the awards it won didn't do my reputation any harm. Sidney Wing, of course, never thanked me for saving his ass, or for anything else for that matter. When I met Hercules Sun, his first words to me were, "So, you're the guy who told Sidney Wing my television commercial couldn't be done, eh? Damn good thing he didn't listen to you, Mr. Koo. I'm not sure I want you working on my advertising account." I kept quiet, my silence being the price I happily paid for keeping Mercy B. Lord safe. I comforted myself that revenge is a dish best served cold, and that I could wait, although until when and for what I had no idea. It was one of my father's sayings, although I never witnessed him putting it into action. The only hitch in all these carefully laid plans concerned poor Willy Wonka. Flushed with the success of his newly minted film career, and with a giant-killing first TV commercial under his belt, he declared himself crazy about film. He was waiting for a special temporary working visa to be arranged for him by my former chairman, Charles Brickman, when he received a conscription notice to join the fledgling Singapore Army. One of the most unlikely soldiers Singapore's armed forces were ever likely to encounter was dragged, kicking and screaming, from the agency into the arms of the unsuspecting military. No doubt they hoped to make a man of him. All I knew was that I'd lost a very good young man, who might not suit the military template, but was a one-off well worth cultivating in any society. While the long hair had to go, I ardently hoped that the essential Willy Wonka would remain unscathed over the 2 years of compulsory military service. With Willy Wonka's departure, I was stretched to breaking point. We replaced him with Sarah Ping, a shy and retiring widow in her 40s with 2 teenage children, who'd worked since the age of 18 in the government translation office. She was diligent, translated well in all the required languages, and was always polite. She showed no interest in advertising or selling, and worked 9 to 5 and no more. I desperately needed an English copywriter, but Sydney simply wouldn't pay for anyone from Hong Kong or Australia. I'd always put in a fairly long day, but it was now stretching into 12 and even on occasions 16 hours at the agency, and then most nights I was taking work home. While Mercy B. Lord was patient and loving, I could sense she was getting thoroughly pissed off, and we'd had a couple of rows that had been essentially my fault. Then, at one of our regular monthly Singapore luncheons, aware of my urgent need, Elmer Kelly recommended Mrs. Sidebottom, the wife of a civil construction engineer who was being transferred from Hong Kong to Singapore. In Elmer's forthright manner, her recommendation came with a warning. "She has a pathological fear of the dentist, my dear. You don't want to get too close. Simply frightful breath. She could buckle a brass spittoon at 20 paces. Ha ha! Useful gal, though. Once worked for Marks and Spencer in London, and we used her for retail advertising for Lane Crawford, a department store client." Elmer paused. "Absolutely no hesitation in recommending her to you, Simon. Damned hard worker. She won't tell you, but she was in intelligence during the war. Bletchley Park gal. Best to have her working from home. Poor woman's an insomniac, and she's very self-conscious about her teeth." I confess I looked somewhat sceptical. "Sorry, Elmer, but if her teeth are so bad, why doesn't she have them all out? Fix her breath as well." "I told you, fear of the dentist.
Nothing the poor dear can do about it. So be sure not to let her anywhere near your clients.
Does Mrs. Sidebottom have a first name? I asked. Elmer's head jerked backwards. I say, how very curious. It never occurred to me to ask. I mean, what can you possibly add to a name like Sidebottom? Topsy? Ha ha! Topsy Sidebottom. Not bad, what? I was desperate for help, bad breath notwithstanding. We were about to pitch for the Singapore Tourist Promotion Board, and while you can do a fair bit with pictures and headlines, I needed an English-language copywriter for the ads, brochures, and direct response shots. Ads with coupons. What is known in the lingo as body copy. I discussed the matter with Dansford, who approved, and the following day I phoned Mrs. Sidebottom and suggested we meet for lunch at Raffles.
Oh, hello, Mr. Koo. Elmer Kelly said you might be calling. Raffles? Lovely.
Her voice was beautifully modulated, whereas, I can't say why, I'd expected it to be broad and probably Cockney. To me, Sidebottom just didn't sound like a posh name. On the other hand, it wasn't unusual back then for lower middle-class English people sent out to the colonies to fly the flag for Mother England to return home with an acquired accent, several rungs up the social ladder from the accent they'd had when they'd left Blighty. Mrs. Sidebottom, pointed out to me by the concierge, was waiting in the foyer when I arrived. She didn't react when I approached. No doubt she wasn't expecting a short, solid, ugly Chinese bloke after hearing my Australian accent on the phone. Mrs. Sidebottom?
Yes,
she replied tentatively. I stretched out my hand, smiling. Simon Koo. To my surprise, she ignored my outstretched hand and scrambled to her feet. A half-sucked peppermint dropped from her mouth as she said,
Oh, I do beg your pardon. You're not at all what I expected.
Then, hurriedly taking my hand in both her own, she shook it vigorously.
How do you do, Mr. Koo?
Simon. Please call me Simon, I replied, smiling despite the first blast of toxic breath. Elmer Kelly's warning was no exaggeration. Sending a peppermint into the attack was like aiming a slingshot at an elephant. Not only had I misjudged Mrs. Sidebottom's class, but I'd also imagined a big, broad woman with the breast of a pouter pigeon and the backside of a Zulu maiden. Instead, she was diminutive, almost wraith-like, and, viewed side-on, appeared to have no bottom whatsoever. Mrs. Sidebottom looked to be in her late 40s or early 50s, heavily powdered, so that her small oval face appeared abnormally white against the blood-red lipstick that coloured her little Cupid's bow mouth, its twin peaks painted in rather too generously. As if all this wasn't sufficiently disconcerting, she possessed a pair of the most beautiful, innocent baby blues. Two large, starkly brilliant, crystalline marbles against a chalk-white background, without even a dab of softening eyeshadow. Hers was a face that belonged to a pantomime fairy, where such astonishing eyes would prove utterly compelling to an audience of excited children. Now they seemed to lock onto mine, holding me transfixed, so that her appalling breath kept arriving in waves.
Simon it shall henceforth be, she said, adding, and you must call me Sylvia, although you probably won't. Even Cecil, my husband, calls me Mrs. Sidebottom. I almost didn't marry him because of his surname, but alas, it seems once it became attached to have become an organic part of me. I'm so looking forward to the tiffin room. I've heard so much about it.
I've requested a table as far as possible from the serving table so we can talk, I replied, delighted to swing out of her breathing range as we walked down the polished wooden corridor towards the famous curry restaurant. I'd taken the precaution when booking to explain to the clerk that our luncheon was to double as a business meeting.
We'll put you in the alcove, she'd replied obligingly. It has a nice view of the garden, sir. That way you'll be neither seen nor heard.
We were shown to our table at the far end of the dining room, near a big bay window that looked out onto a pleasant garden. While it meant we had to weave our way past most of the other diners to get our curry, the garden gave a sense of being more private. The drinks waiter appeared. "What's it to be?" I asked, guessing it would be gin and tonic.
Oh, lovely. G&T, please.
She looked up at the waiter.
I say,
Do you have Tanqueray? Of course, madam. And a tiger beer, I added. After the waiter departed, Mrs. Sidebottom smiled. It's my little test. Never quite right if they don't have the right gin. There is a right and a wrong gin? I mean, among the better brands? I asked. Well, of course, dear boy. It's the Angelica, Juniper and Coriander. Splendid mystery, don't you think? I could see we were about to embark on one of those nonsensical bouts of verbal shadow boxing, conversational skirmishes that the English are particularly adept at mounting, designed to size up one's opponent and at the same time to fill the silence when two strangers meet. And so I said, in what I hoped was an urbane manner, I confess I've not spent a lot of time thinking about the mystery of gin, beyond knowing juniper berries are somehow involved. Then I added with a grin, had I been asked, I would have guessed that Angelica was the name of a saint, or perhaps an Irish nun. Certainly not an ingredient in gin. Terribly important to know what goes into things. Half the joy of tasting is the guessing game. Why do you think gin is favoured more by women than by men? The Angelica. Well done, Simon. By the way, it's particularly pronounced in Tanqueray. Sometimes you know you're about to hear someone else's fascinating fact that has you reaching to open the garbage bin we all keep in a corner of our minds for stuff we know we're never, ever going to need to think about. I just knew this was one such moment. But then, thankfully, a diversion arrived in the form of the waiter with our drinks. Mrs. Sidebottom remained mute while the waiter placed the drinks in front of each of us. He left, and I looked up into those twin cerulean lakes, raised my beer and said, in what I hoped was a gallant voice, Cheers, and welcome to the team. I hope this is the start of a long and happy partnership. I grinned, affecting a boyish modesty. I always feel as if I'm cheating when I write copy, that the half-decent layout I'm capable of rendering definitely deserves much better. The moment arrived to clink glasses, but I'd been too busy composing my bon mot to see that Mrs. Sidebottom's G&T remained where the waiter had placed it. Flatulence, she pronounced. I wasn't sure I'd heard correctly. Lowering my glass, I said, Pardon? Menstrual problems. Premenstrual symptoms, painful menstruation. Then, menopause. I'm not really sure. My dear Simon, she picked up her glass. To Angelica. It's why women prefer gin. With information overload about the efficacy of the herb Angelica for problems unique to women, flatulence aside, we touched glasses. While of course I was familiar with the word, I don't think I'd ever used menopause in a sentence, or even silently to myself. The several menstrual-related words seemed to me a strange prelude to a toast immediately preceding lunch, although it was obvious this thought hadn't occurred to Mrs. Sidebottom. Neither the Angelica, coriander, or juniper in the gin did much to quell her breath. Nevertheless, I soon discovered that Mrs. Sidebottom was a very pleasant woman, and after I'd outlined the new business pitch for the Tourist Promotion Board, she seemed to know at once what I required in a copywriter, and readily agreed to come on board. I'm afraid you'll have to work from home, though. The agency is pretty noisy, and we don't have a spare office, I said, finally adding, You could share mine, but it's tiny and very noisy. She looked genuinely relieved. Oh, splendid. I like to work in my own time, but I shall come into the agency to meet your account director, Mr. Drocker. That could be awkward, I said quickly. You see, Dansford is only available for meetings in the morning. I assumed a look of regret. I'm afraid it's an agency rule. Mrs. Sidebottom smiled, not a pretty sight. Her teeth were in a frightful state. In that case, I shall attempt to get a good night's rest, so as to be bright and chirpy. Really, there's no need, I said firmly, imagining the effect of Mrs. Sidebottom's breath on Dansford's delicate state each morning. I can brief you at your home and bring the layouts around. That's very sweet, Simon. We're not settled in yet. Frightful mess at home. Most happy to come in. Cecil will wake me before he leaves. Besides, one likes to get an impression of an agency and its people. No, I absolutely insist. I decided that one visit might be endurable, provided I warned Dansford not to get too close. She'd finished her G&T by the time we'd been through all the details. "Another Tanqueray?" I asked. "Oh no, one at lunch and another at sundown is sufficient unto the day." She smiled. "Now, what about these splendid curries? How exciting." "It's self-service, I'm afraid." "Oh, lovely. No fuss or having to decide immediately." The tiffin table contained 16 different curries, each in a stainless steel serving dish resting on a stand under which burned a small flame. When we arrived, several people were serving themselves, swinging the lids back and sniffing at the curries before making their choice. But as we drew closer, I could see those nearest hesitating momentarily. They had obviously caught a whiff of the miasma surrounding us. All glanced at me, their thoughts obvious. Dreadful Pong must be the ugly-looking Chinese bloke. Mrs. Sidebottom stood next to a big guy with a pronounced beer gut, who was bending over to sniff at a chicken vindaloo. She leaned forward to share the aroma, and the big bloke suddenly pulled back in alarm. Pointing to the curry, he hissed, "Jesus, don't touch that one, lady." I obviously wasn't the only Australian in the room. Nearly 2 hours later, lunch was beginning to feel like an eternity. Mrs. Sidebottom insisted on tasting all 16 curries, half a serving spoon of each, together with a teaspoon of rice and a different condiment. Each serving was placed on a clean plate, and as she finished each curry, she wrote its name in a tiny spiral-bound pad, ripped out the page and placed it on the plate, carefully avoiding the curry-stained portion. Placing the second plate on top of the first, then rising to return to the tiffin table, she said, "Now you won't let the waiter clear away my precious plates while I'm gone, will you, Simon?" She was a careful, if not to say downright slow, eater, and would take 4 or 5 minutes to savour the small portion on her plate, commenting on its flavour, aroma, and texture. I found myself bobbing up and down like a yo-yo every time she rose to fetch yet another curry. "Do sit, dear," she'd repeat each time, although I found this impossible. She rose from the table with such eagerness that the other diners were beginning to take notice. The big Aussie bloke who'd cautioned her at the tiffin table now openly chuckling each time she passed his table. I wondered whether I was witnessing some sort of record. The diner who tasted every curry on offer. Halfway through, she looked up from her umpteenth plate, leaned forward and grasped my hand. Her bony bird-like claw as small as a child's. Her incredible Arctic blue eyes held me transfixed. "Oh, Simon, thank you. This is such fun." The blast of bad air that hit me full in the face very nearly caused my lunch to return, but she spoke with such enthusiasm that it was impossible to be upset. The spent plates, each garnished with a note, were stacked between us on the table, so that I found myself wishing that the pile would rise high enough to create a bulwark against her toxic breath. She returned with plate 14, the chicken vindaloo, tasted it cautiously and pronounced it delicious. "Piquant, nice creamy texture. Whatever can that silly man have been thinking?" Finally, when curry number 16 was just a yellow stain on the plate, she leaned back in her chair. "I do so like to remember the flavour, work out the herbs and spices in each." I pointed to the stack of plates. "Well, you certainly seem to have enjoyed them," I said somewhat lamely, thinking we were going to still be there when the supper guests arrived. "Oh, just a few more details, Simon. The real trick is getting the various flavours firmly into your head. I've made my notes, but need a quick review. I hope you don't mind." What could I say? "No, of course not," I mumbled. Then she called a waiter and asked for a large jug of water, 16 sherry glasses, and 3 fresh damask table napkins. When these eventually arrived, she asked me to fill each sherry glass roughly half full. Then, with her notepad open beside her, and starting with the top plate, she ran her forefinger through the smudge of curry left on it and brought it to her mouth, then dipped her finger into a sherry glass containing clean water, rinsed, and then dried it on a napkin and checked its note against her previous notation, sometimes adding a comment or simply ticking what she'd previously written. piling the plates to one side and the notes to the other. She'd reached curry plate number 12 when the manager arrived. "Madam, is there something wrong?" he asked. Mrs. Sidebottom looked up. "No, not in the least. Splendid lunch." "Am I permitted to ask what you're doing, madam?" the manager persisted. By this time the maitre d' had joined us. Fortunately, the 16 curries seemed to have somewhat quelled the immediate impact of Mrs. Sidebottom's breath. "Why, of course you may. I write for the food page of The Guardian, and also an occasional gourmet column for the New Yorker magazine." She looked up at him meaningfully. "With so many Americans arriving in Singapore, I feel certain they'll accept my piece. After all, today's remarkable tiffin will give me," she chuckled, "a great deal of food for thought." Both men, beaming, excused themselves, backing away, apologizing for the intrusion, and promising a warm welcome at any time in the future Madam would care to call. At the culmination of the meal, and with the notes and notebook returned to Mrs. Sidebottom's handbag, I rose wearily and excused myself, in order to pay for what seemed to have been the longest lunch of my life. "There is no charge, sir," the smiling cashier said. "We do hope to see you and Madam back in the tiffin room soon. Oh, and the manager asks if you would care for a glass of champagne in the library." "Awfully nice of him, but I really have to get back to work. But please give him my thanks," I replied, smiling weakly, grateful that Mrs. Sidebottom was sufficiently distant not to hear my desperate excuse. I was truly beginning to think the bloody luncheon was never going to come to an end. The doorman, at my request, whistled for 2 taxis. As I opened the back door of the first to allow Mrs. Sidebottom to enter, she asked, "I trust you were not required to pay, Simon?" "Well, no, as a matter of fact, they wouldn't hear of it." "Interesting. I had no idea you were a food writer." Mrs. Sidebottom, now seated, threw back her head and laughed, sending a blast of noxious breath towards the hapless driver. "Never written a word about food in my life, dear boy. Oh, except once the cooking instructions on the back of a can of spaghetti and tomato sauce. Not really my thing, food. Can't fry an egg," she chuckled. "Happily, dining out with my notepad and pen works every time. I haven't paid for lunch in years. Couldn't possibly allow you to do so. Ruin my perfect record." With its tires crunching on the gravel driveway, the taxi moved off, the driver with one hand on the steering wheel and the other fanning his nose. "See you at the agency, 9:30 sharp, day after tomorrow," I called after her. A hand waved behind the rear window in acknowledgement. "Elmer Kelly, who in God's name have you sent me?" I cried aloud, as I climbed into the rear seat of the second cab, once again free to breathe God's fresh air, or at least the sweltering, stifling fug that passed for air in Singapore. On the day Mrs. Sidebottom was due to visit the agency, Dansford arrived as usual precisely at 9 a.m. He looked frail, his face sporting several fresh shaving nicks, and his thick, brick-coloured hair still wet from the shower he'd taken after his stomach had performed its usual series of morning evacuations. Though immaculately laundered and freshly groomed by Chicken Wing, he was nevertheless in no fit condition to be confronted with Mrs. Sidebottom's breath. I'd warned him and suggested he remain seated behind his desk while we sat at the coffee table some 10 feet away. "Dansford, for goodness sake, don't get up and greet her. I'll knock twice to allow you to grab the telephone, and then when we enter you can smile and indicate the telephone has your attention, then point to the coffee table. For God's sake, don't leave your desk." "Pretty damned rude, don't you think?" he'd replied. I looked at him sternly. "Mate, take my advice, okay?" But of course he did no such thing. I met Mrs. Sidebottom in the foyer at 9:15, where I caught just a whiff in passing of Listerine mouthwash, fighting a losing battle with the bad breath. The germ-killing gargle had as much hope as a tot hammering its fists against the back of an angry gorilla. I knocked twice, then opened the door slowly, expecting Dansford to be engaged on the phone. But he rose from behind his desk and came forward to meet us, hand outstretched. The first whiff was sufficient to wipe the welcoming smile from his pale face. The second produced an involuntary movement, his left hand shooting up to cover his nose and mouth. Then, bent almost double, stomach heaving, he mumbled something through his fingers and bolted for the door. He later told me he'd retched into the executive toilet bowl, then decided he lacked the courage to return, and fled into Sidney Wing's office. I apologised to Mrs. Sidebottom more or less honestly. Big night last night. Dansford had a whiskey client from Tennessee who wanted to see the sights. Booger Street and, well, the bright lights of Singapore, I explained. Mrs. Sidebottom nodded knowingly. No explanation necessary, Simon. My Cecil found himself often enough in Wan Chai for the same reasons. Oh, the Wan Chai district is Hong Kong's equivalent of Bugis and Victoria Streets. I showed her the layouts for the tourist board pitch and briefed her on the copy I needed. By the time I'd completed this task, Dansford still hadn't reappeared. After I'd apologised again for his absence, we did a brief tour of the agency. Fortuitously, Sidney was in America, Johnny out somewhere, and Ronnie had not arrived. I then sent the agency messenger boy out to hail a taxi to take Mrs. Sidebottom home. Needless to say, she was henceforth briefed by phone. I have often wondered why a misplaced sense of good manners, or a lack of courage, or an excessive kindness prevents us from telling someone, in the nicest possible terms, that they have a bodily odour, or some other socially disadvantageous problem, that with some attention might be overcome. But we don't. It's especially difficult with someone who has social pretensions or is genuinely posh. I mean, how would you tell the Queen she had bad breath? I admit I'm just as much a coward as everyone else. I wondered about Cecil, though. Surely as her husband he'd say something to her. But then again, if you were born with the name Sidebottom and your parents chose to compound it with a name like Cecil, and you took to calling your nearest and dearest Mrs. Sidebottom, you probably had enough problems. Come to think of it, Simon Koo isn't exactly a presidential name either. If, as seemed increasingly remote, Mercy B. Lord agreed to marry me, she'd become Mercy B. Koo. A bad pun on thank you in French. If I appear to have emphasised Mrs. Sidebottom's weaknesses, then let me hasten to say that she was pleasant and easy to work with, and did a great job of the Tourist Promotion Board copy. Furthermore, inspired by her retail experience, as a girl she'd been an assistant to a senior window dresser at Harrods. She suggested the giant panels or screens that, without a doubt, were one of the major contributions to our winning the business. 3 weeks before the pitch, Sidney Wing returned from America, and after hearing from Johnny about the proposed presentation and the giant screens, called an emergency meeting where he objected vehemently to the expense.
You're crazy, Dansford. You won't win a government account by spending money on wooden panels with pictures, he insisted.
Dansford remained calm.
I agree, Sidney, but we're not spending money on wooden panels with pictures, as you so nicely put it. We're spending money on a great idea. Who says?
Johnny could be relied upon to support his older brother.
Well, I do, I said. Sidney laughed. Ho! Surprise, surprise! It won't work, Simon, Ronnie joined the debate. It's not the Chinese way.
Oh, and what is that? Dansford asked.
Sidney exploded with one of his St. Vitus giggles. I'm surprised I need to tell you after all this time.
Are you going to say it's Guanxi? I suggested.
Well, Simon, the expert on Chinese ways, Sidney said.
Ronnie, ever the peacemaker, said quietly,
Simon, it won't work. Listen to Sidney.
Go ahead, Sidney, tell us why, Dansford said.
I must lead this team. It's government business. I have contacts. It was I who brought in Citizen Watches, now a big account. I didn't spend money on expensive panels. All this creative bullshit. I made a cheap commercial and look what happened. It's not what you know.
He left us to complete the sentence. The Citizen commercial was a great creative idea that belongs wholly to Simon, Dansford said firmly. Sidney banged his fist on his desk.
Mine! My account!
He shouted like a recalcitrant child.
We will do it my way!
Dansford remained calm.
That's not what your Prime Minister seems to be saying. He has abolished squeeze in government. It is a punishable offence. He cannot! You cannot! It is tradition. It will always be the way, Sydney insisted. Or, for that matter, the impression we got from the brief by Tan Sri Long Mi Saw, the chairman, and Molly Ong, the marketing director, Dansford offered. Ha! They are only puppets, Johnny growled. With the greatest respect, you don't know the system, and I do, Sydney spat. Ronnie, attempting to calm things down, said, The accepted etiquette, protocol. I need to consult people. There are things I must do. You are spending our money, wasting our money. These panels are just rubbish. And bribing a member or members of the government is the right way? I asked. It was getting very heated and decidedly personal. Two systems ranged against each other. Smoke and mirrors versus a good idea and transparency. At least, that's the way I saw it at the time. A banquet held for a minister with the courtesies that follow is the Chinese way. There's nothing wrong with that, Ronnie protested. Dansford sighed, finally losing patience. Not the goddamn Chinese way again. This is bad rice, Johnny scowled. You must listen to us. Well, no, Johnny, I don't think so. We're going spam for Uncle Sam. Sidney Wing now completely lost his cool. I will call New York, he announced angrily. Dansford's jaw jutted. As you wish, Sidney. While you're at it, remind them again how you did all the work on citizen watches. But we'll still be going ahead with the panels. Oh, and we won't be needing you at the presentation. Sidney, furious, called New York after we'd left, and pointed out to Arthur Grinds, he who grinds slowly but exceedingly fine, Senior Vice President International, that it was impossible to win a government account without inside influence, and that he, Sidney, should be put in charge of the pitch, given his success with the Citizen campaign, despite the minuscule budget. He urged New York to veto the wasteful expense on the panels at once. This resulted in a call from New York to Dansford, demanding he explain himself, which he did, sticking his neck way out for the cost involved and insisting we go with the panels. It was a brave decision, as the panels were Mrs. Sidebottom's idea, and he could have dropped them without upsetting anyone except me, and I wouldn't be there forever. The entire presentation was visual, so without the panels we only had a theme and a slogan, but we needed to show how it could be made to work. We made 3 revolving screens, each 30 feet high and 10 feet wide. Then we produced separate narrow photographic panels, with full-colour images printed on them by a local silkscreen company. These were clipped onto the basic panels, so they could be easily removed and replaced with other scenes. The printers had balked at our request at first. No Singaporean or Hong Kong silkscreen company had ever made one-off posters this large and kept them in focus at close quarters. Simple enough today, but in the late 1960s it was a major breakthrough. We chose the town hall as the venue for our presentation, as it was the only building with both a stage and ceiling sufficiently high to accommodate the panels. On the big day, a dozen government people, plus the Singapore Tourist Promotion Board chairman and marketing director were present. We decided on twin presenters, Dansford and myself, speaking from separate podiums with microphones at either side of the town hall stage. The 3 giant screens set up between us, side on, so that only their outer edges faced the audience. Using microphones for so small an audience was a tad melodramatic, but we hoped the big sound would add to the impact of our presentation. Dansford, sober as a judge, having not touched a drop for 2 days, began the presentation. And even if his hands were a bit shaky, his voice was, as always, commanding. We are indeed fortunate to have all the attractions any tourist could want. Great shopping, exotic sights, Muslim, Hindu, and Chinese temples and mosques, a magnificent harbor and great beaches, he began. This obviously went down well, with smiles all round. The music began, and the first giant screen slowly swiveled from profile to en face, showing the aspects of Singapore he'd just mentioned.
This brought spontaneous applause from the small audience, who I could see were delighted that it wasn't going to be the usual boring presentation. I gave them enough time to take in the screen and to allow the music to fade. "But!" I exclaimed. The word punched from the microphone and left hanging in the air. Chinese music began, and the second screen swung round to show an aerial shot of Hong Kong. "Hong Kong has better shopping and a better harbour." The first screen kept rotating until its back faced the audience, displaying a series of magnificent temples as the music changed to a well-known Malay folk song. "Malaya has better temples," Dansford added. The second screen now rotated to reveal Thailand's beaches, and the soundtrack changed to the tinkling tones of traditional Thai music. "And Thailand has better beaches," I concluded. "So what have we to offer?" Dansford asked. The music rose to a crescendo as the last screen slowly turned to face the audience. On it were dozens of smiling faces, adults and children, representing the ethnic mixture that was Singapore. Chinese, Malay, Indian, Indonesian, Eurasian, European, along with the slogan, "Singapore, the magic of people." It was all over Red Rover. The theme fitted perfectly with Lee Kuan Yew's vision of a multicultural society. We went on to say that good tourism is based on the experience of different cultures and exciting new food, and we had both in abundance. The last screen rotated to reveal hundreds of images of ethnic foods, both raw and cooked, clearly more variety than all the other nearby tourist destinations could provide. We then suggested that the tourist campaign be both international and intranational, the former showing the cosmopolitan nature of the island, and the latter designed to encourage the shopkeepers, hotel employees, taxi drivers, rickshaw owners, and the general population to participate in the campaign by making tourists feel welcome and happy. Lastly, we suggested that, with a little care, we could make Singapore the only green city in Asia, where trees and green spaces and people could coexist, unlike the crowded, ugly slums of Hong Kong or the putrid klongs of Thailand. We called this the greening of Singapore, and it was this suggestion, apparently, that delighted the Prime Minister. While all this was happening, a dozen helpers were working quietly behind the screens to remove the first set of images from the thin panels and replace them with new ones. 100-strong children's choir, representing all the ethnic groups in Singapore, and clad in red shorts and white shirts emblazoned with the Singapore flag, assembled barefoot on the stage and sang the national anthem, as all the panels rotated so that they completely dominated the town hall stage. Above the heads of the choir, the giant words were repeated, "Singapore, the magic of people." After the anxiety of the presentation came the euphoria of the backslapping and congratulations from the chairman, Tan Sri Long Mi So. "Well done," he said, "but also lucky, eh? What would have happened if the electrics had failed?" "Ah, no electrics," I explained. "We did it all with the magic of people. All the screens were moved by hand. There's an old Australian saying, always take the spoon out of the sink before you turn on the tap. We couldn't take a chance with an electrical fault." Long Mi So gave me a hard look. "I'm a film man, and I know backup is essential. The just-in-case factor is the most important in any production. I won't forget that you understand this, Simon." He waved at the stage with the screens and slogans still in place. "Not only a big thinker, but also a careful one. Well done." It felt good. We would later learn that the panels and the manner in which we'd used them were a major element in blowing the opposition's presentations out of the water. Every agency in Singapore had pitched, including two recently arrived heavies, Leo Burnett and J. Walter Thompson, who a year previously had entered the Asian market and hadn't stopped banging their drums, as well, of course, as Elmer Kelly's cafe advertising. But we won. Mrs. Sidebottom deserved much of the credit for this. Dansford sent her a case of champagne, a gesture that caused Sydney to have such a conniption that the three-wing circus didn't speak to us for a week. But even before the case of French champagne, the relationship had deteriorated. Sydney Wing had been denied the opportunity to big-note himself in front of some of the government's most powerful people. He'd been swanking for the past 5 months about the Citizen Watch Award, won by his own glorious efforts, and it had become a bit of a joke in the industry, especially since my part in it had become well known, and I'd maintained a decorous silence. Elmer Kelly had personally spread the word, although I'd told her it didn't matter. "Iniquitous, Simon, positively iniquitous. I shall personally see he doesn't get away with it." We had won the Tourist Promotion Board account without Sidney Wing's influence, his guanxi, and as a result he'd lost a good deal of face, or perhaps more importantly, he believed he had. With the Chinese, perception is everything, and in this regard they can be their own worst enemies. The relationship between East and West in the agency, while never good, was now beyond repair. Even Ronnie, whom we'd always relied on as go-between, was no longer his good-humoured and cooperative self, no doubt due to Sidney's instructions. In my last months at the agency, I was determined to set up the Tourist Promotion Board campaign, after which I knew I had several decisions to make, not the least of them being about my relationship with Mercy B. Lord. I don't suppose, when you consider what else was happening in the world during the 60s, that winning an advertising contract to put a city or island on the tourist map amounts to very much. But the emergence of Singapore as an unexpected force in Southeast Asia was particularly significant at the time, and it was important that this be seen to be happening. The world in the late 60s was an exceedingly unhappy place, especially in Asia. Perhaps a small explanation is appropriate. The Cuban Missile Crisis in October 1962 had shown the world just how easy it would be for a nuclear war to engulf us all. And the fact that now President Lyndon B. Johnson had escalated the Vietnam War meant more Americans and Vietnamese were dying than ever. Nixon began secretly bombing Cambodia after bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which ran through Laos and Cambodia. Lots of people were extremely nervous. Both China and the Soviet Union supported the Viet Cong. Would there be another Cuban Missile Crisis? This time it might easily end in a series of mushroom clouds above Washington, New York, Moscow, and Beijing. Both sides had the nuclear capacity to blow the world to smithereens, and both sides had nuclear submarines, carrying warheads capable of doing enormous harm. The ones that scared the daylights out of everyone were the 50 or so American and Russian nuclear submarines, prowling around below the surface of the world's oceans. Each carried sufficient warheads to wipe out one of 50 cities. They were positioned so that the missiles, erupting out of innocent-seeming seas, could hit an enemy city anywhere on the globe within half an hour. Nearer to home, in fact, next door, Indonesia was almost as steeped in blood as Vietnam. The Indonesian army under Major General Suharto was responsible for the gruesome and merciless killing of 500,000 of its own citizens in a blood-soaked purge of the Indonesian Communist Party, as well as anyone else who attracted his attention, mainly wealthy Chinese. The wealthy Chinese in Singapore, invariably supporters of Lee Kuan Yew's PAP government, were happy to see the Indonesian communists crushed, but were deeply disconcerted when the Indonesian army almost eliminated the large ethnic Chinese merchant class, by definition largely non-communist, a move undoubtedly motivated by racism and greed. At least 100,000 Chinese Indonesian citizens were slaughtered and buried in mass graves. Not surprisingly, the local Chinese had a deep and abiding fear that the Indonesians would join up with their co-religious Muslim cousins in Malaya and decide to invade little Singapore, sandwiched between them. While this may or may not have been a realistic fear, it was one Lee Kuan Yew was quick to exploit. He initiated universal and compulsory conscription for all males at 18. Unofficially, the government excluded those of the Muslim faith. Draft dodgers in Singapore faced an indefinite jail sentence, unlike their brothers in the US. In Hong Kong, the old China hands had never seen the Chinese communists so belligerent. They felt that at any time they would be swamped under a screaming horde rushing in to kill every last stinking Guelo. The Chinese, having already digested Tibet, clashed with the Indians in 1962 and again in 1967 along their long mountainous border, and Beijing was once more issuing threats to resolve the dispute and seize even more of India's territory, having occupied part of Kashmir since the 1950s. All the while, the Indians and Pakistanis were picking at the open wounds left from the partition of India in 1947, which had cost up to 1 million lives. Now, the dispute over Kashmir looked increasingly as if it would lead to war. In 1962, Burma, seized by a clutch of army generals, led by the half-insane Ne Win, was well on the way to reducing the rich little nation to beggary. Outside Singapore, much of Asia seemed to be going to hell in a handbasket, and communism, despite the annihilation of the Indonesian communists, seemed a real threat. Lee Kuan Yew and his PAP government, while pathologically opposed to communism, needed to demonstrate the advantages of Western capitalism, making his city and his state an example of the virtues of an alternative system without having to resort to the murder of its citizens. The government wanted green space, gardens, and decent housing for its multicultural society, a secure place run by Asians for Asians, so that people could continue to live together in harmony. Given the times, it made perfect political sense, even if it wasn't quite as perfect and harmonious as it seemed. There were those amongst us, myself included, I like to think, who, in retrospect, didn't much care for the draconian and autocratic way Singapore was run by a government without any truly effective opposition. But as a state, it couldn't be faulted for its social welfare programs, and there was no significant bloodshed, although there was plenty of bombast, and, lamentably, opposition members of parliament were jailed, the communist furphy being used as an excuse. With the Asian world in turmoil, and with Indonesia next door, it wasn't hard to see why the Singapore government wanted its youth to undergo military training. As expats, we chose to ignore the darker side of Singapore. We joked about Lee Kuan Yew's idiosyncratic laws that banned long hair for men, chewing gum and carelessly discarded cigarette butts. These were rules with which we could happily live. We didn't inject heroin, so the death penalty for the possession of even a small amount of the drug didn't affect us. We soon gave up chewing gum and told ourselves it was much too hot to wear your hair down to your shoulders. If accidental fires were razing slum dwellings in the kampongs and destroying traditional Malay village life, modern high-rise tenements for workers were taking their place. Improved sanitation was well overdue. Freedom of speech was a nice idea, but it didn't put food on the table, and we all knew trade unions were self-seeking and riotous organisations. Nobody was willing to point out the essentially anti-democratic nature of the PAP government, least of all those expats, myself among them, who were happy to comply with even the more draconian, as well as bizarre, of Lee's dictates in order to prosper. Nobody wanted communism, and Muslims were not like us. The promise of 40 virgins waiting in paradise said it all. So why not go with the flow? Singapore saw itself as the Asian equivalent of Israel, and the enemy on either side of us became the mantra of a people who saw the restrictions imposed on them as necessary if they were to enjoy a peaceful and prosperous environment. And none of this affected us directly. The law of convenient compromise ruled the day, although if, on a whim, Lee Kuan Yew had decided to ban alcohol, and he was quite capable of such a thing, then I dare say the island state would have seen a mass exodus of Westerners, and the international trade he had so assiduously courted would have ground to a juddering halt. But the Prime Minister was sufficiently sagacious to realise we needed each other. So all was well in the city-state where visitors could experience, well, of course, the magic of people. Getting back to things of less earth-shattering import, winning the Singapore Tourist Promotion Board business was our first truly big local account, one against other international agencies. The three competing foreign agencies now knew we were no longer the three-wing circus and had to be considered genuine contenders in any future pitch for new business. The Citizen commercial had shaken them up somewhat, but this was the very first government publicity account won purely on merit. Not only did it mean a big budget, but also tremendous prestige for the agency. It made an unequivocal statement to the Chinese business community that the ancient practice of squeeze in the business of the state was over. The Sydney wings were henceforth rendered ineffective. A conviction of bribery or favour-mongering now carried a prison sentence for both parties. I greatly looked forward to my next luncheon with Elma, where I could thank her for recommending Mrs. Sidebottom to us. Finally, we'd stuck it right up Sydney Wing's arse with the big government win. Childish as this may seem, it felt real good. But then Dansford had the idea of holding a reception 2 days after the win to introduce the Tourist Promotion Board to the agency. He had not had a drink for days, stopping 48 hours before the presentation and remaining sober afterwards in anticipation of the reception that was to take place at the poolside at Cuscaden House Hotel. At 11 a.m. on the day of the party, which was due to start at 6 p.m, I went into his office to question him about some small detail, and arrived just in time to see him clearing his desk. Dansford was meticulous and always left his desk spotless. "Oh," he said, "just about to call you, Simon. Just after the town club for a settler." My heart sank. "Mate, please, it's been almost a week. You've been bloody magnificent, and as a consequence we've landed the biggest and most prestigious account in Singapore. No grog until you get to the reception tonight. You promised." Dansford looked hurt. "Buddy, would I let you down?" "Well, yes, you would," I carped. "But please, Dansford, you fuck this up and Sydney Wing will have you by the short and curlies. We lose this account on the last turn, and the phone to New York will run red hot." He's thoroughly pissed off about the presentation. He and Johnny are only attending because he'll lose face if he refuses. Half the bloody government will be there. There's even been mention the big guy may attend. As MD, you run the show, and you need to be as sober as a judge, mate. "Simon, I give you my word." I shook my head. "Let me come with you. Remember the bank? That won't happen again. The bank owner was a horse's ass." The incident had occurred some months previously. The owner of a small Singapore bank, one of Sydney Wing's accounts, threw a cocktail party to celebrate its 25th anniversary, and Dansford had arrived pretty smashed, whereupon the owner, a pompous Chinese, had taken him to task in front of the assembled guests. To everyone's amazement and horror, Dansford replied to this dressing down by directing at him a string of extremely explicit Cantonese expletives. He must have learned them from Chicken Wing, because it was well known he'd made no effort to learn any of the local languages, not even a few essential words of Singlish. The upshot was that we were fired on the spot, and Sydney lost a great deal of face in the process. The bank incident, as it was referred to, was yet another double underlined entry in the Wing payback ledger. Dansford looked annoyed. "Buddy, I don't need a nursemaid. It's a settler, that's all. I don't want to get the shakes at the cocktail party." I remained silent, hoping he'd come to his senses. "I tell you what, if I break my pledge, I'll dye my hair pink," he promised. "Mate, you can dye it all the colours of the rainbow. If you fuck up and arrive drunk, we'll blow the account before I've had time to render the first layout." "Steady on, Simon. I'm going for a settler. Calm my nerves, that's all." He extended his hands, and I had to admit they were shaking. "See?" "Dansford, your hands shake every morning. Nothing unusual about that." He glanced at his watch. "Not this bad at 11 o'clock. Imagine what I'll be like this evening. A settler, that's all." I would have insisted on playing nursemaid, but I had to check the colour separation for a Marlborough poster at the printers. Lee Kuan Yew, on one of his whims, had 3 days previously banned cigarette advertising on TV, effective immediately, and there'd been a rush on poster sites and production. I remembered to call Mercy B. Lord to ask her to pick up my suit from the cleaners, and told her I'd be home by 5 to change for the cocktail party. "What's the matter, darling? You sound worried." "Yeah, well, get ready for anything to happen tonight. Dansford's gone to the town club for, as he puts it, a settler." "Oh dear, what now?" "He promises he'll dye his hair pink if he isn't sober at the party," I laughed. 5 o'clock came, and Sydney, Johnny, Ronnie, Mercy B. Lord and I were waiting around the pool at the Cuscaden House Hotel. The cocktail party was on the 3rd floor, and guests arrived in a lift that opened up to reveal the pool and garden area. This enabled us to greet each of them in person as they stepped out of the lift. All was perfection. French champagne in silver ice buckets, canapes on silver platters covered with white damask napkins to prevent them from drying out in the late afternoon sun. Indian waiters in white gloves, starched white jackets, black pants and polished shoes, standing to rigid attention. A baby grand, no doubt intended by the hotel to lend a sense of elegance to the poolside venue, stood under a red and white striped canvas awning, with huge displays of orchids on either side of it. The venue, fit for a Maharaja, was in readiness to receive the Minister for Tourism and 18 assorted bureaucrats and politicians, as well as Long Mi Saw and Molly Ong, our new bosses. The only one missing was Dansford Drocker, Managing Director, Senior Vice President of Samuel Oswald Wing Advertising, and host of the cocktail party. Mercy B. Lord had been initially reluctant to come because Sydney would be present, but she'd eventually agreed. While this sounds like a small victory, it wasn't. It was the first time we'd been to a formal agency occasion, or for that matter any other official occasion, together, and I was anxious for it all to go off smoothly, especially with Sydney in attendance. By 6 p.m, when the first of the guests started to arrive, there was still no sign of Dansford. Most of the male guests, all dressed identically in white, the uniform of Lee Kuan Yew's senior government officials, had come directly from work, so there were no spouses in attendance. The guests of honour were, of course, Tan Sri Long Mi Saw and Molly Ong, unless the PM showed up. As the first guests emerged from the lift, I glanced at Sydney Wing, hoping that as chairman, he would take over the role of host. It was an opportunity for him to gain lost ground and get one up on Dansford and me. But instead he gave me one of his Ming the Merciless looks and stood back. Ignoring the scowling Johnny, I glanced at Ronnie, but he simply shrugged and looked helpless. He was obviously under instructions from Sydney not to be his usual ebullient self, or to get involved with the welcoming proceedings, thereby adding to my embarrassment. But it wasn't a complete disaster. I'd played host at garden parties in our Vaucluse home often enough when Chairman Meow pronounced my dad unfit for duty, so I knew what to do. With Mercy B. Lord beside me, and with the first guests approaching, I muttered out of the corners of my mouth, "Come on, kid, best smile. We've got to do this together." Taking my hand, she pressed it and smiled. "Meet and greet is my business, darling." It was soon obvious that my partner was a big hit, although I was a bit nervous about Molly Ong's arrival. Molly had been appointed marketing manager of the Tourist Promotion Board, more for her Miss Singapore looks and status than for any business acumen she might have possessed, and I didn't know how she'd react to any serious competition in the looks department. In her mid-20s, she was a stunner, but Mercy B. Lord was every bit as gorgeous. To add to the duo of beauties, Long Mi Saw appeared with a surprise guest, the ex-wife of Indonesia's President Sukarno. Dewi, every bit as beautiful as the other two women, was being groomed by the Saw cinema empire for movie stardom. Molly and Mercy B. Lord thankfully hit it off immediately, while Dewi remained attached to our new client's arm. 6:30 came and went, then 7, with the cocktail party due to end around 8. Sydney was smirking and I was panicking, not by this time because of Dansford's absence, but because of his possible appearance when all was running rather well. Only a handful of people, those who'd been at the original pitch in the town hall, had asked about his whereabouts, and then only in a cursory or polite manner. 3 stunningly beautiful women were sufficient distraction. In the immortal words of the now fortunately absent Dansford, on the visit of the Texas oil boss to the agency, "Simon, with all those foxy chicks, advertising ideas are irrelevant." This was especially true at the cocktail party, because Molly Ong and Mercy B. Lord joined forces and made it their business to charm the champagne-fueled male guests. As well, Dewi, not for one moment releasing the arm of her ebullient escort, turned out to be a very pleasant match for the movie mogul and chairman of the Tourist Promotion Board. To use a clutch of metaphors, our ship of fate sailed on through a tranquil evening sea without an apparent cloud in the sky. Even the torpedo-armed wing submarine had found a gaggle of government servants they wanted to impress and seemed temporarily disarmed. But then, at 7:15, the lift doors swung open and out stepped Dansford, dressed in a cowboy outfit complete with tooled leather cowboy boots, shouting "Yee-haw!" and firing 2 Colt cap guns in the air above his head. What's more, his hair was dyed bright pink. A shocked silence fell as everyone turned to face the lift. I confess I was momentarily speechless, and then I heard Mercy B. Lord laugh and cry out, "Dansford, you're late. Delayed at the hairdresser's, I fear." A gale of laughter followed as Mercy B. Lord hurried up to Dansford and took him by the arm. Turning, she announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Dansford Drocker, who you can see is feeling decidedly in the pink after winning your tourism account." She turned to the smiling Dansford, who, though drunk, had enough nous to realize he was being rescued. "Now, Dansford, because of your delay at the hairdresser's, it's a little late. So why don't you just wave howdy to everyone and then get straight down to the entertainment?" "Oh, well done," I heard Molly Ong exclaim in admiration. "That girl has a lot of class." "Yee-haw!" Dansford yelled, and fired off the toy 6 guns before holstering them. "Howdy, folks!" he yelled, then allowed Mercy B. Lord to lead him to the baby grand, grabbing a bottle of champagne from a surprised waiter on the way. She seated him, and Dansford, taking a quick slug, placed the champagne bottle beside the piano stool and prepared to play. "Go, cowboy!" Mercy B. Lord cried, laughing. Stomping a cowboy boot to the beat of the music, Dansford launched into Yellow Rose of Texas, and followed this with a medley from the musical Annie Get Your Gun, delivering all the lyrics in a light operatic voice. How Dansford could perform at such a high level when drunk was truly remarkable. All this was met with wild applause, and it was obvious the party was going to be an even greater success. Molly Ong, a little tipsy on champagne, then asked Dansford if he knew the music to West Side Story, and came to stand at the piano as Dansford launched into a medley. When he reached Leonard Bernstein's lovely "I Feel Pretty," she accompanied him in a very pleasant contralto voice that had everyone gathering around the piano. The song could have been written for Molly. She was pretty, more than pretty, and in a way the city had given her its key. I glanced over at Mercy B. Lord and decided that she too deserved the key to the city for her quick thinking and grace. "Bravo! Bravo!" Long Me Saw called, clapping loudly. "Champagne, beautiful women, and good music. Perfect. I can see our tourist program is in excellent hands." With the exception of Sydney and Johnny, everyone seemed to think Dansford's hilarious arrival was the best part of the evening. The pink-haired cowboy had been a big hit, and as usual, his additions had proved to be so much more than his subtractions. The final comment came from Dewi Sukarno. "I like Mr. Dansford. He very funny man and good music also." Later, back in the flat, I hugged Mercy B. Lord, then kissed her. "Darling, that was remarkable. The quickest piece of thinking I've ever witnessed. You saved the show single-handedly. It was poised on the brink of disaster." Mercy B. laughed. "You're quite wrong, Simon. It was all arranged." "What?" I asked, surprised. "Dansford arriving late and drunk." "No, just the plan in case he did. Remember the night of our celebration, when we'd completed the research project, and he ordered those bottles of horrendously expensive French wine?" "Yes, of course. How could I forget?" "Well, when you called at lunchtime to ask me to pick up your suit from the cleaners, you told me Dansford had gone to the town club for a settler and how worried you were. Then you joked about him promising to dye his hair pink. Well, I called the hotel and asked them to move the baby grand to the side of the pool. If Dansford was going to arrive drunk, which seemed highly likely, our only chance was a repeat of what happened at the Goodwood Park Hotel when he entertained the diners at the piano." She shrugged. "Luckily, it worked." "You said something quietly to him when you ran forward and took his arm, didn't you?" Mercy B. Lord laughed.
I'm not sure I can tell you.
Go on.
Well, I told him, Dansford, you fuck this up. Then Sydney Wing wins, and Simon loses, and I lose Simon.
I swept her into my arms, and bending her backwards, leaned down and kissed her deeply, then swung her upright and gazed into her dark eyes. Mercy be, Lord, will you marry me? I begged.
Simon, I've never used that word before, she exclaimed.
Well done. That practically makes you Australian, but that's not what I asked you, I insisted.
Darling, I've had too much champagne.
She giggled, then added,
But right at this very moment, I'd rather like to go to bed with the man I love and adore.
She took me by the hand.
Come with me, Simon Koo.
Chapter 9. After we won the Singapore Tourist Promotion Board account, I couldn't wait to have lunch with Elma Kelly. Mostly, I admit, to bask in the glory of winning the account against her own agency and the other big outfits. Of course, I would be modest, call it luck, thank her for her congratulations, and point out that these things, as she well knew, are often capricious decisions, and that it had been our day, that's all. But she'd know she'd been beaten fair and square, having expected with her connections to win. I admit it was all pretty pumped-up little boy stuff, but the ad business is very competitive, and she was a formidable opponent. What with Sydney Wing's opposition to the panels, I felt I was entitled to bask, although Elma deserved my thanks for recommending Mrs. Sidebottom, who'd come up with the idea of the screens in the first place. It was Elma's turn to pay, and since she was dying for a curry, and nothing else would do, she elected to go to the tiffin room at Raffles. In the taxi on the way, much to her amusement, I told her the story of the Sidebottom free lunch scam. Arriving at Raffles, it was obvious that Elma was regarded as something akin to visiting royalty, and there was much hurrying and scurrying and best tabling and napkin flapping. "Champagne, my man," she boomed the moment we were seated. "The boy has excelled and must be duly rewarded." "Elma, a cold beer will do nicely," I protested. "Nonsense. A fitting drink for a splendid win. Those government chappies are never easy, and the minister is an old fuddy-duddy not known for bold decisions. We went Conservative, unaware that they'd appointed Long Mi Saw and Molly Ong to the board. Silly, we should have checked. Must remind myself to give someone in the office here a kick in the bottom. Those two certainly add some much-needed pep." Bit of luck, really. We didn't know either of them. I guess Long Mi Saw has sat in on a few presentations in the movie business. But I tell you what, I was impressed with Molly Ong. Good gal. Did a splendid job as Miss Singapore. The champagne arrived, and Elma lifted her glass. "Here's to the Three-Wing Circus and its new creative ringmaster. You've certainly got your act together. Well done, Simon." We clinked our glasses. "Thanks, Elma, but I have to be honest. Sydney and Ronnie, and Johnny, of course, tried their best to prevent the pitch we made. Sydney insisting it was all about influence. One she, I guess. He kicked up a terrible fuss about the cost of the moving photographic panels, which, by the way, were Mrs. Sidebottom's idea. So the real credit goes to her, and of course to you for recommending her. Ah, the bubba. They need to be dragged kicking and screaming into the new Singapore." Bubba? Old Chinese families, the ruling class here in Singapore. They're all interconnected, and can't get it into their heads that Lee Kuan Yew, whose family is also Bubba, has largely outlawed all the old-school Thai stuff in government, preferring brains to connections. It's a lesson we're all learning, and while I enjoy the British equivalent in Hong Kong, as you've just demonstrated with the tourist board, Guanxi doesn't play the part it formerly did with the Singapore government chappies. She paused to take a sip of champagne. Having said that, don't ever underestimate the power of the bubba. They go back a long way in Singapore's history, and they're accustomed to getting their own way, as you've seen often enough with Sydney. I'm beginning to learn that, I said. Ronnie once told me about his family, and how he happens to belong to the town club. Elma looked at me, her right eyebrow slightly arched. A look I'd come to know heralded disapproval or suspicion. "Oh, really? Pray tell." Well, it seems his great-grandfather, William, the name he eventually gave himself, I can't remember if Ronnie told me his Chinese name, arrived in Malaya from China, penniless, and worked as a labourer in a tin mine. He must have saved a few bob. Ronnie didn't say, but in 1880 he came to Singapore and married a Chinese girl. Then, later, how much later, again, I can't say, he purchased the machinery to make an airtight double-sealed tin can. To cut a long story short, he opened a small canning factory, mainly for vegetables purchased from the Chinese and Malay market gardeners, and made a pretty good living victualling merchant ships. Then the First World War gave him his big break. He bought land, indentured his own coolies as farm labourers to grow vegetables, and added pork and beans, bully beef and Irish stew to his line of veggies, and exported them to Britain for the troops in Europe. Not only did he make a fortune, but at the end of the war, a grateful colonial administration awarded him an OBE, and the local Brits allowed him to join the whites-only town club. I laughed. The latter, according to Ronnie, is regarded by the family as the greater of the two honours, with family membership now in its third generation. Elmer laughed. Selective perception, one of the greatest of human foibles. The ability we all have to tell ourselves only the convenient truth. You mean that's not the whole story? I asked. Why don't we get our curry, and then I'll elaborate on the wings. William and his wife in particular. Seated again with our plates piled high. Elmer always had a good appetite, and I was a bit of a curry man myself. She started by saying, "As you will have gathered, Simon, the Chinese do their homework. They like to know as much about each other as they can, especially if they know something about you that you don't know they know. They regard this as a powerful weapon to hold in reserve." I nodded. Yes, my mother warned me before coming to Singapore to tell as little about myself and my family's circumstances as possible. Well, she was right. But as the saying goes, when in China, do as the Chinese do. After the war, when we decided to expand from Hong Kong and open an agency here in Singapore, my internment as a prisoner of war and my years of experience before the war had taught me to do due diligence, to know both my man and my opposition. She paused and looked at me, smiling. Something I clearly neglected to do with the tourist board pitch. Singapore's a small place, and the people have long memories. My British colonial referrals from Hong Kong were good, so getting to view the local records was easy enough. The Wing Brothers agency was one of the bigger outfits, and as it involved a Bubba family, I went to work on them first. Then eventually the other wealthy Chinese families. Aha. And what are you saying? That there's more to it than the tinned veggies? As I said, Ronnie is guilty of selective amnesia, though aren't we all? William Wing married a woman who came to Singapore to work as a prostitute. Oh, I see, I exclaimed. No, don't get me wrong. There isn't a Bubba family in Singapore that doesn't have a fearful lot to hide. She, William's wife, was a very enterprising, some may even say remarkable woman, Elmer said. She rose from her back, so to speak, and eventually owned several brothels and opium dens. The two things tended to go together at the time. And again, though perhaps not the sort of thing one talked about, both opium smoking and prostitution were perfectly legal. All I'm saying is that drugs and whores are where the money came from to buy the machinery for the cannery. And so they became respectable. Good Lord, no. The Chinese don't give up a profitable business to become respectable. Besides, respectability as we in the West regard it is a fairly recent notion among Orientals. William's wife continued to run her side of the business, and when she died, not long after the Great War, her younger sister took over. She too married, and, as the Chinese say, the bitter rice continued. She had a daughter who took over, and ran the show right up to the Japanese invasion. The Japanese banned the use of opium and closed down the brothels, except for the comfort houses for their own troops. The Japanese are not fools, and they were suspicious of places like brothels, where information could be passed on, particularly to the communists fighting them in the jungles of Malaya. Elmer, are you saying that opium, In other words, heroin in a different form. Wasn't banned until the Japs invaded.
Quite right. Elma leaned back in her chair. I say, this bubbly is lovely. We shall have a second bottle, and with it, what say a little more curry tiffin and a history lesson? It's a subject I'm particularly fond of. Southeast Asia, and of course, China. You can't keep China out of anything. Know your history and things become a lot clearer. She raised her hand to summon a waiter, and then ordered another bottle of Bollinger. We rose to go to the curry table, and on the way she asked, Simon, what do you know about the Opium Wars? I confess, not a lot. A couple of stoushes between Britain and China over the importation of opium, wasn't it? Elma sighed, helping herself to a fresh plate and beginning to add rice and chicken vindaloo. It beats me how you young people can come to a foreign place and think you can operate effectively without knowing any background, any history. Selecting a variety of writers, the tasty accompaniments for curry, she asked, Hong Kong. What do you know about Hong Kong, Simon? Well, it's rented from the Chinese, isn't it? Well, yes, least. But why? I haven't the foggiest. 99 years, wasn't it? Was it because of the war? I could tell by the schoolmarm tone of voice she'd adopted that I was in for a long afternoon. Still, Elma Kelly was almost always worth listening to and never tedious. Besides, she was perfectly correct. I knew bugger all about British colonial history in Asia. Good guess. The First Opium War in 1842, at the Treaty of Nanking. We returned to the table where the waiter stood. He popped the cork and poured the champagne. Elma raised her glass. To history and all its abracadabra. All the magic and the mystery it reveals, she said. I grinned rather ashamedly. You're perfectly right, Elma. I simply haven't done my homework. You remind me of a saying my dad sometimes used when one of us kids was passing high-minded judgments on someone we didn't much like. You only truly know a person when you know the cause of the scars they carry. Then he'd add, while you may dress and heal the wounds, you can't eliminate the scars. I guess it's the same with countries. I looked directly at Elma. I stand suitably reprimanded. Just the stuff Elma had told me about the Wing family. The bit Ronnie hadn't spoken about, brought them into sharper focus. When I came to think of it, Ah Koo and Little Sparrow's story allowed me to understand, to place myself on the firmament with a little more certainty. Well then, where was I? Elma asked. Hong Kong, and before that the Opium Wars, I reminded her. Well, yes, opium, the root of all the evil that was to follow. Opium, as you probably know, is the juice of the poppy. Papaver somniferum, the sleep-bringing poppy, I said quickly. That's very clever, Simon, Elma exclaimed, surprised. I grinned. Not really. Still life in art school. We had to paint a vase of flowers in the 17th century Dutch Baroque style. Tulips, peonies, roses, carnations, poppies, all very Maria van Oosterwyk, a famous painter of the time. As a joke, I painted a vase of opium poppies to see if anyone would catch on. I remember I had to go to the Mitchell Library to get the botanical reference. I called it Sleeping Beauties, but no one caught on or questioned the name. Artists often give their works weird names so nobody questions them. I laughed. I seem to recall I got a distinction, and my mum had the painting framed. It's probably still hanging in a guest bathroom at home. Well then, you'll be aware that it's also the source of heroin and codeine. But do you know where it was first grown commercially for export? India? The British East India Company, wasn't it? I resigned myself to Miss Kelly, the schoolmistress. Yes, indeed. The most powerful trading organisation at that time in the world, and the surrogate British government in this part of Asia. They owned the land, grew the opium poppy, bled it, packaged it, and shipped it to the port of Canton. That is, until China banned it, which left us in a bit of a pickle. The British couldn't be seen to be exporting opium to a sovereign state without permission. Hence the Opium Wars. Yes, eventually, but not quite then. We simply found another way.
We auctioned the annual opium crop to foreign shipping merchants, mostly sea scum, including Chinese traders. They smuggled it through Canton, bribing corrupt officials. In this way, we Brits appeared to keep our hands clean. Ha ha! In reality, we were up to our ears in the business of drug trafficking. But why? I mean, what was the big deal? A few opium addicts in China, so what? Elmer looked directly at me. A few opium addicts, you say? By the time the Qing Empire in China banned it, 12 million Chinese had become hopelessly addicted to opium. And the big deal was that by the mid-19th century, opium profits largely greased the wheels of trade, or played some important part in the commerce of the entire Western world. By 1840, Britain was the major drug trafficking criminal organization in the world. Hang on a mo. That's the equivalent of the whole Australian population. You did say 12 million addicts. I had no idea. 12 million, I repeated, shaking my head in disbelief. Well, it's the reason Singapore came to be created. The East India Company, Reed British Colonial Office, needed a port both where opium could be traded and where trading vessels leaving Calcutta for Canton could find safe harbour from pirates and other adventurers looking for opium hauls. They created an entrepot port with no taxes, and soon they had most of the seagoing traffic passing through the Straits of Malacca. Protection and a free port, a halfway house for the drug trade. It made an irresistible combination. Singapore even started growing the opium poppy on the island. In fact, the largest portion of Singapore's colonial government's income for most of the 19th century, almost half, came from locally grown and sold opium. Sold to whom? The foreign trading vessels? No, dear boy, you misunderstand. To the local population. Many of the wealthy Chinese merchants and even sea captains settled in the new port. They were the first of the bubba. They brought in Chinese coolies from China, the piglets, as the British called them, to do the labouring work in the thriving port. Then build the roads for the growing port town and the tin mines, plantations and forests of Malaya, promising them they'd make their fortunes and return to their families and villages rich men after just a few years. Ah, just like the gold rushes in California and Australia. That's how my great-great-grandfather, Aku, came to Australia. I could give a history lesson too.